You have traversed into the life of a wealthy heir, endowed with a monthly allowance of 600 million. Yet your utmost preference lies in adorning yourself with a pair of extravagant slippers worth 1 million. Come to the street to savor skewers of barbecued delights at just 50 cents each. Many beautiful women actively pursue you. Yet, you harbor a profound fear towards these benevolent occurrences. Because you are aware that the character you have traversed into is the formidable antagonist in an urban fantasy narrative. The male protagonist of this book, the Dragon King, is enamored with a woman. It is precisely the eldest daughter of the Su family who is destined to become engaged to you. If the original plot were to unfold on the day of the engagement, you will inevitably find yourself in a state of vegetative existence, struck down by the formidable Dragon King with a single blow. Thus, in order to successfully endure until the grand finale, you have resolved to thwart the engagement of Cui Ling. Today is the celebration of your grandfather's birthday. Recall that in the original narrative, you will be present at this birthday celebration. Engaged to the female protagonist, Mu Yue, the Su family stands as the last of the 4 prestigious families of Suzhou and Hangzhou. You are the Cerberus of Mu Yue, having once mobilized the entire family's resources to assist him. After 3 years of devoted affection, not a single smile has been bestowed upon me in return. Thus, the elder of the Tang family resolved to lend you a hand, facilitating a union between the 2 families. The male protagonist, Ye Chen, upon learning of this. At the birthday banquet, you were reduced to a state of vegetative existence, and it wasn't long before you departed this world. You certainly do not wish to perish in this place. Lifting your gaze, you survey the entirety of the hall. Soon, Ye Chen was spotted sitting in the corner. His current role is that of Mu Yue's bodyguard. You pondered within yourself, I must hasten to annul the engagement. At that moment, the female protagonist, Mu Yue, approached. He gazed at you with a wicked glint in his eyes. I must express that I shall not enter into matrimony with you. It would be prudent to dissolve this union. Upon hearing these words, your head resembles a wave drum. I concur, I concur. Perhaps it was due to your overly enthusiastic agreement that Mu Yue found herself momentarily taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. In this moment, a cacophony of frenzied criticism echoed in his ears. I express my profound gratitude to your ancestors through generations. Surely, this connection cannot be severed. Quickly, elope with your Ye Chen. Upon hearing this sound, Mu Yue furrowed her brows slightly and glanced around. Who is speaking? The voice she heard was quite similar to yours. And indeed, this is your voice. It was only later that you discovered Mu Yue could hear the whispers of your heart. At present, you are eager to seek out your elders to annul the engagement, believing that in doing so, Ye Chen will have no reason to trouble you any further. The protagonist undoubtedly possesses an aura of distinction. As for myself, cast in the role of the antagonist, the best I can do is to refrain from making my presence known before the protagonist. Then become a wealthy and handsome gentleman, filled with joy, as the story of the dog thief reaches its conclusion. The 2 of you are preparing to seek the elders' counsel regarding this matter. As you walk ahead, your expression remains composed. Yet, my heart blooms with joy, contemplating the necessity of living abundantly until the final chapter of the novel. It is indeed a pity that the illustrious first beauty of Suzhou and Hangzhou, after becoming involved with Ye Chen, has brought ruin upon the Su family. As the voices of ridicule resound once more, Mu Yue can be certain that this sound is undoubtedly you. Over the years, his relentless efforts have brought him to this point, relying not solely on his looks but also on his exceptional intellect and remarkable talent. Thus, upon swiftly comprehending the entirety of the situation, a fleeting shadow of gloom passed across Mu Yue's countenance. Ye Chen is the bodyguard he recently recruited. At that moment, he was besieged by several ruffians, and it was Ye Chen who intervened to rescue him. He observed that the man possessed commendable skills. Yi Lu retained him at the Su family residence, appointing him as a bodyguard. Although Ye Chen has become a bodyguard, he has also been of considerable assistance to him. However, how could he possibly take a mere bodyguard as his wife, thereby bringing shame upon the family? In that fleeting moment, Mu Yue began to harbor a sense of aversion towards Ye Chen. Soon, you arrived at a study. At this moment, the elders of the Tang and Su families are engaged in a discussion regarding a potential marriage alliance. Upon hearing this, you immediately stepped forward and exclaimed that you found it inappropriate. The expressions of those present in the room were peculiar. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, who among them is unaware that you have pursued her for a full 3 years?
Yet at this moment, you proclaim that a forcibly obtained melon lacks sweetness.
Recently, I have engaged in introspection and come to the realization that my temperament may indeed be incompatible with Mu Yue's.
Marriage is a lifelong commitment.
It is preferable to leave the decision to both parties involved. After expressing this thought, a wave of relief washed over you, as you realized that you would no longer have to endure the threat of harm.
Yet your actions left the elders utterly astonished.
Subsequently, Mu Yue's father, Su Chongshan, suddenly spoke up, addressing Xiao Yu.
Is it that girl Mu Yue who compelled you to say this? Rest assured, today's matter is not solely determined by her. You were momentarily taken aback, silently lamenting, "Uncle, are you truly playing tricks on me?" Not so, Uncle Su. Su Chongshan has already waved his hand, indicating that no further words are needed. Uncle understands you.
Then, Su Chongshan confronted his daughter, Mu Yue, with indignation, saying, "You tell me, how has Xiao Yu treated you over these past few years?" On the topic of conditional arguments regarding appearance, one might wonder what shortcomings one possesses.
Forcing someone to utter such words is indeed a display of utter ingratitude.
Mu Yue, splattered with foam from her father's mouth, was utterly stunned.
What did it mean to say that she had forced him? This fellow was secretly amused, to say the least. Meanwhile, the voice of complaint echoed once more in his ear.
"If you don't retort soon, I shall truly find myself in dire straits."
Hurry up! Do you still wish to elope with Ye Chen?
I can see you making subtle gestures towards him.
Suddenly, Mu Yue became a sensation. Why on earth would I elope with a mere bodyguard? What significance does he hold?
Moreover, upon hearing that this fellow intended to seek joy with another sister, his anger intensified. "You have pursued me for 3 years, how can you simply change your heart at will?" Thus, Mu Yue steeled her resolve and declared, "Father, I did not prompt him to say such things.
I consent to the union." This statement left Su Zhongshan, who was fuming with rage, momentarily bewildered. The old man, with a strange expression on his face, inquired, "Are you speaking sincerely?"
Mu Yue nodded slightly, her complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. Biting her lip, she confessed that he had indeed treated her with great kindness, and she felt touched by his affections. However, she wished to embark on the journey of love gradually. Upon hearing these words, Su Chongshan revealed a contented smile, and the elders in the room also began to smile in unison.
Only your complexion is more unappealing than if you had consumed something truly distasteful. You approached Mu Yue.
A smile, more unsightly than tears, was forced upon her.
You need not compel yourself, comforted Mu Yue. Su Chongshan, upon hearing this, gently patted your shoulder with a warm smile.
This child, Mu Yue, may possess a somewhat reserved temperament and is not particularly adept at expressing himself.
Do not be misled into thinking that he harbors any dislike towards you.
Your face twitched slightly, while a flurry of exasperated complaints echoed in Mu Yue's ears.
Are you out of your mind?
We had agreed to annul our engagement together.
Who would want to be in a romantic relationship with you? Ye Chen is truly your destined home.
Upon hearing these heartfelt words, Mu Yue's lips curved into a faint smile. A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes as he observed your flustered demeanor. He found it rather entertaining, far more intriguing than your previous sycophantic facade. At this moment, old Master Tang suddenly spoke, suggesting that since they had found mutual affection, they should step outside to make the announcement. The crowd chuckled and departed from the study, while you trailed behind with Mu Yue. Upon observing the woman's face adorned with a hint of smug satisfaction, one feels an overwhelming desire to deliver a precise series of military-style punches upon her visage.
Didn't we agree not to enter into a union?
You muttered through clenched teeth.
Yet I was deeply moved by your sincerity.
The smile at the corners of Mu Yue's lips grew even more radiant. It is the first time you have witnessed such a smile from Mu Yue directed towards you.
Let your heart skip a beat.
As you part ways, reach out to touch her forehead, to ascertain whether this woman has lost her senses.
If you are feeling unwell, it is advisable to seek medical attention.
Marriage is not a trifling matter, you must contemplate it thoroughly.
Mu Yue did not evade your hand, claiming that it was nothing. I have come to a clear understanding. You hastily remarked, yet I am unwilling to force what should not be. A fruit that is unripe cannot be sweet, can it?
It matters not, as long as one's thirst is quenched.
Mu Yue smiled even more radiantly.
Your face reflects utter despair, and words escape you.
Why does this woman not adhere to the script?
She must have lost her mind.
This time, she could truly bring about her own ruin. The murmur of discontent arose once more. Mu Yue felt an increasing curiosity within her heart. Would the event this fellow spoke of truly transpire in a while? Bringing the elders back to the hall, old Master Tang announced to everyone, "Dear friends and family, today the Tang family has decided to unite with the Su family through marriage. From this day forth, Mu Yue shall be regarded as half a granddaughter-in-law of the Tang family, as proclaimed by the esteemed patriarch, old Master Tang." The banquet resounded with thunderous applause, and the members of the Su family were so elated that they could hardly contain their smiles. Yet, Ye Chen, seated in the corner, was instantly enveloped in a cloud of gloom. He approached with a fierce expression, striding towards you with resolute steps. Mu Yue is the woman he has set his sights on. Anyone who dares to covet her shall meet their demise. He has arrived, he has arrived. With an air of menace, he approaches. Today, I am destined to meet my end. At this moment, your sarcastic remarks echoed once more. Mu Yue, upon hearing them, followed your gaze. Indeed, I witnessed Ye Chen approaching with an expression fraught with murderous intent. This left Mu Yue somewhat astonished, for he had not brought any bodyguards with him today. I vehemently oppose this marriage. Standing 3 meters away, Ye Chen coldly shouted in anger. All eyes were fixated upon him. The guests present today were all esteemed aristocrats from Suzhou and Hangzhou. Hardly anyone recognized who Ye Chen was. Su Chanshan's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "Who do you think you are? What business do you have meddling in the affairs of the Su family?" A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. Had it not been for the fact that this man was Mu Yue's father, he would have long since severed his head from his shoulders. After all, he was the Dragon King, reigning supreme across foreign lands, and even the nobility of Europe would not dare to speak to him in such a manner. Gazing at the illustrious Su family, the crowd extended their fingers. The esteemed Su family, a prominent noble lineage. Is it truly for the prosperity of the family that the happiness of a young girl must be sacrificed? Do you not possess any sense of shame? Haha, here it comes. The classic banter has begun. Your voice of sarcasm resonates once more. According to the original storyline, Mu Yue was coerced into an arranged marriage by her family. In her most desperate moment, it was the Dragon King, Ye Chen, who assisted him and took him away. It also shattered the lock within his heart, becoming his sole source of support. Thus, Mu Yue fell in love with Ye Chen. However, at this moment, Mu Yue appeared slightly indifferent, lacking any feelings of emotion or surprise. After listening to your heartfelt words for an extended period, his mindset had completely transformed. At that moment, Ye Jing, the captain of the Tang family's bodyguard team, rushed over, adhering to the original storyline. He was the first to strike, and he was also the first to meet his demise. Once he fell, the next one would be you. You hurriedly rushed forward to stop Ye Jing, urging him not to act hastily. Today marks my grandfather's birthday, let us not jeopardize the harmony. Did you notice? Lord Tang's character is indeed commendable, as he does not stoop to the level of such brutish individuals. Were it me in his position, I would have long since dealt with them in a manner most dire, casting them out to be fed to the dogs. I suspect he is merely attempting to vie for the affections of the esteemed Mr. Tang. Just look at his pitiful appearance. Mr. Tang should swiftly deliver a sharp retort to put him in his place. The onlookers surrounding could not help but extol the elegance of your demeanor, while simultaneously taking the opportunity to disparage Ye Chen. Yet you are in a state of utter panic. Why do you shout so loudly? Could you perhaps adopt a more amiable demeanor? Your insults are directed at me, the one who is to be sent to the crematorium. As expected, upon hearing the words of the passers-by, Ye Chen's expression darkened instantly, his gaze fixed intently upon you. It is you, the root of all mischief. Had you not entangled yourself with Mu Yue, how could matters have deteriorated to this extent? Why do you gaze at me so intently? I have not uttered a word of reproach. I have not incited anyone to act against you. What more do you desire? You are under his relentless scrutiny, feeling an unbearable pressure. The complaints are incessant. The combined strength of all the bodyguards from the Tang family pales in comparison to the prowess of Ye Chen. One can only hope that this time, Ye Chen will refrain from targeting oneself. Mu Yue had been listening for quite some time when she could no longer contain herself and let out a soft laugh. Ye Chen believed that Mu Yue smiled for his courageous stand. He smiled at Mu Yue,
his lips curling into a remarkably astonishing arc. He approached, taking Su Mu Yu's hand and said, "Mu Yue, with me around, no one can sacrifice your freedom for power. Whoever comes shall perish." Upon witnessing the scene, Yu promptly took a step back, your emotions stirred with a hint of excitement. Hasten to the stage, where the male and female guests successfully unite in hand, and thus, they may soar together in harmonious companionship. In the original narrative, you undoubtedly took action accompanied by your bodyguards this time. However, at present, you have summoned all your bodyguards to a halt. I await the moment when this fellow can swiftly escort Su Mu Yu away, for then I shall find myself secure. However, Su Mu Yu took 2 steps back, gazing at Ye Chen with a cold expression and remarked, "Are you out of your mind?" After listening to the heartfelt confessions for an extended period, Su Mu Yu finally comprehended his current predicament. It appeared that the world he inhabited was akin to a painted realm. According to the usual narrative, he should have already eloped with this individual by now. The thought of potentially becoming part of this individual's harem fills Su Mu Yu with profound aversion. Although Ye Chen was taken aback, he quickly grasped the implications of Su Mu Yu's words. "Mu Yue, I am aware of your fears. Rest assured, with my presence, the Tang family dares not to act against you. If he were abroad, with a mere command, 100,000 mercenaries could swiftly reduce the Tang family to ashes." After speaking, they cast a fierce glance in your direction, too anxious to care about their fear. He shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Why should I concern myself with your trivial matters? I have already dismissed my bodyguards. What more do you expect from me? There is also Su Mu Yu. You, this woman, are indeed quite venomous. In order to protect her, your performance is remarkably convincing." At this moment, Su Mu Yu finally spoke, addressing Ye Chen, "You are merely a bodyguard of the Su family. From this day forth, you are dismissed. I kindly ask you to vacate this premises immediately." A flicker of anger graced the exquisite visage of Su Mu Yu. However, this ire is not solely directed at Ye Chen, but also at you, wretched scoundrel, who has been incessantly muttering. Why are the words so sharp? Were you a machine gun in your past life? As Su Mu Yu continued to express her sentiments, Ye Chen felt an increasing sense of sweetness within his heart, convinced that this woman was undoubtedly intent on safeguarding him. She deliberately plays the role of the antagonist, yet deep within her heart, she holds affection for me. Truly, she is the woman chosen by me, the Dragon King. Thus, his gaze upon Su Mu Yu was imbued with an added tenderness and indulgence, while the smile at the corner of his lips grew increasingly captivating. "And confidently, I shall return to you, Mu Yu. I will never abandon you. With me by your side, you need not worry about anything. I am your most steadfast support." Upon hearing these words, the members of the Tang family were enveloped in expressions of fury. Su Mu Yu was even more horrified, as goosebumps erupted all over her body, for that gaze was nothing short of that of a celestial beauty. "I shall inquire one final time, will you depart?" As the Dragon King, his possessiveness is exceedingly intense. He absolutely will not permit his woman to remain in such a perilous environment as the Tang family. At this moment, the members of the Su family were seething with rage. In a fit of extreme anger, Su Chongshan charged forward and forcefully shoved Ye Chen. Only Ye Chen stood there, motionless like a mountain. In a fit of rage, Su Chongshan struck Ye Chen squarely in the face, bellowing, "You wretched scoundrel! Get lost and cease your incessant pursuit of my daughter. In this lifetime, I have but one son-in-law, and that is Little Fish. Should you continue to entangle yourself in this matter, the Su family shall show you no mercy." This punch, though not particularly powerful, carried an immense sense of insult. A profound murderous intent flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. It was solely due to the fact that Su Zhongshan was his father-in-law that he silently uttered the words "endure" in his heart. As the Dragon King, the most crucial lesson to learn is the art of patience and restraint. With a stern expression, he declared, "Since I am not welcome here, I shall take my leave." Having spoken, he cast a gaze filled with profound malice towards me. This fellow actually chose to remain absent, allowing the Su family to take action, all for his own scheming advantage. It is evident that they intend to use the Su family to compel Su Mu Yu to submit. The humiliation I have endured today will be repaid in kind, with blood, by him and the Tang family in the days to come. Mu Yu, remember this, no matter what happens in the future, as long as you are in need, I will undoubtedly be by your side to protect you." After leaving these words, Ye Chen strode away. "You are truly out of your mind. What business is it of mine? I beseech you, Mu Yue, swiftly depart with your husband. As I boarded the high-speed train, I caught a glimpse of Ye Chen's gaze as he departed.
In my heart, I couldn't help but curse in frustration.
Mu Yue, standing nearby, was equally filled with indignation. He had endured this fellow's incessant mutterings for the better part of the day. With every utterance of your husband, his frustration mounted. He approached me and, in a moment of impulsive emotion, planted a kiss upon my cheek, as if bestowing affection upon a dog. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and swift of hand, promptly shielding my face, thus allowing Mu Yue's kiss to land upon the back of my hand.
Goodness, how audacious!
To think she would dare to attempt such a thing. Thankfully, my skills prevailed, and I managed to evade her advances.
It seems I have escaped unscathed today.
The two individuals stared at each other in wide-eyed astonishment, while the guests erupted in laughter at the comical scene before them.
As Ye Chen approached the doorway, he was suddenly startled by the resounding cheers echoing behind him.
He turned to glance back, and in that instant, his expression was one of sheer astonishment.
The sight of his beloved engaging in affection with another man was a profound shock.
The laughter of the guests only served to heighten his agitation.
He clenched his fists tightly, ultimately refraining from unleashing a massacre.
For he understood that this was undoubtedly a compromise made by Mu Yue, compelled to act in such a manner.
He is safeguarding himself from the Tang family's grasp.
After all, he is unaware of his own identity and strength as the Dragon King.
However, now is not the time to reveal his identity.
He must continue to remain in hiding and gradually uncover the truth behind the massacre that occurred years ago.
Ye Chen took a deep breath, harboring resentment as he exited the Tang residence. The Tang family had lost all reason for its existence.
After the banquet concluded, the members of the Su family hurried to apologize to the Tang family. I sat on the sofa, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment, contemplating the intricacies of life. Today's plot deviates significantly from what was promised.
Mu Yue evidently exhibits some discrepancies today.
His intelligence has noticeably surged to a remarkable extent. In order to safeguard his Dragon King, he is willing to make such a tremendous sacrifice. Upon witnessing the astonished and irate expression in Ye Chen's eyes as he departed, I was certain that he would not let this matter rest. The host has successfully navigated through the initial segment of the storyline. As a reward, a Lamborghini Veneno has been granted, now residing in the garage. Upon receiving the system alert, I discovered a car key had mysteriously appeared in my pocket.
I retrieved the key and cast a fleeting glance at it. At once, I find myself devoid of the energy to engage in further complaints.
Here I am, surrounded by nothing but wealth within my abode.
What use is this trivial matter to me? I suspect that the current narrative has already unraveled. However, having survived the banquet of life, one might consider it a temporary reprieve within the unfolding tale.
At that moment, Captain Ye Jing of the bodyguard team rushed over.
Young Master Tang, I am aware that you are still displeased about today's events.
Rest assured, I have already sent someone to trouble that fellow with the surname Yi.
Did young Master Tang not claim he was a master?
I have deliberately summoned over 30 individuals to ensure that this time he will pay the price.
I gasped in astonishment. Goodness gracious! Are you truly afraid that I will survive until the grand finale?
He gritted his teeth and immediately summoned the person back, forbidding any action against him. Ye Jing quickly took out her phone and called someone back, feeling a sense of confusion within her.
Has the person been called back? That's good, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I was almost deceived once again. Then, I scrutinized Ye Jing with a few discerning glances. This fellow, scrutinized from every angle, appears undeniably like a treacherous traitor, loyal to none but himself.
Such a character must not be allowed to remain.
Captain He.
It is often said that a swift wind reveals the strength of the grass. In times of turmoil, the stone city may fall. I am quite pleased with today's performance. Yet I believe that with your exceptional talents, serving merely as a bodyguard captain is a true misallocation of your potential.
How about this?
Our Tang family possesses a mining company in South Africa.
Would you be willing to oversee matters there for me?
I am profoundly moved within my heart. Tang Xiao is truly remarkable.
It has been decided. Let us proceed tomorrow.
I will make arrangements for you shortly. Once you arrive there, your salary and bonuses will triple. First, work diligently for a few years, and then we shall see. I gently patted Ye Jing on the shoulder.
Thank you, Tang Xiao, for your trust in me.
I shall certainly strive to work diligently.
He Jing was so moved that she wept.
After our encounter at the 3rd Avenue, I returned with tears of gratitude to pack my belongings. After He Jing departed, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction.
I had effortlessly resolved the matter, sending a traitor off to Africa. Surely, you can no longer emerge to incite animosity towards yourself, can you? I cast a glance at the Rolex adorning my wrist.
The life of the affluent is, indeed, so unpretentious and monotonous. Holding the gift that rested upon the table, I made my way towards the garage.
Soon, a silver Lamborghini Veneno sped away from the Tang residence. The Wang family's ancestral home is situated on the outskirts. It took me nearly an hour to reach the Wang estate.
As I approached the threshold of the living room, a tall and elegant woman clad in a cheongsam gracefully emerged from within. The two individuals collided quite forcefully. Fortunately, the well-developed area of the kippa-clad beauty provided an ample cushion, sparing both from harm. Upon experiencing an astonishing elasticity emanating from my chest, I nearly exclaimed in astonishment. He instinctively cast his gaze upon the enchanting figure in the qipao. She donned a self-colored moonlight qipao, her lustrous black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders.
Beneath an impeccably exquisite angelic visage lies an undeniably devilish physique.
It is merely due to her striking figure that the qipao she wears seems somewhat overwhelmed. The referee calls a foul as she charges into her opponent while dribbling the ball. The kippa-clad beauty suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment upon hearing the sound, gazing intently at me.
What was being said?
He found it difficult to believe his own ears. This fellow dares to speak to himself in such a manner.
I said nothing at all. Are you all right?
I, on the other hand, am somewhat bewildered. I reached up to touch my nose.
Wang Yishue had just not noticed my lips moving.
Subconsciously, she thought she had misheard, her expression remaining calm as she stated that she must have misunderstood.
What brings you to my home? I came to pay a visit to the elderly gentleman.
As I lifted the gift in my hand, an air of awkwardness suddenly enveloped the atmosphere.
The enchanting beauty before me is Wang Yishue, the eldest daughter of the Wang family.
She is not only his former girlfriend but also the second female lead of this narrative. Due to the long-standing friendship between Wang Jia and Tang Jia, they have known each other since childhood.
During their university years, they attended the same institution.
During my freshman year, we were together, sharing a romance that lasted for 2 months. Subsequently, a rather notorious socialite from our school persistently pursued me.
Misunderstood by Wang Yishue, the two hastily parted ways. Later on, I became the most renowned sycophant in Suzhou and Hangzhou.
After graduating from university, Wang Yishue returned to her family business and has been diligently working ever since, remaining single to this day.
My grandfather is still resting in slumber.
Please take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea while you wait.
Wang Yishue called out and took the initiative to brew me a cup of tea.
A trace of bitterness flickered in his eyes. After our separation years ago, we scarcely maintained any contact. Last month, during a gathering of classmates, he came to realize that he had misinterpreted the situation all along. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret within himself for this misunderstanding. For all these years, he has been unable to let go in his heart, yet it is now too late for everything. Just now, he has learned of the union between the Tang and Su families. I, however, did not dwell on it too much.
With rapt attention, Wang Yishue was engrossed in the delicate art of tea preparation. Her graceful movements, complemented by an exquisitely coordinated qipao, transformed the act of brewing tea into a captivating performance. Goodness, even making tea looks so enchanting. Mu Yue may be deemed the first beauty, but in my eyes, Wang Yishue truly embodies the essence of beauty in Suzhou and Hangzhou, a voice mused. Just observe her poise and the elegance of her gestures. Mu Yue pales in comparison, always sulking as if owed something. As Tang Yu's sarcastic remarks echoed, Wang Yishue's hand trembled and her actions faltered, nearly causing the teacup to crash to the ground. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Tang Yu. Surely it was his voice. Although he had not uttered a word, she could hear him clearly. "Are you all right?" Tang Yu inquired casually, noticing her sudden mishap. "I'm fine," Wang Yixu replied. Shaking her head, her emotions stirred. It seemed she could hear his innermost thoughts, and he believed her to be the foremost beauty? How amusing. This fellow, despite having forgotten her over the years, still feigned indifference. A smile crept on her lips as she provocatively asked, "I heard you got engaged to Mu Yue today? Congratulations, you've finally achieved your desire." "Huh? Well, that's a long story. Marriage is out of the question." Tang Yu adamantly denied the situation. "What nonsense about marriage? It's all Mu Yue's chaotic antics." He vented. "That crazy woman has someone else in her heart, yet uses me as a shield for her theatrics. Sigh, the author is truly foolish. What ex-girlfriend? Such a trivial misunderstanding could be easily clarified. The protagonist can have a harem without issue, yet the antagonist faces such trials in romance." Wang Yishue's spirits were lifted upon hearing his grievances, though she was momentarily puzzled by the author's portrayal of antagonists. Pouring a cup of tea for Tang Yu, she deliberately settled beside him and softly inquired, "What troubles you? Is there discord in your feelings?" "No feelings, just friendship. Why do you ask?" Tang Yu's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. As a seasoned antagonist, he understood that to survive, the best strategy was to distance himself from these leading ladies, regardless of their ranking. His tone was laced with indifference, yet his thoughts betrayed him. What else with her suddenly sitting so close? Her leg is practically touching mine. She smells delightful. Is that her natural fragrance? Her skin is so fair. Oh, that attire. Well, it is indeed appealing. Wang Yishue felt both delighted and bashful. This fellow had never lavished such praise upon her during their relationship. With a playful smile gracing her lips, she leaned in closer and gently said, "It's nothing. I merely wish to apologize. I misunderstood you back then. It's inconsequential. I don't mind. Why are you sitting so close?" Tang Yu feigned annoyance. "I'm frowning here, and you still want to move away? Is there still any dignity left for the heroine of such a story?" Upon closer inspection, she truly is quite adorable. Her skin is simply exquisite. Her eyes are enchanting, and her figure and demeanor are beyond reproach. But please do not draw closer. I truly cannot withstand it. Wang Yishue struggled to suppress her laughter. This fellow, while verbally protesting, is undeniably honest in body language. She finds his contrast utterly charming. Why be so fierce with me? You're my first love. I'm not allowed to be a bit closer to you? Wang Yishue bit her lip, feigning a look of grievance, and casually wrapped her arms around Tang Yu's. "Keep your distance. We are merely friends now." Tang Yu, with a dark expression, swiftly withdrew his arm, his tone icy. "It has been years since our breakup. This charade is futile. I do not harbor feelings for Mu Yue, nor will I entertain any thoughts of returning to you. How would you behave this way? Colliding into me is one thing, but now you're holding my hand. This feels like cheating. I implore you to act normally. This is not your usual demeanor. Shouldn't you be keeping all men, aside from Ye Chen, at arm's length? I can't help but envy your hand. How splendid it would be if it were cradling my head, serving as a cushion." Wang Yishue finally burst into laughter, a sound that left Tang Yu momentarily entranced. She is indeed beautiful, but there is something decidedly off about her. Despite my cold demeanor, she remains unperturbed. In stories like these, the heroine treats all men, except the male lead, as mere beasts. Given my treatment of her, she should have decisively severed ties and vowed never to speak to me again, perhaps even harboring resentment. Only in such a scenario could I escape the clutches of Ye Chen, the favored child of fortune. In essence, the first rule to survive in such tales is to never compete with the protagonist for women. As long as I survive, with my resources, will I ever lack for female company? My life is paramount. What's so amusing? Tang Yu said sternly, shifting away to create distance. He found himself wary of this woman. Today, Mu Yue was peculiar, and now Wang Yishue seemed equally daft. I am merely recalling something joyous. Wang Yishue replied with a charming smile. Fine, I concede. I'll retreat to the restroom for a moment. Tang Yu resolved to take the initiative. If I cannot provoke her, I can at least evade her, right? Just as he was about to rise and escape, Wang Yishue had already preemptively stood up. She had taken only a few steps when she unexpectedly tripped and fell. Ah, as expected of you, the heroine of a light-hearted tale, a classic stumble. Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. A sly smile flickered across Wang Yishue's face as she cried out in pain, rubbing her ankle and looking at Tang Yu with pleading eyes. I have fallen. Why do you not help me up? Tang Yu initially intended to refuse, but then reconsidered. What if my indifference offended her too deeply, and she held a grudge? Women can be quite vindictive, especially towards an ex-boyfriend like myself. If she were to end up with Ye Chen and spoke ill of me, that would indeed stir animosity. He approached with a frigid demeanor and extended his hand to lift Wang Yue from the ground. Just as she regained her footing, she stumbled and fell into Tang Yu's embrace. Tang Yu couldn't help but think, what the hell? This script seems awfully off. Is this treatment something a mere antagonist deserves? Stay calm. This must surely be a sugar-coated trap. She intends to become one of Ye Chen's harem. I should promptly assist her up and make my escape. Wang Yue, nestled in Tang Yu's arms, felt a twinge of irritation upon hearing his thoughts. A member of Ye Chen's harem? Who on earth is Ye Chen? Am I meant to serve him as part of his harem? Does he even deserve that? With a face full of grievance, she looked up at Tang Yu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Tang Yu, I think I twisted my ankle. It hurts to walk. Chapter 7. The Protagonist's Devious Tactics. I want to return to the countryside. I'll help you to the sofa to rest, Tang Yu stated in a flat tone. Why would I help you when I wouldn't even assist my own grandmother? Once I help you, I'll make my escape, all right? Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yue's eyes crinkled with amusement. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. After they reached the sofa, seeing Tang Yu attempt to leave, she hurriedly called out, Tang Yu, I twisted my ankle. Could you please help me massage it? I can't. Tang Yu decisively refused. Today, he merely wished to linger and play through the plot to earn rewards. Engaging in intimate contact with the second female lead was tantamount to courting disaster. You're lying. When we were dating in college, I twisted my ankle while playing tennis, and you were the one who helped me. Do you really dislike me that much? Wang Yue said, her eyes reddened with grievance. Indeed, so if you're truly uncomfortable, I can call your family doctor over, Tang Yu replied coldly, nodding. Yes. Go ahead and think I dislike you. Just stay away from me, all right? In any case, we are incompatible. You are part of Ye Chen's harem, while my character is that of a villainous pawn. If he finds out about this, I'll be done for tonight. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts once more, Wang Yue snorted inwardly. You think I'll just distance myself? However, noticing how wary he seemed of that Ye Chen, she boldly threatened him. So you want to help me massage? Fine, then I'll tell everyone that you took advantage of me. Just as Tang Yu lifted his foot, he froze, his expression one of shock. Come on, don't do that. Can't we be reasonable? If you spread rumors, Ye Chen will definitely hold a grudge against me. All right? I've never seen a story where a villain competes with a protagonist for a woman and manages to survive. Don't be like this. We can't go back. Let the past remain in the past, all right? Tang Yu could only plead earnestly. Not listening, just like a monk chanting scriptures. You have 1 minute to decide, or I'll post it on my social media. Wang Yue waved her phone teasingly. Posting on social media would lead to ruin. A foot massage, however, still held a glimmer of hope. Damn it, I'll do it. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu resolved to choose the latter. I'll massage it, but you mustn't tell anyone. Tang Yu reluctantly sat on the sofa, grasping Wang Yue's delicate foot in his lap. As he gently massaged her ankle, he couldn't help but steal glances at her alluring figure. Back when we were dating, hadn't her figure developed this well? What has she been eating these past few years? And what is she wearing under that cheongsam? Where is the trust between people? As Wang Yue lay on the sofa, relishing the foot massage, a hint of shyness crept onto her face. This stubborn tease, seemingly resistant to flattery, was, in fact, capitulating. All right, she finally said. Hearing Tang Yu's increasingly audacious thoughts, she found it hard to maintain her composure. Retracting her foot, she pretended to stretch and said, Much better. I'll come to you again if I get hurt next time. And the rest going to be next time? Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this a personal vendetta against her? Otherwise, what could explain it? Wang Yue squinted her eyes and broke into a joyful smile. She could hear this fellow's inner thoughts and had seized a piece of leverage against him. Could she simply let her go and still be Wang Yue? Oomph. You dog of a system, come out here. Why has Wang Yue's character also fallen apart? Tang Yu Li. This was yet another fool attempting to lead her to her demise. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped the system. Wang Yue's phone, resting on the table, rang. She picked it up, spoke briefly, and then frowned. Understood. Delay the new energy meeting by half an hour. I'll arrive shortly. After hanging up, she flashed a sweet smile at Tang Yu. There's an urgent meeting at the company I must attend. I'll come find you later. You carry on with your business. Tang Yu could hardly contain her eagerness. She was more than ready for this woman to leave. The new energy project? Now that rings a bell. ISNT that a trap set by Wang Rulong and Ye Chen to invest in this project. The Wang family's cash flow of 500 billion has been entirely tied up, putting Tongwang Group in a dire crisis. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Rulong aims to usurp power, while Ye Chen plays the Good Samaritan, helping Wang Yishua navigate her troubles, ultimately bringing her into his harem, and then eliminating Wang Rulong. In the end, the Wang family will fall into his hands, won't it? Just as Wang Yishua was about to leave, she trembled slightly, her eyes filled with astonishment. How did Tang Yu know all of this? This investment was the company's highest secret. Only a select few were privy to it. And the driving force behind this project was her cousin, Wang Rulong. Could it truly be as she feared? Wang Yishua bit her lip, her gaze towards Tang Yu now tinged with admiration and gratitude. He must be secretly looking out for her, using the Tang family's resources to investigate this matter. She intended to clarify everything with Tang Yu before expressing her heartfelt thanks, but found herself at a loss for words. Reluctantly, she could only bid him farewell and hurriedly depart for the company to prepare her investigation. As she left, her face was a mask of frost, her heart brimming with murderous intent. How audacious of Wang Rulong! How brazen of Ye Chen! If I uncover the truth, not one of you shall escape. Once Wang Yishua was gone, Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief, leaning back on the sofa and chuckling to herself. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Although Wang Yishua had been acting strangely today, the narrative was set in place. Soon, when Ye Chen arrives at the Wang family to flaunt his prowess, the overwhelming aura of authority he exudes will surely captivate Wang Yishua. In comparison, she will undoubtedly find herself drawn to Ye Chen. As for their little entanglements, she certainly won't divulge them to Ye Chen. As long as I maintain a low profile today, Ye Chen, preoccupied with his pursuits, will have no time to concern himself with me. Once he discovers that Mu Yue has no ties to me, I should be able to survive until the grand finale. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Tang Yu turned to look, only to find a petite and beautiful girl standing there. Although the girl possessed a petite figure, certain aspects of her physique were remarkably pronounced, causing a gentle sway as she walked. Dressed in a lovely Lolita outfit, she resembled a beautiful maiden who had stepped out of an anime world. Upon spotting Tang Yu, the girl immediately broke into a sweet smile and greeted him. Hello, Brother Tang Yu. Oh, Xiaoya, it's been a while, Tang Yu responded promptly, quickly recalling her identity. She was none other than the illustrious divine physician of Suong, Jiang Xiaoya. At just 20 years of age, her medical skills ranked among the top 10 in Huaxia. Her grandfather, the revered Jiang Tianyi, was a towering figure in traditional Chinese medicine, celebrated as a modern-day medical sage. With unparalleled medical prowess and exceptional beauty, this extraordinary woman was destined to become a member of the harem of the Dragon King, Ye Chen. Chapter 8. With such allies, who would worry about achieving greatness? Indeed, this is a quintessential trope of the genre. The male protagonist effortlessly attracts women wherever he goes. At the police station, he encounters alluring officers, and on flights, charming flight attendants. Even when he picks up a young beggar from the roadside, she turns out to be a stunning beauty, often a lost princess from a prestigious family. All these enchanting women possess remarkable backgrounds. Upon falling for the protagonist, their families inevitably rally to support him. After returning to his homeland, Ye Chen chooses Suzhou and Hangzhou as his first destination, precisely because of the abundance of beautiful women there. As he gathers his harem, he also seeks to win over the influential families of Suzhou and Hangzhou to serve as his pillars of support, aiding his gradual rise within Huaxia. How has Elder Tang been lately? Has he been taking the medicine I prescribed on schedule? Jiang Xiaoya approached Tang Yu, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Yes, indeed. I must express my gratitude. My grandfather has greatly improved after taking the medicine you provided. Tang Yu quickly replied, smiling in appreciation. Why are you being so polite with me, Brother Tang Yu? Jiang Xia playfully shot him a glance, slightly displeased by his formality. The Jiang family has practiced medicine for generations and is a venerable family in Suzhou and Hangzhou, maintaining close ties with the Tang family. Under the protection of the Tang family, no one dares to trouble the Jiang family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Likewise, whenever a member of the Tang family falls ill, the Jiang family is always the first to offer assistance. Moreover, she and Tang Yu have known each other since childhood, their bond akin to that of siblings. If I weren't courteous to you, I'd be in for a disaster today. After all, you are part of Ye Chen's harem. That scoundrel is truly outrageous. Alas, my dear little sister Xiao deserves much better. The foolish author must have a muddled mind. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoya was taken aback by the cacophony of inner voices. Am I part of Ye Chen's harem? Who on earth is Ye Chen? She widened her eyes, staring at Tang Yu. Brother Tang Yu, what did you just say? I didn't say anything. Tang Yu scratched his nose, bemused by the peculiar behavior of the women today. Jiang Xiaoya felt equally bewildered. She clearly heard what was unmistakably Tang Yu's voice. Fortunately, at that moment, a caregiver from the Wang family approached them. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoya, she quickly came over and respectfully said, Dr. Jiang, old Master Wang has just awakened. Would you like to rest a moment before seeing him? Let us go now, Jiang Xiaoya replied, patting her small case filled with silver needles and various tools. I'll join you, Tang Yu said hurriedly, taking his gift and following closely behind. After traversing several corridors, the three arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard, the residence of Old Master Wang. A couplet, handwritten by Old Master Wang himself, adorned the entrance. Studying well is good. Farming well is good. Learning well is good. Entrepreneurship is arduous. Maintaining success is arduous. Knowing the difficulties is not difficult. Tang Yu cast a glance at the couplet and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is yet another plot device set by the author. Once Dragon King Ye Chen arrives, he will undoubtedly remember the couplet and engage Old Master Wang in conversation about it. Thus, the venerable Wang Leioi perceived Ye Chen's extraordinary talents, believing him to be a paragon among men, and harbored a fervent desire to forge a brotherly bond with him, wishing not for a shared birth date, but rather for. Just as he rolled his eyes in exasperation, several members of the Wang family approached from behind, accompanied, of course, by the illustrious Long Wang Ye Chen. Is that not Xiao Yu? Have you come to visit the old master? Upon seeing Tang Yu, the members of the Wang family greeted her with warm smiles. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Tang Yu promptly reciprocated their greetings with a cheerful smile. Standing at the back of the group, Ye Chen's gaze turned icy, brimming with murderous intent upon spotting Tang Yu. He had initially intended to eliminate this wealthy heir who dared to vie for his woman today. Yet, having only recently returned to the country and with his foundation still unsteady, creating a scene would only hinder his plans. Thus, he suppressed his murderous urges, opting instead for a more gradual approach. Their eyes locked for a brief moment before Tang Yu, understanding the tension, averted her gaze. According to the standard narrative, as the antagonist, should have stepped forward to belittle Ye Chen. However, he was not foolish enough to provoke the author's favorite child. The group soon entered the small courtyard, where they were greeted by the sight of the ailing Wang Leioi, who lay on his sickbed. Due to his paralysis, he had lost sensation on one side and was unable to rise freely from his bed. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of comfort upon seeing his visitors. He greeted everyone with a smile, though his speech was somewhat slurred. Father, please rest and refrain from speaking. Your health is of utmost importance. Indeed, today Dr. Jiang is here to treat you. He will surely restore your health. Grandfather, focus on your recovery, and once Xiao Yu has healed you, I will come to play chess with you. Tang Yu chimed in, feeling that her primary task was largely accomplished. Next, she merely needed to quietly observe Ye Chen in his pretense of grandeur. At this moment, Ye Chen stood in the background, keenly observing Wang Leioi's condition. As an all-encompassing expert, his medical skills were undoubtedly exceptional. His mastery of diagnosis was profound, allowing him to discern the patient's ailments without the need for a pulse check. Beside him stood Wang Rulong, the only son of the second Wang family. He possessed a handsome appearance, with a hint of softness in his features. perfectly embodying the archetype of a wealthy and attractive young man. In terms of talent, he ranked moderately among the wealthy heirs of Su and Heng. Yet he paled in comparison to Wang Yue. Once, the Wang family was third among the four great families, unable to rival the Qin family. However, after Wang Yue joined the company, the family's assets skyrocketed by 800 billion within merely 3 years, showcasing her remarkable business acumen. Her brilliance overshadowed Wang Rulong, rendering him rather mediocre in contrast. Feeling a sense of sympathy for his fellow antagonist, Tang Yu couldn't help but shake his head slightly as he observed Wang Rulong. Unfortunately, Wang Rulong lacked the fate of the heroine and was oblivious to Tang Yu's inner musings. Presently, he felt a twinge of anxiety and quietly inquired of Ye Chen, "Brother Yi, do you possess any confidence regarding my grandfather's illness?" According to their scheme, Ye Chen would intervene to cure his grandfather, thereby earning his grandfather's esteem and subsequently drawing closer to Wang Yue. Ultimately, he envisioned himself with the beauty and the dominion of the realm. Ye Chen, with an expression of calm indifference, extended a hand. 50%? Wang Rulong was momentarily taken aback. Such a low probability of success was rather disheartening. "What I mean is that it is all within my control," Ye Chen thought to himself, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Truly a foolish fish. No wonder he is too dim-witted to realize the danger he brings by seeking collaboration with me. Once I win Wang Yishue's heart, you will merely be another obstacle for me to crush. As for the first obstacle, that would naturally be the scoundrel surnamed Tang beside him. "Truly remarkable, Brother Yi," Wang Rulong exclaimed with genuine admiration. "With a teammate like you, what grand endeavor could we possibly fail to accomplish?" Chapter 9. Why is this plague once again fixated on me? Ye Chen could scarcely muster the energy to spare him a glance. These so-called affluent heirs were nothing but empty shells. Their successes built upon countless fallen bones, and they themselves were but the decayed remains beneath their feet. His gaze had already shifted to Jiang Xiaoye, and a flicker of carnal desire glimmered in his eyes. Upon returning to Suzhou and Hangzhou, he promptly instructed his subordinates to gather information for him. This dossier meticulously cataloged the renowned beauties of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Jiang Xiaoye ranked among the top 10. She had already captured Ye Chen's interest as a woman destined for his harem. It was not solely her beauty that attracted him. It was also her grandfather. Of course, Ye Chen was not enamored by her grandfather's looks. Rather, he was drawn to the connections of the Jiang family, a lineage of esteemed physicians. They had saved countless prominent figures. If he were to secure Jiang Xiaoye, this network could prove immensely beneficial to him. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoye was wholly absorbed in diagnosing the ailing Mr. Wang. After a brief examination, she discerned the nature of his afflictions. As she withdrew her hand, Wang Rulong hurriedly inquired, "Jiang Shini, how is my grandfather? His stroke has resulted in meridian blockage, compounded by other complications leading to hemiplegia. However, it is not overly concerning. I shall use the 13 ghost needles to clear the meridians," Jiang Xiaoye replied, opening her case to retrieve her silver needles. She beckoned to Tang Yu, exclaiming, "Brother Tang Yu, come assist me in sterilizing the needles." I'm not sure I can manage," though men ought not to admit their inadequacies. Tang Yu genuinely felt unqualified. Damn it, he was already lying down, and yet he was still caught in the crossfire? "Hurry over. Weren't you quite proficient before? You are the only one who knows my needle insertion order," Jiang Xiaoye urged. At that moment, Tang Yu would have preferred to be the one suffering from stroke on the bed. Yet, in front of everyone, he felt it inappropriate to decline such a minor request, lest he appear disrespectful to Mr. Wang. As he approached to sterilize the needles, he noticed Ye Chen casting a murderous glance in his direction. Damn it, how could this be Lin Bei's fault? Tang Yu lamented internally, realizing he had unwittingly provoked this plague once more. What bad luck! Ye Chen silently gritted his teeth. This Tang fellow truly deserved a reckoning. Did he think he could lay claim to the woman Ye Chen desired? Close the doors and windows tightly, and everyone step back. Do not crowd around, Jiang Xiaoye instructed, beginning to disperse the crowd, leaving only Tang Yu at her side to assist her. Holding her breath, Jiang Xiaoye prepared to commence her acupuncture, but Ye Chen suddenly interjected, interrupting her movements. He stepped forward, his expression composed. Jiang Shini, are you planning to use the 13 ghost needles on Mr. Wang's Tianju point to treat his hemiplegia? Yes. What of it? Jiang Xiaoya responded, slightly furrowing her brow, her focus disrupted just as she had gathered her energy, leaving her feeling somewhat irked. I find it inappropriate. You may not have recognized the true issue at hand regarding the old gentleman. Such acupuncture to clear the meridians may, in fact, harm the patient's body. If you lack confidence, I suggest it would be better for me to handle this. Ye Chen stepped forward, his voice resolute. Upon hearing him, the members of the Wang family displayed their dissatisfaction and reprimanded him. Who do you think you are to instruct the renowned Jiang Shini on healing? They scoffed. It's truly laughable. This is the first time I've encountered someone who believes they can teach Jiang Shini to practice medicine. Who brought him here? Expel him at once. Ah, the classic ploy unfolds. He steps forward first to garner animosity. After creating this tension, he will later place a bet, allowing Xiao Yu to continue her treatment. Ultimately, if she encounters a problem, he will swoop in to display his prowess, earning the respect of the Wang family, and perhaps even capturing Xiao Yu's admiration for his medical skills. However, I must say, Xiao Yu's treatment is not flawed. It merely requires a more assertive approach to avoid jeopardizing the old gentleman's health. By stimulating the exterior hill point to expel the stagnant blood, the outcome would surely improve. Tang Yu silently critiqued in her heart. Upon hearing these thoughts, Xiao Yu's expression turned exceedingly peculiar. Although Ye Chen felt a surge of anger at the reprimands, his countenance remained composed. How else could he project an air of superiority? Wang Rulong quickly intervened, pleading, Esteemed elders, Ye Chen is someone I invited. He is well-versed in medicine and here to treat grandfather. Perhaps we could afford him a chance? Preposterous. Your grandfather's health is no trivial matter. You cannot simply bring in anyone to experiment. A middle-aged man bellowed. Oh, Ye Chen scoffed at this remark, retorting coldly. Jiang Shini is even younger than I. How can you presume my medical skills to be inferior? Shall we wager on this? Wager on what? If Jiang Shini fails, I shall save the old gentleman myself, but you must apologize to me. Conversely, if she succeeds, I, Ye Chen, will crawl out of the Wang family. Very well. It is settled, the middle-aged man replied angrily. If even Jiang Shini cannot succeed, it would require your grandfather's direct involvement. Seeing his plan unfold seamlessly, Ye Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. How else could he elevate his stature in the eyes of these prominent families? This is what one might call psychology. He gazed at the displeased Jiang Xiaoya, showcasing his signature devilish smile. Jiang Shini, you too may wager with me. I shall not renege on my word. Having listened to Tang Yu's thoughts for quite some time, Jiang Xiaoya grasped the general situation. At this moment, she held no fondness for Ye Chen, finding his smile exceedingly greasy. Wager? She replied coldly. As a physician, how could one treat such a sacred practice as a gamble? I'm afraid I do not wager. Kindly remain silent and do not disrupt my treatment. After her frosty retort, she instructed Tang Yu to sterilize the silver needles once more. In the face of Jiang Xiaoya's indifference, Ye Chen remained unfazed. In a moment, after demonstrating his medical prowess and conquering her, she would inevitably become infatuated with him. After all, women, by their very nature, are drawn to the strong. Meanwhile, Wang Rulong was consumed by trepidation. After all, this was the renowned Jiang Shini. He had initially hoped that Ye Chen would take the lead, treating his grandfather first, thus securing his own accolades as a commendable supporter. However, upon witnessing the confident and charming smile adorning Ye Chen's face, he too felt a surge of inspiration. Look at Yi, smiling so confidently. It indicates that everything is well within his grasp. Truly impressive, Brother Yi. Ah, it seems I have not erred. After the treatment, the old man will still have some residual blood that needs to be expelled, and Xiao Yu's approach has encountered a minor miscalculation. In just a few minutes, it will be Ye Chen's time to shine, and as a result, Xiao Yu will develop a favorable impression of him, ultimately becoming part of his harem. Tang Yu's thoughts echoed once more. After hearing this, Jiang Xiaoya maintained an expressionless demeanor, focusing intently on the silver needles in her hands. As a member of the esteemed Jiang family, renowned for their medical expertise, the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate were her family's ultimate secret technique. In no time, her hands moved with the swiftness of a fleeting shadow, the silver needles descending in a continuous flurry. After deftly administering 13 needles in rapid succession, the old man's complexion began to shift dramatically. The members of the Wang family present in the room also grew increasingly anxious. Chapter 10. His double standards have always been permissible. After nearly 5 minutes, the left hand of the venerable Mr. Wang suddenly lifted slightly. Upon witnessing this, the members of the Wang family gasped in astonishment. Truly, Dr. Zhang's medical skills are remarkable. How splendid it is that the elder has finally regained his strength. Indeed, Dr. Zhang is formidable, while some individuals merely boast for the sake of pride, bringing forth nothing but ridicule. The middle-aged man who had previously wagered against Ye Chen let out a heavy snort. Ye Chen merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, displaying a look of disdain. The 13 ghostly needles are undeniably impressive, yet my Tai Divine Needle is the supreme technique in the world. That girl named Jiang Xiaoye pales in comparison to me. When she eventually becomes my woman, I would not mind imparting my unparalleled skills to her. As Jiang Xiaoye removed the silver needles from Mr. Wang's hand, she inquired, Elder Wang, how do you feel now? Much more comfortable. I can even speak now, Mr. Wang replied, his tone slightly trembling, yet significantly more fluid than before. That is wonderful, Jiang Xiaoye nodded, advising, in a moment, I will prescribe a remedy for you. You must take it regularly for 3 months. This ailment will require gradual recuperation. With that, she retrieved paper and a pen from her small box and began to write the prescription. Young man named Yi, do you have anything left to say? At this moment, the middle-aged man stepped forward, glaring at Ye Chen. I shall not make it difficult for you. Leaving in a dignified manner would reflect well on my Wang family. However, you must apologize to Dr. Jiang. Oh, Ye Chen scoffed, extending 3 fingers. Are you certain he has been cured? Let me propose a challenge. I will count to 3, and if the elder shows no issues after 3 minutes, I shall kneel and apologize. Still unwilling to concede, the middle-aged man began to time the countdown, unable to tolerate this arrogant individual any longer. The members of the Wang family regarded him with fury, eagerly anticipating the moment the 3 minutes elapsed to witness his humiliation. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Jiang Xiaoye instantly comprehended the situation. This mirrored the sentiments of her brother Tang Yu. She quickly grasped Mr. Wang's wrist to reassess his condition. Indeed, some of the bruises began to coalesce. Initially, she had considered using traditional Chinese medicine for gradual restoration due to the elder's frail state. However, with the change in circumstances, she had to revise her treatment approach. Tang Yu, please disinfect another silver needle for me, she instructed, looking up at him. Of course, Tang Yu nodded, though a hint of confusion crossed his face. What does this girl need another silver needle for? Has she already pinpointed the problem? Noting Tang Yu's thoughts, Jiang Xiaoye smiled slyly. I owe you my gratitude, dear brother Tang Yu. Were it not for your guidance, how would I have known? With precision, she thrust the silver needle into the outer knee point of the elder's calf. Upon insertion, a large patch of redness suddenly appeared on Mr. Wang's leg. Jiang Xiaoye swiftly applied several more needles, and soon, the bruised blood began to flow out from the elder's calf. Towelettes, Jiang Xiaoye extended her hand. Tang Yu hurriedly handed her a towel, which she used to help the old gentleman wipe away the bruises. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoye's actions, Ye Chen stood frozen in disbelief. Could it be that the fool was himself? This woman should not have been able to discern such a concealed ailment. If her medical skills were truly so extraordinary, she should have resolved the issue in one fell swoop. This was utterly illogical. He found himself genuinely perplexed as to how events had unfolded this way. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man behind him, observing that 3 minutes had elapsed, darkened his expression and addressed him. Esteemed Dr. Yi, the 3 minutes have elapsed. Is it not time for you to honor your commitment? Ye Chen felt an acute embarrassment wash over him. Today he had intended to play the role of a master, conquering the Wang family while simultaneously winning over beautiful women. Now, he found himself in a most awkward predicament. As a Dragon King, he had never bowed his head to anyone in his lifetime. The notion of kneeling to apologize was utterly out of the question. However, a thought crossed his mind. Jiang Xiaoye would undoubtedly become his woman in the future. Lowering his head before his wife was something he could reluctantly accept. Thus, he feigned nonchalance and chuckled, "Ha! I did not expect to find such a true master in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Dr. Jiang. I must admit my oversight today. I apologize to you, Dr. Jiang." The 13 ghost needles truly live up to their reputation, and in my view, they rival my own Tai divine needle. With that, he extended a hand, and a silver needle began to float above his palm, showcasing the supreme mastery of the Tai divine needle technique. Upon witnessing this display, the members of the Wang family were filled with awe. "Ah, it has begun. A swift change of topic, I see. Yet, Xiaoye is indeed captivated by medicine. Once he demonstrates the Tai divine needle, she will likely become curious. Indeed, it is no surprise that you, Dragon King, excel at charming women." Tang Yu's teasing voice rang out. Jiang Xiaoye's face flashed with irritation. This man was attempting to woo her? She had already heard her brother, Tang Yu, speak endlessly about her supposed fondness for this Ye Chen and how she might become part of his harem. At this moment, however, her impression of Ye Chen was utterly abysmal. Possessing medical skills without the virtue of a healer, treating patients while gambling on their ailments. Such a person was nothing but refuse. How could he deem himself worthy of pursuing her? She feigned astonishment. "How impressive. Surely you will keep your word. Yes? You were going to kneel and apologize, were you not?" Tang Yu, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly found himself dumbfounded. "What on earth, Xiaoye? Is this some bizarre maneuver? He has just showcased the Tai divine needle. Should you not engage in a discussion of medical techniques to foster a bond?" Ye Chen's heart burned with fury at this moment. Overwhelmed by emotion, the silver needle in his hand warped under the strain of his internal energy. How dare a woman humiliate him so? Were it not for his interest in her and her family's connections, she would already be a lifeless corpse. At that moment, Wang Rulong stepped in to mediate, saying, "Ha, that was merely a jest. Let us not take it to heart. Both of you are esteemed healers, and it is only fitting that you engage in mutual learning. Indeed, a bit of banter need not be taken seriously." The previously tense middle-aged man had noticeably relaxed, stepping forth to mediate the situation. They had just witnessed that this arrogant young man indeed possessed a modicum of genuine skill. By extending a gesture of goodwill, it would be easier to seek his assistance in the future if the need arose. Ye Chen's expression softened slightly, and he smiled, acknowledging that his earlier words had been said in haste. "However, I must admit I was somewhat offensive today. If Miss Jiang does not mind, I would like to invite you to dinner this evening as a means of making amends." "Ha ha, a man of his word, truly the Dragon King, as expected of you," came the banter. "Had it been a villain who lost a bet, it would hardly matter. Being beaten by you would be a light punishment. Failing to woo a lady, yet devising another scheme, you are nothing short of a crafty teddy bear, a walking pile driver. Very impressive." Tang Yu interjected, rolling her eyes as her internal mockery reached its peak. "I do mind," Jiang Xiaoye retorted with a cold huff, decisively rejecting the offer. Having listened to her brother's incessant murmurs, she had already discerned the true nature of this individual. Ye Chen felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, but fortunately, at that moment, someone entered, disrupting the awkward atmosphere. Wang Yue stepped through the door, her gaze imbued with a hint of frostiness. Chapter 11. Your smile is quite distasteful. Upon the arrival of Wang Yue, Ye Chen's fury subsided in an instant, replaced by a peculiar desire. He had encountered numerous beauties, yet none could don a cheongsam as exquisitely as Wang Yue. Truly, she was the woman he had set his sights on. It would not be long before he would claim both her and the Wang family for himself. As Wang Yue cast her gaze in his direction, he promptly unveiled his signature charming smile. This was his ultimate weapon for enticing women, perfected through countless rehearsals before the mirror. His smile radiated a rogue allure, perfectly balanced with an air of coldness that sparked curiosity within women. Seriously, can you not manage a normal smile? Is it so hard for you to keep your mouth straight? I may not be able to defeat you, but if I could, I would tape your mouth shut. This utterly foolish author, I'm truly baffled. How can such a smile possibly attract a woman? Tang Yu, witnessing the smile, could not help but mentally ridicule him. Jiang Xiao, upon hearing his thoughts, struggled to suppress her laughter, keeping her head lowered. Wang Yue also perceived Tang Yu's inner musings. yet she was in no mood to laugh. After a brief return to the company, she had immediately paused the project and mobilized all resources of the Wang family to commence an investigation. Her findings confirmed Tang Yu's words. Her cousin Wang Rulong's renewable energy project was indeed a trap. Further investigation was necessary, as insufficient evidence would only alert the snake in the grass. She approached the bedside and grasped the hand of the elderly Mr. Wang, inquiring with concern, "Grandfather, are you feeling any better?" "Much improved, though I feel a bit drowsy," he replied, his speech becoming increasingly coherent, albeit with a hint of frailty. "Then please rest well. We shall visit you again later," Wang Yue gently advised, adjusting the blanket around him. A group of people exited the small courtyard, leaving only the caregiver to tend to the elderly gentleman. "Oh dear, it's already 3 o'clock. I must return to my clinic." Jiang Xiaoya's phone alarm suddenly chimed. After glancing at her phone, she bid farewell to everyone in preparation to leave. "Safe travels, Dr. Jiang. Do visit us more often," the Wang family members cheerfully called out to her. Jiang Xiaoya nodded and, with a playful wink at Tang Yu, said, "Brother Tang, why don't you greet me?" Goodbye." Tang Yu responded with a forced smile, waving awkwardly. "Sigh, my dear sister, it's not that I don't wish to greet you. It's that I dare not. Ye Chen, that fool, considers you his woman. If I were to get too close, he would surely retaliate against me." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Jiang Xiaoya felt a wave of nausea. His woman? Ugh, how revolting. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was seething with displeasure, wishing he could strike Tang Yu down. How could the woman he cherished call him brother so intimately? Yet, he maintained an impassive demeanor and proactively greeted Jiang Xiaoya. "Dr. Jiang, in a few days. If it is convenient, I shall visit your residence. I have heard that the esteemed Dr. Jiang possesses extraordinary medical skills, and I wish to engage in some scholarly exchange." "Not convenient, unwelcome, and absolutely forbidden to come," Jiang Xiaoya retorted, her demeanor shifting instantly as she coldly huffed and turned away. The mere sight of him filled her with revulsion. Ye Chen felt a surge of pent-up frustration, a fierce impulse to retaliate. It was the first time in his life that he encountered such difficulty in courting a woman, yet he refrained from expressing his anger, for his pursuit had yet to conclude. Wang Yue was still present. He cast a glance at Wang Rulong, who promptly understood and approached Wang Yue with a smile. "Ah, sister, allow me to introduce a young talent. This is Dr. Ye Chen, whose medical prowess rivals that of Dr. Jiang." Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen restored his signature charming smile and approached Wang Yue, extending his hand. "Miss Wang, it is a pleasure to meet you." Wang Yue merely regarded him with a frigid stare, showing no inclination to reciprocate the handshake. With a tone devoid of warmth, she remarked, "Has no one ever told you something? What is it? Your smile is rather repulsive." Ye Chen's smile froze instantly, the atmosphere turning painfully awkward, leaving him questioning his own existence. Repulsive? That critique struck at the very core of his pride, as his charm was his most prized asset, his secret weapon in the art of seduction. Unable to contain herself, Tang Yu burst into laughter. At last, someone voiced what she had been thinking. Ye Chen swiftly turned to glare at her, his eyes brimming with malice. "What are you laughing at?" He gritted through clenched teeth. I just recalled something amusing," Tang Yu stammered, feeling a tightening in her chest under his fierce gaze, mentally cursing herself. "Why are you glaring at me? I didn't insult you. Besides, your smile is indeed unappealing. Can't you see that in the mirror? What is your attitude?" Someone from the Wang family interjected. "Why are you being so hostile towards young Master Tang? Honestly, have some decorum. Young Master Tang hasn't said anything to you. Having a bit of medical skill is nothing extraordinary. It would be best if such a person refrained from visiting our Wang family in the future." Several members of the Wang family, witnessing his menacing glare directed at Tang Yu, immediately voiced their discontent. Tang Yu felt deeply moved, almost on the verge of tears. "You all are too supportive of me. Please, refrain from defending me next time. If you keep it up, I might truly vanish." After being collectively ridiculed by the Wang family, Ye Chen's gaze towards Tang Yu grew increasingly resentful. The frustration he endured today was all tied to this insolent girl. However, recalling the purpose of his visit, he quickly concealed his murderous intent. "Miss Wang, I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us. I hope we can discuss it properly at another time. Ye Chen offered a polite smile and a nod to Wang Yue before striding away. Once Ye Chen departed, Wang Rulong's expression turned exceedingly awkward. Their plans for the day had not even begun to unfold, and now Ye Chen had managed to offend young Master Tang, leaving him in a state of discontent. I shall accompany Ye Chen, he said, eager to salvage the situation. He greeted his family briefly and hurriedly ran to catch up with Ye Chen, offering words of comfort. Ye brother, there was a slight mishap today. Please do not take it to heart. Ye Chen, with a darkened expression, inquired, forget about the so-called mishap. Does Wang Yue harbor any grievances against me? Being told to his face that his smile was repugnant had inflicted a psychological scar upon him. It had become increasingly difficult for him to display the confident, devilishly charming smile he once possessed. Could it be that these women were unfriendly towards him today solely because his smile was lacking? Was this approach simply ineffective in his homeland? Chapter 12. Once again, she trapped me what? Is my smile truly that repulsive? Wang Rulong pondered, utterly perplexed. Well, it's unique, I suppose, he responded delicately. Ye Chen nearly lost his composure and struck this scoundrel. With a cold glare, he interrogated Wang Rulong. What is the relationship between you and that brat named Tang? Our families are old friends. Young Master Tang is quite close to us, and he was my sister's ex-boyfriend. Wang Rulong hastily replied, ex-boyfriend? Upon hearing those words, a murderous intent surged in Ye Chen's eyes. The one thing he could not tolerate was the thought of his woman having shared intimacy with another man. What a scheming Tang Yu. You are deliberately opposing me, aren't you? The woman I desire, you refuse to relinquish. However, being a skilled physician, he could discern that Wang Yue was still a maiden, which somewhat alleviated his mood. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen spoke, let us not rush our plan. I will first deal with that brat, named Tang, to prevent him from disrupting our scheme. Indeed, Brother Yi is remarkably astute. Wang Rulong praised sincerely. With the Tang family's immense wealth at stake, should they extend their assistance to resolve the Wang family's difficulties, their plans would be rendered futile. What do you intend to do, Brother Yi? Wang Rulong inquired curiously. You will know once the Tang family falls, Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, unwilling to elaborate further. After departing from the Wang residence, he stood by the roadside and dialed a number on his phone. When the call connected, a sweet voice of a girl echoed through. Dragon King, what are your orders? Qin, how is the infiltration of the Tang group progressing? It has been successful. My current identity is that of the general manager's secretary. Excellent. I grant you a week to procure the items I require. In a month, I want the Tang family eradicated from Su and Hang. At that moment, Tang Yu, still at the Wang residence, suddenly sneezed. Damn it, who is talking about me? He rubbed his nose and pondered inwardly. System, where's my reward for completing the plot? Ding. The host has successfully survived the second segment of the plot. Reward, immunity to all toxins. This reward greatly satisfied Tang Yu. Immunity to toxins is indeed a remarkable asset. In urban fantasy tales, who among the protagonists does not wield poison, especially someone like Ye Chen, who possesses medical expertise? With this ability, his chances of surviving until the grand finale have increased. In a buoyant mood, Tang Yu was about to make his escape when Wang Yue blocked his path. Do you need something? Tang Yu asked, his expression instantly turning cold. Sister, why are you obstructing my way? I know you harbor feelings for me, but that is futile, for I am a man you will never possess. Your fate lies not with me, but with Ye Chen, understand? Though I am unsure why you find his smile repulsive today, you will inevitably become enamored with his 105-degree smile. Wang Yue's lips curled upward slightly. A man who is unattainable? I shall have him nonetheless. As for being infatuated with Ye Chen's smile, ugh, I would rather not. Is it impossible to have a conversation with you? Do you truly despise me, your former girlfriend? She spoke with a melancholic tone, her expression one of pitiable sorrow. Why ask questions you already know the answers to? Tang Yu retorted with a cold scoff. If I didn't loathe you, I would be asking for a beating, sister. I am merely a villain, and if a villain wishes to survive, he cannot compete with the protagonist for women. We are fated to be apart, do you understand? Spare me your unreasonable antics. You missed the chance to possess my body in the past, and now that opportunity has slipped away forever. Very well, I understand. I shall not force you. Wang Yue nodded, only to suddenly frown and point ahead. Ye Chen, who allowed you to return? Tang Yu instinctively turned her head, her eyes widening, fearing that Ye Chen had come to trouble her. Yet upon looking back, she found no one there. What the hell? Where is everyone? She muttered in frustration. Just as she turned her head back, her lips inadvertently brushing against Wang Yishue's face. Seizing the moment as Tang Yu turned, Wang Yishue had deliberately leaned in close. Thus, when Tang Yu turned around, her lips met Wang Yishue's cheek. In her hand, she held her phone, using the front camera to record the entire episode. Oh dear, Tang the young master, how could you be like this? After being kissed, Wang Yishue's face was a mixture of panic and a hint of shyness. She bit her lip and stepped back, quickly saving the video. Now, let's see how you escape this. Wait, you tricked me? Tang Yu was utterly dismayed. Seriously, are you even a heroine? Is this how one behaves? Do you think you're the landlord? I'm certainly not some foolish character. Recording a video? This is disastrous. If that idiot Ye Chen sees this, I might as well be finished. Though we may not have shared days together, we are still each other's first love. Surely. There's some bond, right? How could you deceive me like this? What deception have I employed? Do you truly believe that, as a girl, I would initiate such an advantage over you? Tang the young master, have some dignity. Wang Yishue feigned innocence with a sly smile. Delete the video. Name your price. Tang Yu said darkly, extending his hand. Fortunately, I am a wealthy villain now. At worst, I can resolve this with money. Just the right opportunity to make Wang Yishue feel like a mundane person who only speaks of wealth. Money? My family has plenty of that. It hardly seems necessary. Wang Yishue sighed, shaking her head. Seeing Tang Yu's gloomy expression made her want to laugh. However, upon hearing him repeatedly mention Ye Chen, her disdain for him grew. As a highly intelligent business prodigy, she had come to a profound realization after listening to Tang Yu's heartfelt confessions. The world she inhabited was a fictional one. According to the original plot, Tang Yu was the villain, while she was merely part of Ye Chen's harem. A harem? What a joke. She had already begun investigating Ye Chen's background. Given the chance, that man would not leave Suang alive. Enough of this nonsense. Delete the video. Or do not blame me for turning hostile, Tang Yu threatened, his expression darkening. What on earth do you want? You refuse the money. Is it my pure and unblemished body that you desire? I simply cannot comprehend what else might attract you, aside from my affluent background, my handsome appearance. Standing at 6 feet tall, with an exquisite physique and exceptional charm. Be wise and let me go swiftly. My family, the Tang clan, is the most distinguished in Suang, and our influence is well recognized. Do you understand? Then turn hostile if you must. Should you do so, I will share the video on my social media. Wang Yishue replied, shaking her phone with a playful grin. Is this entertaining to you? Do you genuinely believe I would refrain from striking a woman? Tang Yu feigned ferocity, clenching his fists and shaking them. Did you see that? A fist as large as a frying pan. For someone as adorable as you, a single punch would leave you in tears for quite some time. Hurry and delete the video. This is not an act befitting a heroine. Do you understand? Chapter 13 Elbow. Come inside with me, she commanded. Go ahead and hit me. I'm curious where you'll strike. Wang Yishue rolled her eyes. If I were to land a punch, I might very well cry for an eternity. Stop. What do you actually want? Just give me a straightforward answer, Tang Yu insisted, shaking her head vigorously, her tone heavy with concern. If this video gets out, he has truly finished. Have you ever seen a villain survive after kissing the male protagonist's harem? Minotaurs stand no chance against the pure love deity. Elbow, come inside with me. Wang Yishue had learned to manipulate Tang Yu, and she felt a surge of delight as she urged, gripping Tang Yu's arm. No, I absolutely refuse. Tang Yu shook her head desperately, every fiber of her being rebelling against the notion. Don't wait for me to get forceful. Elbow, come inside with me. Under Wang Yishue's persistent threats, Tang Yu reluctantly entered the room with her. Well, it's just entering a room. It's better than the video getting leaked. If she truly wants to cause trouble, I swear to defend my innocence. As a dignified villain, how could I allow the heroine to push me around? Hearing Tang Yu's mutterings, Wang Yishue laughed inwardly. This guy thinks too highly of himself. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, Wang Yue was undoubtedly a paragon of aristocratic elegance, flawless in every aspect. However, her room was another story. This was Tang Yu's first visit to her private chamber. The room was in disarray, items scattered haphazardly, with several articles of clothing tossed onto the bed and sofa. A fleeting glance revealed a pair of black panties. This woman's room is a disaster. Everything is carelessly tossed about, but this black silk is quite appealing. A cheongsam paired with black silk? I can definitely work with that. Ugh. And why are there fishnet stockings? I don't fancy those. White silk is far better. Why is your room in such disarray? Can't you tidy it up a bit? Tang Yu feigned a stern expression, his voice cold. He doubted his luck. Even the dog at home avoided him. Was it really that difficult to evoke a little animosity from a proud beauty? Isn't that exactly what I'm preparing for? Wang Yue replied with a charming smile, fixing her gaze intently on Tang Yu. Tang Yu was taken aback. You want me to clean your room? Hurry up. Others would jump at the chance to tidy up my space, and besides, you've helped me several times back in college. Wang Yue chuckled triumphantly, resembling a little fox that had cunningly snatched meat from a crow's beak. Just this once. Tang Yu scoffed, suppressing a smile as he pretended to assist with the tidying. It's just cleaning a room. It's certainly better than doing something else. But do stockings carry foot fungus? What if I catch something? I'll wash my hands thoroughly after we finish. Wang Yue, who had been eavesdropping with glee, suddenly darkened in expression. You're the one with foot fungus. She retorted, in the years since our breakup, aside from being Mu Yue's lapdog, have you interacted with any other girls? I am not merely a sycophant for Mu Yue. That is merely an act, a ruse to facilitate my interactions with other young ladies. To be candid, I currently have 4 girlfriends. Tang Yu is acutely aware that women detest fickle men, and without hesitation, she sullies her own reputation. Are you foolish? Do you find me repulsive? It's laughable. I've been so occupied playing the sycophant these past few years that I haven't even touched a girl's hand. Well, if you're upset, do feel free to dismiss me. Remember, a man like me, handsome and affluent, is unreliable. Is that so? I never imagined you to be such a philanderer. It seems I misjudged you. Wang Yue's expression shifted from overcast to radiant. You indeed misjudged me. My pursuit of you back then was merely for amusement, Tang Yu provocatively remarked while deftly folding blankets. All right, you may now express your anger. Hurry and send me away. Why bother to torment me? Oh, so what was it about me that you found amusing back then? Was it my gullibility? Tang Yu initiated her mockery. I found you attractive. Had you not been beautiful, charming, and well-proportioned at that time, who would have pursued you? Umph, you scoundrel. Wang Yue feigned displeasure. Yet her heart bubbled with joy. Words spoken may not convey truth, but her inner thoughts are undeniably sincere. The phrase scoundrel sent Tang Yu into ecstasy. This woman, indeed, could not resist him. He needed to devise a plan to provoke her further, to incite her anger and be sent away. He was inept at winning a woman's affection, but adept at inciting her disdain. This should be simple enough. His gaze fell upon a delightful piece of white lingerie. I shall play the role of the lecherous man. I refuse to believe you are not disgusted by me. Your taste leaves much to be desired. Perhaps I should personally assist you in selecting a few pieces? He provocatively suggested, turning to Wang Yue with a lascivious grin. Click! The sound of a camera shutter resonated sharply. Wang Yue sighed, holding her phone. Oh dear, I accidentally took a photo. I've just preserved the evidence of your misdeeds. What about the virtue of a young lady like me? Tang Yu was taken aback. What on earth? Why did you break the script? Why did you capture it on your phone? Isn't the normal plot to berate me as a pervert and tell me to leave? In just a few years, how have you become so cunning? Wake up. This isn't your character. What to do? My ex is harassing me. If this gets out, it will be difficult for me to face the world. Wang Yue sighed, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Tang Yu was dumbfounded. This was unequivocally not the trajectory of the original plot that Wang Yue would pursue. I was jesting. Please don't take it seriously. Tang Yu reluctantly set aside the lingerie, folding it neatly with the other clean clothes. Fine, I concede. I shall do nothing. I will simply lie low. Initially, I sought to evade Ye Chen. It seems that, apart from him, I must also find a way to avoid these female leads. Wang Yue cheerfully whistled twice. With these handles firmly in her grasp, wouldn't this fellow have to obediently heed her in the future? Don't even think of escaping. By the way, let us discuss something serious. Noticing that Tang Yu was nearly finished tidying up, Wang Yue smiled and said, I am considering investing in new energy recently. What are your thoughts? Tang Yu's eyes sparkled. Finally, she had caught on. Although Ye Chen might be foolish, that wouldn't stop her from playing matchmaker today. Indeed, I am the first antagonist to repay kindness with malice. The sooner you all fall in love, the sooner I can retire and enjoy life. New energy? An excellent business opportunity. The coming decade will undoubtedly see new energy reigning supreme in the commercial realm, and the government is vigorously supporting it. This is a trend that cannot be missed. He praised her with a thumbs up. Hurry up and delve into new energy. Believe in yourself. This project is bound to yield great profits, provided the partner is reliable. How amusing. Isn't it the Fowls company you're collaborating with? That company is simply a disaster. When the project falls apart, that's when Ye Chen will have to step in. I see. I understand now. The storyline remains intact. The conflict between Wang Yue and Ye Chen today serves as a foundation for emotional development. Once Ye Chen comes to Wang Yue's rescue, she will undoubtedly feel immense guilt, thus falling in love with him. Truly, you cunning author, was this all part of your scheme? Chapter 14. Something is missing. Wang Yue's eyes sparkled with a more intense mirth. She cheerfully remarked, Since you have such confidence, I shall invest in this project. However, I am still hesitating. My preferred partner at the moment is the French company Fars. I cannot shake the feeling that this company is somewhat untrustworthy. Perhaps you are overthinking it? I have had dealings with them, and they're exceptionally proficient in the field of renewable energy research. Collaborating with them will secure access to cutting-edge technology, which will undoubtedly lead to lucrative returns, Tang Yu replied earnestly. Is this foolish girl's intuition unusually sharp? Indeed, Fars has its issues, albeit concealed by Ye Chen. Their financial misconduct and tax evasion will only come to light in due time. As for their exaggerated claims regarding renewable energy technology, it is far from mature, with significant safety concerns. Essentially, they're nothing more than a fraudulent enterprise. Ye Chen is also quite malicious. He has invested billions to control this wretched company to ensnare the Wang family. Wang Yue was nearly unable to contain her laughter. She felt as though she had completely mastered Tang Yu's mannerisms, akin to possessing a remote control. Press a button, and he would respond, All right, since you're so certain, it seems there are no issues. I intend to delegate this project to Rulong. Do you believe he possesses the capability to handle it? She inquired, gazing at Tang Yu once more. Rulong is renowned in Su Hang for his intelligence. With his talents, he will undoubtedly excel, Tang Yu fervently praised, his heart racing with excitement. He is back. Everything has finally returned to normal. Entrusting this troublesome project to Wang Rulong is a sure bet. If he does not take it on, how will he obscure the project's issues? If memory serves, the vice president surnamed Li in your company is quite close with Wang Rulong. He is aware of the situation and has accepted a hefty bribe from Rulong to create a smokescreen. Wang Yue narrowed her eyes. Vice President Li? There is only one Vice President Li, named Li Deshen, who has been with the company for 30 years. His capability and loyalty have earned him the Wang family's trust. He has been a staunch advocate for this renewable energy project, discussing with me several times, asserting that it could sustain the Wang family's development for 20 years. Having organized the cosmetics on the table, Tang Yu's demeanor turned cold. Everything is in order now. Can I leave? Yes, indeed, you may go. Wang Yue replied with a cheerful smile. Tang Yu did not rush to depart. Instead, he glanced at her phone, implying, Aren't you going to delete the videos and photos? What are you looking at? The photos and videos have already been deleted. Do you think I would keep something that tarnishes my reputation? Wang Yue pouted in dissatisfaction. Yes, they must be deleted. I absolutely refuse to allow a beauty like you to have her reputation sullied because of a scoundrel like me. Tang Yu fervently nodded before turning on his heel and fleeing, finally escaping the clutches of Wang Yue. The first thing Tang Yu did upon returning to his car was to play music in celebration. The most exquisite flower of the grasslands, the fiery red sari lang. Tang Yu began to hum cheerfully, her spirits soaring with delight. After a grueling day, she had finally managed to steer the plot back on track. Thus, Wang Yue would undoubtedly follow the storyline to ultimately unite with Ye Chen. Although Jiang Xiaoya seemed a bit off, Ye Chen had already declared his intention to challenge her grandfather, suggesting that their narrative would commence from this point. As for Mu Yue, that woman was undeniably aligned with Ye Chen, truly deserving of the title of the foremost female lead. To safeguard Ye Chen, she was willing to feign a union with him. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yet, when compared to my own sagacious self, she fell somewhat short. My keen intellect has seen through it all. Once Ye Chen wins them over, wouldn't all misunderstandings with me dissolve? All right, the workday has concluded. It is time for the antagonists to return to their life. With a press of the accelerator, Tang Yu sped onto the road, eager to indulge in the lavish lifestyle of the affluent. At Donghai Group, in the CEO's office, Mu Yue was seated at her desk, reviewing a document. This pertained to a new real estate investment project requiring an estimated 100 billion, which was considered a moderate venture for the Su family. Her female secretary stood nearby, occasionally stealing glances at Mu Yue's breathtaking profile. As a beauty herself, she felt a twinge of inadequacy standing beside Mu Yue. Why is it that some women can be so flawless? Just like her name, Mu Yue. It's already 6. Aren't you planning to clock out? Mu Yue suddenly lifted her gaze to her secretary. Huh. The secretary, caught off guard, awkwardly smiled. I didn't hear the knock, so I thought it was still early. According to custom, every evening at 6, the young master of the Tang family would arrive to escort the CEO for dinner. For 3 consecutive years. As long as there were no holidays, the young master had always come. Of course, the CEO had never consented. Her offhand remark left Mu Yue feeling a bit wistful. She glanced at the office door. Indeed, according to custom, that man should have knocked by now. Usually, she found his persistent presence rather bothersome. Yet today, in his absence, she felt a peculiar sense of loss, as if something vital was lacking. CEO, I heard you and young Master Tang are engaged. Congratulations on finally being together. I shall take my leave now, her secretary said, packing her belongings with a smile. Mu Yue responded with a faint acknowledgement, instantly losing the desire to continue working, a heaviness settling in her heart. Engagement? What a farce. She was well aware of his true feelings. After 3 years of affection, he simply claimed indifference. It felt unjust. Of course, she understood she couldn't blame him, as she had indeed ignored him for 3 years. What is happening to me? Mu Yue rubbed her temples and departed the office with her bag in hand. Upon her departure, the remaining subordinates in the company greeted her in unison. Hello, President Su. You've worked hard, President Su. Are you off work now? I heard you were together with young Master Tang. Congratulations. As she encountered these fervent smiles, a sense of unease swelled within her. She was acutely aware that, behind closed doors, her colleagues harbored a deep-seated disdain for her, even bestowing upon her the nickname Iceberg. Weren't they weary of wearing such masks? Her thoughts drifted to Tang Yu. This individual, at the very least, allowed her to hear his true sentiments. In a world where everyone donned facades, he was akin to a soul laid bare. Chapter 15. The Joys of the Affluent Upon Returning to Her Maserati. Mu Yue hesitated for a considerable time, while clutching her phone, ultimately locating Tang Yu's WeChat. Are you free this evening? I would like to converse with you. Tang Yu, en route while driving, received Mu Yue's sudden message. He paused, bewildered by the content. What could Mu Yue want with me? After a moment of contemplation, he decisively pulled over to the side of the road to respond. Are we discussing the matter of the annulment? You should have mentioned it sooner. Let us promptly inform our respective families. Mu Yue replied with a series of ellipses, feeling quite exasperated. Who wants to talk to you about the annulment? Yet, she too was uncertain about what she truly wished to discuss with him. It was simply a desire to see him. What does your ellipsis mean? Are you laying an egg here? Tang Yu initially considered responding in such a manner, but deemed it excessively lowbrow. While he could afford to be disliked, there was no need to tarnish his own image. Well, she took a screenshot and shared it on her social media, mimicking Wang Yishue's audacious antics. Thus, he elevated his response to a level befitting 9 years of compulsory education. Speak plainly, or leave. We can revisit the annulment matter later. The thought of Mu Yue's indecision regarding the annulment vexed Tang Yu immensely. You pretended to protect him while pushing me into the fire pit. Is this how one behaves? Do you truly detest me so? Mu Yue felt her eyes welling with unshed tears, unable to accept the stark contrast in his demeanor compared to before. Isn't that obvious? Who asked you to place me in such a predicament? I detest being used as a shield. Enough. I have plans to go drinking with a few friends. If you wish to annul, just say it. I'll reach out through a message in a bottle. Tang Yu quickly replied a few times, then chuckled while holding his phone. Given her current attitude, how could he possibly continue the charade? He needed to lay all cards on the table and allow her to fulfill her role as the female lead. In summary, the advantage lay with him. You scoundrel. I refuse to annul. I intend to marry into the Tang family. Just wait. Suddenly, another message appeared in the WeChat chat box. Tang Yu, startled, nearly dropped his phone. Is she serious? Are you out of your mind? He hastily sent a response, only to be met with a red exclamation mark. This nearly caused Tang Yu to choke with frustration. In the original storyline, Mu Yue indeed possessed a stubborn character. Once she set her mind to something, it would not waver. Yet, shouldn't this stubbornness be directed towards Ye Chen instead? This is a disaster. Is she truly losing her mind? Tang Yu's face paled. After having felt that his plan was nearing fruition, Mu Yue's actions rendered him utterly bewildered. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to send a few more messages to persuade Mu Yue, suggesting that his previous demeanor was inappropriate and that she should graciously forgive him. Yet, every message met with a red exclamation mark. This woman had genuinely blocked him. Damn, I've gone too far. She is clearly not one to respond to pressure. Don't most women prefer a firmer approach? Tang Yu lamented, feeling powerless. Why must it be so arduous to navigate an annulment? If you were to marry her, would Ye Chen not bring people to obliterate the Tang family? At that moment, WeChat lit up once more. Tang Yu widened his eyes and noticed the message was from Qin Ming. This Qin Ming was not the forensic expert, but rather the young heir of the Qin family, one of the 4 prominent families of Suan. In the original storyline, he and Tang Yu were referred to as the 4 young masters of Suan, with Qin Ming being Tang Yu's loyal little brother and sidekick. Typically, characters in popular novels referred to as ex-city's ex-young master often meet tragic fates at the hands of the male lead, and Qin Ming was no exception. Both he and Tang Yu, the unfortunate pair, faced grim endings. Tang Yu was reduced to a vegetative state before his demise, while Qin Ming, albeit slightly better off, was poisoned to death by Ye Chen. Damn, big brother, what have you been up to lately? Upon seeing Qin Ming's message, Tang Yu suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Indeed, why not seek help from outside? After all, he was the villain. He should exploit his advantages to overcome difficulties. While pondering, he typed, "Where are you? I'm coming to hang out. I'm at the Galaxy. Can you come? If not, should I wait for you somewhere else?" The Galaxy mentioned by Qin Ming was a large entertainment venue, a place teeming with various amusements, albeit rather chaotic, frequented by many second-generation rich heirs. The original Tang Yu, as a devoted sycophant, would have never set foot in such a place. But now, Tang Yu couldn't care less. After all, it was a rare opportunity to enjoy life as a high-class gentleman. To miss out would be sheer folly. Wait for me. Soon, Tang Yu drove his car to the entrance of the Galaxy Entertainment Club. As the silver Lamborghini Poison approached, numerous passers-by stared in awe. Several live streamers at the entrance immediately aimed their cameras at the striking sports car. Whoa, isn't that the Poison? I heard there are only 2 in the country. Which rich heir is driving such a flashy car? Damn, when will I be reborn into a wealthy family like that? You could be reborn as their dog. The streamers marveled, speculating about the identity of the car's owner. A pure-looking yet provocatively dressed female internet celebrity proactively approached, as one typically visits such places to attract wealthy suitors. When Tang Yu opened the car door and stepped out, several onlooking girls gasped in surprise. They had not expected the owner to be a young and handsome man. In terms of appearance, he bore some resemblance to the once famous Jiao and Juan, but his aura was even more distinguished. Oh my, isn't that the young master of the Tang family? I recognize him. Their family has been worth trillions for quite some time, right? This must be his first visit to such a place. I can't believe it. I need to strike up a conversation. Quickly, several girls could no longer contain their excitement and approached him. the leading internet celebrity, unwilling to let these vixen-like girls steal her spotlight, sneered inwardly and quickened her pace toward Tang Yu. Just as the two were a meter apart, she suddenly lost her balance and fell onto Tang Yu. "Are you all right?" Tang Yu instinctively reached out to steady her. "I am well, my apologies, Tang Xiao. I nearly bumped into you." The female internet celebrity apologized with a pitiful expression, wishing she could squeeze her body closer to Tang Yu. "Indeed, proximity is preferable. It's nothing. Just be careful," Tang Yu replied with a smile, shaking his head. Upon his smile, several girls around him found themselves unable to contain their admiration for his handsomeness. Oh, it wasn't merely his wealth. They simply found him exceptionally attractive. Just as the female internet celebrity intended to continue the conversation, other girls had already gathered around. "Hello, Tang Xiao, I am Wei Wei. Are you here for leisure? Could we exchange WeChat? Tang Xiao? Tang Xiao." They all pulled out their phones, eager to secure Tang Yu's contact information, with one female streamer deliberately adjusting her skirt to flaunt her assets. To make matters worse, an unknown girl was discreetly pinching Tang Yu's backside. The surrounding onlookers were filled with envy. "Damn, he is so wealthy and exceptionally handsome. Is there no room left for others?" Tang Yu silently echoed their sentiments, astonished. This was a treatment he had never experienced before. Is this the joy of being a tall, rich, and handsome man? It turns out that wealth and good looks can incite such boldness from women. The roles he previously played, those of villains, gangsters from the underworld, doormen, or personal bodyguards, none had assets exceeding $1 million. Chapter 16. They're all good girls as Tang Yu was encircled by a group of women. A young man standing at the entrance of the Xinghe Club glanced over. "What a surprise. Isn't that my elder brother?" Recognizing Tang Yu, the young man hurriedly approached. Surrounded by the women, Tang Yu felt as if he had entered a kingdom of daughters. The throng made it difficult for the young man to reach him. "Could you please make some room?" he pleaded, his voice rising above the chatter. Upon hearing his call, the women turned their gaze toward him, their faces lighting up with delight. "Oh my, isn't that young Master Qin? He has arrived." They eagerly greeted Qin Ming, their demeanor equally warm. Who the county chief was held no significance to them. Their sole aspiration was to become the county chief's wife. "All right, my dear girls, please don't cling to my brother any longer. It's his first visit here, and your exuberance might frighten him," Qin Ming exclaimed with a chuckle. At last, the women reluctantly parted to create a pathway. Qin Ming grasped Tang Yu's arm and led him out from the crowd of women, a cheerful smile gracing his face. "Elder brother, how do you find this place on your first visit?" "Quite pleasant. They're all good girls," Tang Yu complimented. Although they smoked, drank, tattooed, danced, and spent nights away from home, they were indeed good girls. "As long as they don't aspire to marry me, it's all good." "Exactly, all good girls." Qin Ming laughed heartily. "Shall we find a quiet spot to sit and chat? We can talk inside too," Tang Yu suggested, gesturing toward the club. "The purpose of coming here is to save her life. Who knows when the antagonist will come, whether it be tomorrow or when the Dragon King arrives. We should enjoy ourselves while we can." "Are you serious, elder brother?" Qin Ming reached out to touch Tang Yu's forehead, incredulous. His elder brother had never frequented such establishments before. "Why dawdle? Let us go inside," Tang Yu declared, striding into the club. Today, he intended to revel in the moment. Not even Jesus could deter him. "Something is definitely amiss with my elder brother," Qin Ming remarked, worry etched on his face as he followed closely behind. Even though the sun had not yet set, the Xinghe Club was already abuzz with activity. The dance floor was alive with men and women swaying their bodies, releasing their pent-up energy, while a few alluringly dressed women danced passionately to the deafening music. Qin Ming led Tang Yu to the prime position on the elevated platform, his exclusive seat. No sooner had he taken his seat than drinks were promptly brought to him. Several beautiful women accompanied the drinks, yet Qin Ming waved them off, urging them to enjoy themselves elsewhere. He was preoccupied with his elder brother's well-being and had no interest in their company. After pouring a drink for Tang Yu, he expressed his concern. "Elder brother, you seem a bit off today." "What do you mean by off?" Tang Yu inquired. "You've never been to places like this before." "People change," Tang Yu replied, clinking glasses with Qin Ming. After taking a generous sip, Qin Ming pondered aloud. "But elder brother, didn't Yu just get engaged to Mu Yue? If she finds out you're here, Won't those 3 years of effort be in vain? Indeed, that is precisely what I came to discuss with you. Tang Yu hastily set down his wine glass and opened his WeChat to show Qin Ming a glimpse of their chat history. After reading it, Qin Ming felt as if his mind was buzzing. Could it truly be that his older brother had the audacity to speak to Mu Yue in such a manner? By all means, he thought, at last, my brother has ceased to be a sycophant. Honestly, had it not been for our unbreakable bond, I would have severed ties with you long ago. Once he regained his composure, Qin Ming was filled with excitement. He poured another glass for Tang Yu, insisting they toast to this momentous occasion. They had been close friends for many years, having attended the same prestigious school. In the second year of junior high, during an outing, Qin Ming accidentally fell into a river. While the others merely watched, it was only Tang Yu who jumped in to save him. This act of camaraderie forged an unbreakable brotherhood, and Qin Ming resolutely acknowledged Tang Yu as his elder brother. However, for the past 3 years, Tang Yu had been relentlessly submissive in his affections, which had unfortunately tarnished his reputation within their circle. It was common knowledge that sycophants never prosper. As a wealthy and handsome individual, engaging in such behavior was akin to burying oneself in humiliation. Tang Yu could not help but slap the back of Qin Ming's head, exclaiming irritably, "What kind of mindset does she possess? After 3 years of devotion, she suddenly adopts this attitude. It's a matter of worthlessness. People only learn to cherish what they have once it's lost," Qin Ming retorted disdainfully. Yet, Tang Yu felt there was something amiss. After all, she was the female lead. How could she possibly find affection for a villain? There had to be a conspiracy at play. So tell me, how can I prevent her from bothering me? Tang Yu asked Qin Ming, seeking his guidance. This fellow, having achieved remarkable feats at just 17, had become renowned in the nightlife scene by 20. He likely could not even recount all his conquests. The life of the affluent was, in truth, rather mundane and unadorned. It's simple. Just emulate my persona of being utterly despicable, Qin Ming replied proudly. Once, he had not been so debased. He had harbored romantic ideals until the age of 17, when he overheard his father discussing a marriage alliance with an elder, intending to arrange a betrothal upon reaching maturity. In prestigious families, social standing was of utmost importance. Upon learning that his betrothed was a hefty heiress, he matured overnight. To thwart the union, he became the most notorious prince of the nightlife in Suhang, ultimately causing the arrangement to fall through. Indeed, Tang Yu exclaimed, awakening to clarity. The sage had spoken truthfully. If I am to embody a repugnant character, women shall surely keep their distance. He gazed at Qin Ming with admiration, recognizing him as a true brother and a perfect candidate for villainy. To survive, mere discretion would not suffice. The antagonists in those tales are despised by the heroines precisely because of their duplicitous nature. His portrayal as a villain was evidently insufficiently odious. It was merely a narrative device to enhance his sycophantic attributes. Come, my good brother, let us toast. From this day forth, we shall be the unrivaled duo of the Star River Club. Tang Yu raised his glass, clinking it with Qin Ming's in celebration. Indeed, my friend, your words resonate deeply. From this moment onwards, we shall reside here. Qin Ming chuckled heartily, his gaze already assessing the potential quarry of the night. Having engaged in this pastime for so long, he had never encountered failure. Although certain online fairies claimed that their visits to such establishments were for relaxation. Who would believe such nonsense? Relaxation? What decent person would seek solace in such a venue? Would you trust a man who claims to visit a women's bathhouse merely to wash his hands? Yet, as he surveyed the room, he was met with a sea of familiar faces, rendering the evening somewhat lackluster. Brother, it appears that tonight we are surrounded by acquaintances. Shall we make do? Qin Ming remarked with a grin. It felt remiss not to provide his friend with a couple of exquisite companions on his inaugural visit. Very well, you decide. Tang Yu note that it was merely a frivolous encounter, and he harbored no lofty expectations. Qin Ming promptly set about his arrangements, and soon enough, 7 or 8 beautiful ladies of varying allure approached, each possessing a charm rated around 75. As they stood in a line, bags in hand, Tang Yu nearly succumbed to inappropriate thoughts. You 4, accompany my brother. It's his first time here, so please be gentle. Qi Ming selected for the girls, who immediately giggled and flocked to Tang Yu, settling around him. "Young Master Tang, may we pour you a drink?" One inquired. "Young Master, you must work out frequently. Your arm muscles are impressively firm. I also exercise regularly. Would you like to feel my abs?" Another chimed in. "What type of girl do you fancy, young master?" The girl seemed eager to nestle on Tang Yu's lap, showering him with unrestrained attentiveness. Chapter 17. I just want to get them home, by the way, elder brother. Aren't you looking to irritate Mu Yue? How about I help you shoot a short video to send out? I guarantee it will infuriate her. Qi Ming, who had harbored resentment towards Mu Yue for quite some time, offered his scheming advice. "Hiss, you're truly a genius." Tang Yu felt that his experience in villainy was still lacking. Tarnishing one's reputation was clearly more in his younger brother's expertise. "All right, quickly strike a pose. Elder brother, embrace the beauties on both sides and ensure the ladies are animated in their expressions. And remember to synchronize your lines." Qi Ming began directing, capturing a brief 10-second video with his phone. Once finished, he handed the device to Tang Yu. "Elder brother, do you find it satisfactory? If not, I can create something even more sensational, perhaps a hotel scene." "No." Tang Yu quickly shook his head. He merely wished to sully his reputation a bit, to make Mu Yue and her companions disdain him, rather than become a pariah. He intended to endure this phase and then relish life. After watching the short video twice, Tang Yu felt quite pleased. In the clip, he appeared as a lustful fiend, and the several beauties were quite cooperative, creating an atmosphere suggestive of a group gaming session that evening. "Very well, let us proceed with posting it." Tang Yu returned the phone to Qi Ming, acknowledging him as a true friend. Qi Ming grinned broadly and promptly uploaded the video using his own account. With over 6 million followers, his account was popular due to frequent posts showcasing wealth and occasional lucrative giveaways. Among his followers was Mu Yue, as they were all from prominent families and regularly interacted with one another. "Today, my good brother is visiting Xinghe. Good looks naturally attract attention." After crafting an enticing title, the video was successfully uploaded and reviewed within minutes. Soon, the likes and comments surged wildly. "Xinghe, who is this handsome guy? Can I get to know him? Wow, he is really handsome, but he looks somewhat familiar. Is he a newcomer in the entertainment industry? I'm all for this brother." To ensure Mu Yue would see the video, Qi Ming even tagged her. He had long harbored disdain for this woman, who constantly flaunted her superiority, causing his elder brother to lose face in their circle. At that moment, Mu Yue was at home, trying to rest. Her eyes were still slightly red from having cried in the car for quite some time earlier, feeling utterly enraged. After scrolling through short videos for a while, her mood improved slightly. As she continued browsing, her phone suddenly alerted her, indicating that Qi Ming had tagged her. "What does he want from me?" Mu Yue pondered, as their acquaintance was merely superficial, lacking any depth. She tapped on the notification, and the short video automatically transitioned to Qi Ming's newly posted content. Upon seeing Tang Yu in the video, embracing several beauties and laughing heartily, her expression darkened instantly. "Brother, with so many girls around you, does that not make you a scoundrel?" "A scoundrel? Not at all. I merely wish to provide a home for all the girls in the world." Upon hearing Tang Yu's voice in the video, a wave of desolation and grievance surged within her heart, causing tears to stream down her face once more. It felt as though she had lost something significant, only to realize its importance in its absence. After weeping for a while, she suddenly sensed something amiss. This fellow had never indulged in such debauchery before. He had intentionally gone out to have fun and even had Qi Ming record a short video for him. Something was definitely off. She wiped her tears and pondered, rushing to the mirror to touch up her makeup. She needed to personally visit the Star River Club to uncover his true intentions. After all, she could hear his innermost thoughts. Nothing could be concealed from her. Once her makeup was perfected, she dialed Tang Yu's number. "Tang Xiao, your phone is ringing." The girl sitting next to Tang Yu noticed his phone lighting up and promptly handed it to him. "Thank you." Tang Yu reached out to pinch the girl's cheek, but ended up smudging her makeup instead. Ignoring it, he quickly took the phone. "Mu Yue?" Seeing her name on the screen brought a smile to his face. As expected, everything was proceeding according to plan. She was likely coming to confront him. With a delightful tone, he answered, "Hello? What do you mean by that? Do you dislike me so much?" Mu Yue's voice on the other end was tinged with grievance. Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you. It's too noisy here. Are you calling off the engagement? All right, let's schedule a time for tomorrow. I know you can hear me. Just wait. I'm coming to find you. With that, Mu Yue hung up. Tang Yu's brow furrowed in confusion. This woman, has she lost her mind? With her proud nature. She should have berated me and then come to annul the engagement tomorrow. Then he suddenly realized it must be to protect Ye Chen that she felt compelled to continue the act. A full performance, indeed. This woman is quite cunning. Thankfully, I have already sensed it. What's up, brother? Did Mu Yue call? Qin Ming inquired from the side. Yes, she said she would come to find me. Let's give her a piece of our minds. Tang Yu chuckled. Tonight, if we could just drive Mu Yue away, everything will go smoothly. Qin Ming joined in the laughter before suddenly slapping his thigh. Damn, brother, I almost forgot something important. What important matter? I have a date with a beautiful lady tonight. She is definitely a gem, at least on par with Mu Yue. After saying this, Qin Ming glanced at several girls and added, Ladies, you can enjoy yourselves. Just put the expenses on my tab. My brother and I have important business to attend to. The girls' eyes sparkled with excitement, and they eagerly agreed, grabbing their bags and leaving. Once the girls had cleared out, Qin Ming chuckled mischievously. My dear brother, I must admit, this time I'm truly parting with great reluctance. Soon, I shall summon that enchanting lady to keep you company. When the moment arrives, embrace her and watch as Mu Yue seethes with jealousy. Is it truly that exaggerated? She is of the same caliber as Mu Yue. Tang Yu, however, harbored some doubt. Indeed, there are many beauties in Suhang, yet only a handful could be compared to Mu Yue. Nonetheless, the arrival of a genuine beauty would surely provoke Mu Yue further. The girls who were by his side just moments ago, while lovely in their own right, paled in comparison to Mu Yue, rendering them unsuitable for the ruse he intended to play. You will soon find out. Qin Ming smiled mysteriously and began to contact the individual. Tang Yu felt a flicker of anticipation. He chuckled to himself, for as the antagonist, he could never indulge in the company of the leading ladies. He would rather remain single for eternity. Even if he were to leap from this very place, he would never align himself with the leading ladies. However, when it came to other beauties, he still had a chance. After a brief wait of around 10 minutes, a graceful figure appeared in the distance, carrying a bag. Greetings, young Master Qin. The woman smiled as she approached Qin Ming. Finally, my sister Ling Han has arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is my esteemed brother, Tang Yu. Qin Ming quickly introduced Tang Yu with a smile. Chapter 18. Do you desire this blessing? Tang Yu glanced up at the woman, instantly agreeing with Qin Ming's assessment in his mind. In terms of appearance, she was certainly not inferior to Mu Yue, the most beautiful woman in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Moreover, her demeanor exuded an alluring charm, as if she were born with an enchanting allure. Her attire was equally provocative. She wore a semi-transparent white blouse that hinted at her figure in the most enticing manner. The black leather skirt she donned accentuated her voluptuous form, and her long, fair legs captivated the gaze of onlookers. Upon noticing Tang Yu, her sparkling, doe-like eyes revealed a flicker of surprise. She promptly sat beside him, extending her hand. Young Master Tang, you are quite handsome. I am Ling Han, and it is a pleasure to meet you. I'm even more delighted to meet a stunning beauty like Miss Ling, Tang Yu replied with a smile, taking her icy, jade-like hand. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. What the hell? Is this not the jade-faced fox? Did that scoundrel Ye Chen move this swiftly to arrange her presence here? No, her target should be Qin Ming, not me. At this moment, Tang Yu's mind was in a state of profound shock. Simultaneously, Ling Han, who was shaking his hand, was equally taken aback. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, she nearly believed her true identity had been exposed. Indeed, she was one of the pawns dispatched by Ye Chen, an elite of the Dragon Soul organization. What is going on with this fellow? Is he speaking to me through ventriloquism? No, this is certainly not ventriloquism. A glimmer of astonishment crossed Ling Han's eyes. As a top-tier assassin, she possessed a plethora of skills, ventriloquism being one of her specialties. Yet this man before her did not appear to be capable of such a trick. Noticing the two of them holding hands for an extended period, Qin Ming felt a tinge of envy. A true brother indeed. He was undeniably handsome, and women were irresistibly drawn to him. Just a handshake had escalated to such a degree. Would the night not be filled with fiery encounters? Regaining her composure, Ling Han smiled at Tang Yu and remarked, "Young Master Tang, I must say, your skin is exceptionally well cared for. Your hands are even fairer than mine." "Oh, really?" Tang Yu replied awkwardly, hastily releasing Ling Han's hand, feeling a bit flustered. He cast a glance at Qin Ming, who was grinning proudly and giving him a thumbs up, silently mouthing, "How about it, brother? Isn't this camaraderie splendid?" "What camaraderie, you scoundrel? This is an assassin. Her target is you, and you have pushed her toward me. I regarded you as a brother, yet you act so treacherously." After hearing Tang Yu's inner voice again, Ling Han was now certain. This was not ventriloquism. She had genuinely heard his thoughts. She marveled internally. Having been an assassin for so many years, she had encountered countless situations, yet this was a first. "Stay calm. Do not act rashly." Ling Han took a deep breath. Although her identity had been revealed, she was confident in her ability to escape effortlessly. For now, she would remain and observe further. "This fellow is also a target of the Dragon King. Come, let me introduce you to a new friend. We should indulge in a few drinks." At this moment, Qin Ming, this good brother, stepped in as a lubricant, assisting the two in pouring wine. Shouldn't we help the big brother intoxicate this woman? Cheers! Tang Yu lifted his glass, a somewhat forced smile on his face, as the three clinked their cups together. He cast a glance at the alluring visage of the jade-faced vixen, now only wishing to make a hasty retreat. What is more perilous than the female lead? Naturally, it is the killers under the protagonist's command. Instinctively, he shifted his body aside, creating some distance in search of a semblance of safety. He had intended to bide his time, but here he was, right under the enemy's muzzle. "What's the matter, Tang Xiao? Are you feeling unwell?" Noticing Tang Yu's movements, Ling Han inquired with a smile. "Sitting for too long has made my backside a bit sore," Tang Yu replied with a hearty laugh. "Don't come any closer. One must not forget their original intentions. What is your goal? Is it to have no cavities?" "Certainly not. Your aim is our Qin Ming, the illustrious young Master Qin." "Yes, go chat him up, understand? Dead friends don't hinder the Taoist. Rest assured, brother. The big brother will remind you later to flee abroad and will not abandon you in your time of need." Ling Han's lips twitched. Was this fellow actually quite loyal? However, how did he know about the organization's plans? Ling Han grew increasingly curious about him. According to the organization's dossier, he was merely a love-struck, rich heir. It seemed that perhaps he was not so simple after all. "Not to worry. If you're uncomfortable, I can give Tang Xiao a massage. My expertise lies in medicine." She extended her hand and placed it on Tang Yu's thigh with a smile. "Wow, big brother has quite the fortune. Ling Han has never been this kind to me." Qin Ming chimed in, stirring the pot. "Cut the nonsense. Would you even accept such luck?" Tang Yu replied with an awkward chuckle. "Miss Ling is indeed perceptive, but it seems my discomfort has vanished. As long as you're feeling better, come, let us continue drinking and chatting," Ling Han said, raising her glass with a smile. Tang Yu nodded, swiftly contemplating his strategy. According to the original plot, Ye Chen's ambitious return to the country had one primary target: to conquer the four prominent families of Su and Hang. The four families wielded immense influence in Su and Hang. Once he controlled these families, Ye Chen would have the final say in the region, becoming its uncrowned king. To dominate the four families, he would not only have to charm women, but also eliminate each stumbling block one by one. As the male heir of the Qin family, Qin Ming represented one such obstacle. Thus, he had dispatched several elite operatives. The jade-faced vixen, Ling Han, was tasked with dealing with the Qin family. After getting close to Qin Ming, she would use her beauty to manipulate him and then seduce another young master. Ultimately, when conflict arose between the two, Qin Ming would be poisoned to death by the jade-faced vixen. The Qin family would suspect the other young master, leading to a clash between the two families, while Ye Chen reaped the benefits in the background. Recalling the plot in detail, Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief. "I remember now. The regulations of the Dragon Soul organization are quite strict, and tasks cannot be altered at will. The woman and I were merely engaging in a fleeting charade. Her true intentions lay with Qin Ming and another unfortunate soul. Given this, I felt no urgency content to play my part well, allowing her to find me repugnant enough to distance herself. Upon hearing this, Ling Han furrowed her brow slightly. This individual seemed remarkably knowledgeable about the Dragon Soul organization, which is renowned for its immense power and profound secrecy. Outsiders are utterly oblivious to the internal regulations of such an organization. This rich heir named Tang is certainly not an ordinary character. Once he adjusted his mindset, Tang Yu slyly shifted closer to Ling Han, leering as he spoke. "Miss Ling, you are quite the beauty. I wonder if you have a boyfriend." Chapter 19. All our performers is Tang. Xiao going to introduce me? Ling Han inquired with a playful smile. She leaned closer to Tang Yu, casting him flirtatious glances. Seeking to distance herself? Not a chance. She was determined to discover just how much this fellow knew about their organization. This is unorthodox. If your target is Qin Ming, shouldn't you be stealing glances at him right now? Could it be that she knows Qin Ming has a penchant for the leading role and is deliberately putting on a show for him? Well, let the performance unfold. Life is but a stage, and it's all about the acting. I might as well use this to deal with that foolish woman, Mu Yue. Tang Yu quickly calculated in his mind. With a mischievous grin, he wrapped his arm around Ling Han. "What hobbies do you have, Miss Ling? I'd like to see if I know anyone who shares your interests." "Hobbies? I adore dancing and music. What about you, Tang Xiao?" She replied, "Well, we are quite similar. I enjoy listening to music and watching films unsuitable for children." Tang Yu stated with a straight face. Qin Ming, who was sipping his drink, ended up spitting it all out. "Brother, your skills in wooing women are on par with those of caveman." Feigning shyness, Ling Han retorted, "Tang Xiao, you're so annoying." "Just kidding. Don't take it seriously." Tang Yu burst into hearty laughter. I knew Tang Xiao could never be that kind of person. Indeed, how could someone like me possibly enjoy music? Both Ling Han and Qin Ming felt a chill run down their spines. "Tang Xiao, you have quite the sense of humor." Ling Han couldn't help but compliment him, snuggling closer into his embrace. Spare me this act. I've had my fair share of sweet talk. Women only distract me from enjoying life, especially those associated with Ye Chen. Yet, Ye Chen himself is quite the scoundrel, leaving no woman in their organization untouched. He deliberately assigns them perilous tasks, only to swoop in and save the day. Tiske. He hogs all the glory. Tang Yu mused silently. Meanwhile, Ling Han was utterly astonished. How could he possibly know all this? Over the past 2 years, she had failed 2 missions, both times rescued by the Dragon King, who even sustained serious injuries for her sake. This left her deeply moved. Yet, upon hearing Tang Yu's words, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The difficulty of the mission she had failed was indeed greater than what had been disclosed. So, how much more did he know? Ling Han's curiosity surged within her. However, she could not voice her questions and could only continue to act while listening intently. Just then, Mu Yue finally made her grand entrance. With an air of urgency, she dashed into the Xinghe Club, heading straight for the first elevated platform. As she passed, onlookers marveled at her beauty. Many approached her to strike up conversations, while a few persistent suitors trailed behind, displaying an eagerness that bordered on obsession. However, once Mu Yue reached the first elevated platform, they dared not make any further advances. Tang Yu. Upon the arrival of Mu Yue, her gaze fell upon a woman whose beauty rivaled her own, nestled comfortably in Tang Yu's embrace, igniting a fire of indignation within her. What is this? Has she come to discuss the annulment of our engagement? Tang Yu smiled subtly, finally welcoming the presence of this insufferable woman. Did you see that? Here I am, with this stunning beauty in my arms. Can you still endure it? Do not hesitate. Unleash your fury, for today you are permitted to douse me with wine. Come now, do not pity me merely because I am a delicate flower. Assert your dignity as the heroine. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Mu Yue instantly grasped his intentions. Indeed, he had intentionally shared a short video to provoke her, aiming to pressure her into relinquishing their union. I shall not acquiesce to his desires. Her expression softened slightly as she seated herself beside Tang Yu, stating, "What engagement annulment? We have finally come together. What are you thinking? I noticed you drinking alone and thought I might join you." Qin Ming stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Finally, He understood why his elder brother had remarked that Mu Yue seemed different. The usually aloof Mu Yue was able to tolerate her fiancé embracing another woman and remain composed while speaking so calmly. As Mu Yue sat beside him, pouring a drink for Tang Yu, he was left completely bewildered. Are you truly deviating from the expected script? Sister, your head is already adorned with green. Can you continue to endure this? Quickly, heed your true feelings, reflect on who you are. You are Mu Yue, the Ice Mountain. Do you not understand? How about this? Today, let's make an exception. You may slap me and call me shameless, and then we can call off the wedding, shall we? Do not hesitate. This is an excellent opportunity for you to prove yourself. If you do not act, how will Ling Han report to the Dragon King? Claiming our relationship is above reproach? Then go drink elsewhere. Your presence here disturbs my conversation with Miss Ling, Tang Yu retorted, wrapping his arms around Ling Han provocatively. Do you see? This is what one might call a shameless beast. If you cannot endure, leave quickly, lest you compel me to act even more disgracefully. My moral boundaries are quite flexible. I am capable of anything. Ling Han trembled slightly, nearly striking Tang Yu in a fit of rage. This scoundrel, so cunningly calculating, seeks to exploit her advantage? She silently gritted her teeth, determined that this fool would meet his end. Mu Yue felt a mixture of amusement and irritation. This man, with his clumsy theatrics, must think her a fool? You wish to drive me away? Not a chance. Enjoy your drinks. I shall not interfere. When you tire of your antics, we shall return home together, shall we? Mu Yue gently grasped Tang Yu's arm and spoke softly. Tang Yu seriously questioned whether Mu Yue was truly herself. Had she been possessed by the spirit of a fool? Is this something a carbon-based life form would say? What of your identity and stance? Calm yourself. Those are my words of flattery. Do not confuse our roles. Quickly, drink this glass and reclaim your true self. Do not look at me that way. I have come to a realization. Over the past 3 years, I have subjected you to unnecessary hardships in order to test you. However, from this moment forward, I intend to make you the happiest man in the world. You may do as you please. I shall not hold it against you, Mu Yue said gently. Tang Yu took a deep breath, feeling his legs weaken slightly. This woman is truly leading me to my demise. Is this really a game? Fine. Isn't it merely a matter of lowering one's standards? Damn it. I've already made a mess of myself. Forget it. It's impossible to maintain dignity now. Alas, if all else fails, I must first take Ling Han away. If she continues to listen, there will be no turning back. Having come to a decision, Tang Yu let out a cold laugh and said, Do as you wish. I shall take my time. Miss Ling and I are going to the restroom, so please refrain from disturbing us. With that, he stood up, taking Ling Han's arm, and departed from the elevated platform. Qin Ming, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. Goodness, why is everyone so wild today? Even I, the king of the nightlife, cannot match your level of audacity. Surprisingly, Mu Yue did not follow them. She leisurely sipped her champagne, her emotions a blend of happiness and complexity. She felt joy that this man was not engaging in reckless behavior, but merely acting. Yet, his resistant attitude left her feeling quite conflicted. Could it be that his affection over the past 3 years was all a facade? Chapter 20. The security manager embraced by Tang Yu. Ling Han was poised and ready to strike at any moment. During her missions, she would deftly employ her allure to entice her targets. Yet she would never allow any genuine intimacy to develop. Fortunately, after a brief spin, Tang Yu led her out through the back door of the Shinga Club. Brother Tang, what brings me here? She inquired shyly in a low voice. Tang Yu removed a watch worth millions from his wrist and handed it to Ling Han. Consider this a gift. I appreciate girls like you who are sensible and don't incessantly demand money. Unlike Mu Yue, who only approaches me for my wealth. She makes my stomach turn. I'll have a word with her about the annulment of our engagement. Let us enjoy drinks together next time, he said nonchalantly, returning to the club with a buoyant spirit. His mood had notably brightened. No matter how skilled Mu Yue was in her theatrics, he was confident in his own superiority. Ling Han, upon hearing his words, knew she would relay this information to Ye Chen. Surely, he wouldn't think he was in competition for a woman with him. She tucked away the watch Tang Yu had gifted her. As an assassin, she had a fondness for wealth. Quickly, she returned to her vehicle and dialed Ye Chen's number. "Hello, Hunter, how did the mission go?" Ye Chen's voice resonated through the line. Typically, hearing him call her Han brought her joy, yet after absorbing Tang Yu's remarks, her feelings had subtly shifted. She instinctively felt a tinge of aversion to Ye Chen's intimate address, perceiving it as somewhat hypocritical. Having nearly reached her target, she reported, "Tang Yu? What is he doing with Mu Yue? They're drinking at a bar. Is he attempting to intoxicate her and take advantage?" Ye Chen's fury erupted on the other end. "The woman I cherish. No one shall lay a hand on her. Otherwise, the Dragon King will unleash his wrath, and blood will flow like rivers." After a moment's hesitation, Ling Han replied, "They haven't tea drunk much. They were merely cuddling, and Mu Yue appeared quite proactive." "That's impossible. Mu Yue's heart belongs solely to me. She wouldn't dare approach another man. Keep a watchful eye on her and ensure her safety." Ye Chen bellowed, "How about this, Dragon King? Should I alter my plan and infiltrate the Tang family to get closer to Tang Yu? That way, I can better protect Mu Yue," Ling Han proposed. She had lost interest in continuing the mission and yearned to glean more information from Tang Yu. This man seemed to possess knowledge of the Dragon Soul Organization's secrets. Perhaps he could provide the answers she had long sought. "Very well, Hunter. Adjust your plan as needed. The Qin family can wait for now. Remember, under no circumstances must he touch my woman. Do you understand?" Ye Chen commanded loudly from the other end of the line. At this moment, he was clad in a security uniform, a walkie-talkie hanging from his chest, patrolling a high-end residential community in Suzhou and Hangzhou. After departing from the Long family today, he had hurriedly arrived here to commence a new job. Indeed, this was also a common tactic employed by the Dragon King to woo women, approaching them under a humble guise, only to later reveal his formidable prowess, igniting curiosity and affection within them. However, just as he concluded a loud shout, a corpulent man rode up on a patrol vehicle. This man was none other than Liang Fifan, the security manager of the community. He approached and delivered a kick to Ye Chen's backside, bellowing furiously, "Newcomer, are you out of your mind? Who told you to make phone calls and shout during work hours? Did someone steal your doll?" After receiving the kick, Ye Chen was instantly consumed by anger. A mere security manager dared to lay hands on the illustrious Dragon King. Had this occurred abroad, the moment he acted would have resulted in a lifeless body. Yet, in pursuit of his romantic endeavors, he was compelled to endure, gritting his teeth and responding, "Manager Liang, the company has regulations permitting phone calls during work hours." Liang retorted, "There are also rules against subordinates talking back to their superiors." "I'm not arguing. I am merely presenting reason," Ye Chen insisted. "What reason? If you don't want to work, then get lost, idiot." Liang spat contemptuously on the ground before swaggering away on his vehicle. Ye Chen stood there, trembling with fury. Once his romantic scheme succeeded, that man would be the first to perish. As for the surname Tang, he could wait his turn. Meanwhile, on the other end of the call, Ling Han, having heard enough, hung up with a look of disdain. After listening to a few heartfelt confessions from Tang Yu, her intelligence seemed to have surged. Her attitude towards Ye Chen grew ever more contemptuous. A man who would stoop so low for the sake of romance. Did such a person truly possess the merit to lead an organization? When Tang Yu returned to the first platform, Mu Yue was already slumped over the table. Indeed, her tolerance for alcohol was quite poor. After barely 3 drinks, she had succumbed to inebriation. Qin Ming stood by her side, and upon seeing Tang Yu approach, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Damn, brother, you finished in 3 minutes?" "Finish? I didn't even partake. I merely saw her off. This woman is extremely dangerous. Avoid her in the future, understood?" Tang Yu admonished with a furrowed brow. Upon assuming this body, he had also inherited its memories. He held a genuine fondness for his brother Qin Ming. As a villain, Qin Ming's demise was rather unjust, purely due to his unwillingness to let his family business be usurped, thus becoming an obstacle that Ye Chen needed to eliminate. Ultimately, the role of a villain is merely a matter of perspective. Readers reveling in the narrative from the Dragon King's viewpoint would undoubtedly find it exhilarating. Yet, when one assumes the role of the antagonist, standing in opposition to the Dragon King, the experience is decidedly more bitter. "All right, brother, whatever you say goes," Qin Ming replied with a smile, refraining from inquiring further. "Women are everywhere. We can always find another." He gestured towards a slumped Mu Yue and asked, "So what do we do now?" "I shall take her back." Tang Yu was equally troubled. If this woman cannot hold her liquor, why indulge in it so recklessly? Must she go to such lengths for a mere act? What if she seizes the opportunity to exploit someone else's vulnerability? Would that not render the Dragon King a mere victim of infidelity? Yet, upon reflection, there's a certain intrigue to the thought. Shaking his head, Tang Yu dismissed this perilous notion. It would be wiser to remain a steadfast antagonist for the time being. Competing for a woman's affections with the protagonist is far too perilous. As he lifted Mu Yue onto his back, Tang Yu immediately sensed the soft warmth enveloping him. The delightful blend of her fragrance and the scent of alcohol was particularly captivating. Chapter 21. Are you this wild? Due to having imbibed some alcohol, Tang Yu called for 2 bodyguards from the Tang family to come and fetch him. One must never drink and drive. Every urban tale contains a cautionary narrative of a villain meeting their demise due to reckless driving under the influence. To survive until the end, one must possess a keen sense of safety to evade the protagonist's clutches. As a sleek black Rolls-Royce approached, Tang Yu settled in the back seat alongside Mu Yue. One of the bodyguards disembarked to retrieve his vehicle and return it to the Tang residence. The 2 luxury cars traversed the road in tandem, evoking a sense of satisfaction in Tang Yu. Being affluent was indeed delightful. If only the world were devoid of Ye Chen, it would be even more idyllic. Mu Yue, inebriated, sported a rosy complexion that rendered her far more endearing than her usual sullen demeanor. Suddenly, she let out a giggle, tilting her head and leaning against Tang Yu's shoulder. Without hesitation, he pushed her head away. The bodyguard driving, witnessing this in the rearview mirror, nearly steered the car into the river. Goodness gracious! Is this truly the same young master who had been so devotedly servile? Previously, he had been unwavering in his adoration for 3 years. Even the most loyal of dogs would commend him for his exceptional devotion. He had even heard from colleagues that the young master had once helped this Miss Sue with her high heels. In fact, there was an incident when the young master's father, frustrated by his son's lack of dignity, gave him a sound thrashing. That day, it was said that several belts had snapped, leaving the young master hospitalized. Yet, the very next day, he had stealthily escaped from the hospital, bouquet of roses in hand, to await Miss Sue after her work. After being pushed away, Mu Yue merely giggled foolishly and leaned against Tang Yu once more. In an unexpectedly delicate tone, she declared, "I just want to cling to you." Tang Yu was taken aback, confusion washing over him. He then recalled that this woman had lost her mother to cancer at a tender age. Her father, Su Chongshan, a man of great ambition, was often preoccupied with revitalizing the Su family, leaving little time for her. His stringent expectations further compounded her loneliness and stress, fostering a stubborn and competitive spirit within her, rendering her increasingly cold and independent. This icy facade shielded her, repelling all who sought to approach her, while simultaneously serving as her protection. Yet, once intoxicated, she would shed this mask entirely, revealing a fragile, clingy side reminiscent of a puppy that trusts unconditionally. But why reveal this side to me? Goodness, why are you getting so touchy-feely? As Mu Yue attempted to climb onto him, Tang Yu struggled to push her away, but he had vastly overestimated his own capabilities. By the author's absurd design, he, as the antagonist, was merely an ordinary rich young man with rather unimpressive combat prowess. Conversely, Mu Yue, the leading lady, possessed a foundation in martial arts. Dealing with 2 or 3 burly men was a trivial task for her. In a contest of strength against her, Tang Yu, whose abilities were inferior to even a single robust man, was merely inviting humiliation. After Mu Yue climbed onto him, she began to giggle mischievously. "Come on, give me a kiss." She pouted and swayed her head, inching closer to Tang Yu. "Oh no, don't come any closer. Old Wang, for heaven's sake, help me." Tang Yu struggled in vain, his hands firmly held down by her. He could only desperately shake his head to evade her advances. This was infuriating. She was going to smother him with kisses. When she sobered up and remembered this, would she not want to kill him? "Young master, I'm driving." "I can't assist you while on the overpass," the bodyguard remarked, munching on snacks while internally criticizing his master. "Seriously? A beautiful woman is throwing herself at you. And you're pretending to be all prim and proper? If you're really that impressive, why not be a devoted admirer for 3 years? Despite Tang Yu's relentless struggles, Mu Yue failed to land a kiss on his lips, but his face was not spared, bearing several red lipstick marks. Satisfied after a few pecks, she burped contentedly and stared intently at Tang Yu. I've kissed you so many times. Why haven't you kissed me back? Are you really that wild? Tang Yu felt tears welling up. How could you do this? This isn't Mu Yue. She is like a desperate succubus. Why haven't you been affectionate towards me? You promised to adore me for a lifetime. Mu Yue pouted, her tone tinged with sadness. But I've devoted 3 years to it, and I still haven't received any affection. Then why not try being affectionate for another 3 years? She teased. What would happen if I did? You become a lovesick fool. Mu Yue laughed cheerfully. Tang Yu thought to himself that this woman was truly intoxicated. Her mood shifts were astonishing. Suddenly, she pressed her face against his, nuzzling gently, and said in a pitiful tone, I'm sorry. I know you're upset. How about I be the one to show you affection? Please don't ignore me. She suddenly acted coy, and Tang Yu found himself momentarily taken aback. Yet, mere seconds after saying this, she collapsed onto him, fast asleep. Tang Yu let out a long sigh. Finally, she had calmed down. If this continued, his pristine reputation would surely be tarnished by her antics. After another 10 minutes of driving, they finally returned to the Tang residence. Tang Yu had no intention of taking Mu Yue back. She was in such a state that it would be difficult to explain to her family. Besides, the Tang house was spacious enough to accommodate her for the night. As he carried Mu Yue out of the car, he spotted his father, Tang Cheng, standing at the entrance, his expression as dark as coal. Half an hour earlier, while resting at home and browsing on his phone, an old friend had sent him a video link. Upon clicking it, he was met with the sight of his son, looking rather sleazy, surrounded by 4 women while drinking. He was enraged by Tang Yu's declaration that he was not a scoundrel, but merely trying to provide them a home. This infuriated him greatly. After all his efforts to arrange a marriage for his son, had he so quickly revealed his true self? Now, seeing Tang Yu emerge from the car with a woman on his back and a face smeared with lipstick only intensified his anger. He slowly withdrew his belt. The father, seeing his son unscathed, brandished the 7 wolves. Calm down, Dad, Tang Yu exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat, having already discerned his father's intentions. Calm, you little rascal. Just as you finalize the marriage, your true colors begin to show, don't they? Bringing a woman home for some fun? Tang Cheng sneered, tightening his grip on the belt. This was no ordinary girl. It was Mu Yue. I went out for drinks with her. It was merely a playful short video, as Qin Ming asked me to help with it to gain followers. Tang Yu hastily deflected the blame. Tang Cheng scrutinized for a moment before realizing she was indeed his future daughter-in-law. This revelation softened his expression slightly, prompting him to slowly tuck the belt away. A few bodyguards, previously lurking in the shadows, stepped forward, their faces tinged with embarrassment. They had been stationed around by Tang Cheng to prevent Tang Yu from fleeing. Tang's mother, Xia Hongying, also emerged, holding a box of Yunnan Baiyao. A complete service for treating injuries, it seemed. Chapter 22, No Matter Who I Choose. Its deaf Tang Yu, with a furrowed brow, carried Mu Yue home, his expression darkened. Tang Cheng reprimanded him. How much alcohol did you pour into Mu Yue? How could she become this intoxicated? It was her choice to drink. She could hardly handle 3 cups, Tang Yu retorted. Nonsense. Mu Yue never frequents such places for drinks. Don't think I can't see through your intentions. Tang Cheng scolded bluntly. Being a man himself, he believed he could easily discern the thoughts of another. Tang Yu felt like crying. Did you not notice the numerous lip marks on my face? Surely, I did not press my face into hers myself. Upon returning home, Tang Mu helped Mu Yue to her room. I will take Mu Yue to your room to rest. You must not take her out for drinks again, she instructed. Why send her to your room to rest? Just let her use the guest room. Tang Cheng expressed his dissatisfaction. His wife was perfect in every way except for her indulgence towards their son. She had pushed for this union vigorously. Otherwise, he would have struggled to lower his pride. Tang Mu nodded with a smile, understanding her husband's intentions. Tang Cheng then turned to Tang Yu, speaking earnestly. I know you have liked her for years, but some matters cannot be rushed. It must be her choice. If you entertain any ill intentions, I shall break your legs. You are overthinking it. I have no interest in her, truly. Then who do you fancy? The girl from the Wang family? Or the one from the Qin family? Tang Gangcheng raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Tang Yu believed that all paths led to ruin. Among the 4 prominent families, aside from the Tang family, the other 3 had their beautiful daughters captivated by Ye Chen's allure. It seemed this man had conquered the 3 esteemed families through his romantic pursuits. This was, indeed, the most absurd aspect of such novels. How could a distinguished family lose their dignity? Could they really tolerate their beloved daughters catering to one man while pouring their family resources into him? Absurd. After enduring a lengthy lecture from his father, Tang Yu finally escaped the fate of a beating. Once in his room, he washed up and collapsed onto his luxurious bed, worth tens of thousands, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The life of the wealthy is often simple yet monotonous. Once Tang Mu left the guest room, the previously slumbering Mu Yue slowly opened her eyes. She had regained her clarity, or perhaps she had never been as thoroughly intoxicated as she believed. While in the car, albeit tipsy, her rational mind had remained intact. Yet, under the influence of alcohol, she had not wished to uphold her composure. Instead, she yearned to surrender to her instincts, to express what she dared not say, and to unmask herself just like him. However, upon full awakening, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. All she had wanted was to converse with him. So how had she ended up? Initiating a kiss. It was over. She would have no face to meet anyone tomorrow. Covering her flushed face, she softly lamented her choice to drink. As she pondered this, she tossed and turned in bed, finally succumbing to sleep around 3 o'clock. The following morning, a knock at the door roused her from slumber. Mu Yue, are you awake? It's time for breakfast, came Tang's mother's voice from outside. All right, Auntie, Mu Yue replied, rubbing her bleary eyes, reluctantly rising to wash up. Due to a restless night, dark circles were prominent beneath her eyes. As she stepped out, she nearly collided with Tang Yu, who was dressed in pajamas, exuding vitality. However, upon seeing Mu Yue, his expression turned peculiar. Good morning, he greeted casually, while inwardly pondering. What is this woman staring at? Has she recalled last night's events? Regrettably, he reflected, alas, the drunken revelry. I must never drink with her again, lest I tarnish my pristine reputation. Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Mu Yue felt her face flush. Recalling the incident in the car the previous night, she averted her gaze from Tang Yu's eyes, murmuring a greeting before hastily moving forward. Now this is the response I expected from you. Maintain some distance, will you? Tang Yu followed behind, content that she seemed to have returned to her usual demeanor. Upon reaching the dining table, they found breakfast already prepared, lovingly crafted by Tang's mother, who had risen early to ensure that the chef did not intervene. After all, it was the first time their future daughter-in-law was having breakfast at home, deserving of special attention. Good morning, uncle and aunt, Mu Yue greeted as she approached. Good morning, Mu Yue, they replied in unison with warm smiles. They were quite pleased with Mu Yue, finding her both beautiful and capable, although they noted that her demeanor was somewhat reserved, leaving their son in a position of unrequited affection for 3 years. Tang Yu chimed in, greeting them before taking a seat and diving into a plate of soup dumplings. What are you doing? Just focusing on your own meal? Serve Mu Yue some too, Tang's mother remarked, slightly displeased at seeing Tang Yu devouring his food without consideration for others. It's impossible to serve her. It will never happen in this lifetime. Tang Yu scoffed. If she wants to eat, she can. If not, it's her loss. I'm not a servant, nor do I wish to manage anyone's harem. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Mu Yue felt a twinge of irritation. This scoundrel, it's merely a matter of serving a dish. It's not like it would cost him anything. With a guilty expression, she softly said, It's all right, uncle and aunt, I can manage on my own. I inadvertently drank too much yesterday and caused you trouble. I truly apologize. Don't worry about it. It's all this rascal-'s fault for insisting on taking you out for drinks. If he pressures you again, just let me know, and I shall deal with him. Tang's father replied amiably. Really, it wasn't Timmy who made her drink. You can ask Qin Ming about it, Tang Yu exclaimed, incredulous that he was being blamed for what had transpired. Indeed, it was my own choice to accompany him. I take full responsibility. Uncle, please do not scold him. Mu Yue bit her lip, appearing quite aggrieved. Upon hearing her words, Tang's parents grew even more fond of her. Just look at this future daughter-in-law. So considerate and understanding. To prevent their son from facing reprimand, she was willing to tell a white lie. Damn it, you're playing me again, aren't you? And now you're charming my parents. For heaven's sake, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? I see. You're deliberately setting a trap for me, hoping to avoid the pressure of the engagement dissolution and make me bear the blame? Cunning woman, I concede. After pondering this internally, Tang Yu finally comprehended the situation. After finishing a small steamed bun, he spoke up. Dad, Mom, as you can see, we don't quite get along. I think it might be best if we reconsider the idea of an alliance before he could finish his sentence. Tang's father had already pulled out his belt, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Yu. What did you say? Tang Yu swallowed the remaining words. It was rather inappropriate to face a beating so early in the morning. Chapter 23. Wang Yishue's revenge. Dad, please don't hit him. It's possible that I did something wrong that upset him. I will change. Mu Yue pleaded with a pitiful expression as she looked at Tang's father. Sigh, why are you being so accommodating towards him? He simply needs to be taught a lesson, Tang's father remarked, his displeasure evident as he glanced at Mu Yue, finding her increasingly endearing. With a resigned sigh, he withdrew the belt he had been wielding. His son had stubbornly refused to listen to advice, insisting on playing the role of a sycophant for 3 long years. Now that he had finally won the affection of a beauty, he was once again stirring up trouble. Wasn't he that simply courting punishment? Amidst the laughter of Tang's parents and Mu Yue, breakfast finally came to a close. Tang Yu, feeling like an outsider, dared not utter a word under the looming threat of the belt. Tung Wang Group. In the general manager's office, Wang Yishue was perusing an investigative report concerning the French company, Fowls. After hearing some revealing sentiment from Tang Yu, she had gathered an increasing amount of information. Following several days of investigation, the truth lay before her. Fowls indeed had significant issues. Moreover, the vice president, Ye Chen, who had been fervently promoting this business, had a sudden influx of 20 million in his wife's bank account not long ago. Upon further investigation, she discovered that the source of this money was a celebrity named Hina. The benefactor of this celebrity was none other than her cousin, Wang Rulong. If her assumptions were correct, this 20 million was likely a deposit for Ye Chen. What audacity Wang Rulong had to collude with outsiders. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Wang Yishue's eyes. Her ascent to power at such a young age was due to her intelligence and cunning. She would show no mercy towards such treachery, even if it came from her own cousin. However, in comparison to Wang Rulong, her attention was more fixated on another individual, Ye Chen. This man had already made it onto her hit list, yet she had not fully uncovered his background. His identity was shrouded in mystery, obscured by a veil of secrecy. The only lead she had managed to track down was a company called Huajin, which had invested heavily in Fowls 2 weeks prior, becoming its largest shareholder. Yet, this company was not registered under Ye Chen's name. This individual was indeed deeply concealed. Never mind. She would not rush to stir the grass and alert the snake. Wang Yishue was a patient person. She understood that a long line is required to catch a big fish. After contemplating, she made a phone call. Approximately 10 minutes later, a dignified, middle-aged man entered the room. He was Ye Chen, the company's vice president. Mr. Wang, you called for me? Ye Chen entered with a smile, his gaze discreetly assessing Wang Yishue. Ever since the young lady took charge of the company, the executives had been treated to a feast for the eyes daily. Li, how many years have you served in our company? Wang Yishue inquired. Exactly 30 years. I have dedicated my life to this company. Ye Chen responded with a hearty laugh. Is that so? Suddenly, Wang Yishue slammed her hand on the table and coldly demanded, was it a tribute to the company or a lavish gift of 100 million to Wang Rulong? A flicker of trepidation crossed Ye Chen's eyes. The figure of 100 million stirred profound sensitivity within him. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of composure, feigning ignorance. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by that? I do not appreciate superfluous talk. You are well aware of how my family deals with traitors. Even if you disregard your own interests, consider your family. Wang Yishue's voice was cold as she delivered her threat. The stakes involve the entire Wang family. she would show no mercy. Li Deshen's legs weakened, and he hastily knelt, pleading, Mr. Wang, this matter has nothing to do with my family. I was coerced into this by young Master Rulong. Soon, he divulged everything. After listening, Wang Yue leaned back in her office chair, her expression devoid of emotion, yet her heart was shaken. All of this had been perfectly articulated by Tang Yu's innermost thoughts. So, Ye Chen has designs on me, does he? A cold smile crept across her mind as she devised a plan for retribution. Li Deshen, I can grant you a chance. Go inform Wang Rulong that I have agreed to this collaboration. The finance department will transfer the funds within 24 hours. Li Deshen could scarcely believe his ears. Mr. Wang is fully aware it is a trap, and yet chooses to leap into it? Simply do as I instruct. Urge him to have Fowls transfer the funds to the cooperation account promptly, Wang Yue insisted, unwilling to elaborate further. Understood. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Wang. I will do my utmost, Li Deshen replied, nodding fervently, exhaling a sigh of relief as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. As he exited the office and prepared to descend in the elevator to find Wang Rulong, the doors opened just in time for Wang Rulong to step out, holding a document. Li, how did it go? Wang Rulong eagerly inquired, wrapping an arm around Li Deshen's shoulders. Mr. Wang has already agreed. The contract is being signed, and I have been instructed to notify finance to make the transfer, Li Deshen responded promptly. Wang Rulong's face lit up with elation. At last, his cousin had acquiesced. With this, should the plan succeed, the position of general manager would soon be his. As for his cousin, she could simply be married off. What does a woman have to gain by vying for power against him? By the way, Mr. Wang also asked me to remind you to contact Fowls and ensure they expedite the transfer to advance the project, Li Deshen added. All right, you've worked hard, Li. I'll transfer the remaining 80 million to you later, Wang Rulong said, patting Li Deshen's shoulder before returning to his office to call Ye Chen. At that moment, Ye Chen was patrolling the neighborhood. Upon receiving Wang Rulong's call, his spirits lifted instantly. Understood. Await your takeover of Tungwang Group, he promised before hanging up, though a hint of chill crossed his features. Fool! With a disdainful huff, he dialed the Longhun organization. This collaboration between Fowls and Tungwang Group required Tungwang to provide 500 billion in funding. The FARS company requires an investment of 30 billion in funds and personnel. Currently, FARS company exists merely as a shell. Thus, this sum must be procured from the Longhun organization. It is a strategy to cast a wide net for a significant cash. This money is only temporarily set aside. Once he conquers Wang Yue, the Wang family's wealth amounting to hundreds of billions will be his own. Upon the call being connected, a robust male voice resonated. Dragon King, what are your orders? Transfer 30 billion to FARS company. Understood. Should this be from your personal account? Naturally, it should be from the organization's account. It will be returned in due time. It's merely 30 billion, Ye Chen replied with displeasure. He had entrusted his own funds to a foundation, reaping considerable profits daily. Whenever possible, he would utilize public funds rather than his own. Very well. The man on the other end of the line responded, his tone tinged with resignation. Chapter 24. I am an experienced traditional Chinese physician, specializing in treating boastfulness. At that moment, a patrol car approached, driven by manager Liang Fifan. Upon arriving, he overheard Ye Chen on the phone, exclaiming, Isn't just 3 billion? This caused him to furrow his brow. He halted the vehicle and glared at Ye Chen, scolding him. You new recruit. Are you out of your mind? Does it kill you to stop showing off all day? 3 billion? The paper in your trash bin doesn't even amount to that. This is your final warning. If I catch you boasting again while on duty, I, as your traditional physician, shall treat you accordingly. He pointed his rubber baton at Ye Chen, berating him. This newcomer truly irked him. Wherever he went, he strutted around as if he were someone of great importance. For the past few days, he had even been surreptitiously going through the homeowner's records, leading Liang to suspect that this fellow might be a thief scouting for a heist. The previously cheerful Ye Chen's expression turned ashen in an instant. He glared at Liang Fifan with resentment, continuously reminding himself to endure. It wasn't the right time to take action until his plan to woo women was fulfilled. After Liang left, Ye Chen resumed his patrol with simmering anger. Meanwhile, after the Longhun organization transferred the funds to Fowl's company, Wang Yue, who had been under close watch, received the news immediately. Finally, she had them hooked. A smile spread across her face. Once the money reached Fal's company, reclaiming it would become exceedingly challenging. She had also thoroughly investigated Fal's company's tax evasion practices. In France, such offenses carry severe penalties, and once discovered, they would face exorbitant fines. Based on her calculations, the 3 billion might not even suffice to cover the penalties. Yet that was not all. She looked into a Huajin investment company, whose assets were approximately 500 billion. To them, 3 billion was merely a minor loss. Her revenge was just beginning. Contemplating her next move, she took out her phone and sent a message via WeChat to Tang Yu. Let us go out for a meal. I have a business proposition for you. At that moment, Tang Yu had just arrived at his company and hadn't even settled in when he received Wang Yishue's message. A business discussion? A deal worth several billion could be worth considering. Tang Yu chuckled, but ultimately felt it inappropriate. Maintaining a distance from the female lead was the only way to survive. After having finally enjoyed a life of luxury and ease these past few days, he yearned for tranquility. I'm not available, he replied with 2 words, accompanied by a panda emoji. Is that so? Then I suppose there's nothing to be done. While cleaning my phone yesterday, I accidentally discovered some old photos I forgot to delete. I wonder what would happen if I shared them on social media. Wang Yishuo quickly replied, sending along an image. Tang Yu glanced at it, and his expression transformed instantly. What the hell? Isn't that a photo of me in her room? In the picture, he held a charming little white piece of lingerie, sporting a rather lewd grin. Any passerby who saw this photo would think he was a perverted thief. Damn it, didn't I delete that? What has happened to the fundamental trust between individuals? Tang Yu lamented bitterly. Huh, are you giving me another chance to rephrase? Wang Yishuo instantly retorted. What did you see that? At the deep-sea restaurant, dear. Mu Yue, taking a deep breath, Tang Yu, tears welling in her eyes, left the company. Upon arriving at the deep-sea restaurant, Wang Yishuo was already waiting at the entrance. Spotting Tang Yu from a distance, she waved cheerfully. Today, she donned a white 3/4 sleeve shirt, and due to her well-endowed figure, one couldn't help but worry whether the buttons would hold. A light gray professional skirt clung to her shapely hips, and her legs, encased in black stockings, ignited the imagination. Whether in a cheongsam or professional attire, she exuded a distinctive charm. Several men nearby were covertly admiring this stunning beauty. They had just attempted to flirt with her, seeking her contact information, but to no avail, as Wang Yishuo had replied that she was waiting for her boyfriend. Consequently, they stood there, appreciating her beauty while speculating about the fortunate man who could win her heart. Upon seeing Tang Yu approach, the group acknowledged their defeat. Not to mention, the Bugatti Veyron parked nearby was a clear indication that this gentleman was on a different level altogether. Moreover, he was tall and handsome. Damn, why do all the good women end up with someone else? They could only grumble silently. Must business discussions really take place here? Tang Yu remarked with a cold expression, clearly displeased. Damn it, isn't the deep-sea restaurant a place that devours people? Even if I were a master at digging tunnels, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Are we discussing business or a deal worth billions? A master at digging tunnels? A deal worth billions? Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yishuo couldn't help but smirk. Was he afraid she might consume him? Even if she did, it would be to his advantage, wouldn't it? Oof. Indeed, it is romantic here. She extended her arm towards Tang Yu. What are you doing? Linking arms? Or do you wish to hold hands directly? Or perhaps wrap your arm around mine? Kindly maintain some decorum. Let's keep the business discussion strictly professional. Tang Yu coldly refused. Linking arms? This woman is out of line. Engaging in such antics in a public place, soon the whole of Suzhou and Hangzhou will know about our supposed relationship. Restraint. One must exercise restraint. Do you understand? It is natural to feel desire, but control is imperative. Oh, but what about that someone in the photograph who lacked any sense of boundaries? Even my personal belongings were taken. Wang Yishuo replied with an amused tone. Tang Yu realized that this woman was subtly threatening him. He could only obediently link arms with Wang Yishuo. The deep-sea restaurant resembled a grand aquarium. It was not open to the public and operated on a membership basis. Dining here felt akin to being submerged underwater, a luxurious and romantic experience. Many affluent individuals favored bringing their companions to this exquisite venue, drawn by its enchanting ambience. The dim lighting in this establishment, intentionally designed to create an atmosphere of obscurity, necessitates the use of candles for dining. Human nature tends to gravitate towards clandestine endeavors in shadowy realms, as such pursuits evoke a sense of thrill. If you were to venture into the university's grove at night with a flashlight, you would undoubtedly uncover a myriad of delightful surprises. Many patrons frequent private rooms for their meals, often indulging before their food has even arrived. With a fish in the aquarium endowed with wisdom, they might have long since mastered all the postures of human reproduction. Hence, Tang Yu has always believed that the proprietor of this restaurant must be a connoisseur of such indulgences. Avoid the private rooms. Dining outside suffices. Even if you enter a private room, it would be futile. I shall not yield. Have you heard the saying that a sparrow cannot match a true dragon? Though I suppose you hardly qualify as a sparrow, haha. At that moment, Wang Yue, eavesdropping on these thoughts, felt her countenance darken. Am I unworthy of you? Today, I shall indeed prove my worth. Let us see what you make of it. Chapter 25. A heart colder than steel. Are there any private rooms available? She inquired of a passing waiter. Unfortunately, all the private rooms are fully booked, the waiter replied respectfully. That's all right. We can dine outside, Tang Yu said, a smile spreading across her face upon hearing the news. Thankfully, the restaurant was bustling with patrons today, ensuring their safety. That works for me. Dining outside is fine. Wang Yue agreed, not particularly insistent on a private space. Noticing Tang Yu's cheerful demeanor, she understood the source of his joy. There would be more to come. Once seated, the waiter replaced their old candles with 2 new aromatic ones. My dear, what would you like to eat? Wang Yue asked with a cheerful smile, holding the menu. Anything is fine. I lack appetite when dining with you. And please, refrain from calling me dear, Tang Yu replied coolly. What on earth is wrong with this woman? Isn't this a business discussion? What kind of business is this? I'm not selling myself. Teacher Wang, let us not go there. We're simply not a match. You're a good person, but you deserve someone better. Then let us order a couple's set meal. Wang Yue said with a smile as she handed the menu to the waiter. As she adjusted her high heels, they slipped off her feet. She playfully nudged Tang Yu's calf with her leg, clad in sheer black stockings. What are you doing? Tang Yu asked, immediately on guard. Goodness, one should not be so reckless in public. Please maintain your decorum, all right? I would rather not have your foot sweat on my leg. My foot itches, Wang Yue said, laughing in exasperation. Your foot is the one with sweat. You pamper them every day, don't you? Yet you still rub them against me. How disgusting. Tang Yu retorted, casting a discreet glance at Wang Yue's legs. What a sin. How dare you wear stockings like that? I have been filleting fish at the supermarket for 10 years. My heart is colder than steel, and nothing can stir my emotions. Except for stockings, she teased. It's a joke. Walking in heels for too long is exhausting. Come on, give me a massage. Wang Yue urged playfully, eager to see how long this reserved one could endure her antics. Dream on, Tang Yu snorted. Aren't we here to discuss business? Let's get to it. I still have work to return to later. If someone would help me massage my feet, I wouldn't feel so tired, Wang Yue declared, playfully stubborn, placing her foot on Tang Yu's lap. Her legs were long and fair, exquisite enough to incite envy even among professional models. For women with less appealing legs, stockings serve as a cover-up. For someone like Wang Yue, they add a touch of allure. How could you? If you keep resting your foot there, this won't be a meal anymore. No wonder this enchantress chose such a place to dine. I should have chosen a private room. Being seen like this would be social suicide. I could call a waiter to assist you with a massage. Tang Yu pretended to be displeased as he placed her leg down. The moment his hand gripped Wang Yue's leg, she shivered slightly, as though electrified. As she shuddered, Tang Yu's hand trembled in response. Why are you touching my foot? How perverse of you, Wang Yue remarked, biting her lip with a bashful expression. Tang Yu felt a wave of frustration. Why did it seem as if he were the lewd one? Yet, upon reflection, he thought, indeed, I have been excessively passive. Always trying to avoid her, she perceives me as an easy target for teasing. If I were just a bit more proactive, could her audacity possibly match mine? I am After all, the most shameless in the village. Even the sight of a dog riding another dog would catch my eye. What do I have to fear? Are you certain you want me to help you massage your legs? Tang Yu feigned a devilish smile, albeit lacking the finesse of Long Wang. Ye Chen could effortlessly raise the corners of his mouth to a perfect 90 degrees. Tang Yu could manage only 30. Come on then, Wang Yue replied, her face tinged with shyness, yet her heart danced with delight. Humph, today I shall see how thick your skin really is. The dim lighting ensured that their subtle movements beneath the table would remain unnoticed. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu grasped her leg, gently kneading it a few times. Though separated by a layer of silk stockings, his fingertips could still discern her supple and smooth skin. Good heavens, her skin is exceptionally well cared for. Wang Yue occasionally quivered, her face flushed as she averted her gaze, silent in her reaction. Tang Yu was thoroughly pleased. He knew she was merely a loudmouth. In a genuine contest, she would be no match for him. Oh, so you know how to feel shy now? You wish to tease me. And this is your just dessert. Well, my dear lady, you ignited this fire. Now you must extinguish it. However, as 10 minutes passed, Tang Yu began to sense something amiss. Wang Yue still kept her head down, a picture of bashfulness, not uttering a single word. What on earth is going on? Why is there still no response from you? At this rate, it would be easier to start a fire by friction. Where's your sense of shame? Why are you still putting on a brave front? Quickly, cast aside your last vestige of stubbornness and surrender to me at once. Loudly now, say you're sorry. Tang Yu. Internally, Tang Yu is furiously ranting. What is wrong with this woman? Does she possess no sense of shame whatsoever? Or is her threshold simply too high? Fortunately, at that moment, a waitress approached, carrying a platter of dishes. Dear guests, your couple's set meal has arrived. With a smile, she set the food on the table and opened a bottle of red wine for them. Thank you. Here's your tip, Tang Yu said, overwhelmed with gratitude as he hastily released Wang Yue's foot and retrieved a thick stack of cash from his wallet to hand to her. If this continued, he truly would not be able to bear it. Thank you, young Master Tang, the waitress responded, accepting the money with repeated thanks. As expected of young Master Tang, handsome and generous, Tang Yu stood up and addressed Wang Yue. I'm going to wash my hands. You may start eating. All right, Wang Yue replied, her face breaking into a sly smile. All she wanted was to burst into laughter. This guy had been massaging her for ages, all while muttering to himself about why she hadn't conceded. It was utterly hilarious. She would never yield. Upon witnessing her smile, Tang Yu realized he had been deceived, and with a scowl, he hurried off to wash his hands thoroughly. By the time he returned, Wang Yue had already poured the red wine and sliced the steak. She resembled a gentle and considerate girlfriend, winking at Tang Yu as she urged him to eat, saying, Go on, you've worked hard today. Thank you, Tang Yu replied curtly, feeling somewhat hungry. During the meal, Wang Yue refrained from teasing him further and instead focused intently on her food. The atmosphere grew quiet. Under the soft glow of the lamp, the man was observed, and in the moonlight, the beauty was admired. Amidst the flickering candlelight, Wang Yue suddenly ceased her movements. Chapter 26. Oh, you're blushing. She couldn't help but gaze at Tang Yu's handsome face, her eyes gleaming with gentle mirth. According to this fellow's inner thoughts, the world she inhabited was a fictional realm. She was indifferent to this fact, as long as her existence was genuine. However, as the plot unfolded, her enthusiasm waned. To be a harem member for that individual whose smile resembled someone gravely ill? Only someone deranged would engage in such folly. Her dear Tang Yu was undeniably adorable, and merely in terms of looks, he could easily overshadow that fellow. Huh, what are you staring at me for? Tang Yu suddenly noticed Wang Yue's intense gaze as he ate. Being scrutinized by such a stunning beauty made him feel a tad embarrassed. Oh dear, you're blushing. Gulme, let me take a look. No way. Tang Yu turned his face aside. Let me have a peek. Wang Yue chuckled. Focus on your meal. Aren't we supposed to discuss business? What business? Tang Yu, unable to tolerate the woman's antics, shifted the topic. Having successfully teased Tang Yu, Wang Yue ceased her playful banter and spoke up. I am planning to invest in a project, but I'm short 300 billion. How about you join me in this investment? 300 billion? Tang Yu was taken aback. Given the Tang family's assets, Producing 300 billion in liquid capital posed no particular strain. However, what on earth did she need 300 billion for at this juncture? Clearing his throat, Tang Yu adopted a serious demeanor. 300 billion is no trivial sum. First, enlighten me on what project you intend to invest in. New energy. Didn't you think it was quite promising last time? Wang Yue replied with a beaming smile. All right then, let's consider it my investment in this project. But you must agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? First, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from bothering me. You do understand the propriety of gender relations? Tang Yu articulated his first condition. He felt ill-equipped to engage in a battle of wits with this enchantress and preferred to keep her somewhat in check. Indeed, I intentionally employed my charms to seek your assistance. Wang Yue nodded vigorously. Regardless, I shall never be one to keep my word. Today, you may ignore me, but I shall return tomorrow. Tang Yu snorted coldly and stated, Secondly, hand over your phone. I need to delete the videos and photos. So this was a trap laid for me. A woman of intricate schemes, yet I willingly fell into her ploy. Surprising, isn't it? Once those photos and videos are deleted, you will no longer have leverage over me. Wang Yue hesitated for a moment before handing her phone to Tang Yu. Go ahead and delete them, but remember to keep your word. Of course. Tang Yu readily accepted the phone, first opening WeChat to erase the photos in the chat history. After clearing those, he navigated to the file manager to locate the videos. Delete. Upon erasing the videos, only the photos in the gallery remained. He opened the album and was instantly dumbfounded. The first photo revealed Wang Yue clad in a bunny girl costume. The provocative attire, adorning her stunning figure, is utterly mesmerizing. The ebony garment accentuates her skin, which appears irresistibly fair and alluring. Furthermore, she has deliberately donned a pair of suspender stockings. In the frame, Wang Yue displays an extraordinarily enchanting smile, as if teasing herself. The viewer is captivated, remarking on the unexpected opportunity to witness such allure. The physique is astonishing, prompting a reconsideration of previous assumptions. His fingers glide across the screen, flipping through a dozen images until he finally navigates past the ensemble of a bunny girl. Yet, what follows is a nurse's uniform, this time complemented by white stockings. The viewer is overwhelmed, exclaiming the sheer intensity of the visuals. Who on earth captured these images? He wonders, frustrated at the thought of a male photographer, yet unaware that these were self-portraits taken by her. Wang Yue, seated directly across from him, revels in her cleverness. Having prepared these photographs to tease him, she finds amusement in his jealousy. After swiftly deleting the embarrassing history, he returns the phone to her. Have you deleted them? Wang Yue inquires with a mischievous smile, her heart brimming with delight. It's best to refrain from engaging in such trivial pursuits in the future, he replies, a hint of guilt in his eyes. At that moment, Wang Yue seems to transform before him, her attire appearing to shift with each glance. Thank goodness she didn't come to me dressed like that. How could anyone withstand such a trial? He muses. Now, please expedite the transfer. I will notify you once the project is successful, Wang Yue urges. He nods and makes a call to the company, now under his stewardship. The author has crafted him as a capable antagonist, a paragon of the affluent and handsome. These traits serve as a prelude to the narrative, a lofty figure, yearning for a woman whom he has pursued for 3 years without success, while the charismatic Long Wang, Ye Chen, effortlessly captivates her. Rest assured, I will ensure the funds are transferred within the hour, he assures her after concluding the call, his spirits lifted significantly. The bunny girl ensemble is indeed delightful. It could be even more enticing with less fabric, he thinks, considering to consult Qingming later for arrangements. Wang Yue squints, recalling her unresolved matters with him. He had previously brought Tang Yu to the Star River Club, organizing a plethora of companions for him. She resolves to address this oversight soon. At that moment, Qingming, engrossed in a conversation about life aspirations with a supermodel in a hotel, suddenly sneezes. After the 2 individuals exited the deep-sea restaurant, they each drove back to their respective companies. Upon Wang Yue's return, the fund from the Tang Group had already been secured. Coupled with the 500 billion she had meticulously prepared, the total amounted to an impressive 800 billion. This time, she aimed to pull off something monumental. She intended to make that scoundrel named Ye Chen bleed profusely. He is the protagonist? Tang Yu is the antagonist. Huh. Let her orchestrate his downfall and see how he continues to play the lead role. Chapter 27. I really don't want to make money, France, Le Libre. As a progressive media outlet, they began developing their online presence early on, amassing over 20 million followers across various social platforms. Today, they unexpectedly published a news article that garnered millions of clicks within just 1 hour. The content revealed allegations against the Fowls company for tax evasion. The article meticulously detailed Fowls' financial activities over the past 7 years. Upon learning of Fowls' conduct, French netizens were enraged. Is the French government incompetent? How could they overlook such misconduct? They must be busy dividing the spoils, those scoundrels. Fines must be levied to the fullest extent. In response to the news, relevant authorities dispatched personnel to Fowls company immediately, detaining numerous executives for investigation and freezing all their funds. The following day, the investigation results were released. Fowls company was found guilty of egregious tax evasion and faced astronomical fines. The $300 billion that Huajin company had recently transferred was insufficient to cover this financial chasm. Following the fallout at Fowls company, Huajin Investment, as the primary shareholder, suffered severe repercussions. They were implicated in the misappropriation of funds, prompting an investigation by the authorities. Following this revelation, Huajin Investment's stock prices plummeted. When Ye Chen received this news, he was in the restroom, taking a break. He spent at least 2 to 3 hours here daily. What led to this investigation? Who provided the information? He fumed, clutching his phone. The collapse of Fowls company had obliterated his plans to court Wang Yue. The $300 billion in funds had not even made it to the project. It was now firmly in the grasp of the French government. $300 billion. To him, not picking up money outside was a loss. He felt compelled to sample every opportunity that passed by. Losing such a substantial amount was like a dagger to his heart. What was even more unbearable was Huajin Investment's catastrophic loss. The stock prices were in free fall, and the company was scrambling to inject capital into the market to stabilize it. Huajin Investment is one of the major companies under the Long Hun organization, with total assets around $500 billion. With this recent stock market crash, their losses were at least nearing $100 billion. Dragon King, there is another situation to report. The primary reason for this loss is that someone has taken the opportunity to short our stock. They invested a total of 800 billion Huaxia coins, and our organization has traced the funds to the Tongwang Group and the Tang Group. The voice on the other end continued. Upon hearing the names of Tongwang Group and Tang Group, Ye Chen's face turned pale. How could they engage in such treachery? Where had the plan gone awry? It should have been flawless. Wang Rulong would never dare betray him. Wang Yue should have remained oblivious. Could it be that Tang Yu, that incompetent fool, had uncovered something? Just him. My identity hasn't been exposed, has it? Ye Chen asked coldly. No, the identity of the Dragon King must remain absolutely confidential. That's good. It's merely a loss of 100 billion. ISNT it? Once I subdue the 4 prominent families, this sum will return to me multiplied 10-fold or even 100-fold. After finishing his statement, Ye Chen abruptly hung up the phone. As long as his identity remains concealed and undisclosed, he would devise another method to win over Wang Yue. When it comes to winning a woman's heart, he possesses a myriad of strategies. As for Tang Yu, the money he has acquired this time will be repaid with his life in due course. He then retrieved his phone and sent a message to his subordinate, Qi Yin. The message demanded that within half a month, the weaknesses of the Tang Group must be investigated. He wanted the Tang family to meet their demise. After sending the message, he exited the restroom. Upon reaching the lawn downstairs, he swiftly scanned the surroundings and soon captured a snake measuring half a meter in length. Once he had subdued the serpent, he effortlessly extracted its fangs, rendering it harmless. With a cold smirk, he approached Villa 8, where the esteemed Miss Qin Curson resided. For the past few days, he had been unable to find an opportunity to get close to her. Thus, he resolved to create an opportunity himself. Noticing that the area was clear of onlookers, he casually tossed the snake through the second-floor window of the villa and then stood below, patiently awaiting a chance to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Crafting an accident to garner favor, and allow the other party to gradually fall in love with him was his forte. Ding! The host successfully navigated the plot, earning as a reward a building, the Mu Yue Hotel, which has been transferred to the host name. The sudden system notification startled Tang Yu, who was lazily lounging at home. He bolted upright in disbelief. What? How had I managed to survive the plot? He was utterly bewildered. He had done nothing at home. System, what have I accomplished? He silently pondered this question. The system's voice responded, confirming his survival of the plot in Chapter 88. Tang Yu recalled the events of that chapter. The Dragon King Ye Chen's scheme had succeeded. Wang Yue had unwittingly fallen into his trap, and the Tongwang Group's 500 billion funds had been frozen. Following that, Wang Rulong began his power grab, leading to the plot where he emerged to pursue romantic interests. Understanding the situation, Tang Yu smiled in satisfaction. After toiling for so long in this charade, he finally received a well-deserved reward. In high spirits, he rose to tidy himself up and prepare to inspect his new acquisition. The Mu Yue Hotel, despite its seemingly ordinary name, was renowned in Suzhou and Hangzhou. It was the only 7-star hotel in the region, a pinnacle of sophistication in all of Huaxia, valued at approximately 200 billion. Tang Yu was taken aback by the generosity of the system. Although the Tang family was already affluent, who would ever complain about having too much wealth? Naturally, it would have been even better if the system had granted him a life-preserving martial art instead of this reward. Upon entering the garage, just as Tang Yu was about to select a sports car to set off, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and noted that it was a call from the company. What is it? Young Master Tang. The 300 billion investment that was transferred to the Tongwang Group a few days ago has been returned, along with an additional 150 billion in profits. What? Tang Yu began to sense something amiss. Shouldn't the funds have been invested by Wang Yue into the new energy project and subsequently frozen? How could there still be a profit of 15 billion after being returned? Earning money is indeed a joyous affair, yet something feels utterly wrong. Could it be that the plot has unraveled once more? Hastily, Tang Yu ended the call and dialed Wang Yue again. What is the matter, darling? Do you miss me? Came Wang Yue's sweet voice on the other end. Instantly, Tang Yu recalled her photograph dressed as a bunny girl. He cleared his throat and inquired, what is the status of our previous investment project? Oh, I suddenly discovered some issues with the partnering company. Upon investigation, I found someone attempting to deceive our Wang family. Therefore, I redirected the investment funds to short the opponent, making a modest profit. I'll be sure to call you for the next lucrative opportunity. Wang Yue blew a kiss to Tang Yu over the phone. Chapter 28. My dear, eyes never deceive. Has the plot truly unraveled once more? Alas, I have miscalculated. The difficulty of merely surviving has escalated significantly. Tang Yu felt a surge of frustration welling up within him. Is it truly so arduous for me to quietly bide my time and earn some rewards? Hey, why are you silent? Wang Yue inquired from the other end of the line, noticing the absence of sound. No, I'm simply overwhelmed with joy, so much so that words escape me. Is that so? Then I shall seek you out for financial ventures in the future. Thank you. Tang Yu wiped away a tear and ended the call. In the sweltering heat, he was drenched in cold sweat, his limbs icy. The abyss lay desolate, and the Dragon King walked among mortals. The rest was a blur. In summary, this world is rife with oppression towards the meek. When shall the meek truly rise? The Su family. As one of the 4 prominent families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, the Su family once basked in glory akin to that of the Tang family. However, in recent years, they have suffered a severe decline, barely managing to uphold their status among the 4 families. Were it not for the remarkable performance of the younger generation, particularly Mu Yue, one could surmise that the Su family's fall from grace was inevitable. After a long day at the company, Mu Yue returned home in her Maserati, only to be approached by a familiar figure, Ye Chen, who had been anxiously waiting in the car. Following their last parting from the Tang family, he could no longer remain as her bodyguard. Mu Yue, it's been a while. He greeted her with a warm smile. What brings you here? Mu Yue furrowed her brow slightly. Seeing her frown, Ye Chen felt a sweet sensation in his heart. Was she adopting this cold demeanor merely to shield herself from him? Silly girl, I missed you, so I came to see you, he replied with a smile. Please, don't speak like that. We're not close. I would appreciate it if you maintained some decorum. Mu Yue opened the car door and prepared to head inside. Her impatience evident. Ye Chen quickly stepped in front of her, his expression earnest. Cease the pretense, dear. Your eyes reveal the truth. You care for me, yet you fear for my safety from the Tang family. But I assure you, the Tang family is inconsequential in my presence. I am far more formidable than you realize. And soon you shall understand who truly wields power in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Mu Yue nearly lost her lunch at his audacity. Her murderous gaze indeed spoke volumes. At that moment, several members of the Su family emerged from the house. Upon witnessing Ye Chen obstructing Mu Yue, they erupted in fury. Su Zhongshan, gritting his teeth in anger, exclaimed, "You again? Last time you brought shame upon our family, and now you dare return?" He turned to the two bodyguards at the entrance and commanded, "Throw this scoundrel out." The two bodyguards charged forward with fierce intent. Ye Chen stood resolutely, allowing the blows to land upon him. Then, with a subtle shift of his weight, he sent the two bodyguards staggering backwards, landing unceremoniously on the ground. They looked up at Ye Chen, their faces etched with fear, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events. The members of the Su family were equally astonished upon witnessing this scene. This fellow possesses such remarkable skills? Who exactly is he? Observing the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Ye Chen flashed a wicked smile. I initially intended to maintain a low profile, yet your blatant disregard for others compels me to reveal my true capabilities. Today, I shall inform you that the Tang family is but a mere insect in my presence. I, Ye Chen, am the true dragon's son-in-law of your Su family. What is a useless individual like Tang you have to compare with me? 3 days from now marks Mu Yue's birthday, and I shall orchestrate her celebration. I plan to reserve the entire top floor of the Mu Yue Hotel to provide her with the finest birthday banquet. After a brief pause, he continued, furthermore, I shall present your Su family with a significant gift. Have you not been covertly plotting to acquire that parcel of land in the western part of the city? I will secure it for you. He had intended to remain somewhat understated, yet the reactions of Mu Yue and the Su family left him dissatisfied. How could he fear the Tang family? If he were abroad, annihilating the Tang family would merely take one night. Once, a prominent family with assets far exceeding those of the Tang family offended him. The Dragon Soul organization dispatched merely 8 elite members, and within a single night, that family was utterly obliterated. Therefore, from this moment forth, he shall gradually unveil his prowess to expedite his control over Su Hang. Is this person deranged? Who has the number for the psychiatric hospital? Someone should promptly send him there. I have never encountered such a boastful individual in my life. Claiming to contract the top floor of the Mu Yue Hotel? Do you believe you are worthy? Huh. We, the Su family, cannot obtain that land. Do you truly think you can? I would gladly kiss your shoes if you succeed. The members of the Su family erupted into laughter, mocking him. They regarded Ye Chen as a jester, convinced that he was utterly delusional. Setting aside other matters, merely contracting the top floor of the Mu Yue Hotel is an impossibility. 2 years prior, during Mu Yue's birthday, the eldest young master of the Tang family, Tang Yu, sought a personal meeting with the owner of the Mu Yue Hotel, offering a staggering sum of 300 million to reserve the top floor for Mu Yue's birthday celebration. Given the power of the Tang family and such an exorbitant offer, the Mu Yue Hotel still declined, explicitly stating that the rules could not be broken unless the Tang family purchased the hotel outright. If the Tang family could not accomplish this, what right does he have? In the face of their derision, Ye Chen merely smiled coldly. He retrieved a prepared document from his pocket and tossed it to the members of the Su family. Examine this document, and you shall see whether I can indeed fulfill my promises. Su Chongshan caught the document and glanced at it, his astonishment evident. It was the confidential information regarding the coveted land in the western part of the city. The document also contained details about 2 additional plots slated for development by the municipal government in the upcoming half year. How did he acquire such classified information? In the realm of business, information is paramount. With this intelligence, should the Su family seize the opportunity, they could reap profits amounting to hundreds of billions. The other members of the Su family, upon reviewing this document, regarded Ye Chen with newfound respect. This man, it seems, truly possesses extraordinary connections and influence. If a matrimonial alliance were to be forged with the Tang family, could it truly bestow such immense advantages upon the Su family? From the perspective of familial interests, the sentiments of the gathered individuals swiftly transformed. However, Mu Yue harbored no such contemplations. She held no affection for Ye Chen whatsoever. Yet, Ye Chen's audacious claims presented a splendid opportunity to extricate herself from him entirely. Thus, she coldly declared, "Very well, you have made this assertion. Should you fail to deliver, you shall no longer be permitted to disturb me." After all, securing the top floor of the Mu Yue Hotel was an impossibility. Should he prove to be untrustworthy, he would lose the face to continue pursuing her. Even if he were to succeed, she would resolutely refuse him. "It is settled then." Ye Chen nodded with an air of arrogance, addressing the members of the Su family, "With me as your son-in-law, the Su family shall ascend to become the second family of Su Hang." With that, he strutted away with great confidence. Observing his receding figure, the Su family members shared a hearty laugh. Indeed, this was an opportune moment to gauge his capabilities. If he could truly accomplish these two tasks, selecting a more suitable son-in-law for the Su family might not be a bad idea after all. Having departed from the Su residence, Ye Chen had not ventured far when a sleek black Rolls-Royce came to a halt before him. Chapter 29. Longchen Group. A tall man alighted from the vehicle and bowed respectfully. "Dragon King, Longya, how have things progressed?" Ye Chen inquired with a calm demeanor. An aura of sovereign authority enveloped him, instilling a sense of pressure in the man before him. The individual referred to as Longya was one of the 8 formidable generals of the Dragon Soul organization. Despite his unappealing appearance, his loyalty and business acumen earned Ye Chen's trust. He always kept Longya by his side, both for convenience and to accentuate his own handsome visage. Longya promptly reported, "I report to the Dragon King that the Blackstone Group has been successfully acquired and renamed as Longchen Group. Recently, after Huajin Investments suffered significant losses, the Dragon King summoned him back to Huaxia from Europe. He mobilized a staggering 500 billion in funds to successfully acquire the Blackstone Group in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The Dragon Soul organization possesses unfathomable depth." Ye Chen pondered for a moment and stated, "Then it shall be your responsibility to manage it. I prefer not to reveal my identity too early." "Thank you for your trust, Dragon King. I will certainly manage Longchen Group well," Longya replied, his fists clasped in excitement. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Suzhou and Hangzhou were not as he had envisioned. Relying solely on discretion would be too slow for his ambitions. He resolved to accelerate his conquest of the region. The Longchen Group was merely his vanguard. "Longya, 3 days from now, I wish to host a birthday banquet for my woman. In your capacity as the head of Longchen Group, secure the top floor of Mu Yue Hotel. Once secured, disseminate the news so that all of Suzhou and Hangzhou are aware that the owner of Longchen Group will be celebrating his beloved's birthday. Also, assist the Su family in acquiring that piece of land in the western part of the city to demonstrate my strength. Should there be any dissenters, they shall face death," Ye Chen declared with formidable authority. Longya accepted the command, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. Anyone who obstructed the Dragon King would surely face his wrath. Mu Yue Hotel, the only 7-star hotel in Suzhou and Hangzhou, stands as an iconic landmark of the region. The hotel comprises 2 curved towers, connected by an arching structure at the center. From a distance, it resembles a colossal ring standing proudly on the surface of the lake, embodying the essence of harmony between humanity and nature. Each night, the entire hotel reflects upon the lake's waters like a radiant moon, a sight to behold. Indeed, the system's reward was quite generous. Perhaps next time, a super doubling would be advisable. Tang Yu gazed at the hotel that now belonged to him with satisfaction. After numerous rounds of traversing narratives with the system, this reward was indeed substantial. However, the sudden generosity left him with an unsettling feeling. Upon arriving at the hotel, the general manager, Wang Defa, was already awaiting his arrival at the entrance. "Tang Xiao," he said, bowing deeply upon seeing Tang Yu exit the car. "There's no need for such formality, Wang Zong," Tang Yu replied with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. After the system transferred ownership of the hotel to him, it thoughtfully replaced the management team with members of the Tang family. Tang Xiao, shall I take you for a tour? Wang Defa gestured invitingly. Tang Yu nodded and followed Wang Defa through the hotel. Upon entering, the magnificent crystal chandelier captivated Tang Yu's attention. The entire lobby, crafted from yellow crystal and various jade stones, epitomized opulence and extravagance. Wang Defa guided Tang Yu around the hotel facilities, eventually arriving at the hot springs. The hotel boasted over 100 hot spring pools, with more than 40 villas dedicated to this purpose, frequented by the affluent from Suzhou and Hangzhou. He pointed to one villa and inquired, Tang Xiao, should we reserve a few hot spring villas for private use? One will suffice, Tang Yu replied with a smile. Very well, I shall make arrangements, and this villa will no longer be accessible to the public, Wang Defa nodded. After touring the hot springs, they returned to the general manager's office. No sooner had they sat down than Wang Defa's tea had yet to brew when his secretary rushed in. Mr. Wang, the head of Longshan Group is at our hotel, requesting to reserve the top floor for a birthday banquet. The secretary reported. Reserve the top floor? Wang Defa raised an eyebrow. The top floor of Mu Yue Hotel was a significant draw, attracting esteemed guests daily due to its breathtaking views. Reserving it for a single individual would undoubtedly offend other patrons. Just as he was about to decline, Tang Yu interjected, Longshan Group? Yes, Longshan Group. Formerly known as Haishi Group, which was recently acquired and renamed, the secretary quickly clarified. The Haishi Group was quite renowned in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and its sudden acquisition piqued much curiosity. Who, after all, could afford such a monumental investment of 500 billion to acquire such a vast enterprise? Tang Yu exclaimed internally. What the hell? ISNT this the plot from chapter 95 of the original story. In that chapter, Ye Chen ceased to merely play the fool and began to reveal his true capabilities. In a bid to prove himself to the Su family, he reserved the previously inaccessible top floor of Mu Yue Hotel to host a grand birthday celebration for Mu Yue. At this lavish event, the Su family was left humiliated, and no one dared to underestimate him again. Mu Yue was utterly captivated by his romantic gesture, falling deeply for him. After securing the Su family's favor, his influence in Suzhou and Hangzhou grew exponentially, and he began to plot the annexation of the Tang family. Damn this system. Are you truly trying to undermine me? Tang Yu cursed inwardly. He suspected that the system's sudden generosity was fraught with ulterior motives. According to the original plot, Ye Chen sent Long Ye to reserve the top floor for Mu Yue's birthday banquet. The hotel manager obstinately refused to break protocol. Consequently, Long Ye resorted to strangling the manager, issuing a lethal threat, comply, or perish, with one foot in the grave. The hotel manager realized the gravity of the situation and reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, the pressure now fell squarely upon him. Refusing is not an option, given Long Ye's volatile disposition. He will undoubtedly employ every conceivable tactic to compel their agreement. However, acquiescing to his demands could lead to significant complications. Should Ye Chen successfully win over Mu Yue, the Su family would inevitably fall under his influence. Coupled with the Longshan Group and other factions, the Tang family and their own position would become perilously precarious. Regardless of the outcome, it appears to be a dead end, leaving no room for survival. Thus, a strategy must be devised to instigate some form of disruption. Yet, taking direct action carries inherent risks. After a deep breath, his gaze settled upon Wang Defa. If memory serves, this individual possesses commendable skills as a double agent. A common trope in heroic narratives is that the antagonist's subordinates are adept at creating chaos, and Wang Defa is no exception. Consequently, Tang Yu perceives this as a splendid opportunity to showcase his talents. What is the matter, young Master Tang? Noticing Tang Yu's peculiar expression, Wang Defa hastily approached with a smile. Mr. Wang, I believe we can agree to the top floor contract, but we must absolutely prevent the birthday banquet from taking place. Do you grasp my meaning? Tang Yu replied with a mischievous grin, conveying his intent through subtle gestures. If the birthday banquet proceeds, it would lead directly to a dead end in the original plot. If they refuse, Longya's obstinacy will undoubtedly create further complications. Thus, it is imperative to let Wang de Fa fully utilize his capabilities. With the insight of this double agent, a stroke of brilliance is assured, and Longya shall tremble in trepidation. Understood. Wang de Fa nodded, though a hint of confusion lingered in his mind. What precisely was young Master Tang implying? Would it not be simpler to refuse outright? Puzzled, he exited the office and proceeded to the reception area to meet the awaiting Longya. How should I address you? Sir? Wang de Fa inquired, extending his hand with a broad smile. I am Longya. My boss wishes to host a birthday celebration for his woman. Miss Mu Yue, what is the price to secure the entire top floor? Name your figure. Longya, with an air of arrogance, shook Wang de Fa's hand. He was aware of the Moonlight Hotel's policy against private bookings of the top floor. Yet the Dragon King had issued his decree. Whatever the Dragon King desired, it must be accomplished. He was prepared to demonstrate their authority, ensuring the Moonlight Hotel comprehended that some individuals are not to be denied. Die Dragon King. Banda fa esa expresión darkanat instantaneously. Miss Su was the woman of their boss. So, this was an attempt to usurp young Master Tang's lady? Realizing the implications, he swiftly comprehended Tang Yu's strategy of securing agreement first, only to later thwart it, an intentional affront to their adversary. An opportunity for advancement had arisen. A sly smile crept upon Wang de Fa's face as he readily acquiesced. So, Mr. Long, it is a pleasure to meet you. Our Moonlight Hotel wishes to foster a good relationship with your esteemed company. Thus, we will exceptionally allow the top floor to be booked free of charge. Wang de Fa's demeanor astonished Longya momentarily. However, he quickly grasped the situation. The presence of the Long Chun group had likely prompted this overture of goodwill. After all, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize the implications of a 500 billion acquisition. The individual capable of such feats undoubtedly possesses unfathomable strength. Given the sincere intentions of your esteemed hotel, I, on behalf of the Longchan Group, graciously accept your friendship. Later, I shall forward the birthday banquet proposal to General Manager Wang, remarked Longya with satisfaction. Very well, Wang Defa replied with a smile, both men grinning like children weighing several hundred pounds. Once the agreement was established, Wang Defa hurried back to report to Tang Yu. Upon learning that the matter had been finalized, Tang Yu nodded in contentment. Does this dog system think it can outsmart me? With my unparalleled wisdom and the talents of my subordinates, including the likes of Zhuge Liang and Jiang Gan, how could a mere system hope to contend with me? Chapter 30. It turns out Tang Xiao had everything planned after passing through the hotel. Tang Yu contemplated for a moment. According to the original plot, to demonstrate his strength, Ye Chen had assisted the Su family in acquiring the land in the western part of the city. However, that land had already fallen into their own hands. After Longya departed from the hotel, the next task was to facilitate this matter. To prevent this mad dog from causing trouble, Tang Yu decided to employ the same strategy once more. Mr. Wang, please give Mr. He a call and let him know to temporarily cede the western land to the Su family, he said, gazing at Wang Defa. Let Ye Chen flaunt his prowess to the Su family for now. Once the birthday banquet is ruined by Wang Defa, we can reclaim that land. By then, the Su family will feel like they've been toyed with, and they won't be inclined to treat him favorably. Under no circumstances should we allow this dog to continue flourishing in Su Hang. Understood. Tang Xiao, Wang Defa nodded vigorously. He had grasped the plan. Tang Xiao intended to use this land as a birthday gift for Miss Su. Truly, Tang Xiao's grand gestures were commendable. I will arrange it immediately. At that moment, Tang Yu heard a notification from a system. Ding. Host, you are indeed quite cunning. Due to your shamelessness, you have triggered a special reward. The perfected ancient martial art immovable king technique. Usable once. Tang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Ancient martial arts? In urban novels, if there is no mention of cultivation, ancient martial arts are undoubtedly the most formidable existence. As for the immovable king technique, upon review, it was a defensive skill. According to the system's description, reaching perfection would render the body as unyielding as the immovable king. In other words, no one could breach his defenses. However, it could only be used once, which felt somewhat disappointing. System, could you perhaps remove the limitation of one-time use? Tang Yu suggested with a chuckle. The system remained unresponsive. With a sigh, Tang Yu lamented that the system was indeed quite unyielding. Yet, having it once was certainly better than having none at all. From this day forward, no matter how formidable an opponent, they would not be able to defeat him in a single strike. At least, it would take two. He wondered what rewards awaited him after the birthday banquet. After all, this was a significant plot point. With a face full of anticipation, Tang Yu laughed heartily as he exited the office, letting out a boisterous laugh into the open air. After Tang Yu's departure, Wang Defa remained in the office, his spirits soaring. Being assigned to oversee Mu Yue Hotel was undoubtedly a promotion. The task bestowed upon him by Tang Xiao must be executed flawlessly. He was determined to crush that despicable rival beneath his heel, bringing honor to Tang Xiao. He sat before the computer, eagerly awaiting Long Ye to send him the birthday banquet proposal. After 2 hours of anticipation, the proposal finally arrived. He hastily opened his email and, upon reviewing the banquet plan, broke into a wide grin. You little rascal, this plan is quite romantic indeed. Ye Chen, is it? Very well, at this birthday banquet, if I do not trample your face into the ground, I shall not bear the name Wang. With a gleeful chuckle, Wang Defa could hardly contain his excitement. After leaving Mu Yue Hotel, Long Ye, under the guise of the leader of Longchen Group, contacted a significant figure to assist the Su family in acquiring that piece of land. What initially seemed to be a rather troublesome matter led him to believe that unconventional methods would be necessary for resolution. However, upon contacting the other party, once they learned of Long Ye's intentions, they readily acquiesced without stipulating any conditions, merely expressing a desire to extend a favor to the Longchen Group. The seamless execution of both matters filled him with a sense of pride. The mere acquisition of a 500 billion conglomerate by his organization had garnered the attention of the entire Su and Hang region. Such a small place as Su and Hang was hardly formidable. It was no wonder that the Dragon King chose this locale as his initial sanctuary upon returning to Huaxia. Conquering Su and Hang was indeed a trivial endeavor. He swiftly dialed Ye Chen and, upon connection, reported, Dragon King, everything has been arranged. Excellent. Your capabilities remain as reassuring as ever. Quickly disseminate the news. Let everyone focus on this birthday celebration. Understood, Dragon King. With Long Ye's initiative, the news soon spread throughout Su and Hang. The top floor of the Mu Yue Hotel, which even the young master of the Tang family had failed to secure, had been reserved by the owner of the Longchen Group. The high society was abuzz with curiosity. Who exactly was this enigmatic proprietor of the Longchen Group? And who was his companion, to celebrate a birthday in such splendid style atop the Mu Yue Hotel? The women of Su and Hang were particularly envious, feeling resentment towards such a romantic affair that seemed to exclude them. 3 days later, several Rolls-Royces came to a halt at the gate of the Su residence. Long Ye emerged from the vehicle and entered the Su family home. Night had fallen, and the Su family awaited Ye Chen's arrival, eager to ascertain whether this individual truly possessed capabilities surpassing those of the Tang family. Upon learning of Long Ye's arrival, the Su family members were somewhat taken aback. Long Ye? Isn't he the owner of the Longchen Group? What brings him here? Long Ye approached Su Mu Yue and bowed respectfully. Miss Su Long, Ye Xiao has sent me to escort you to the Mu Yue Hotel for the birthday celebration. Ye Chen? Indeed. Su Mu Yue's expression shifted slightly. Could it be true that he had indeed reserved the top floor of the Mu Yue Hotel? The members of the Su family were equally astonished. The mysterious magnate who acquired the Longchen Group turned out to be Ye Chen. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu Yue resolved to attend. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative that she clarify her feelings to him. She had no romantic interest. Rising, she stated, "Very well, let us depart." Noticing her intention to go, Su Chongshan quickly interjected, "Mu Yue, are you truly going? This seems rather inappropriate, especially since you and Tang Yu have." "What is Tang Yu to me?" Ye Xiao could easily dispose of him with a mere flick of a finger. Long Ye interjected with a dismissive snort. A mere second-generation wealthy heir from Su and Hang dared to compete with the Dragon King for a woman? Su Mu Yue frowned slightly at these words. Turning to her father, "Father, it's fine. I will handle any issues that arise." All right. With a resigned sigh, Su Chongshan acquiesced to his daughter's wishes. Soon, a group of them boarded the vehicle and set off towards the Mu Yue Hotel. By the time they arrived at the Mu Yue Hotel, darkness had completely enveloped the surroundings. A throng of journalists and curious onlookers gathered outside, eager to discover which fortunate woman was graced with such special treatment. The arrival of several Rolls-Royces hardly piqued their interest. In a place like the Mu Yue Hotel, even luxury cars like Mercedes and BMWs were merely regarded as vehicles for bodyguards. Please, the young Master Yi is already awaiting you on the top floor, Long Ye announced as he led the Su family through the entrance. As the group stepped into the elevator, Su Chongshan's phone rang. Upon answering, his expression shifted to one of elation after a brief conversation. Mu Yue secured the land in the western part of the city, he exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he turned to Su Mu Yue. Once properly developed, this parcel of land could yield profits exceeding 100 billion for the Su family, a remarkable opportunity for them at this juncture. The members of the Su family were instantly invigorated, fully aware of the significance of this project. This Ye Chen truly possesses extraordinary connections. Choosing him may indeed be more advantageous than selecting the Tang family. They mused, their spirits lifted. Long Ao was pleased with the Su family's reaction and smiled slightly as he remarked, "This is merely a trivial favor from young Master Yi. His capabilities far exceed your imagination by 1,000-fold." At that moment, Ye Chen was donned in an exquisite suit, having meticulously prepared for the evening. With a glass of red wine in hand, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly admiring the nightscape, his heart tinged with anticipation. Tonight, he intended to prove to the Su family that he was their rightful dragon son-in-law. However, the top-floor venue was sparsely populated, occupied only by staff. He had exclusively invited members of the Su family for the evening. Ye Chen refrained from being overly ostentatious. Should the entirety of Suzhou and Hangzhou learn of his pursuit of Su Mu Yue, it might jeopardize his plans for courting. Thus, he deliberately crafted this scenario to demonstrate his prowess to the Su family while safeguarding his romantic endeavors. Chapter 31. Do you deserve to compete with young Master Tang for a woman? When a group from the Su family arrived, Ye Chen finally set down the glass of red wine and went to greet them. Mu Yue, you have finally arrived. Did I not say I would fulfill my promise? Upon seeing Su Mu Yue, Ye Chen's lips curled into a charming smile, a sense of triumph washing over him. He clapped his hands, and immediately, a large cake was wheeled in. I know you adore fruit cake, so I had it specially made for you. However, before we indulge, I have a gift for you, he said softly, gazing at Su Mu Yue. With a sigh, Su Mu Yue looked serious. Ye Chen, I am uncertain of your identity, but I must make myself clear. Before she could finish her sentence, the crackling sound of fireworks erupted, interrupting her. The night sky was instantaneously illuminated. The attention of the crowd was instinctively drawn to the spectacle above. As the first firework burst, countless others followed suit, transforming the sky into a sea of blossoms. Those gathered outside the hotel were equally captivated by the display. They soon realized that the fireworks formed a string of words. Su Mu Yue, happy birthday! The crowd gasped, astonished that the birthday banquet was being held for the young lady of the Su family. How romantic! Just imagine the cost. This grand fireworks celebration was visible to nearly half of Suhang City. Countless individuals pulled out their phones to capture the moment for short videos. Many streamers abandoned their broadcasts, directing their cameras toward the fireworks instead. Wow, is this what it means to be rich and in love? This display has lasted 10 minutes. How is there still more? The onlookers in the live stream speculated about the fortune spent on the fireworks. From atop of the Mu Yue Hotel, the Su family watched in rapt attention. As the fireworks concluded, thousands of drones ascended into the night sky, resembling colorful fireflies. Once they reached a certain altitude, they began to perform a dazzling light show. No way, there's more? How many drones are there? At least 3,000, right? Incredible. Did they really spend millions just for a birthday? The light show left the spectators in awe, as if they were being fed dog food while witnessing a display of affection. Ye Chen was immensely pleased. The grandeur of the occasion was indeed remarkable. Long Ye had not disappointed him. Observing the Su family's astonished expressions, he internally rejoiced. From this day forward, the Su family should understand who truly deserves their admiration. After the light show continued for about 10 minutes, it ultimately formed 7 large characters. Happy birthday, Mu Yue. Just as the audience believed the spectacle was reaching its conclusion, the drone formation shifted once more. This time, they transformed into a heart shape accompanied by 4 words. Love you, you. Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction. This conclusion was rather delightful. Delightful? His expression instantly shifted, as though he had just tasted something unpleasant. Damn it! Why was that scoundrel's name included in the birthday celebration he had meticulously arranged for Mu Yue? The faces of his Su family members also changed. Yu? Was this not the name of Tang Yu? The onlookers below, however, appeared unfazed. Yu? Isn't he the young master of the Tang family? Goodness, Tang Xiao is exceedingly romantic. I had suspected all along that it must be Tang Xiao behind this. At that moment, Wang Defa, who was quietly observing from a corner, revealed a satisfied smile. This time, Tang Xiao would surely be pleased. Tang Yu had already arrived at the hotel, hurrying over upon learning that the birthday celebration had indeed taken place successfully. What was Wang Defa up to? Hadn't he been instructed to thwart this birthday event? As a traitor, shouldn't he have stirred up some trouble? When he finally rushed to the top floor, all eyes turned toward him. Mu Yue was gazing at Tang Yu with a deeply touched expression. She had not anticipated that this fellow had prepared such a thoughtful birthday celebration for her. She had messaged him the previous night, yet he had not responded. Little did she know, he was secretly orchestrating a surprise. This reserved, yet passionate individual. Blushing, she approached Tang Yu and said, "Thank you. I'm truly happy with this birthday celebration." Happy? Tang Yu was still somewhat perplexed, but felt a twinge of panic. What on earth was Wang Defa doing? Ye Chen, with a grim countenance, strode toward Tang Yu. He fixed a piercing gaze on the culprit and spoke in a low voice. "Did you orchestrate all of this?" "I did." A bewildered Tang Yu instinctively glanced back, only to discover the drone formation soaring above. "I love you, you. You? Indeed, this is a magnificent gift from our Tang Xiao. If you disagree, keep it to yourself." At that moment, Wang Defa's voice rang out suddenly. He approached with a group of bodyguards, surrounding Ye Chen to prevent this rabid dog from harming Tang Xiao. With an excited expression, he turned to Tang Yu, seeking recognition. "Tang Xiao, are you satisfied with this birthday celebration? Merely ensuring the birthday event goes off without a hitch is hardly enough. If one wishes to trample upon another, one must do so thoroughly, making them understand the consequences of vying with Tang Xiao for a woman. Did you arrange this?" Tang Yu asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wang Defa nodded vigorously, feeling quite proud of his meticulous planning. He regarded Ye Chen with a hint of disdain. What the owner of Long Chen Group? How dare he compete with Tang Xiao for a woman? Tang Yu felt a tightness in his chest, almost as if he might vomit blood. All he had wanted was to strike subtly from the shadows. Instead, Yu threw a bomb. Who would have thought that this brazen traitor would be so utterly thorough in his betrayal? Chapter 32. Wang Defa's fury against the Dragon King at this moment. Ye Chen's face contorted with rage, his eyes fixed on Tang Yu, brimming with malice. This scoundrel, he is doomed. Upon seeing several bodyguards standing before him, he charged forward, throwing a flurry of punches. The bodyguards were sent sprawling. As he made to advance towards Tang Yu, Mu Yue, unable to contain her fury, stepped in front of Ye Chen and shouted, "Is brute force all you can resort to?" With Mu Yue standing in his way, his eyes blazed with fire, even hinting at murderous intent. How dare his own woman protect another man? Yet, he quickly realized she was not defending Tang Yu. She was safeguarding herself. If he impulsively struck the man named Tang in this moment, things would escalate dramatically. If he were to eliminate this fellow, it cannot be done in front of so many witnesses. A barbarian remains a barbarian, utterly lawless. This is a society governed by law. I shall simply call the police and let them handle it. I refuse to believe he can escape justice. How absurd. If you lack the ability to act with dignity, then do not pretend. What is there to be furious about? The Su family members nearby began to scold him vehemently, their attitudes shifting with remarkable speed. This fellow had been posturing for so long, only to realize that the grand feast was prepared by young Master Tang. How could he shamelessly flaunt himself here? What could such a person possibly use to contend with the Tang family? How dare he claim to be the dragon's son-in-law of the Su family? Does he even deserve such a title? Longya understood that this was not the time for reckless actions. If he were to strike, it must not be in front of so many witnesses. He quickly pulled Ye Chen aside, saying, "Yi Xiao, do not act rashly. Calm down." He then turned to Wang Defa and exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this at Mu Yue Hotel? We, Yi Xiao, are hosting a birthday banquet for Miss Su, and you dare to play these games? Do you believe I cannot bring your establishment to ruin?" Wang Defa scoffed dismissively. A birthday banquet? Is today not the event hosted by young Master Tang for Miss Su? As for you, I have not taken a single penny from you. What grounds do you have to complain? Longya's expression shifted dramatically as he finally grasped why they had not accepted his money. Wang Defa then turned to Ye Chen and berated him loudly. "Moreover, our Tang family has already formed an alliance with the Su family. You, Yi Xiao, are truly shameless. Pursuing a girl who is already betrothed? A mongrel dares to bark so loudly?" He continued, "In my decades of life, I have never encountered such unmitigated audacity." Ye Chen trembled at the insult. As the Dragon King, when had he ever been subjected to such humiliation in public? Indeed, it was utterly repugnant for someone to be so oblivious and shameless. "Well said, Wang." The Su family members chimed in, expressing their agreement. Seeing the Su family rallying against him, Longya felt a surge of frustration. He pointed at the Su family members, exclaiming, "Do you have a gall to berate Yi Xiao? Without him, your Su family would never acquire that land in the west of the city in this lifetime." The expressions on the faces of the Su family members suddenly turned awkward, although this young man had pretended to possess something that was not his. It appeared that the Su family had indeed taken advantage of him regarding the land in the west of the city. Su Zhongshan's countenance darkened as he was about to step forward to express his willingness to return the land. Wang Defa scoffed derisively, his expression filled with disdain. "What does that piece of land in the west of the city have to do with you? It was only through young Master Tang's directive that the Su family obtained it. If you don't believe me, feel free to make a call to confirm. Young Master Tang is a modest individual. As his subordinate, it is my duty to uphold his reputation." Upon hearing this, Su Zhongshan promptly dialed a number. "Hello, Director Wang. This is Su Zhongshan. May I inquire about the land in the west of the city?" After a few questions, he received his answer and looked gratefully at Tang Yu, saying, "Xiao Yu, Uncle expresses his gratitude for your assistance in this matter." Mu Yue also gazed at Tang Yu with tender affection, realizing the extent of his sacrifice for her. I should invite him for a drink next time. What else do you have to say?" Wang Defa sneered, casting a questioning glance at the two from Longya. He had arranged this matter himself. How dare they attempt to claim credit? Longya's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he met Ye Chen's gaze, whispering, "Dragon King, it is my incompetence. Please punish me." Ye Chen's composure was on the brink of collapse. Yet, after the intense anger subsided, he found himself surprisingly calm. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from reprimanding Longya and instead looked at Mu Yue, saying, "Mu Yue, soon you will understand who your most correct choice truly is." With that, he strode away from the humiliating scene, with Longya hastily following in his wake. Once they departed, Wang Defa smugly adjusted his hairstyle. "Competing with young Master Tang? You think you are worthy? I alone could obliterate you." With the unpleasant individuals gone, he clapped his hands to resume the celebration for Miss Su's birthday. The Su family members smiled and began to celebrate Mu Yue's birthday. She approached the cake, closed her eyes, and made a wish. After her wish was made, the crowd began to slice the cake. She handed a piece of the cake to Tang Yu, who looked utterly dejected, saying, "Try this cake. It's quite delicious." "All right." Tang Yu accepted the cake and took a bite, finding it indeed quite tasty. "Thank you for today. This is the happiest birthday I've had, and I believe I will remember this day for the rest of my life," Mu Yue said with a radiant smile directed at Tang Yu. She was genuinely thrilled that he could attend her birthday celebration. "It's nothing, as long as you're happy," Tang Yu replied with a bittersweet smile. "And can you guess what I wish for today?" Mu Yue looked at him with fervent anticipation. "What? Don't tell anyone." Mu Yue lowered her voice conspiratorially. Leaning closer, she unexpectedly planted a kiss on Tang Yu's cheek. This time, Tang Yu was caught off guard and did not evade. Oh, upon witnessing the scene, Wang Defa immediately erupted in exuberant cheers, reveling in the success of assisting young Master Tang in his romantic pursuits. Meanwhile, Mu Yue, her cheeks flushed, playfully stuck out her tongue at Tang Yu before shyly scampering away. Tang Yu, with a complex mix of emotions, touched the spot where she had kissed him. After the birthday banquet concluded, he chose not to return home, but instead to rest in the general manager's office. Are you satisfied today, young Master Tang? Wang Defa, brimming with excitement over his performance, inquired. Your display today was truly commendable, he added. Indeed, Tang Yu nodded, his satisfaction palpable. After scrutinizing Wang Defa from various angles, he concluded that this individual could no longer remain in his current position. This fellow is undoubtedly a first-rate sycophant. I had underestimated him, he mused. Taking a deep breath, he said, Mr. Wang, upon reflection, your talents are far too exceptional to be squandered here. As fate would have it, our family has launched a new venture in Siberia. I propose you take on the role of regional manager, with a tripling of your salary as an incentive. Young master, I cannot possibly accept such an offer. I have merely performed a trivial task, Wang Defa replied humbly, though internally he was bubbling with joy. Do not be modest. This honor is well-deserved. Our Tang family will not neglect a worthy contributor. Prepare to depart after completing your handover tomorrow, Tang Yu affirmed, patting Wang Defa on the shoulder before turning to leave. Damn it. If another sycophant like this arises, I'll send him straight to Syria, Tang Yu thought to himself. Once Tang Yu had exited, Wang Defa leaped up in exhilaration. By heavens, I've received yet another promotion and raise. Overjoyed, he opened the WeChat group to share the good news with his colleagues, all of whom were part of the Tang family's management. Brothers, assisting young Master Tang in his romantic endeavors is truly effective. I've barely been promoted for a few days, and now young Master Tang has elevated me once again. Remember, whenever young Master Tang seeks a romantic interest, seize the initiative. Anyone daring to vie for his affections should be crushed without mercy, especially that fool named Ye Chen, after imparting his insights to his colleagues. Wang Defa smiled slightly. I can only assist you up to this point. Thanks to Mr. Wang for the reminder. I've gained enlightenment. Understood, it's Ye Chen, is it? The group erupted in joyous excitement, eager to learn from his experiences. Chapter 33. Are you using this to test the cadres? As Ye Chen and his companion exited the hotel, they were met with a throng of enthusiastic individuals gathered at the entrance, animatedly discussing the birthday banquet that had transpired that evening. The sound of their chatter gnawed at Ye Chen, nearly causing him to grind his teeth in frustration. How audacious of Tang Yu to humiliate him in such a manner. Long Yu trailed closely behind, his face ashen and trembling with trepidation. The first task entrusted to him by the Dragon King had been executed in such a dismal fashion. The image of the Dragon King being publicly shamed sent a chill down his spine, eliciting beads of cold sweat along his back. When the Dragon King was enraged, blood would surely flow like a river. After walking a short distance from the hotel, they paused in a park. Long Yu wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Ye Chen, his voice laden with guilt. Dragon King, today I have failed in my duties. Long Yu willingly accepts punishment. With that, he raised his left hand and struck his chest with considerable force, channeling his profound inner strength into the blow. Just as his hand was about to land, Ye Chen swiftly grasped his wrist. There's no need for that. You are my brother. This is but a trivial matter. The term brother from Ye Chen moved Long Yu deeply. The Dragon King had regarded him as a brother and did not hold him accountable for the failure. I, Long Yu, have wandered through life, lamenting the absence of a worthy leader. Now that I serve the Dragon King, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Long Yu choked on his words. However, today's affront cannot go unpunished. Ye Chen responded with a cold snort. His voice was icily resolute. You must gather your men and prepare for retaliation. Within a week, I want the Mu Yue Hotel to cease operations, and that fellow surnamed Wang must die. Having endured such humiliation today, if I do not return it 100-fold, then I shall no longer be called Ye Chen. Understood. Long Yu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Bringing down a hotel was a simple task for him. Then he inquired, by the way, Dragon King, What about that kid's surname Tang? He is not a concern for now. I have dispatched Ling Han and Qi Yin to approach him. His demise is inevitable. Ye Chen replied coldly. He was determined not only to eliminate him, but to ensure that he witnessed the downfall of the Tang family before his demise. Upon hearing that Ling Han and Qi Yin were on the case, Long Yu grinned broadly. Among the 8 champions of the Dragon Soul organization, the Dragon King was undoubtedly the foremost. Ling Han and Qi Yin ranked 3rd and 4th respectively. With both of them working in concert, success was assured. As for him, he had only attained the position of the 8th champion due to the Dragon King's favor. Yet his insufficient strength had kept him anchored in that role for years. Thus, many in the organization referred to him as Dragon Old 8. Once Long Yu departed, Ye Chen's expression darkened as he muttered under his breath, useless. Upon returning home, Tang Yu lay on his bed, utterly exhausted. Once again, it had been a day of trials. Reflecting on Ye Chen's demeanor today, he understood that the challenges he faced were only set to intensify. Ding! The host has successfully survived the storyline. Reward: 1 volume of the Qing Nong Tianjing. Automatically learned. No sooner had he settled onto his bed than the system's voice resonated within his mind. Instantly, an abundance of traditional Chinese medical knowledge flooded his consciousness. What the heck? The system has suddenly bestowed such a generous reward? Has it fully augmented my medical talents? He sat up in bed and gazed at his body, as if his eyes could penetrate his skin and reveal the intricacies of his veins. Any slight ailment within his physique became easily discernible. A plethora of medicinal remedies and therapeutic techniques, including acupuncture and massage, flooded his mind. To put succinctly, his medical prowess now stood at the pinnacle across the entirety of Huaxia. However, upon receiving such a remarkable reward, Tang Yu did not rush to celebrate. Something felt amiss with this dogged system. Is your Qing Nong Tianjing reliable? Tang Yu pondered internally. Are you deliberately trying to create trouble? Am I merely a novice to you? The system responded with a tone of discontent. Enough of this. You promised me a hotel stay, yet you led me into a pitfall. Tang Yu cursed under his breath. The system fell silent, observing the lack of response from this troublesome entity. Tang Yu resolved to keep his medical skills under wraps for the time being. Who knows what traps the system might have in store for him? He reclined back onto the bed and quickly succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned Wang Yue and Sumai donned in bunny girl outfits, playfully vying for his attention like a little piglet. Just as he was caught in a whirlwind of pain and pleasure, someone gently patted his face and called his name. Brother Tang Yu, wake up, it's time for breakfast. Awakened by that sweet voice, he opened his eyes to a blindingly bright scene. In that moment, he recalled a saying by Yasuo, I have touched the peaks and ventured into the depths. Both have imparted invaluable lessons. Though he might have slightly misquoted, it resonated with the essence of his thoughts. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoye stood by his bedside, clad in a JK uniform. Her pure and sweet appearance, combined with her petite stature, made her resemble a high school girl. Yet, despite her youthful face, her development was rather surprising. Leaning over the bed, she playfully rubbed Tang Yu's face, urging him to rise. Still dazed from sleep, Tang Yu nearly blurted out his thoughts. Xiaoye, are you testing me with this? He quickly corrected himself. Good morning, what brings you here? I came to treat Grandpa Tang. Hasn't he been suffering from stomach issues again? Jiang Xiaoye replied, sticking out her tongue and playfully nudging him. What were you saying about a test? Nothing, just talking in my sleep. Tang Yu hastily shook his head in denial. Sister, could you please be mindful of your image? It's quite inappropriate for a pure-hearted boy like me to see such things so early in the morning. It's perfectly appropriate. Your lack of height must surely be due to all your nourishment concentrating in one area. No wonder the elder said that a woman who cannot see her own feet is a rare beauty in the world. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Jiang Xiaoye's ears flushed crimson. She glanced down at her clothing, quickly straightened up, and blushingly urged, hurry and get up for breakfast. And he sent me to call you. All right, you go ahead. I'll just get dressed. Tang Yu had become accustomed to sleeping in the nude, making it quite awkward for him to rise in the presence of Jiang Xiaoye. With a playful pout, Jiang Xiaoye hurriedly dashed outside. Once she was out, she took a deep breath and vigorously rubbed her face, muttering to herself that her brother Tang Yu had turned mischievous. Ever since she overheard his innermost thoughts last time, the matter had lingered in her mind. Today, having come to check on Grandfather Tang's health, she intended to confirm this matter with him once more. While she had indeed verified her suspicions, it left her feeling rather embarrassed. She also wished the journey were shorter, as walking was quite exhausting. Chapter 34, My Uncle. I delight in bullying the weak after completing their morning routines. Tang Yu accompanied Jiang Xiaoye to breakfast. Upon arriving at the dining hall, they encountered a young man with long hair tied in a ponytail, who was enjoying his meal. As soon as he spotted Tang Yu, he promptly stood to greet them. Brother, Dr. Jiang, it has been a while. Tang Yu, slightly taken aback by the young man's enthusiasm, responded with a smile. Indeed, it has been a long time. Gulme, let's eat. The breakfast is nearly cold. After we finish, we shall visit Grandpa. The young man eagerly assisted in setting the table for the two. Once seated, Tang Yu quietly began his meal, his peripheral vision observing the beaming young man. The one who called him brother was not his biological sibling, but rather his cousin. Tang Yu, the son of his second uncle. Tang Yu held a vivid impression of this individual. In the narrative of the original story, shortly after Tang Yu's untimely demise, the elder Tang was so enraged that he fell gravely ill and passed away. In their quest for vengeance on behalf of Tang Yu, Tang's parents spared no effort in their retribution. However, despite the Tang family's might, they could not contend with the Son of Destiny. The formidable Dragon Soul organization, which supported their adversary, far surpassed the Tang family in strength. Under the guise of a fool, one could only thrive with a powerful backing. Seizing the opportunity, the ambitious Tang Yu allied himself with Ye Chen, becoming a pawn for the Dragon King and betraying the Tang family. The downfall of the Tang family was significantly attributed to his treachery. I must find an opportunity to bury this scoundrel. Tang Yu mused inwardly. The vast wealth of the Tang family, amounting to trillions, was the reward he intended to reclaim in the end. Confronting the Son of Destiny directly was futile. Was it truly difficult to outmaneuver a mere traitor? My uncle greatly relishes preying upon the weak. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoye glanced at Tang Yu, a look of curiosity in her eyes. Who is my brother planning to bury? After finishing their breakfast, the trio proceeded to the small courtyard to seek out the elder. Upon their arrival, they found him seated in a grand chair, engrossed in his mobile device. Sounds of combat and character exclamations emanated from the screen as he furiously berated his opponents. Come on, can you not even initiate a team fight? Are you a primary school student? Shouldn't you be in school during the day instead of playing rank matches? You lot are worthless. Even at 80, I could perform better than this pathetic display. The three who entered were clearly taken aback. This old man was surprisingly trendy. After concluding a match, the elder slammed his phone onto the table, massaging his chest in frustration. Grandpa, perhaps you should refrain from gaming in the future. It is detrimental to your health. Tang Yu hurriedly interjected. Yes, Grandpa Tang, you must take care of yourself. Jiang Xiaoye chimed in, urging him to rest more. I know, I will uninstall it. The elder replied, nodding as he picked up his phone to remove the troublesome game, his expression still simmering with irritation. Let me have some tea to calm down first, and then I shall check your pulse. Jiang Xiaoye poured a cup of tea for the elder and seated herself beside him to conduct the pulse examination, while Tang Yu continued to observe his grandfather in silence. Upon receiving the reward from the Qing Tang Heavenly Scriptures, he now only needs to focus his gaze to discern the ailments afflicting a person's body. His grandfather's gastric issue is a long-standing ailment, and it is evident that coldness has enveloped the stomach. According to the teachings of the Qing Tang Heavenly Scriptures, this condition falls under the category of stomach-ine deficiency, resulting from a lack of yin and fluids. The optimal treatment plan should primarily focus on warming and nourishing, utilizing a century-old black lingji as the medicinal catalyst, combined with huangjing, shashin, and 4 other herbal ingredients to brew a medicinal tea, which should be consumed over the course of a month. However, one might question the reliability of the Qing Tang Heavenly Scriptures. While Jiang Xiaoye was taking her grandfather's pulse, she couldn't help but feel a shock upon hearing his thoughts. Her pupils contracting slightly, she cast a surprised glance at Tang Yu. Could it be that her brother Tang Yu possesses medical skills? Remarkably, he could diagnose just by standing at the side without taking the pulse. In traditional Chinese medicine, The highest realm of observation is the state of divine insight. Only by reaching such a state can one achieve this level of acuity. Her grandfather had mentioned that no one in Huaxia traditional medicine had entered the realm of divine insight for centuries. As for the Qing Tang heavenly scriptures, it is indeed a sacred text coveted by practitioners of traditional medicine. Being an ardent enthusiast of traditional Chinese medicine, she couldn't suppress a gulp of anticipation, longing for an in-depth discussion with her brother Tang Yu. Xiaoye, are you finished? Seeing Jiang Xiaoye remain silent after taking her grandfather's pulse, old Tang inquired with a smile. Yes, I've come to my senses, Jiang Xiaoye replied hastily. It's due to stomach deficiency. Grandfather Tang, have you been experiencing frequent dryness in your mouth and an uneasy stomach lately? Indeed, it's an old ailment, old Tang said with a sweet smile. For such chronic issues, the primary approach is warming and nourishing. I shall prepare a herbal tea for you, and with long-term consumption, you will feel better. However, the herbal tea requires a black lingji that is over 100 years old as the medicinal catalyst, which we currently do not have at home. I will need to arrange for it to be delivered from afar, and it should arrive in a couple of days. Perhaps, Brother Tang, you could come by my house to collect it. After hearing the medicinal prescription recited by Tang Yu, she analyzed it and concluded that it was indeed a formidable recipe with almost no side effects on the human body. The principle that all medicine carries some toxicity culminates in the highest realm of treatment, where one heals without harming the patient's body. Truly, this is the essence of the Qing Tang heavenly scriptures. Tang Yu, standing nearby, was somewhat astonished. Could it be that the herbal tea she intended to prepare was akin to his own thoughts? It appears that the Qing Tang heavenly scriptures might not be a mere deception after all. Very well, this is a perfect opportunity for this young man to visit your grandfather. Old Tang agreed with a nod. Great. My grandfather has been mentioning you, Brother Tang Yu. Jiang Xiaoye beamed, her eyes narrowing with delight. This would provide an ideal chance to inquire about medical practices with him. After sharing a few words with Old Tang, she bid farewell and returned to her clinic. Old Tang's gaze shifted to Tang Yu and Jiang Xiaoye as he inquired, Do you two have any further matters to discuss? Grandfather, I wish to work at Milei Foods. Tang Yu spoke up. The Milei Foods he referred to is one of the core businesses of the Tang Group, which has been thriving in recent years. Old Tang did not rush to express his opinion. Tang Yu, being the second child, had been working at a branch of the Tang Group for years and had yet to engage with the core operations. As a member of the Tang family's direct lineage, he found himself marginalized due to the misdeeds of his father. 7 years prior, his father had embezzled funds from the company, secretly transferring the Tang Group's assets into his own name. Upon discovering this reprehensible act, he should have faced severe consequences, including the breaking of his legs and expulsion from the family, as dictated by their family rules. Had it not been for the fervent pleas of Tang Yu's family, the Tang family would have long since severed ties with him. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed to Tang Yu and said, Inquire with your brother. He is currently overseeing the Tang Group. With a gentle smile, Tang Yu asked Tang Yu, What do you think, brother? If you feel my capabilities are lacking, I would be content to take on a middle management position and gradually hone my skills. Well, that's not an issue at all. I have faith in your abilities. Our family will rely on the unity of brothers like us in the future, Tang Yu replied warmly, embracing his shoulders. Really? Is this how you're beginning to act, like a traitor? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Knowing the original storyline, he was acutely aware of what kind of despicable character his seemingly harmless cousin truly was. Chapter 35. No thanks, brother. I will certainly not betray your trust. Tang Yu expressed his gratitude, tears welling in his eyes, before turning to old Master Tang. As long as your brother agrees, that is sufficient. Do your best, and do not let us down again, old Master Tang said indifferently. He was elderly and preferred not to dwell on past grievances. After all, they were family. Thank you, Grandpa. I will go to the company to familiarize myself with the work now. Tang Yu promptly bowed to old Master Tang. Once he stepped out of the Tang family gate, his expression darkened instantly, his eyes filled with resentment. Though he was undeniably a member of the Tang family, he felt like a servant in their presence. Why was this old dog so biased toward Tang Yu? What had he done to deserve such treatment? In terms of appearance, Tang Yu was slightly more handsome, But in talent, did he truly fall short? During the college entrance examination, he had only missed a perfect score by 500 points. He snorted coldly and drove his Porsche towards Miley Food, the core business of the Tang family. If that fool Tang Yu was foolish enough to let him manage this venture, he should not blame him for being ruthless. Young Master Ye had already promised him that as long as he cooperated, once Tang Yu was out of the picture, everything in the Tang family would belong to him. After Tang Ruoyu's departure, old Master Tang's gaze turned profound. He took out an old pipe, lit it, and looked at Tang Yu, advising him, recently, Suzhou and Hangzhou have been a bit unstable, so be cautious. Yes, Grandpa. I will be careful, Tang Yu nodded. This elder was the anchor of the Tang family, undoubtedly possessing great wisdom. He surmised that his grandfather had already sensed something amiss. However, he had devised his own plans for dealing with the rebellious Tang Ruoyu in his heart. After leaving home, Tang Yu drove back to the headquarters of the Tang Group. Upon entering his office, he noticed two young women in professional attire tidying up his desk. Young Master Tang, one of the short-haired girls, greeted him eagerly upon seeing him. Lulu, you seem to have gained weight since we last met, he remarked teasingly. What? Where have I gained weight? The short-haired girl exclaimed, her eyes widening. She had just weighed herself the previous night, and her weight had not changed. Here, Tang Yu said, puffing out his chest. Understanding his implication, the girl playfully rolled her eyes at him. Tang Yu chuckled. The Tang Group was filled with beautiful women, and he often flirted with a few, as long as they were not the female lead. Of course, one must possess the charm of a high-class gentleman to do so. Otherwise, it was best not to provoke women. Young Master, this is our new secretary, Qin. She has completed her training and officially starts today. Lulu, the short-haired girl, introduced. Hello, young Master. Qin greeted immediately, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Qin, welcome to our Tang Group family, Tang Yu said with a hearty laugh, extending his hand to shake hers, his gaze appraising her. With an oval face and willow-like brows, her pair of pristine eyes radiates an ethereal charm, simultaneously evoking an impression of innocence and naivety. In terms of appearance alone, she would undoubtedly score a remarkable 95 out of 100. Ah, this girl is indeed attractive, possessing an undeniable grace of a delicate beauty, one mused. Indeed, but alas, how could she be an A? If she were to marry, wouldn't the child suffer from hunger? Another lamented. If only she could share half of Xiao Yu's score, a voice chimed in. In the midst of a handshake, Qi was suddenly engulfed in confusion. Was she imagining things? If there were any questions about starting work, she could simply ask me. I am quite amiable towards young ladies, and there is no need for excessive nervousness. Upon noticing Qi Yin's dazed expression, Tang Yu chuckled and gently patted her shoulder. Tang Xiao, I must take my leave now. Will you join me for dinner at my house this evening? I have a bottle of red wine I wish to share with you. Lulu at the door invited sweetly. I'm busy tonight. Perhaps next time I shall treat you. Tang Yu laughed heartily, as he had an engagement for dinner with Qin Ming. In this day and age, boys must take care to protect themselves, one remarked. Truly, I believe you. Who knows if you will host me with red wine or white? After hearing those thoughts once more, Qi finally confirmed that she was not imagining it. It appeared that she could actually hear his inner musings, which exhilarated her. This time, the Dragon King had dispatched her to infiltrate the Tang Group precisely to uncover its secrets. Being able to hear this fellow's thoughts would render her mission exceedingly simple. Just as Tang Yu opened his computer and clicked on a business document, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Qin, isn't she the internal mole sent by Ye Chen? He pondered. Damn it, I was so busy teasing Lulu that I nearly forgot about this. It can't be wrong. With such beauty and being an A, it must be her. As Tang Yu's thoughts echoed again, Qi felt a mix of shock and indignation, wishing fervently to strangle him in her mind. Must you incessantly mention being an A? Can you not exhibit some semblance of dignity? Once her embarrassment subsided, anxiety crept in. If her identity was compromised, would the infiltration plan not be in jeopardy? Even more troubling was the fact that she had already made her presence known, a perilous situation indeed. Calm down. Do not act rashly. She took a deep breath to swiftly adjust her mindset. The foremost concern now was how he had come to know her information. The confidentiality of the Dragon Soul organization was formidable. As one of the 8 great generals, she couldn't possibly be easily recognized. There are other women who fit the description of an A besides herself. Tang Xiao, is there anything you require of me? She inquired, feigning a calm smile. Please prepare a pot of tea for me. Tang Yu quickly assigned her a task, while contemplating his strategy. According to the original narrative, the downfall of the Tang group was not solely due to the internal traitor Tang Yu. Qi Yin had also exerted considerable effort. She was not only skilled in combat, but also possessed hacking abilities that ranked among the world's finest. Hence, Ye Chen had specifically chosen her to infiltrate the Tang group to extract confidential information. Isn't it simply a matter of wanting confidential information? I'll just steal it for you. I'll prepare a fake version shortly. While brewing tea, Qi Yin was taken aback by these words, her expression darkening. Do you truly believe me to be foolish enough not to discern between real and fake? With a beaming smile, Tang Yu swiftly typed away at the keyboard, altering various data within a confidential document. Consequently, even if Ye Chen were to obtain this information, it would be utterly useless. Once the modifications were complete, she printed the document and neatly placed it in a file folder. Then, she set the folder on the table and addressed Qi Yin. Please deliver this document to Manager Zhou in the business department. Certainly. Qi Yin, placing the freshly brewed tea before Tang Yu, took the document with a look of disdain. What a ridiculous bait. Only a fool would take the hook. This fake document is ready. There are plenty more for you to borrow in the coming days. Enough to ensnare Ye Chen. However, this is also for your benefit. Consider it a roundabout form of revenge. He is your true enemy. Speaking of which, our Tang family has a debt of gratitude towards your father. It would be unwise to repay kindness with enmity. Upon hearing these thoughts, as she grasped the document, Qi Yin shivered slightly. The Dragon King is my true adversary? The Tang family hold a debt of gratitude to my father? Chapter 36. The Assassin's Diary. In that fleeting moment, she found herself unable to restrain the urge to inquire. Yet, as she opened her mouth, she realized that no sound emerged. After leaving the office, her mind was in a state of disarray. Raised within the Dragon Soul organization and personally trained by Ye Chen's master, she harbored unwavering loyalty towards Ye Chen. However, as an orphan, she yearned to uncover the identity of her family. Had they abandoned her, or was there another reason for their absence? Thus, she had been discreetly investigating her origins. But no matter how diligently she searched, she could find no information regarding her parents, as if they had never existed in this world. Years had passed, and she had nearly lost hope. Yet today, when Tang Yu unexpectedly mentioned her family, she felt a sudden jolt of confusion. How much did he truly know? Why was the Dragon King her enemy? What connection did he have with the Tang family? A myriad of questions swirled in her mind. After taking a moment to breathe deeply, she quickly regained her composure. I must investigate the Tang family, since they hold a debt of gratitude towards my father. Following this lead should yield results. Just then, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from the Dragon King. Swiftly, she made her way to the rooftop of the office building and answered, Dragon King, what is your command? Qi Yin, what is the status of your investigation? Ye Chen's voice inquired. She hesitated briefly before responding. I have obtained the first batch of information and will send it to you shortly. Good, I appreciate your efforts. You are the one I trust the most. Hearing the conversation flow smoothly, Ye Chen finally exhaled in relief. With a sly smile, he remarked, as long as you complete the task before Ling Han, you shall be the first to become my woman. Qi Yin was at a loss for words, holding her phone in silence. Suddenly, a wave of disinterest in dining washed over her. Tang Yu's assertion that the Dragon King was her adversary had significantly altered her perspective. Why the silence? Noticing Qi Yin's lack of enthusiastic response, Ye Chen's tone became slightly displeased. Qi Yin snapped back to reality and hastily replied, someone just arrived. And I didn't hear you. I must go deliver the materials now. With that, she quickly ended the call. After snapping a photo of the fabricated documents, she hurried to deliver them to the department. Upon her return, she found Tang Yu diligently typing away, engrossed in creating false materials. Seeing Qi Yin had been gone for quite some time, Tang Yu couldn't help but grin. This silly girl must have secretly obtained a copy of the documents. It's hilarious. They say that a large bust often accompanies a lack of brains. Her A-level intellect seems rather lacking as well. No wonder she has been deceived by Ye Chen and his master for so many years. It's quite pitiful. Hearing these thoughts, Chi-in couldn't suppress a twitch of her lips. Could you please refrain from mentioning my A-level intelligence? I truly feel like striking someone. Yet, after hearing Tang Yu speak of Ye Chen and his master, she found herself compelled to believe Tang Yu's words. This guy even knew about the existence of that elder from the Dragon Soul organization. After toiling away with the fabricated documents, Tang Yu stretched lazily, having completed her work. Observing Chi-in standing by the side, he pondered for a moment before issuing his directive. By the way, the company intends to venture into the gaming industry soon, and I require your assistance in conducting some research. How should I conduct this research? Chi-in was aware that this individual was undoubtedly concocting some mischievous scheme. Tang Yu hastened over to activate the television mounted on the office wall and powered on the gaming console. There were a total of 25 games, all of which were the most popular titles currently on the market. I expect you to complete them all and provide me with a daily work report, he instructed. Additionally, the company offers complimentary snacks and milk tea, and any takeout orders will be reimbursed. Feel free to indulge in whatever you desire. Concentrate on this task for the time being. When fatigue sets in, you may rest in the lounge next door. It's perfectly acceptable. After hearing Tang Yu's arrangements, Chi-in was momentarily taken aback. All right, get started promptly. Do not slack off. The office is under surveillance, and I will be observing. Once Tang Yu had given his serious admonition, he departed the office with a smile. Transferring you seems rather inappropriate. To prevent you from causing trouble elsewhere, I've arranged for you to play games daily. Upon overhearing Tang Yu's thoughts as he left, Chi-in sat there, speechless, and began to engage in the games. Before long, she became fully immersed in the gaming realm. July 13th, gaming. July 14th, gaming. July 15th, gaming. July 16th. Chi-in, oh Chi-in, how could you fall so low? Have you completed your investigations? July 17th, gaming. Mu Yue Hotel. In a room on the 12th floor, a female attendant stood at the door, gently knocking. Hello, esteemed guest. Your checkout time has elapsed by 2 hours. May I inquire if you are still present? The current time was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, while the designated checkout time had been 1 o'clock. According to hotel policy, if a guest failed to check out within 2 hours, the staff were required to inquire at the room. After knocking repeatedly with no response, the attendant had no choice but to use the hotel key card to unlock the door. Upon entering, she was met by a chilling blast of air conditioning, the temperature shockingly low. The attendant shivered and noticed the bathroom light still illuminated. Upon investigating, she discovered a woman lying in the bathtub, the water now a deep crimson. Soon, a piercing scream echoed through the corridor. Within minutes, the hotel's medical personnel rushed over to administer aid. It's futile. After a brief attempt to revive her, the medical staff exchanged weary smiles. News of a suicide at Mu Yue Hotel spread rapidly. A throng of guests, upon hearing the news, promptly checked out. Tang Yu also arrived without delay. Upon his arrival, the hotel's new general manager, Zhao Li, was already waiting. Seeing Tang Yu, he quickly expressed his remorse. Young Master Tang, it is my failure. This incident occurred right after I took charge of the hotel. The previous general manager left before settling in, and I inherited this troublesome situation. If this matter is mishandled, it will significantly impact the hotel. It is not your fault. Tang Yu patted him on the shoulder and inquired, what is the situation now? The scene has been cordoned off, and the police are currently gathering evidence. The initial judgment leans towards suicide, Zhao Li replied. Suicide? Tang Yu furrowed his brow. Those who can afford to stay at the Mu Yue Hotel are undoubtedly among the wealthiest. There is a saying online, wealth does not guarantee happiness. This is because the joy of the affluent is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Thus, in all these years at the Mu Yue Hotel, there has truly been no case of suicide here. Who would wish to end their life when they are content? Zhao Li glanced around and lowered his voice. However, the police discovered that a portion of the victim's hair was missing, and it is highly likely that she was involved in something untoward, yet evidence remains elusive. What about the surveillance? The cameras did not capture anyone entering or exiting her room. Tang Yu's expression grew increasingly troubled. Something indeed seemed amiss. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and sat in contemplation for a moment before a name suddenly sprang to mind. Longya. Chapter 37. Interested in purchasing a hotel? As one of the 8 formidable generals of the Dragon Soul organization, Longya has quite a significant presence in the original narrative. His rise to the rank of general is indicative of his formidable prowess. To accentuate his character, the author has bestowed upon him a peculiar persona, one that entails claiming a token from his victims post-murder. For men, he resorts to severing a pinky finger. For women, he clips a lock of hair. Additionally, he shares a common trait with his master, being a ravenous libertine. However, unlike Ye Chen, the protagonist known as the Dragon King who seeks only the most exquisite companions, Longya is indiscriminate, preying on any woman who resembles a human. He even has a notorious saying, whether she is beautiful or ugly, once she is in my mouth, she becomes my feast. It must surely be him, thought Tang Yu, her expression darkening momentarily. The last time Ye Chen faced such humiliation at the hotel, it was only natural for him to seek revenge. Yet, to frame her with a murder, now that was utterly deranged. She resolved to find an opportunity to bury this man. It was one thing to confront a master. Dealing with a mad dog was far more manageable. At that moment, 2 figures caught Tang Yu's eye. 2 middle-aged men, smoking and laughing as they walked side by side. One was missing an ear, while the other had lost an eye. It was hard not to notice such a pair. Tang Yu recognized them. They were notorious figures in the underworld of Su Hang, known as the Heavenly Scar and Earthly Flaw, and wielded substantial power. In the original plot, these 2 were despicable villains who, due to their arrogance in offending the Dragon King, met a grim fate. Do you suspect them? Zhao Li inquired quietly, noting Tang Yu's gaze. Tang Yu shook her head and replied with a smile, "It's not them. I have an inkling of who it is. Just comfort the victim's family. I will handle the perpetrator." Zhao Li nodded, refraining from further questions. The next morning, the victim's family caused quite a scene at the hotel entrance, a throng of dozens blocking the way. The uproar grew increasingly disruptive, significantly impacting the business of Mu Yue Hotel. Surprisingly, the hotel took no action beyond offering reassurances. After several days, Longya felt the time was ripe. He ventured alone to Mu Yue Hotel to find Zhao Li, coincidentally encountering Tang Yu there. Upon seeing her, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he sneered, "Oh, if it isn't young Master Tang. It's been a few days. Has your hotel's business taken a nosedive?" Tang Yu, filled with indignation, retorted, "What can I do? The deceased was a senior executive of our Long Chun group. I must advocate for her rights." Longya grinned, openly acknowledging his mischief. "Do you truly believe the Tang family is a pushover in Su Hang, that we can be bullied by a mere Long Chun group?" Tang Yu glared coldly at Longya, her voice laced with threats. "The Tang family? Merely frogs at the bottom of a well." Longya, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "The Tang family merely flounders in this small well of Suzhou and Hangzhou, while the extraordinary background of young Master Yi is beyond your family's imagination. My purpose for being here today is quite straightforward. I find this hotel unappealing. It must either close down or be sold to me. The humiliation suffered by the Dragon King here last time is insufficient. I intend to acquire this hotel at a bargain, causing the Tang family to bleed profusely. It is a matter of avenging the Dragon King's dignity." He extended a hand and declared, 50 billion. Either sell the hotel or prepare for its downfall. Why not just rob it? Zhao Li, standing nearby, interjected, his expression darkening with anger. "That price, multiplied by 4, barely suffices to purchase the Mu Yue Hotel. This fellow is not just asking for an arm and a leg. Do you believe you have a voice here? You are merely a dog raised by the Tang family." Longya retorted, glaring at Zhao Li. As one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization, his fury commanded a certain presence. Zhao Li swallowed hard, refraining from further comment. "You are overestimating your position. Even if you were to cause a ruckus for a year, I will not sell you this hotel," Tang Yu stated, gesturing towards the door, implying that Longya could leave. In a sudden fit of rage, Longya erupted like a rabid dog whose tail had been stepped on. He leapt and kicked the marble coffee table, which immediately splintered into countless tiny cracks, reducing to a pile of rubble. The sheer force of his kick startled Zhao Li. "Is he a monster?" A fleeting smile crossed Tang Yu's eyes. This was a common tactic employed by Long Ye to intimidate opponents and breach their psychological defenses. He feigned terror and shouted, "Where are the bodyguards?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's voice, four bodyguards rushed in from outside, eyes narrowed and ready to protect Tang Yu at a moment's notice. Long Ye regarded them with contempt, dismissing them as mere watchdogs, incapable of comparison to someone like him who emerged from the depths of death itself. With a sidelong glance, he coldly threatened young Master Tang. "Even if you summoned 20 of these useless brutes, it would be futile. Young Master Yi appreciates subtlety. I, Long Ye, do not. If it comes to it, I will simply kill you and leave Huaxia." Tang Yu silently scoffed, deliberately portraying fear. After a moment of struggle, he finally conceded, "Very well, I will sell." Seeing Tang Yu relent, Long Ye's expression brightened with triumph. In the face of the Dragon Soul organization, all were but ants. He tossed a pre-prepared contract to Tang Yu, saying, "Sign and stamp it. The money will be transferred to you immediately." "Zhao, fetch the official seal," Tang Yu instructed while holding the contract. With a reluctant expression, Zhao Li opened the safe and retrieved the seal. After signing and stamping the document, the ownership of the hotel shifted from Tang Yu to Long Ye. Now the head of the Longshan Group, the hotel, was officially under his name. Upon completion of the contract, Long Ye smiled with satisfaction, gesturing towards the door as he observed the discontented expressions of Zhao Li and Tang Yu. "Two individuals of little worth. You may leave now, and remember, this is merely the consequence of offending young Master Yi." Zhao Li's face darkened with fury, while Tang Yu maintained a stoic silence as they exited the hotel together. Once outside, Zhao Li could no longer contain himself. "Young Master Tang, why did you acquiesce to his demands? How can our Tang family endure such humiliation?" The Tang family, as the foremost among the four prominent families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, may not wield absolute power, but they certainly should not be subjugated by a rising force like Longshan Group. Young Master Tang's forbearance is utterly perplexing. "In a few days, you will understand," Tang Yu replied with a carefree smile, lighting a cigarette and adding, "Do not be anxious. The true performance has only just begun." "Very well." Observing young Master Tang's calm demeanor, Zhao Li's agitation began to wane. "By the way, has Mr. Wang and his family relocated?" Tang Yu inquired further. "They departed for Siberia 2 nights ago. Following your instructions, young Master Tang, we fabricated travel records indicating their journey to Africa," Zhao Li promptly replied. "That is satisfactory," Tang Yu said with a slight smile. "Given Ye Chen and his associates' petty nature, it is certain they will seek to retaliate against Wang Defa as well. Now that Wang Defa is safe and the hotel has facilitated their departure, it is time to show Long Ye the consequences of their actions." He returned to the car, retrieved his laptop, and began typing furiously, sending off an email. Chapter 38. The Moonlight Hotel faces significant issues after Tang Yu and his companion exited the office. Long Ye revealed a contented smile within the general manageress office. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he retrieved his phone and dialed Ye Chen. Upon the call being answered, he immediately spoke with utmost respect. "Dragon King, the vendetta against the Moonlight Hotel has reached its conclusion. I coerced that young man, surnamed Tang, into selling the hotel to us for 50 billion. Oh, Ye Chen's voice on the other end resonated with a hint of delight. The Moonlight Hotel had been a source of humiliation for him. Acquiring it at such a bargain allowed him to amass over 100 billion in profit. His capabilities truly are remarkable. You have done well. However, this merely recoups a fraction of the interest," Ye Chen remarked with an arrogant smile, before inquiring, "And what of that Wang fellow? A mere dog of the Tang family dares to publicly reprimand me. He must perish." Long Ye replied, "I have already arranged for someone to investigate. He recently flew to Africa. Send someone to eliminate him. Those who insult me shall undoubtedly face death," Ye Chen commanded. Once the call ended, Ye Chen tucked his phone away, a sinister smile creeping across his face. After enduring so many setbacks in Suhang, he finally felt a sense of retribution. This was merely a taste of interest. The true spectacle was yet to unfold. Qi Yin had procured some confidential information for him, and other pieces were being positioned. The entirety of Suhang was merely a testing ground for his burgeoning prowess. In the West City branch, An exceptionally beautiful female police officer sat before her computer, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized several documents. The investigation into the Moonlight Hotel case remained ongoing. This incident was undoubtedly a homicide. However, Baiwani struggled to find evidence, which left her increasingly frustrated as she spent days pondering the solution to the case. Captain Bai, perhaps you should take a break? You didn't rest well last night, did you? A young officer expressed concern. It's of no consequence. Why should one slumber long in life when eternal rest awaits in death? Baiwani waved her hand dismissively, pushing her cup towards her colleague. Please brew me another cup of black coffee. All right, the young officer replied, his gaze reflecting a hint of sympathy. Captain Bai was far too dedicated to her work. Wouldn't it be better to relax occasionally and perhaps even engage in a romantic relationship? When the coffee was prepared and delivered, Baiwani took a sip, the bitterness instantly invigorating her. Just then, her laptop emitted a notification sound. She quickly glanced at the screen and noticed an email had arrived. Her instincts told her that this message sent to her personal email contained a crucial lead. Hastily, she opened the email, and her pupils dilated in shock. The correspondence was related to the Moonlight Hotel, but did not pertain to the murder case. Rather, involved drugs. Quickly, summon Director Wang, she exclaimed, slapping her desk and addressing her colleague. Snapped back to reality, her colleague rushed to fetch the director. The man known as Director Wang was a middle-aged man with a square face, exuding an air of righteousness. Upon his arrival, he looked at Baiwani with concern. Wani, I don't mean to criticize, but as a beautiful young woman, you shouldn't be exhausting yourself with late-night work. You've developed dark circles under your eyes like a panda. First, take a look at this. Baiwani moved the chair aside to allow her superior to examine the email. Upon glancing at it, Director Wang's expression instantly grew grave. If the clues contained within this email were genuine, it could indeed signify a major case. We must convene a meeting immediately and form a task force to investigate. I will personally lead the team, Director Wang commanded loudly. Soon, the entire West City branch was set into motion. After a 2-hour meeting concluded, the investigation team departed the branch to commence their inquiries. Baiwani wished to join the investigative team, but was declined by Director Wang, who advised her to have a meal and rest properly. Feeling somewhat dejected, she changed into casual attire and went out for lunch. She was not particularly picky about her meals, usually dining at a roadside stall across from the branch. As she approached the stall's entrance, someone called out to her. Officer Bai. Turning around, she took a moment to recall the person's name and smiled. Ye Chen, right? She had met him a while ago. On the bus. He had bravely intervened to stop a pickpocket. Subsequently, after disembarking, the thief returned with accomplices to retaliate, yet Ye Chen managed to subdue several of them. She had been quite surprised when she witnessed his adeptness. He certainly concealed his skills well, leaving her with a lingering impression. However, what stood out most was his smile, which she found somewhat peculiar. I thought Officer Bai might have forgotten my name, Ye Chen remarked with a mischievous grin, his lips curving upward. He was holding a shabby sack, filled with various plastic bottles. Are you branching out into a side business? Baiwani chuckled at the sight. Not quite. I just encountered an elderly lady who was collecting bottles. It seemed quite challenging for her, so I helped her return the bottles and even bought her some fruit. Ye Chen explained with a sigh. Hearing this, Baiwani felt a surge of admiration for him. This man possessed a kind heart. Are you about to eat? Why not join me? I'll return the bottles and come right over, Ye Chen suggested, gesturing toward the nearby stall. No need, I'll just pack something to take back. As I have work to attend to, Baiwani replied with a carefree smile, waving her hand as she entered the establishment to place her order. Ye Chen did not press further. He understood that pursuing a woman required a sense of moderation. A woman who could be won over so easily could just as easily be swayed by another man. The more exquisite the beauty, the more patience one must exercise to earn her devoted affection, perhaps even to become her favored suitor. After walking a short distance with the bag of plastic bottles, he casually tossed it into a trash bin. He had purchased that bag for 10 yuan from a scavenging elderly woman, having no smaller denominations on him at the time. The bag of plastic bottles was hardly worth 5 yuan. After arranging a few more encounters, he believed he would be close to success. Such women were not too difficult to captivate. Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction. With 2 deliberately arranged meetings under his belt, he felt confident. Baiwani was a woman he was determined to win over. The individual in question not only possesses exceptional beauty, ranking among the most esteemed in the Suzhou and Hangzhou region, but also hails from a remarkably distinguished lineage. Although the Bai family does not belong to the four prominent families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, their influence is undeniably formidable. This family has deep political ties, with a significant portion of the political landscape in Suzhou and Hangzhou being comprised of their former students and associates. To wield control over Suzhou and Hangzhou, one cannot overlook the formidable power of the Bai family. After washing his hands by the roadside, he hurriedly proceeded to his next destination, as he still needed to cultivate goodwill with other enchanting ladies. Chapter 39. I seek a cell for while the Mu Yue Hotel, now renamed Longshan Hotel, had undergone a significant transformation under Long Ye's management. Upon taking over, Long Ye promptly dispatched the group of troublemakers, relatives of the deceased woman, as senior executive from their company. After expending several million to placate them, the disturbances subsided. He diligently worked to mitigate various negative impacts, and the hotel's business gradually began to return to normal. At this moment, he was seated in his office, embracing a beautiful secretary, preparing for a moment of passion. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed down the corridor, followed by a forceful intrusion as a group of police officers burst into the office. What is the meaning of this? Can't you even knock? Long Ye remained unfazed by the sudden arrival. Instead, he wore a haughty expression. What was his status now? He was the head of the Longshan Group, a prominent entrepreneur in Suzhou and Hangzhou. A mere group of junior officers meant little to him. You are the hotel's manager? The lead officer, Baiwani, produced her badge and in a cold voice inquired. Yes, what of it? Long Ye's gaze roamed over Baiwani with unabashed scrutiny. Had he known she was a favored woman of the Dragon King, he would never have dared to look at her so. Your hotel is suspected of harboring illegal substances. Come with us. With a wave of her hand, police officers produced handcuffs, preparing to restrain Long Ye. How dare you? Long Ye's expression darkened, glaring coldly at Baiwani and her team as he warned. Do you know who I am? I am the head of the Longshan Group. Dare you lay a finger on me? As soon as he finished speaking, a special police officer seized his arm, ready to cuff him. Just as he was about to retaliate, several fully armed officers raised their guns, aiming at him. He instantly raised his hands, his eyes filled with fury. If this were abroad, such insolence would not go unpunished. Handcuff him and take him away. With a command from Baiwani, a group of officers escorted the humiliated Long Ye out of the hotel. Once brought downstairs, Long Ye was utterly dumbfounded. The surrounding area had been cordoned off. Police cars lined the streets like serpents, while dozens of individuals, handcuffed, sat on the ground, their faces etched with dread. Among them were the notorious Tian, Can, and DK, the very culprits behind this incident. Even a fool like Long Ye realized the gravity of the situation. I want to call my lawyer. Let me make a phone call, he shouted, his voice tinged with panic. Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind. As the remaining individuals were rounded up, they were all taken away in police vehicles. Soon, this sensational news spread throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou. The illustrious Mu Yue Hotel was embroiled in a scandal of drug trafficking. As the hotel's manager and legal representative, Long Ye had fallen from grace. The Mu Yue Hotel was immediately sealed. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, the quiet orchestrator of it all, lay in bed, engrossed in her phone. She was already aware of the operation conducted by the West City Bureau. It all began when she encountered the infamous brothers Tian, Can, and D. Quebec. Tang Yu suddenly recalled that these two individuals were far from virtuous in the original story. Driven by greed, they had the audacity to engage in such perilous undertakings. Upon spotting them, Tang Yu promptly instructed his associates to conduct a discreet investigation within the hotel. After uncovering some leads, he unceremoniously passed this hot potato to Long Ye, who eagerly accepted it and conveniently reaped a profit of 50 billion. Failing to do so would have led to the hotel's inevitable downfall, dragging him down with it. As for offending Ye Chen, Tang Yu had gradually become accustomed to such possibilities. He would endure as much as he could. When the time came that he could no longer persist, he certainly wouldn't present his neck for the axe. After all, Who was he to allow someone to frame him with a human life? Cursing under his breath, he recalled the insufferable system and continued his tirade. Curse you, system. You're just as treacherous. I knew you had ulterior motives for providing such bountiful rewards. I'm merely an emotionless machine dispensing rewards. Bark on, dog. Don't stop barking. Get lost. After venting his frustration, the system ceased its responses. Just as he was about to toss his phone aside and retire for the night, it suddenly rang. A glance at the screen revealed a contact labeled by Wani. What did she want? Tang Yu felt a twinge of curiosity. Had she discovered that he was the one who sent her the anonymous email? After acquiring some clues previously, he had deliberately chosen to send the email to Baiwani. They hailed from prominent families in Su and Hangzhou, and he was somewhat familiar with her. However, her impression of him was decidedly unfavorable, primarily due to his close friendship with Qin Ming, the most notorious playboy in Su and Hangzhou. Their camaraderie had led Baiwani to harbor resentment towards him. After pondering for a moment, he answered the call. Oh, isn't this the esteemed Miss Bai? Seeking a heart-to-heart with me late at night? Get lost. You were the former owner of Minghua Hotel, weren't you? Come to the Chengxi precinct immediately for questioning, Baiwani retorted briskly from the other end of the line. What have I done? Just come over, no more nonsense. If not, I'll send people to your house and drag you in, she warned before abruptly ending the call. Tang Yu couldn't help but click his tongue in disapproval. This woman was still as fiery as ever. She had quite a reputation in the Su and Hangzhou circles, and her unwavering integrity had led many young masters to suffer greatly at her hands. Yet, she remained untouchable, her family being quite formidable. Even Tang Yu had to concede defeat when faced with her. The power she wielded was indeed far superior to mere wealth. This was the quintessential persona of a strong female officer in a thrilling narrative, coming from a prominent family, overflowing with a sense of justice, and spending her days apprehending criminals. Ironically, this paragon of justice had ended up as a consort to the Dragon King. The thought made Tang Yu want to scoff. Such a character setting was utterly absurd. Yet, it was precisely this that made him choose her. Heh, I'll wield the heroine-s spear against the Dragon King-s hound. When it's time to endure, I shall endure. When it's time to act decisively, I shall act. With a cheerful demeanor, Tang Yu prepared to step out. The hotel's legal representative and the person in charge are not self-owned entities. It is merely a formality. When Father Tang noticed him dressed impeccably as he emerged, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What are you up to at this late hour? Off to seek out that Qin Ming fellow again?" "Not at all. I'm simply looking for a place to sit in a cell," Tang Yu cheerfully replied. Father Tang felt something was amiss. By the time he intended to seek out the 7 wolves for character correction, Tang Yu had already slipped away. Upon his arrival at the West City Police Station, the atmosphere was already quite lively. With such a significant incident occurring, city officials had gathered. Upon seeing Tang Yu, these leaders exchanged wry smiles and greeted him. "Isn't this young Master Tang? What brings you here at this hour? What is your purpose for coming?" "I'm just looking to sit in a cell," Tang Yu replied, offering a strained smile to these elders before hastily entering. Inside, he found Baiwani awaiting his arrival, holding a gleaming pair of handcuffs and casting a look of utter disdain in his direction. "Exactly right, brother. You've hit the nail on the head. This is precisely how you should look at me. That glare is quite satisfactory. Though I deeply sense the disdain for my character, it doesn't matter. I relish it and hope you can intensify it further. If possible, a bit of spit would suffice, yes, mouth to mouth." Baiwani pondered whether she had been overworked lately and hadn't rested properly. Who was that voice she just heard? It seemed to belong to this peculiar fellow. Chapter 40. Listening to the heart's voice to solve cases, Miss Bai. "Oh no, Officer Bai, could you possibly refrain from using handcuffs? I don't believe I've done anything wrong." Tang Yu approached her with a cheerful smile, his gaze wandering aimlessly. Unfortunately, he did not spot the scoundrel on you. "You deserve it." Baiwani shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts, and coldly snapped the cuffs on Tang Yu's wrists. "Stop with the nonsense. You are also a suspect. Go inside and wait for me." She gestured towards an adjacent office. The interrogation room was already occupied this evening, so they had to make do with the office. Tang Yu obediently walked inside. Moments later, Baiwani entered, holding a cup of black coffee. After taking a sip, the bitter taste invigorated her considerably. Are you aware of the incident at Mu Yue Hotel tonight? She inquired, settling into her seat and fixing her gaze on Tang Yu. I know. It's been all over the news, Tang Yu nodded. Very well. As the former owner of Mu Yue Hotel, you are also a suspect. Let us begin taking your statement. By one, E announced, preparing her pen to record. Wait. Why am I a suspect? Tang Yu Feigen Ni No Sen. You're the one who should be a suspect. My family is wealthy enough. Why would I engage in such matters? That email you received was sent by me, you know? Do you really think I would report myself for a crime? Upon hearing his inner thoughts once more, Baiwani could finally confirm that she was not imagining things. It was undeniably his irreverent voice. Her beautiful brows creased slightly, setting aside the perplexity of hearing thoughts. She was more intrigued by the email. Was it truly sent by him? She was not one to engage in petty squabbles. With the Tang family's resources, there was no need to involve themselves in such sordid affairs. All right, I concede that using the term suspect may be somewhat inappropriate, but you must still cooperate with our investigation. Baiwani twirled the pen in her hand, staring intently at Tang Yu. What leads you have regarding this case? I have no idea. I recently purchased the hotel solely to celebrate Su Mu Yu's birthday, and I intended to sell it right after, Tang Yu replied with a grin. Using Su Mu Yu as a shield. Everything I know was already sent to you, all right? However, I did discover that the scoundrels behind these events were the same ones causing chaos, which is why I sold the hotel. Under normal circumstances, I would have reported them directly, but Longya insisted on purchasing the hotel, leaving me with no choice. That wretched man orchestrated the murder at my hotel, disguised it as a suicide, and then caused a ruckus afterward. If I had found any leads, I would have reported him too. Bai Wanyi's body trembled slightly, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Longya? The very case she had been tirelessly investigating, the hotel murder, was indeed orchestrated by him. She had sensed something amiss when attempting to apprehend Longya earlier that day. This man bore several calluses on his hands, a telltale sign of years spent practicing marksmanship. One audacious scoundrel Longya was. Bai Wan-yi gritted her teeth. As a police officer, she held a profound disdain for such criminals. However, in the presence of Tang Yu, she felt a twinge of irritation. This fellow possessed such knowledge, yet chose to withhold it from her. Fortunately, she could hear his thoughts. Why is this foolish girl gritting her teeth? I haven't said anything wrong. Could it be that she is envious upon hearing that I celebrated Su Mu Yue's birthday? Well, it is somewhat understandable, being so engrossed in work and never having experienced romance. Jealousy is only natural. As long as you remain envious and do not act against me, that is sufficient. Those who cannot possess will seek to destroy. I know all too well the nature of you ruthless women. Observing Bai Wani's sudden, fierce demeanor, Tang Yu began to murmur to himself. Bai Wani nearly slapped this fellow in exasperation. Who said they wanted to possess you? She took a large sip of her black coffee to invigorate herself and fixed her gaze on Tang Yu. I am quite curious to know why you suddenly decided to sell the hotel to Longya at such a low price. This action is highly suspicious. Wealth breeds caprice. Tang Yu replied with a nonchalant grin. He causes disturbances daily. How can my hotel operate smoothly if he continues to wreak havoc? What will happen if he frames me for a murder? Those who come from a mercenary background are utterly devoid of humanity. Mercenary? Baiwani's expression changed once more. She had already conducted an investigation into Longya. According to the materials gathered, Longya was identified as an entrepreneur abroad, returning to the country for investment. As for his mercenary identity, she had not uncovered that detail. She swiftly noted this crucial piece of information. It coincided perfectly with her suspicions. How well do you know Longya? Baiwani continued her inquiry. Not well, but Officer Bai, I sense this individual is not a good person. He looks like someone who has taken lives. He is eager for me to sell him the hotel, and I suspect there may be ties to a criminal organization. You must investigate him thoroughly. Tang Yu did not hesitate to tarnish Longya's reputation. I know nothing about such scum. This man is a deranged mad dog. After committing murder, he collects the body parts of his victims. Oh, I remember. The woman he killed. Her hair might be hidden in his home. I will send you an email later. I nearly forgot about this. Baiwani quickly recorded this vital lead. With the accumulation of such clues, this case might finally be resolved. She found Tang Yu somewhat more agreeable. He had indeed been of great assistance. Yet, how did he know so much? After a token inquiry, she, eager to investigate, put away her pen. That will suffice for now. Thank you for your cooperation in the investigation. It was no trouble. Life's hardships abound. If Officer Bai could treat me to a barbecue as compensation, that would be splendid. Tang Yu cheerfully jingled the handcuffs on his wrists. Very well, but that will have to wait until next time. I am busy at the moment. Bai Wani, with the key in hand, promptly removed Tang Yu's handcuffs. Her swift agreement left Tang Yu somewhat puzzled. Wait, is this woman genuinely going to treat me to a meal? Maybe not. Let's not be so courteous. I hardly dare to dine with you. If you happen to be captivated by my handsome visage, it might hinder my survival, he remarked. Bai Wani gazed at him with a look of perplexity. Would I truly be entranced by your striking features? Huh. She had more pressing matters to attend to, namely her case, and had no time to engage in banter with him. As for the ability to hear his inner thoughts, she intended to ponder that later. For now, her priority was to deal with the troublesome Longya. Just as they were about to rise and depart from the office, the door swung open, revealing Ye Chen accompanied by a lawyer, his expression etched with displeasure. Half an hour prior, he had received alarming news that Longya had been apprehended. After investigating the case at Mu Yue Hotel, he hurriedly made his way over, his urgency palpable. Longya had spent considerable time abroad and was not particularly well-versed in domestic laws, a realm in which Ye Chen was quite knowledgeable. In Huaxia, any involvement with narcotics could lead to a life-altering predicament. Chapter 41, Dragon King. Upon entering the office, he immediately set his gaze upon Tang Yu, who was in the company of Bai Wani. This scoundrel, how is he with Bai Wani? Noticing Ye Chen's intense stare, Tang Yu coughed lightly, feigning ignorance. What are you looking at, brother? Do you think I am vying for Bai Wani's attention? Damn it, you lecherous beast. Do you think all the beauties of the world belong to you? Bai Wani raised an eyebrow and shot Tang Yu a fierce glare. What nonsense was he muttering now? Turning to Ye Chen, she inquired, what brings you here? Are you here to report crime? Not quite, Ye Chen replied, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment. I came to visit a friend of mine who has been apprehended by you. Haha, a friend who is a murderer. Tang Yu silently reveled in the misfortune. Who is your friend? Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Bai Wani's fleeting fondness for Ye Chen vanished entirely. What could one expect from someone who associates with criminals? But filth. Ye Chen, sensing Bai Wani's icy demeanor, felt a pang of despair. His name is Longya. As a master of charm, he was acutely aware that his current predicament was a grave mistake that would likely incur Bai Wani's disdain. However, with Longya in trouble, as the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, he could not simply turn a blind eye. If this matter was not handled properly, Longya might as well be reborn. How would the members of the organization perceive him then? Returning to Huaxia empty-handed after sending a brother to serve Buddha? Indeed, upon hearing the name Longya, Bai Wani's impression of Ye Chen plummeted. She regarded him with a stern expression and said, what is your relationship with him? He is currently a suspect. He is my employee. I am the owner of the Longchen Group. Ye Chen felt compelled to reveal his identity. Yet, Bai Wani did not seem taken aback. She had little interest in matters of power. Even if the emperor himself were to come, rules must be followed, she replied coolly. His crime is quite serious. Visitation is not permitted at this time. You may leave. Ye Chen grew anxious upon hearing this. He pointed at Tang Yu and declared, Officer Bai, I must explain that if Longya has truly committed a crime, I would be the first to report him. However, he is innocent in this matter. He has only recently taken over the Mu Yue Hotel. The previous owner was this young Master Tang. He is the one you should apprehend. Tang Yu's eyes widened in confusion. What does this have to do with me? I was not involved. Officer Bai has completed her investigation, and I am innocent. Sweet mother, what does Guan Linbei have to do with this? You foolish Dragon King, do not shift the blame onto me. I did not commit murder at the hotel. If anyone should be apprehended, it should be you. Your lecherous existence only drives up the cost of rice. Damn it, considering they are in cahoots. I hope this foul woman Bai Wani does not truly conspire against me. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ye Chen felt a surge of exasperation. Bai Wani was genuinely inclined to strike this scoundrel. What did he mean by suggesting they were in cahoots? They had only recently become acquainted. She would never stoop to framing an innocent person, no matter the circumstances. With a fierce glare directed at Ye Chen, she asserted, I do not require your guidance in my affairs. The legal representative of the hotel is Ye, and he is the one I intend to apprehend. As his employer, you essentially own Mu Yue Hotel, which means you too are subject to investigation. Ye Chen's face turned an ashen hue in anger. What sort of logic was this? To conceal his identity, the legal entity and shareholders of Long Chun Group were not even him. If it weren't for his choice to select her as part of his harem, he would have dearly liked to teach her a lesson. His woman should simply comply with him. Integrity was of little consequence. Isn't the plot rather amiss? Does Baiwani seem to harbor a dislike for him? No. Ye Chen should have already endeared himself to her by now. He specifically orchestrated a theft to create their first encounter. He even procured a bag of plastic bottles, claiming it was for the sake of an elderly woman scavenger. With these two acts of goodwill, Baiwani ought to be utterly smitten with him. The storyline must have derailed again. Someone should hurry and apprehend him, Officer Bai. A man like him, who belongs behind bars, would be a loss to the world if he evaded justice. Tang Yu, on the sidelines, was nearly shouting for the two to engage in a brawl. Life is rife with joys and sorrows, and the mundane often decorates existence. Indeed, magic must be employed to vanquish magic. Baiwani's expression darkened. Had their initial encounter been deliberately orchestrated by this man, Ye Chen, he was truly repulsive. Officer Bai, I am willing to cooperate with your investigation. The innocent have nothing to fear. However, the individual you should truly scrutinize is this young Master Tang. I suspect he maliciously undervalued the hotel to frame my friend. The valuation of Mu Yue Hotel should be around 20 billion. Selling it to Ye for 50 billion is the best evidence. Suppressing his fury, Ye Chen pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Yu, asserting his claims. How can you lack any semblance of shame? If you hadn't sent Ye to disrupt my hotel, would I have sold it so cheaply? Speaking of which, you bear at least 89% of the blame for the framing. Just as Tang Yu prepared to retort, Baiwani interjected, is it wrong for someone to come from wealth? His purchase of the hotel was merely a declaration of love for his girlfriend. Ye Chen trembled in rage, his hands and feet icy on that sweltering day as memories of the humiliating incident in the hotel flooded back. Baiwani let out a cold huff and chose not to engage further with Ye Chen. After hearing his innermost thoughts, she had firmly concluded that he was far from a decent person. If the hotel incident had any correlation to him, she would not hesitate to personally see him imprisoned. Turning to Tang Yu, she spoke softly. Tang Yu, thank you for your cooperation in the investigation today. It's getting late. You should return home to rest. I would be delighted to treat you to a meal next time. After listening to her heart for a long time, she had firmly concluded that Tang Yu was innocent. Moreover, upon discovering crucial evidence, he promptly emailed her. What does this signify? He believes she is worthy of unconditional trust. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted such vital information to her. Being trusted by others indeed brings immense joy. Tang Yu appeared utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on? Why are you suddenly being so gentle with me? Stop it. Don't treat me like this. This isn't like you. Calm down. Whereas your usual fiery temper. Nearby, Ye Chen's forehead was throbbing with anger. Baiwani, how could she display such tenderness towards this guy? Yet, her demeanor towards him was as cold as if facing an enemy. He glared at Tang Yu with venomous eyes, harboring deep resentment within. At that moment, the office door swung open. An exceptionally beautiful woman entered, flanked by bodyguards and a lawyer. It was none other than Mu Yue. Upon seeing her enter, Ye Chen's previously boiling anger dissipated instantly, replaced by a hint of warmth. This girl, despite her constant declarations of keeping her distance, still rushed to his side when he faced trouble. Truly, she was the woman he cherished. A charming smile crept onto his lips as he began. Mu Yue, you came. Are you all right? Before he could finish, Mu Yue stepped in front of Tang Yu, gently expressing her concern. Chapter 42, Damie. Do not compete for attention on my behalf. She had just been busy working overtime at the office. After acquiring the land in the western part of the city, there was an abundance of tasks awaiting her attention. Suddenly, her secretary informed her that there had been an incident at Mu Yue Hotel. Aware that Tang Yu was the owner of the hotel, she promptly checked the news and immediately attempted to call Tang Yu. When her call went unanswered, she reached out to Tang's father, only to learn that Tang Yu was no longer home, having mentioned something about needing to sit in a cell for a while. It turned out he had come here merely to cooperate with Officer Bai in the investigation. Tang Yu stated flatly, "It's nothing serious. I'm just assisting Officer Bai." "Demia, don't come over here. Stop provoking Long Wang. Just look at his expression. Give me some space, or else that dog will surely come after me with a knife tonight." He had already caught a glimpse of Ye Chen's ashen face from the corner of his eye. The awkwardness of the situation made Tang Yu wish she could use her toes to carve a Dragon King Hall into the ground. Upon sensing Tang Yu's thoughts, Mu Yue glanced sideways and spotted Ye Chen's dark, resentful expression. She increasingly found him quite detestable. Could he truly believe she had any interest in him? What a lunatic! After pondering for a moment, she resolutely looped her arm through Tang Yu's and said, "If all is well, let us return home." Tang Yu's eyes widened, and she felt an urge to cry for help. "What the hell? Are you pulling this stunt again? Don't be like that, Teacher Wang. I'm still just a child weighing over 100 pounds. It's inappropriate." Ye Chen, at that moment, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his skin. How could the woman he adored be so intimately close to another man right in front of him? What was she thinking? Could it be that she truly had no feelings for him? That couldn't he be right? Her eyes could not deceive him. Just as Tang Yu was about to withdraw her arm and hastily escape this contentious spot, another person entered from outside the office. This time, it was another stunning beauty. Wang Yue, looking flustered, entered with a furrowed brow. Upon seeing Tang Yu unharmed, her expression instantly transformed into a radiant smile. "Tang Yu, you're all right. I heard the owner of Mu Yue Hotel was arrested, and it startled me." She had only just received the news and hurried to the city's Western police station to check on him. However, she was taken aback to find Mu Yue here, and even more so, that she was linked arm in arm with her dear Tang Yu. What did that signify? Hadn't this woman ignored her precious Tang Yu for 3 years? Noticing the look in Wang Yishue's eyes, Mu Yue quickly became alert. She was aware that Wang Yishue was Tang Yu's ex-girlfriend. Women are often quite sensitive about exes, especially when the rival is a beauty who could easily stand toe-to-toe with them. Their eyes met, and it felt as if the temperature in the room had plummeted. Wang Yishue was the first to strike. With a cold smirk, she regarded Mu Yue and said, "Oh, I sent this Miss Su? The first ice queen of Suong has a rather proactive side, doesn't she? I thought you weren't fond of men. And what does that have to do with you?" Mu Yue retorted without reservation, tightly clutching Tang Yu's arm. "What on earth are you two doing? Stop arguing over a handsome guy like me. It pains my heart." "Oh wait, no. Don't make a scene in front of the Dragon King," she exclaimed. "Can you let me enjoy my life in peace?" Witnessing the two women clash like fire and water, Tang Yu was utterly dumbfounded. He had long heard of their irreconcilable relationship, rarely appearing in the same setting. Yet if they were at odds, why was he entangled in this mess? Just as he contemplated slipping away, Wang Yishue had already latched onto his other arm, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Yue. "How can you hold my boyfriend's hand and say it has nothing to do with me? If you truly have a penchant for handsome men, I can introduce you to a few, but don't dare disturb my precious." "Your boyfriend?" Wang's audacity was indeed remarkable, who referred to another's fiancé as a boyfriend. Mu Yue's imposing demeanor matched Wang Yishue's, her eyes brimming with animosity. "Oh, he's your fiancé? Then what do you know about him? Do you know his favorite food? Which brand of cigarettes he smokes? Does he prefer black or white stockings? Can you answer any of these?" Vengi Shveskofta Muisinkaris. Fiancé? She had overheard Tang Yu muttering about wanting to call off the engagement. Based on her conjecture, this woman must be feeling distressed over the disappearance of her 3-year infatuation and was eager to reclaim him. "Huh, as if I'd give you that chance." Mu Yue found herself momentarily speechless, struggling to respond. Was it truly important to know such details? The fact that he liked her was sufficient. The entire Su Hang knew of his affections, and just a few days prior, he had even thrown her a birthday banquet. Determined to retaliate, Mu Yue decided to unleash her trump card. Regardless of how beautiful or divine a woman might be, when it came to competing with rivals, she was no exception. Indeed, Wang Yishue's anger flared instantly, even igniting a desire to confront Tang Yu. This guy, didn't he claim to be uninterested in her? What on earth had transpired at that birthday banquet? She had been ready to sleep at home when she saw it and was livid, gritting her teeth. She pulled out her phone. So, you want to show off your affection? Let me show you what true love looks like. Tang Yu's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing her actions. He hastily attempted to thwart Wang Yishue's reckless behavior. But by one, he had already slammed her hand on the table, her face flushed with irritation. Enough. Stop arguing here. I have work to do. Get out. By one, he maintained a good rapport with both Mu Yue and Wang Yishue, having been close friends since high school. Seeing her two friends squabbling over Tang Yu was particularly exasperating. What a chaotic world you live in. As Bai Wan Yi's temper flared, Tang Yu quickly ushered the two women out of the office. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, standing nearby, wore a face more grotesque than if he had swallowed a dead fly. The two women he adored were bickering before him, yet the man in question was not himself. As he stepped out of the office, the two women clung to his arm in a display of playful defiance. The single men of the West City precinct felt as if they had been struck by 1,000 arrows. Seriously, two beauties attending to one man? Who on earth is this guy? Can he even be apprehended? Hush, that's young Master Tang from the Tang family, the most devoted admirer in Suzhou and Hangzhou, you know? There's a plethora of admirers to be found. Damn it, starting tomorrow, I might just join the ranks of those admirers. Tang Yu occasionally overheard the term admirer and nearly lost his temper. Damn it, you are the real admirers. I detest admirers the most. Once outside the West City precinct, Tang Yu looked at the two women helplessly and remarked, "Are you planning to tear me in half to take me home? Then you should let her go first." Wang Yishue huffed. "Why should I let go first?" Mu Yue snorted coldly, refusing to yield. "Can you please not be so childish? Is this really how you wish to present yourselves? Let go of him quickly. Do you think you're fighting over a toy? Even if I were a toy, there is only one of me, which is insufficient for the both of you." Tang Yu wore a face of torment mixed with a hint of delight, for their embrace was so tight it brought an oddly soft and pleasant sensation. Chapter 43. Good news and bad news at that moment. A Maybach rolled to a stop before them. The door swung open, and Qin Ming stepped out of the vehicle. Upon seeing Tang Yu ensconced between two women, he was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he was still dreaming. "What on earth, big brother?" Qin Ming stammered, bewildered by the scene before him. It was utterly confounding to witness the notoriously proud beauties, Mu Yue and Wang Yishue, clinging to his brother's arm. "Seriously, when did you become so adventurous?" As Qin Ming arrived, the two women felt a twinge of embarrassment and reluctantly released Tang Yu. "We were merely engaging in a game of truth or dare." Tang Yu offered with an awkward smile. "Is that so?" Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with amusement, for as a seasoned connoisseur of romantic entanglements, he was well versed in such matters. He then expressed concern. "Are you all right, big brother? I heard there was an incident at your hotel." "All is well. I just sold the hotel to someone else a few days ago," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. "That's a relief. Fortune favors you, big brother. Let's celebrate with a drink," Qin Ming exclaimed, approaching Tang Yu and wrapping an arm around him, only to notice the two women glaring at him with fierce intensity. They were still irked by the last incident when Qin Ming had taken Tang Yu to the Star River Club. Wang Yishue made a gesture across her throat, signaling a warning. If he dared to take Tang Yu to such a den of iniquity again, she would not hesitate to make him pay. "Vile temptresses, begone," they huffed, casting one last warning glance at Qin Ming before bidding farewell to Tang Yu and departing. Once they were gone, Tang Yu hastily retrieved a cigarette and lit it to steady his nerves. Qin Ming chuckled, squatting beside him. "Big brother, you seem to have quite the fortune with the ladies. Do you truly consider this a blessing?" Tang Yu retorted, exasperation evident in his tone. As a villain aspiring to survive until the conclusion, maintaining a low profile was paramount. Qin Ming simply chuckled, choosing to remain silent, as he indeed viewed this as a fortunate turn of events. Once Tang Yu finished his cigarette, he stood, weariness etched on his face. "If there is nothing else, I shall return to rest. We can drink another time. I've been utterly drained lately, plagued by nightmares and restless nights." "Very well, do take care and rest." Tang Yu nodded, warmth blossoming within him. His brother had come hastily upon hearing of his troubles. Truly, he was a good friend. Just as he was about to leave, he paused and turned back to Qin Ming, furrowing his brow. "You've been having restless nights and nightmares?" "Indeed, I'm unsure of the cause." Could it be related to kidney deficiency? Qin Ming replied with a wry smile. Tang Yu's brows knitted together. Perhaps you should try taking a short vacation to unwind. Forget it. I can't be bothered to go out. I'll just rest at home. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively as he got into the car. After Qin Ming departed, Tang Yu returned to the car and lit another cigarette. He was already aware of the underlying issues affecting Qin Ming's health. This was a plot point from the original story concerning the Qin family. Qin Ming's ailments stemmed from a disruption in the feng shui of the old family residence, the root of which lay in a jade Buddha he had purchased a week prior. The jade Buddha was tampered with by Ye Chen after Qin Ming acquired it. The feng shui of the Qin family was profoundly affected, transforming their once prosperous land into a site of misfortune. In the midst of the Qin family's crisis, Ye Chen extended his hand to rescue them. Ultimately, the members of the Qin family revered him as a deity, showering him with respect. Consequently, the eldest daughter, Qin Kursin, developed an affinity for him, gradually succumbing to his charm. While this narrative may seem somewhat absurd, it is, in fact, a commonplace trope within urban fiction. The tale unfolds with ostentatious displays of prowess, face-slapping encounters, and the acquisition of power and beauty, resulting in a cascade of rewards. As Tang Yu reflected on the storyline, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ding! The host has successfully navigated the plot of the West City Police Station. Reward: completion of the ancient martial art Yin-Yang Wu Ji Gong, usable once. Upon hearing the reward, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in frustration. What good is a one-time reward, you wretched system? Why not provide a set of disposable chopsticks instead? According to the system's description, the mastery of Yin-Yang Wu Ji Gong allows one to use the force of an attack against the assailant, doubling the damage received. This was undoubtedly a superior asset, yet the one-time usage limitation felt utterly disappointing. Due to the host's failure to flawlessly navigate the plot, he had incurred the wrath of the Dragon King, Ye Chen. As the system explained, Tang Yu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. I would have preferred to pass through unscathed, but alas, the world is full of traitors. After Tang Yu departed, Ye Chen remained in the office, whereby Wani thoughtfully placed handcuffs on him. In her mind, Ye Chen was no different from a criminal, otherwise. How could he possibly be the boss of Longya? With the handcuffs clamped around his wrists, Ye Chen's expression remained serene, though his heart burned with indignation. He was, after all, the illustrious Dragon King. Wearing handcuffs? That would reduce him to a mere prisoner. Yet, contemplating his romantic pursuits, he forced himself to endure this indignity. Having practiced restraint for years, he could surely withstand this moment. He assumed that, given his rapport with Baiwani, the process of taking his statement would be brief. Although he claimed to be the owner of Longya, the Longqing Group had no direct association with him. He was merely the shadowy proprietor. This implied that, even if the Mu Yue Hotel faced significant issues, he would not be held accountable. However, Baiwani was unyielding, insisting on extracting information from him, leading to a stalemate that persisted until noon the following day. At that time, a tall and stunning beauty arrived at the West City Police Station to escort him out. After being released, Ye Chen's expression turned somewhat gloomy. He expressed his gratitude to the striking woman before him. Thank you, Miss He, for taking the trouble to come here. The woman, He Huyen, the eldest daughter of the He family, was renowned for her beauty in Su and Hang. The He family maintained a low profile in these cities, yet their influence rivaled that of the four prominent families. They were a branch of the esteemed He family from Yanjing, and the matriarch of the He family had some acquaintance with his master. Upon arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he promptly visited the He family, offering his medical expertise to assist the elderly matriarch, thereby incurring a debt of gratitude from the He family. However, such a precious favor was squandered on trivial matters, leaving him in despair. As it ought to be, He Huyen remarked with a faint smile, Miss He, my friend has been detained due to this incident. Ye Chen gazed at He Huyen, his tone tinged with helplessness, hoping to enlist her assistance. While he had managed to extricate himself, Longya remained behind bars. This is beyond my capabilities. Matters involving drugs are delicate, and no one can intercede. I trust Mr. Yi will understand, as this is indeed Huaxia, He Huyen replied, shaking her head. The He family, despite their resources, would not involve themselves in such troublesome affairs. Very well, I shall not impose further on Miss He. I will contemplate alternative solutions and visit the matriarch in a few days, Ye Chen acknowledged, aware of the complexity of the situation, realizing that his rapport with the He family had not reached such depths. All right, I shall return to the company for a meeting, He Huyen said, bidding farewell before departing in her vehicle. After she left, she couldn't help but shake her head, recalling her grandmother's assertion that Ye Chen was a true dragon among men, a sentiment she found rather underwhelming. As He Huyen drove away, a shadow of discontent flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. Did this woman harbor disdain for him? When the time came for him to claim her, he would ensure she felt the weight of his authority. The He family would also be his to conquer, paving the way for his ambitions in Yanjing. In the following days, Ye Chen, accompanied by members of the Longchan group, sought connections and devised strategies to secure Long Ye's release. Meanwhile, Long Ye, detained for questioning, felt as though he were enduring a living hell. The fallout from the Mu Yue hotel incident had already brought him great misfortune. But matters worsened when the police searched his residence and discovered hair belonging to the deceased woman from the hotel. The implications of this evidence escalated the situation dramatically. This time, he was utterly ensnared. Fortunately, after a full week of confinement, Ye Chen was finally allowed to visit him. The prospect of the Dragon King's visit filled Long Ye with fervent anticipation. The Dragon King was indeed omnipotent. With his intervention, escape from this predicament was assured. Once brought to the meeting room, Long Ye exclaimed, "Young Master Yi." Ye Chen, seated behind the glass, nodded and smiled. "I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "The good news, please," Long Ye replied eagerly. "I have instructed the lawyer to advocate for a reduced sentence." "And the bad news?" Long Ye inquired. "After the reduction, you'll likely still face 20 years. Chapter 44. In conclusion, the advantage lies with me. Long Ye's legs wobbled, nearly causing him to tumble from his chair. 20 years? As a distinguished figure among the 8 great warriors of the Dragon Soul organization. To be confined in such a place for 2 decades. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret for coming to Huaxia. If only he had avoided that wretched hotel, none of this would have happened. I will continue to seek a way out, rest assured. Perhaps I will be released in due time, Ye Chen reassured him. Once he gains control over Su and Heng, liberating someone from prison would hardly pose a challenge. The conquest of the 4 prominent families was gradually progressing. Although there were minor setbacks in his plans regarding the Wang family, he still held everything in his grasp. The situation with the Qin family was advancing smoothly, and results would soon manifest. With Qi Yin and several other pawns at his disposal, taking down the Tang family would merely require some time. Once he subdued these 3 families, the relatively weaker Su family would fall effortlessly into his hands. In summary, the advantage resided with him. Before he took control of Su and Heng, he would have to endure a little longer for Long Ye's sake. With a sigh, Long Ye remarked, "Yi Xiao, I must trouble you. I hope to be released soon, so I can once again serve by your side and enjoy the small hamburgers I prepare myself." "Indeed, my brother, we shall reunite shortly," Ye Chen replied, giving Long Ye a resolute look before rising to leave the meeting room. In the antique street, there stood a prominent antique shop named Bao Lu, one of the foremost establishments in Su and Heng belonging to the Tang family. The shop was managed by Zhao Gaosheng, a longtime employee of the Tang family, who had been working there since his teenage years, accumulating over 30 years of service. His capabilities and overall performance earned him the profound trust of the Tang family. "Young Master Tang, please take a look at the ledger. Here are last month's transactions. Our shop's profits have been quite satisfactory in recent months," Zhao Gaosheng said, presenting a ledger to Tang Yu. Although the times had changed, the antique shop still adhered to the tradition of maintaining records and ledgers. "Thank you for your hard work," Tang Yu replied with a smile, casually flipping through the pages of the ledger. Just as he had turned a couple of pages, a man and a woman entered through the door. Tang Yu glanced up and, upon recognizing them, swiftly closed the ledger and concealed himself behind a display, deliberately turning his back to avoid being identified. The couple who had entered were none other than Ye Chen and Qin Kursin. As the esteemed daughter of the Qin family, Qin Kursin was renowned as a stunning beauty in Su and Heng. However, Today she appeared exceedingly haggard, resembling a rose on the verge of wilting. The cause of her distress stemmed from recent inexplicable troubles within the Qin family. The entire household had been plagued with restless nights, and nightmares haunted their slumber. Over time, many began to experience health issues. Some of the Qin family's servants and bodyguards, frightened by these occurrences, chose to resign and leave the family. Strangely, after their departure, the unsettling phenomena ceased. Consequently, the members of the Qin family began to suspect that there might be an issue with the feng shui of their residence. Today, she had come to the antique market in search of items that might improve the feng shui, only to encounter Ye Chen along the way. Certainly, this serendipitous encounter was orchestrated by Ye Chen himself. As the Dragon King, his days are consumed either in the pursuit of romantic conquests or in transit to such endeavors. Miss Qin, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding feng shui and metaphysics. If your intention is to enhance the feng shui of your residence, you may find that these antique shops lack the requisite items, he remarked, observing Qin Kursin perusing items in the store with fervor. Do you also possess the ability to read feng shui? Qin Kursin inquired, her expression one of surprise. Their acquaintance was still in its infancy. She recalled an incident where a serpent had inexplicably slithered into her home, instilling terror within her. Fortunately, Ye Chen was patrolling the vicinity and arrived upon hearing her scream, promptly dealing with the intruder. Thus, their paths had crossed. Indeed, my abilities are quite remarkable. My previous position as a security guard was merely a temporary arrangement. Ye Chen replied with a mischievous grin. His strategy to engage women involved piquing their curiosity first. Truly, you possess far more than mere skills. Your role as a security guard was solely a ruse to pursue women. A voice in the corner, belonging to Tang Yu, silently criticized. How audacious of you to orchestrate a snake-esque appearance in her home, and then swoop in as the gallant hero. I have never encountered someone so shameless. Had it not been for your antics, would the Qin family's feng shui be in disarray? You should be acting in a film rather than engaging in such theatrics. With your penchant for infidelity, why not take up ballet instead? As Qin Kursin sifted through the antiques, she was suddenly taken aback by a series of remarks that seemed to echo around her. She glanced about, realizing no one was speaking nearby, yet the voice felt oddly familiar. The content of those remarks was too revealing. Was he truly the architect of the snake incident and the ensuing feng shui complications? She cast a scrutinizing glance at Ye Chen, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Could this seemingly innocuous individual truly be the perpetrator behind it all? Or perhaps her recent lack of rest had led to auditory hallucinations. Ye Chen, noticing Qin Kursin's captivated gaze, assumed she was enchanted by his striking appearance. With renewed confidence, he spoke. Miss Qin, based on my observations, it is evident that your home is plagued by feng shui issues that invite negative energy. Relying on these antiques to rectify the situation may be unrealistic. However, I possess a talisman that you may take home, and we're to see if it ameliorates your circumstances. He produced a yellow talisman from his pocket, regarding her earnestly. This talisman was crafted under the tutelage of a master and took me 3 months to complete. Once you don it, it will surely protect you from negative energies. Your claims are audacious. Crafting such an item in 3 months is absurd, as it could easily be produced in mere minutes. Tang Yu scoffed internally. This contraption merely requires a whimsical stroke of the pen, yet it is paramount that it be infused with your own blood. After all, who else could have summoned such malevolent energy? With your blood, you shall be shielded from its attacks. Alas, poor Qin Kursin, that foolish woman, has fallen prey to deceit, believing this man to be her gallant prince, sent by the heavens to rescue her. Upon hearing the voice once more, Qin Kursin is finally convinced that she is not merely experiencing auditory hallucinations. Someone is indeed conversing with her, though it seems she alone can perceive this voice. She remains unclear about the circumstances at hand, yet her heart brims with indignation. If all of this is veritable, then she shall not hesitate to respond with fervor. However, until she possesses concrete evidence, she will refrain from revealing her hand. Chapter 45. Do you even dare to compete with young Master Tang? Qin Kursin adeptly concealed her emotions as she accepted the talisman, softly stating, "Thank you. I will wear it. Come now, We are friends. There is no need for such formality, Ye Chen replied with a triumphant smile. He understood that once Qin Kursin took the talisman home, the malevolent energy haunting her family would cease to afflict her. When its efficacy became evident, she would undoubtedly seek his assistance in resolving the issues plaguing the Qin family. Thus, his scheme to gain favor with the Qins would be successful. Once that was accomplished, he could then deal with the troublesome Qin Ming, and the Qin family would be under his control. At that moment, he felt that everything was finally aligning in his favor. Longya, the day when you and I can enjoy small hamburgers together, is not far off. Qin Kursin nodded, carefully stowing away the talisman. After lingering in the antique shop for a while, she exited. Ye Chen promptly followed in her wake. Once they departed, Tang Yu emerged from behind the counter. He circled around, arriving at one of the display cases, and his gaze fell upon a jade talisman intricately carved in the shape of the yin-yang fish, appearing vividly lifelike, a true masterpiece. The price tag of the yin-yang fish talisman was set at 880,000. According to the original narrative, shortly thereafter, Ye Chen would enter the shop to purchase this talisman, as it was a pivotal prop for his ostentation, capable of absorbing all malevolent energy. Observing the yin-yang fish talisman, Tang Yu hesitated before ultimately deciding against acquiring it. He was not the fated child of fortune, after all, with no skills to speak of from the outset. Possessing it would be futile. In the context of the novel, the Dragon King was omnipotent, adept in feng shui, medicine, gambling, and stone betting. Thus, this item could only serve as a means for him to tackle problems. However, watching Ye Chen effortlessly dismantle the Qin family was quite disheartening for Tang Yu. He could not bear to witness his brother's inheritance snatched away by this scoundrel. The life of a villain is still a life. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to make a decision that would defy his ancestors' wishes. Zhao Shu, come here for a moment. Tang Yu beckoned to Zhao Gaosheng, who was seated behind the counter, munching on sunflower seeds. Zhao Gaosheng hastily set down the seeds and approached, inquiring, "What is it, young Master Tang?" "Keep a close eye on this yin-yang fish talisman. Apart from a customer named Ye Chen, do not sell it to anyone else, understood?" Tang Yu instructed. This crucial prop must end up in Ye Chen's possession to alleviate the Qin family's crisis, so there could be no room for error. The narrative always seemed to falter, and he felt compelled to lend a hand. Zhao Gaosheng nodded, a sense of familiarity washing over him regarding the name Tang Yu mentioned. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly became alert. "Ye Chen? Isn't that the same good-for-nothing that Wang mentioned in the group chat not long ago? I heard this scoundrel even dared to compete with young Master Tang for a woman. After being thoroughly trounced by Wang, he was promoted and sent abroad. Could this be my opportunity?" He smiled knowingly, grasping the deeper implication of Tang Xiao's words. Was he intending to set a trap for this young man? Furthermore, he suggested marking the price a bit higher. 30 million would suffice. Tang Yu added, this item was something Ye Chen must acquire, and it shouldn't be too inexpensive for him. It will be beneficial to extract some funds from this scoundrel for charitable purposes. Rest assured, Tang Xiao, I understand. Zhao Gaoshen assured, thumping his chest, aware that his opportunity to showcase his capabilities had arrived. Very well, I leave it in your hands, Tang Yu remarked, giving Zhao Gaoshen a thumbs up. The unfolding of the Qin family's narrative must proceed smoothly. Once Ye Chen resolved the issues plaguing the Qin family, he would find a way to expose this despicable character behind the scenes. Confrontation in the open was not an option. However, maneuvering from the shadows was entirely feasible. After Tang Yu departed the store, Zhao Gaoshen promptly retrieved the yin-yang fish jade talisman from the cabinet. This object was something he had personally acquired from outside, originally obtaining 2 pieces representing yin and yang respectively. Having worked in the store for many years, he possessed considerable knowledge regarding this subject. He understood the true purpose of the yin-yang fish jade talisman. Did Ye Chen, that insolent brat, seek to purchase this item to dispel malevolent energy? After musing to himself, he chuckled and rummaged through a box. Inside lay another identical jade talisman, specifically the yin talisman from the pair. The yang talisman was utilized to eliminate malevolent energy, while the yin talisman served to nurture it. If placed in a location heavy with malevolent energy, he exchanged the 2 items. Placing the yin talisman in the counter, and adjusting the price to 30 million. Satisfied with his preparations, he returned to the counter, patiently awaiting the arrival of the individual daring enough to vie for Tang Xiao's affections. Approximately half an hour later, Ye Chen indeed entered the store. After surveying the establishment, he arrived at the cabinet displaying the Yin-Yang fish jade talisman. When he had accompanied Qin Kursin, he had spotted this item and recognized it as a precious tool for countering malevolent energy. Initially, he believed he could resolve the Qin family's issues without such props, relying solely on his own abilities. However, he had not anticipated the exceptionally favorable feng shui of the Qin family's ancestral home. After meddling with the feng shui, the accumulation of malevolent energy was alarmingly swift. Under these circumstances, he had to resort to external means for resolution. Yet, upon seeing the price, his expression shifted slightly, and he slammed his hand against the glass, exclaiming, "Are you robbing people in this store? This item is priced at 30 million? Surely, you must have added an extra 2 zeros." Zhao Gaoshan, leisurely munching on melon seeds, approached with a smile. "Boss, we are not trying to swindle you. This was acquired last month. It is a treasure retrieved from the tomb of a prince from the Song dynasty. This price is quite reasonable. Spare me your rhetoric. I understand these matters far better than you. One word, 500,000. Will you sell it?" Ye Chen replied coldly. One of the things he despised most in life was when others swindled his money. "My friend, spare me the jest. Yesterday, a feng shui master from the island claimed that this item is a true treasure and is coming back to purchase it tomorrow. If you wish to take it, then do so. If not, then let it be. I will sell it to whomever I please." Zhao Gaoshan waved his hand dismissively and turned to return to the counter. Upon hearing that someone else desired this item, Ye Chen's expression shifted subtly. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to part with the money, slamming his hand on the table and declaring, "All right, enough of this. Wrap it up for me." Though the price was steep, it paled in comparison to the conquest of the Qin family. Once he secured the Qin family, the vast fortune of billions would be his. Zhao Gaoshan immediately smiled and hurried over to wrap the item for Ye Chen. However, once Ye Chen departed from the shop, Zhao Gaoshan's smile turned cold and sinister. He scoffed disdainfully and spat on the ground, muttering, "Such a worthless piece, and it dares to compete with our young Master Tang, seeking its own demise." Chapter 46. Has old Master Wang fallen ill again? The Wang family. Ever since Jiang Xiao visited the Wang family to treat old Master Wang, his health had gradually improved. Today, after finishing his meal, old Master Wang was poised to practice calligraphy, holding his brush. Just as he began to write the first character, the brush suddenly slipped from his grasp. Almost immediately, he clutched his chest and sank back in his chair, his body trembling violently. The caregiver, alarmed, hurriedly assisted him to bed and swiftly summoned the family's private physician. The doctor arrived promptly to examine old Master Wang. Upon receiving the news, the entire Wang family rushed over. Seeing the old man lying pale and vulnerable, their anxiety surged. He had only recently begun to recover. How could he be in such a state again? Once the examination concluded, Wang Yishu anxiously inquired, "Dr. Zhou, it was my grandfather." The physician's expression was one of confusion as he shook his head. Old Master Wang's condition is precarious. His organs are beginning to fail, yet we cannot discern the specific illness. I recommend that we urgently summon Jiang Shini. He is a well-regarded expert in the country, but I have never encountered such symptoms before. Without hesitation, Wang Yishu grasped her phone and contacted Jiang Xiaoya. After confirming her location, she quickly arranged for the family's private helicopter to fetch her. Upon Jiang Xiaoya's arrival, she hurried over with her small bag and commenced her examination of old Master Wang. After a considerable time had passed, a look of perplexity crossed her face. The old man's condition was dire, yet she was unable to identify the underlying issue. "Sister Xiaoya, what exactly is wrong with my grandfather?" Wang Yishu asked, her heart racing at Jiang Xiaoya's evident confusion. The rest of the Wang family mirrored her anxiety. A Wang family with old Master Wang was fundamentally different from one without him. I cannot determine the exact problem, but the old man's condition is indeed critical. If it remains unresolved within a day, I fear the consequences may be dire. Jiang Xiaoya's expression darkened. She had not anticipated being unable to identify the problem with her medical expertise. This was an unprecedented challenge. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoye's words, the family's countenance turned ashen. If even the highly skilled Jiang Xiaoye could not uncover the issue, what hope did they have? At the back of the crowd, Wang Rulong's eyes flickered with a sense of relief. Initially, he had been extremely anxious when Jiang Xiaoye arrived, fearing she might discover something alarming. Fortunately, she was unable to resolve the predicament. Previously, he had intended to collaborate with Yi Xiao to freeze the Wang family's liquid assets, aiming to oust Wang Yue from the center of power and elevate himself. Yet, inexplicably, the plan had failed. Wang Yue not only sensed the subtle signs, but also turned the tables on Yi Xiao, leaving him thoroughly unsettled. Observing that Wang Yue had no intention of causing him trouble, he presumed it was merely a coincidence, and his identity remained concealed. As for the scene that unfolded today, it was certainly orchestrated by him. After the plan went awry, Yi Xiao devised another scheme, urging him to take direct action against the old master. With the old master gone, the issue of succession would need resolution. According to family tradition, the power of the clan must ultimately rest in the hands of a male heir. Without the old master's protection, Wang Yue would struggle to retain her authority. Grandfather, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Your favoritism has led us here. Wang Rulong sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet in the grand scheme of power, what did this guilt amount to? What shall we do now? Perhaps we should invite Elder Jiang for assistance? Wang Yue suggested bitterly. Jiang Xiaoye shook her head. I cannot ascertain anything. Even if my grandfather were here, it would likely be of little help. This situation is quite troublesome, but there is someone who can aid me. Who? Wang Yue inquired. Brother Tang Yu, Jiang Xiaoye replied. During her previous visit to the Tang family, she had overheard Brother Tang Yu's thoughts and discovered that he had learned the Qianong Heavenly Classic and entered a state of enlightenment. If she could not diagnose the issue now, they would have to rely on him to discern what was amiss with the old master's health. Wang Yue was taken aback that Jiang Xiaoye would suggest bringing Tang Yu. Given the gravity of her grandfather's condition, she refrained from questioning further and promptly dialed Tang Yu. At that moment, Tang Yu was in his office, engrossed in a game with Qi Yin. He noticed that since he had allowed her to play games and report data daily, she had been quite diligent in her work, rarely shifting from her seat from morning until evening. When ordering takeout, however, she was remarkably industrious, indulging in at least 3 cups of milk tea and various junk foods each day, resembling a slothful couch potato. Nevertheless, Tang Yu understood that this was merely a facade of her exceptional acting skills. She sought to lull him into complacency while pursuing her ulterior motive of stealing information. Upon receiving Wang Yue's call, Tang Yu picked up his phone. What's the matter? Where are you? I'll send a helicopter to pick you up. My grandfather is gravely ill. You must come quickly. Wang Yue's anxious and distressed voice came through. In this vulnerable moment, she truly yearned for Tang Yu's presence. I'm at the company. Just have the helicopter come to the rooftop of the office building. Tang Yu replied succinctly, discarding the game controller and hastily leaving the office to wait on the top floor. The sudden crisis involving the old master took Tang Yu by surprise. According to the original narrative, the old master was supposed to remain healthy until the conclusion. After a short wait, the helicopter soon landed nearby. Tang Yu quickly boarded and began pondering the source of the problem. After several disjointed plot developments, he had to concede that the narrative of this tale had unraveled. As the helicopter arrived at the Wang residence, Tang Yu descended to find Wang Yue awaiting him, her eyes swollen with tears. It will be all right. The old master is a fortunate man, and he will face no peril, Tang Yu gently reassured her. All right, you should hurry and see him, Wang Yue urged, grasping Tang Yu's hand and leading him into the house. Upon entering, they found Jiang Xiaoye administering acupuncture to the old master. She was struggling to pinpoint the source of his ailment, but alleviating his condition was not beyond her capabilities. The gazes of the Wang family members converged upon Tang Yu. Their curiosity piqued regarding Jiang Xiaoye's summons of him, especially given his lack of medical knowledge. What has happened to the old master? Tang Yu inquired, still unaware of the situation at hand, as he approached Jiang Xiaoye. I am currently unable to ascertain the exact nature of the old master's illness. So I intend to employ the Ghost Gate 13 Needles technique as an initial treatment, and I would like your assistance, she explained. Chapter 47. The brother shows no interest in the bunny girl. Jiang Xiaoye concocted a rather clumsy excuse, leaving everyone in the room somewhat bewildered. Tang Yu, upon hearing it, was equally perplexed. Had he come here solely to assist? His attention instinctively shifted, scanning the figure of the old master, Wang. Even Jiang Xiaoye was at a loss, unable to discern the issue at hand. What affliction had befallen the old man? Was it possible that after the collapse of the Wang family's narrative, they were forcefully resurrecting the Dragon King to masquerade as a miraculous healer? Such a predicament was entirely new to him. In previous iterations of this narrative, he had never managed to survive beyond the initial plot segment, either perishing at the outset or enduring a mere 2 to 3 hours before meeting his demise. Fortunately, after a brief scrutiny, he ultimately spotted a golden thread located near the old man's heart. How curious. What is this golden thread? How could it be entwined around the old man's heart? Oh no, it even moves. Isn't this the golden silkworm goo from Ye Chen? This is insidiously perilous. Within 24 hours of entering the human body, the host is doomed to die. After the host's demise, this thing will dissolve itself, leaving no trace behind as evidence. Thus, to save old Master Wang, either Ye Chen must personally come to dispel the goo, or one must attempt the secret remedy from the Qing Nong Tianjing by combining mugwort, 9-layered incense, and redstone resin, with a total of 11 medicinal ingredients to create an aromatic concoction. Perhaps I should discreetly find a way to alert them. We cannot allow old Master Wang to perish. Upon overhearing Tang Yu's thoughts, both Wang Yue and Jiang Xiaoye's expressions changed dramatically. As they simultaneously noticed each other's reactions, a realization dawned upon them. The other could also hear Tang Yu's inner voice. In that moment, Wang Yue comprehended why Jiang Xiaoye had insisted on bringing Tang Yu along. It was for this very reason. I just thought of a remedy. Let us send someone to gather the medicinal ingredients, Jiang Xiaoye said, quickly jotting down the list of herbs she had just heard. A servant from the Wang family promptly dashed off to procure the ingredients. Jiang Xiaoye began contemplating the pharmacological properties of the prescribed concoction. The formulas within the Qing Nong Tianjing were invaluable treasures of lost knowledge. Since my sister Xiaoye has a treatment plan, let us step outside to rest. She can tend to grandfather here. Wang Yue exhaled with relief, ushering everyone else out of the room. Ah, does that mean I have no further role here? Tang Yu pondered, still mulling over how to subtly inform them. Actually, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me, Wang Yue said, grasping Tang Yu's arm and leading him toward a small garden nearby. Why the serious demeanor? Is there something significant you wish to discuss? Tang Yu felt a sense of unease, sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Upon reaching the garden, Wang Yue seated Tang Yu and inquired, I believe something is amiss with my grandfather. He was perfectly healthy until suddenly falling ill. It's highly likely he has been poisoned. What do you think? I too perceive the possibility, yet a thorough investigation is imperative. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. It is not merely poisoning. It is akin to being subjected to sorcery. The golden silkworm must be in close proximity to the target for its efficacy. If Ye Chen had not personally intervened, then it is highly likely that it was the foolish Wang Rulong behind this. Such individuals are particularly dim-witted, conspiring with an outsider, believing they can ascend to the position of the Wang family's patriarch. Merely harboring this secret puts one at the mercy of others for a lifetime. Wang Yue's gaze instantly turned cold. Indeed, her suspicions were validated. It was yet again the imbecile Wang Rulong orchestrating mischief in the shadows. The reason she had spared him previously was not due to a lack of evidence, but rather her desire to avoid alarming the snake and to exploit Wang Rulong's foolishness to ensnare Ye Chen. Little did she expect him to be so reckless as to target her grandfather. Given this revelation, there was no longer any need to keep him as bait. Wang Yue sighed softly, feeling somewhat weary. She was indifferent to the family's wealth, as it was inexhaustible, yet not everyone shared her perspective. Besides Wang Rulong, how many others harbored similar ambitions? She rested her head on Tang Yu's shoulder. Noticing Tang Yu's impending movement, she couldn't help but chuckle with annoyance. If you behave yourself, I shall don a bunny girl outfit for you next time. What nonsense about bunny girls? Just ensure you don't shed any dandruff on my shoulder. Tang Yu grumbled in dissatisfaction. I abhor dishonesty above all. One must honor their word. Bunny girls are of little concern to me. I am a man of integrity. If one were sincere, even a blood dagger would suffice. Blood dagger? Wang Yishua paused momentarily, pondering the meaning, yet she dismissed the thought. Simply being beside Tang Yu brought her joy. At least in this moment, she need not dwell on the treacherous intrigues surrounding her. The two sat quietly in the small garden, with Wang Yishua listening to Tang Yu's whimsical musings, finding this brooding man increasingly endearing. This tranquility was disrupted by a sudden voice. Miss, Dr. Jiang has successfully treated the old master. You should hurry to see him. A bodyguard rushed over calling out. Let us hasten to see the old master. Tang Yu exhaled in relief. If you had arrived even a few minutes later, I might have developed shoulder periarthritis. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yishue rolled her eyes and hurried off to check on her grandfather. Upon their arrival, a somewhat pungent aroma wafted through the room. Old Master Wang had awakened, and a nurse was feeding him a bowl of medicinal soup. After such a serious illness, the old man appeared markedly weakened. Grandfather, are you feeling unwell? Wang Yishue inquired with concern. I am mostly fine, just a bit frail. After finishing the medicine, I shall take a short rest. The old gentleman was uncertain about the condition of his health, merely feeling a pervasive weakness in his limbs and a desire for slumber. A couple of days of proper rest would suffice for him. After treating the old man with a remedy she had learned from Tang Yu, Jiang Xiaoya witnessed the venomous worm crawl out and perish. She had collected the deceased worm, intending to study it further with her grandfather. That fellow named Ye Chen was truly repugnant. After a brief visit filled with concern from the others, they left the old gentleman to rest alone in the room. As Tang Yu stepped outside, his phone began to ring. Upon checking, he realized it was a call from Qin Ming. Brother, didn't Tiu say you would come to my house for the feng shui? Hurry over. There are already many people here. Qin Ming's voice echoed through the phone. All right, just wait a moment. I will be there shortly, Tang Yu replied before ending the call. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Yishue and the others, Tang Yu hastily drove towards the Qin residence. According to the plot of the original narrative, today, the Dragon King Ye Chen was to make a grand display. Moreover, he was to be recognized as the foremost feng shui master in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Chapter 48. The Wang family's revenge. Wealthy individuals often place great faith in metaphysics, thus bestowing considerable respect upon feng shui masters. With the acquisition of this esteemed identity, Ye Chen's status in Suzhou and Hangzhou ascended significantly, earning him the revered title of Master Yi. However, he indeed possessed a certain expertise in the realm of feng shui. After all, he was the beloved offspring of a prolific author of light-hearted narratives, possessing an innate understanding of various matters, save for the fact that he had not yet been written as having 5 enlightened roots. How might one most effectively expose this scoundrel? As Tang Yu pondered this while driving, she adhered to the principle of survival by discretion. Confronting him directly was clearly inadvisable. After much contemplation, she concluded that the only recourse was to discreetly inform the Qin family through some means. As soon as Tang Yu departed, Wang Yishue addressed the members of the Wang family. Esteemed elders, please gather at the ancestral hall. There is a matter of great importance I wish to discuss with you all. What is it, young lady? Why must we convene at the ancestral hall? Inquired a frail old man, his voice raspy with age. Typically, when a family gathers in the ancestral hall, it portends significant announcements. All eyes turned toward Wang Yishue, while Wang Rulong felt a twinge of anxiety. He had not anticipated that Jiang Xiaoye could cure their grandfather's ailment. Hadn't Tishi previously stated it was impossible? Now, with Wang Yishue calling them to the ancestral hall, could it be that someone had meddled with their grandfather's health? Nevertheless, he remained somewhat unperturbed, for he was not the least bit concerned about his identity being unveiled. The methods imparted to him by young Master Yi for casting hexes were exceedingly clandestine, ensuring they would remain undetected. This matter pertains to our family's very survival. I implore you all to proceed at once, Wang Yishue declared, striding toward the ancestral hall. The remaining family members, their expressions now grave, followed closely behind her, albeit with a degree of confusion etched on their faces. What could possibly be of such gravity as to endanger the Wang family's existence? Fear not. Even if she has discovered something, she possesses no evidence. Wang Rulong reassured himself silently. Upon their arrival at the ancestral hall, an elder spoke up. Little Snow, everyone is gathered. What is this urgent matter? Please, share it so we may deliberate together. Wang Yue nodded, her countenance frosty as she pointed at Wang Rulong, who stood at the far edge. Rulong, step forward and kneel before our ancestors. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly as they gazed incredulously at Wang Rulong. Could it be that he had once again committed a grievous error? His mother interjected, Little Snow, what is the meaning of this? Why must you have your brother kneel? Has he offended you in some manner? With a bitter smile, Wang Rulong approached. Indeed, sister, could this be a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? You collude with outsiders and betray your own family, and you dare call it a misunderstanding? Just some time ago, our family nearly suffered catastrophic losses due to the collaboration with Fars. Today, our grandfather has been hexed, and you are behind it, are you not? Wang Yue confronted him fiercely. Wang Rulong's face drained of color as he trembled, fervently shaking his head. No, sister, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly engage in such treachery? The collaboration with Fars was indeed a misjudgment on my part. I admit my shortcomings. However, how could my grandfather's matter possibly concern me? Even devoid of humanity, I would never stoop to such depths. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding? Xiaoxue, do you possess any evidence? Others too found it somewhat implausible, for Wang Rulong generally exhibited commendable behavior at home. I shall simply summon the witness. Wang Yue clapped her hands, and shortly thereafter, 2 bodyguards escorted Li Deshen into the room. With a countenance filled with trepidation, Li Deshen knelt upon entering, recounting the events in their entirety to the assembly. Presently, this was his sole means of redemption. The young lady had assured him that if he testified, she would grant him a chance at survival. Once Li Deshen finished his account, both testimonial and material evidence were presented. Pale-faced, Wang Rulong attempted to offer further explanations. His father, however, was seething with rage and, without hesitation, struck him squarely in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Following this, he unleashed a torrent of kicks upon him. In affluent families, nothing is more detestable than betrayal from within. Furthermore, to audaciously confront the patriarch is a transgression punishable by death. Aside from Wang Rulong's mother, who cried out in an attempt to restrain her husband, the others remained stoic, silently observing, while Wang Yue refrained from speaking. Once Wang Rulong was left barely conscious from the blows, she interjected, That is enough, uncle. Let us cease for today. Grandfather has yet to recover, and I would prefer to leave this matter for him to adjudicate once he is well. Wang Rulong's father nodded, his heart heavy with despair, unable to fathom his son's foolishness. Given the patriarch's disposition, would there be any hope for his son once the truth came to light? Take him away and confine him, he ordered. After issuing the command to the 2 bodyguards, Wang Yue addressed the Wang family members. This incident cannot be solely attributed to Wang Rulong. Though foolish, there are others with far more sinister intentions at play, and we must seek retribution. Indeed, this individual must not be spared. They must face the consequences of their actions. The assembly unanimously agreed on the need for vengeance. How dare this person target the Wang family? They would not hold back. Promptly, the Wang family commenced their search for Ye Chen's whereabouts to initiate their reprisal. Meanwhile, the Qin family was abuzz with excitement. 2 days prior, they had unexpectedly broadcasted an invitation to feng shui masters from across the land to resolve their family's predicament, offering a staggering reward of 10 billion to anyone who could succeed. For these masters, such a sum was astronomical. Thus, feng shui experts from all corners of the nation convened, eager to tackle the challenges facing the Qin family. As Tang Yu drove over, she chanced upon Ye Chen alighting from his vehicle. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by Qin Kursin, who had been waiting for him. Miss Qin, how effective was that talisman I provided? Ye Chen inquired with a smile. It proved highly effective. Hence, I must trouble you today, Mr. Yi. Qin Kursin nodded. Yet her gaze was somewhat intricate. She still recalled the whispers she had heard last time. To verify her suspicions, she secretly dismantled the talisman this morning. Inside, there lay a haphazardly scrawled talisman, adorned with a dried droplet of blood. Ah, Qin Kursin, this foolish girl must have been thoroughly astonished by the talisman. Fortunately, I, in a rare act of benevolence, shall later assist in revealing his true nature. By the way, where has that scoundrel Qin Ming disappeared to? Just as she pondered this, the familiar voice resonated once more. She immediately began to scan her surroundings. Who could it be? Chapter 49. I come to enhance young Master Tang's reputation. She surveyed her surroundings, yet the source of the sound eluded her. Nevertheless, her heart raced with exhilaration, for the truth was poised to be unveiled today. If her benefactor, who had divulged everything to her, were to arrive, she would express her heartfelt gratitude. Moreover, the fact that he uttered her brother's name indicated a connection with him. This revelation would undoubtedly facilitate her quest to locate him. Once the two individuals had entered, Tang Yu descended from the vehicle with a leisurely gait. Upon exiting, he did not spot Qin Ming. Instead, he noticed Zhao Gaoshun, clad in a black Tang suit, loitering at the entrance with a smoking pipe in hand. His current attire lent him an air of sophistication. With a smile, Tang Yu approached and patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Uncle Zhao, what brings you here?" Zhao Gaoshun chuckled softly and replied, "I certainly had to witness this spectacle of young Master Tang enhancing his reputation. Ever since Ye Chen acquired the yin-yang fish talisman, I pondered what he intended to do with it. Upon hearing news from the Qin family, the truth dawned on me. This fellow aims to impress and woo the ladies of the Qin household. Thus, I resolved to make an appearance." Tang Yu found Zhao's enthusiasm somewhat perplexing, suspecting that Uncle Zhao was primarily motivated by the 10 billion reward from the Qin family. If they could resolve the issues plaguing the Qins, it would indeed bolster his own standing. He raised his thumb in approval, stating, "All right then, I am counting on you today. Uncle Zhao, you must secure that 10 billion reward from the Qin family." "Consider it done," Zhao Gaoshun replied, thumping his chest confidently. "If today's endeavor is successful, that 10 billion will be ours. When I announce it in the group, what will President Wang's treatment amount to? I shall be the foremost loyal minister and capable aide of the Tang family." Both men harbored their own thoughts, exchanging jovial smiles. Qin Ming soon joined them, having initially awaited Tang Yu at the entrance. He had briefly stepped away due to his stomach discomfort. Approaching Tang Yu, he wrapped his arms around him and laughed. "Hey, big brother, what has got you in such high spirits? Isn't it just to celebrate you? Today, the troubles plaguing your family will surely be resolved," replied Tang Yu, with a knowing smile. Qin Ming's expression turned thoughtful. "Let us not speak of it. I'm uncertain whether this mess can truly be resolved. If all else fails, we might have to relocate." He sighed, his optimism waning. In recent days, they had privately consulted several feng shui masters to address their predicament, yet none had proven effective. One master even fell gravely ill during a ritual, leaving him hospitalized. Otherwise, they would not have offered a 10 billion reward, inviting masters from across the nation to see if any could alleviate their troubles. Rest assured, today not only will this matter be resolved, but the culprit responsible for your family's plight will also be revealed, Tang Yu assured him. Qin Ming paused, momentarily taken aback, thinking that Tang Yu was jesting and dismissing the comment lightly. As the three entered, a group of geomancers was gathered, engaged in tea and conversation. Their diverse attire and mystical demeanor might have led an observer to believe they were on a film set. In an effort to maintain a low profile, Tang Yu chose a seat in a corner. Shortly after he settled in, Qin Pengqi, the head of the Qin family, emerged accompanied by several bodyguards. The crowd rose to greet him, casting eager and respectful glances at this figure of wealth. Qin Pengqi nodded in acknowledgement and spoke, expressing gratitude for their assembly to alleviate the Qin family's plight. He assured them that a check for 1 billion had been prepared, promising that whoever could resolve the issue today would receive the check and be honored as a permanent guest of the Qin family. His words invigorated the masters, as if they had been infused with vitality. The prospect of 1 billion seemed within easy reach. "Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly resolve the Qin family's troubles today. Such minor malevolence is inconsequential. Once I intervene, The Qin family's feng shui will remain untroubled for the next 50 years. This trifling matter can be resolved with a mere gesture on my part, so my fellow practitioners need not compete with me. Numerous masters stood up to express their intentions, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a purple Taoist robe stepped forward, commanding silence with a powerful voice. Fellow practitioners, please lend me your ears. His authoritative call immediately hushed the room, drawing every gaze upon him. Was this not Master Zhao from Longhu Mountain? What brought him here? A murmur rippled through the crowd, tinged with unease as they eyed Master Zhao with a mix of respect and apprehension. Tang Yu watched with keen interest. Having perused the original storyline, he recognized Zhao as the current master of Longhu Mountain, a figure of considerable prowess. Yet, he was bound by the protagonist's law, destined to become a mere pawn, ultimately suffering a humiliating defeat. In essence, any competition against the Dragon King was futile, regardless of one's expertise or dedication to their craft. Even a lifetime of study could not rival the Dragon King's mastery, honed over merely half a year. Who is that old man? He seems quite impressive. Qin Ming inquired curiously. Zhao Gaosheng swiftly replied, "This is Master Zhao Shizhu from Longhu Mountain. Do you see his disciples behind him? One of them carries the Master Sword, which has been inherited for over 4 centuries." Qin Ming acknowledged this with an "oh," not particularly knowledgeable about such matters. Nevertheless, having someone of apparent significance present could potentially assist in resolving their issues. Master Zhao Shizhu addressed the assembly. "Dear friends, there is but one reward today. Since so many of us have gathered, it would be impractical for all to take action simultaneously. How, then, shall this reward be divided?" The crowd pondered this dilemma, exchanging glances, yet no one could propose an adequate solution. Money was a temptation everyone wished to claim for themselves. Who would willingly share? Thus, I believe it is only fitting that one's abilities determine the rightful recipient of this reward. I shall step forward and accept the challenges laid before me. Should any of you, my fellow practitioners, manage to best me, I shall depart immediately. However, if none can prevail against me, I shall claim this merit for myself. Zhao Shizhu, with an air of arrogance, regarded the crowd with a mocking smile. His brazen demeanor incited indignation among the many masters of geomancy present. Those who dared to come here today were all eminent figures within the realm of the mystic arts. For him to stand alone, seeking to overshadow all others, was tantamount to proclaiming himself the foremost in the world of the mystic arts. While Longhu Mountain holds a prestigious position within this domain, the others are no mere novices. Especially with a reward as substantial as 10 billion, none would willingly relinquish it without a fight. Zhao Tianshur's arrogance is truly remarkable. I, Song, shall be the first to engage him. At this moment, Song Qingshan, the head of the Song family, stepped forth. The Song family is renowned within the mystic arts, possessing a lineage of 64 mysterious copper coins that have been passed down for centuries, capable of divining celestial secrets and dispelling malevolent energies. Yet, Zhao Shizhu did not deign to acknowledge him, responding with indifference. Then let us see what this esteemed friend can do. Chapter 50. The master must not be insulted. Song Qingshan let out a cold snort, tossing a string of copper coins high into the air. Following this, he formed intricate hand seals, causing the coins to float gracefully, arranging themselves into a formation in midair. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in applause. Such a remarkable skill was not something anyone could easily achieve. Qin Ming, too, was left in awe, astonished by the prowess of these geomancers. Song Qingshan relished the crowd's admiration, pointing a finger at Master Zhao. The floating coins hurtled toward Zhao with great speed. A mere parlor trick, and you dare to flaunt it before me? Master Zhao Zhuzhu displayed a disdainful expression, raising a hand and commanding, "Sword, come forth." A young acolyte behind him reverently presented the Master Sword, which then soared into the air, effortlessly slicing through the copper coins one by one. Upon being struck, the coins shattered, falling to the ground in halves. In mere moments, nearly half of the 64 coins lay in ruins. Song Qingshan felt a pang of anguish, nearly spitting blood. These were his treasured heirlooms. He could no longer afford to engage in this duel and hastily attempted to reclaim his coins. Yet, the master sword relentlessly pursued them. Overcome with despair, Song Qingshan glared at Zhao Zhuzhu, exclaiming, "Master Zhao, must you go so far as to annihilate me? Is it so easy to challenge me without bearing any consequences?" Zhao Zhuzhu replied with a slight smile. Song Qingshan's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he gritted his teeth and murmured, "Today, I have acted rashly. I hope Master Zhao can show mercy." "Now that is more like it," Zhao Zhuzhu said, gesturing for the master sword to return to his grasp. Song Qingshan hurriedly gathered his coins, his expression dark and foreboding. Not only had he failed to profit today, but he had also destroyed a family heirloom. Others from a mystical sect were equally astonished by Zhao Zhuzhu's display. Many began to reconsider their intentions, realizing that their abilities paled in comparison to Song Qingshan's. How could they dare to provoke Zhao Zhuzhu? "Is there any other fellow Taoist who wishes to challenge me? Feel free to step forth. If no one dares, then I shall gladly accept this fine opportunity presented by the Qin family today," Zhao Zhuzhu declared, wielding the master sword, his demeanor exuding an aura of an otherworldly sage. "I shall." A youthful elder with a cherubic face and white hair stepped forward, clad in a somewhat tattered Taoist robe. He commanded respect among the attendees due to his esteemed reputation in the northern mystic sect, known as the Elder of the Star God. Zhao Zhuzhu regarded him with a casual glance, stating, "Come, reveal your treasures. Let me behold your skills." The Elder of the Star God let out a cold huff, raising a red cord that floated in the air, emanating a faint glow of fire, resembling a fiery serpent. This sight left the crowd in awe. Qi Ming clapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Wow, brother, these individuals truly possess remarkable abilities. I should learn a few tricks to impress the ladies." "That would likely take you a decade or more of diligent practice," came the retort, having already witnessed the unfolding plot. Tang Yu found it difficult to muster any substantial interest. Regardless of their prowess, they were ultimately destined to serve as mere stepping stones for Ye Chen. According to the narrative, this elderly man would inevitably succumb to Zhao Tianshi, leading to a confrontation between Zhao Tianshi and Ye Chen. Once Zhao Tianshi's spell faltered, it would be Ye Chen's turn to display his bravado, prompting the foolish Qin Kursin to begin idolizing him. Poor Qin Ming, having been led to his demise by Ye Chen, had not only lost his life but also his family fortune and sister to this scoundrel. Upon hearing the voice resonate once more, Qin Kursin's gaze swiftly fixed upon Qin Ming. It was then that she spotted Tang Yu seated nearby and instantly recalled that this was his voice. There could be no mistake. Her brother had no other siblings. In her heart, she was utterly astonished, yet her expression remained composed. She yearned to ascertain whether the truth aligned with Tang Yu's assertions. At that moment, the elder Kuei-Shing had commenced a battle of sorcery with Zhao Zhuzhu. The red thread he manipulated transformed into a fiery serpent that shot towards Zhao Zhuzhu with great vigor. However, Zhao Zhuzhu merely smirked dismissively. As the fiery serpent approached, he extended his hand, and, to everyone's astonishment, it came to an abrupt halt. "Return to me," Zhao Zhuzhu commanded, and the fiery serpent obediently retreated, hurtling back towards Elder Kuei-Shing. Faced with his weapon being commandeered by his adversary, Elder Kuei-Shing's countenance shifted dramatically. He fled in a desperate attempt to evade the impending onslaught, presenting a rather pitiful sight. The onlookers erupted in laughter, their respect for Zhao Zhuzhu deepening. Truly, he was the eminent Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. With this display of skill, they were thoroughly impressed. "Zhao Tianshi, I concede. I am thoroughly defeated," Elder Kuei-Shing lamented after a fruitless attempt to escape. Zhao Zhuzhu beamed with satisfaction, gesturing for the red thread to fall to the ground, ceasing its movement. Elder Kuei-Shing, now in a state of disarray, picked up the red thread and tied it around his wrist, grunting in silence, no longer daring to utter a word. As a result, no one in the gathering dared to challenge Zhao Zhuzhu again. He surveyed the crowd with a triumphant smile and clasped his fists in greeting. "Esteemed colleagues, I appreciate your understanding. If that is the case, I shall address the issues concerning the Qin family." Although the numerous Feng Shui masters were reluctant, they had no choice but to acquiesce, as none among them could rival him. Then we shall rely on Zhao Tianshi, Qin Pengqi remarked, his eyes wide with wonder. As practitioners of the Tao, it is our duty to vanquish demons and eliminate evils. Zhao Shizhu maintained a respectful demeanor towards Qin Pengqi, considering him a wealthy patron. At this moment, Qin Kursin stood in stunned disbelief. Everything unfolded precisely as she had just heard in the voice. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned to Ye Chen and remarked, "Mr. Yi, this Zhao Tianshi is exceedingly formidable, almost akin to a deity." With a disdainful expression, Ye Chen retorted, "They are merely dabblers in the occult. While this Taoist possesses some skill, he pales in comparison to my own abilities." After demonstrating his prowess, Qin Kursin will come to understand what a true expert really is. As soon as he uttered these words, the attention of the entire audience converged upon him. Here we go again, the classic strategy of provoking others with sharp words. Once he incites their anger, he will wager against them, only to trample them underfoot. And after that, he will feign magnanimity to win their favor. You truly excel at playing the sycophant. Tang Yu, holding cup of tea, could not help but roll her eyes. The familiarity of this scenario was overwhelmingly palpable. Sure enough, Zhao Shizhu was incensed by his remark. Upon glancing over, he saw a young man in his 20s, scowling as he spoke. Who is this impudent youth? How dare he claim that Longhushan is a mere side path? If he is unconvinced, let us step outside and settle this. Who invited this fool? Throw him out. A mere child, utterly laughable. The master cannot be insulted. Let Zhao Tianshi impart a lesson to him. Many renowned feng shui masters began to scold, their gazes toward Ye Chen resembling that of spectators observing a jester. Chapter 51. Our Tang Shao, a scholar of celestial wisdom. Qin Pengqi furrowed his brow, directing the two bodyguards to expel Ye Chen. As the bodyguard approached, Qin Kursin promptly stood up, exclaiming, "Father, Mr. Yi is a distinguished figure whom I invited. He possesses remarkable abilities." She then retrieved a protective talisman from her pocket, stating, "This is the talisman he gifted me. Since wearing it, I have slept soundly and have not experienced nightmares." The truth had yet to unfold. She could not allow Ye Chen to leave. Ye Chen rose and smiled at Qin Pengqi. "Uncle Qin, it's not arrogance on my part. I merely speak the truth. This Master Zhao cannot resolve your family's issues. If I do not intervene, his rash actions will only lead to his own downfall, ultimately endangering the Qin family. Foolish child, if I, the Taoist today, dispel this minor malevolence, will you kneel and apologize?" Zhao Shizhu retorted angrily. "What if you fail to resolve it?" Ye Chen countered, "If you cannot, I shall gift you this Master-S sword." Upon finishing his words, Zhao Shizhu commanded his disciples behind him, "Bring the incense." Two disciples promptly retrieved 3 incense burners, placing 3 sticks of incense into each but refraining from lighting them. Zhao Shizhu then began to chant incantations while forming hand seals. Upon concluding his chant, the 9 sticks of incense ignited simultaneously, their smoke coiling into a gray humanoid form. Once the apparition took shape, Zhao Shizhu addressed Qin Pengqi, "Mr. Qin, this is the malevolent energy accumulated by your family. If I dispel it, the Qin family shall know peace henceforth. Then I shall trouble you, Master Zhao." Qin Pengqi sighed in relief. The family had been troubled for some time, and it seemed the troublesome issue would finally be resolved. A trivial matter, Zhao Shizhu chuckled lightly, stepping forward with the 7-star step and thrusting the Master-S sword into the swirling mist. As the blade struck, the mist emitted a piercing shriek, startling everyone present. Moments later, the mist dissipated on its own, and the Qin family members felt a profound sense of relief. After successfully dispelling the malevolence, Zhao Shizhu coldly regarded Ye Chen. "Now that it has come to this, what do you have to say? Kneel and apologize." Ye Chen's expression remained calm. You might want to examine whether the malevolence has truly vanished. No sooner had he spoken than the previously dissipated malevolence began to coalesce once more, surging towards Zhao Shizhu. Zhao Shizhu brandished the Master-S sword in a futile attempt to fend it off, but ultimately he was struck by the malevolence. His complexion turned pale as he coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground and convulsing. His disciples, in a state of panic, rushed to lift Zhao Shizhu and check his condition. The Qin family, who had just felt a sense of ease, now experienced immense discomfort, as though a 1,000-pound stone pressed upon their shoulders. The other Feng Shui masters present also changed countenance. They had never encountered such formidable malevolence before. Several individuals attempted to unite in the endeavor to extinguish this malevolent energy. However, their efforts proved futile, resulting in dire consequences akin to those suffered by Zhao Shizhu. The anguished Qin Pengqi cast a glance toward his daughter, only to discover that Qin Kursin appeared completely unscathed. Could it be that the protective talisman truly held efficacy? Was this young man genuinely a master of the hidden realms? With a countenance marked by trepidation, he turned to Ye Chen and implored, "I beg your pardon for my earlier affront. I humbly request your assistance in rescuing the Qin family." The eyes of everyone present converged upon Ye Chen. "Quickly step aside. He is about to display his prowess. After extracting the malevolent energy with the Jade Talisman, he will subsequently remove the Jade Buddha that was deliberately sold to the Qin family. This malevolent energy originates from that Jade Buddha. It was nurtured through the infusion of dead fetus and infant blood, steeped for 7 days to cultivate its sinister aura. It must be noted that shattering this Jade Buddha will also result in backlash against him." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursin's pupils involuntarily constricted. Recently, Qin Ming had indeed procured a Jade Buddha from outside, claiming it to be a valuable artifact obtained from a revered monk. She suppressed her fury and addressed Ye Chen softly, "Mr. Yi, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Of course, you're my friend, and the affairs of the Qin family are likewise my concern." Ye Chen replied with a charming smile. He retrieved the yin-yang fish Jade Talisman from his pocket, infused it with a drop of blood, and the talisman emitted a faint white glow. Subsequently, the gray malevolent energy within the room surged and coalesced into the talisman, ultimately vanishing from sight. Such trivial malevolence, easily dispelled, Ye Chen declared with an air of arrogance. The onlookers regarded him with admiration, regardless of his flamboyant demeanor. His genuine skills were undeniably impressive. The lethal malevolence was rendered inconsequential in his hands. Yet within less than 5 seconds, cracks began to form in the talisman he held, and it shattered into pieces. The malevolent energy that had been absorbed surged forth with even greater intensity than before. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed in a shroud of gray malevolence. Several members of the Qin family began to struggle to breathe, their faces paling and rendering them speechless. Ye Chen's expression shifted as he pondered. What is happening? Could it be that the malevolence I cultivated has exceeded my control? By heaven, this narrative has taken an unexpected turn. Shouldn't he have resolved the issue with a single action upon producing the talisman? Has yet another complication arisen? Tang Yu felt equally perplexed. At that moment, Zhao Gaosheng abruptly rose to his feet, regarding Ye Chen with disdain. "I was under the impression that you possessed considerable skill. It appears you have not only failed to resolve the issue, but exacerbated the malevolence instead." With his words, the gazes of the crowd shifted from admiration to ire and scorn directed at Ye Chen. This brash individual, full of bluster, had inadvertently deepened the crisis. Ye Chen recognized Zhao Gaosheng and felt a change in his expression. He instantaneously realized that the item he had acquired was indeed flawed. Was he being plotted against? Or was there another orchestrating this? Zhao Gaosheng ceased to engage in further meaningless conversation. He addressed the crowd, whose faces were etched with terror, saying, "Do not panic. Esteemed guests, though this individual may appear to be a fool, our Tang Xiao possesses extraordinary abilities, transcending the ordinary. Such trivial malice is but a mere flick of the finger for him." Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "How have I become this paragon of wisdom and power?" He mused inwardly. "What am I to use to dispel this evil? Zhao, please have some decency. Even as a traitor, one ought not to stoop so low. I am utterly incapable of playing this charade." At that moment, Tang Yu found himself utterly perplexed, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, the crowd gazed at him with fervent anticipation, as though he were the sole beacon of hope amidst the darkness. Qin Ming, his head throbbing, turned to Tang Yu and implored, "Please, brother, if you possess a means to save my family, act swiftly." In that instant, He comprehended why his brother had confidently assured him that their domestic troubles would soon be resolved. It seemed his brother had been concealing his secret. Truly, he was remarkable, capable of anything. Zhao Gaoshan guided Tang Yu from the shadows. The bewildered Tang Yu felt something warm pulsing in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he discovered a yin-yang fish jade talisman, inexplicably placed there at some point. The talisman, now activated by a drop of blood, radiated a brilliant golden light in Tang Yu's grasp, transforming him into a miniature sun. The surrounding gray malice surged towards him but was swiftly dissolved by the emanating golden brilliance. Chapter 52. The Dragon King's Fury. The consequences are dire soon. The malevolent energy in the room dissipated entirely, and the golden radiance surrounding Tang Yu faded alongside it. As this sinister aura vanished, the members of the Qin family felt their bodies rejuvenate. Those few feng shui masters who had previously suffered from the backlash of the malevolent energy experienced its complete disappearance. The repercussions of such energy infiltrating their bodies were exceedingly grave. If not resolved swiftly, it could lead to shortened lifespans and severe illness, or even instant death. They cast reverent glances toward Tang Yu. What defines a master? This is what a true master embodies. From beginning to end, he had sat quietly in the corner, silent, until the critical moment when he stood up, turning the tide. Observing his handsome visage and imposing stature, many were moved to the brink of tears. Who would have thought they would be fortunate enough to witness a genuine master today? Indeed, a true sage does not reveal themselves, and those who reveal themselves are not truly sages. It is truly embarrassing. As a Tiansher of Longhu Mountain, my skills pale in comparison to young Master Tang. Alas, upon my return to the mountain, I shall devote 20 years to quiet cultivation. The grace of young Master Tang, in saving me today, is etched in my memory, and should he ever require my service, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. A chorus of praises erupted from the feng shui masters, who were genuinely in awe of Tang Yu. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Amidst the fervent accolades, Tang Yu merely twitched his lips in response. Who am I? Where on earth am I? This narrative feels all wrong. How did I end up looking pretentious? Enough with the flattery. I truly cannot bear it. At that moment, Ye Chen was trembling with rage. He had never anticipated that his meticulously crafted scheme would be usurped by Tang Yu. According to his design, he should be the one standing there, basking in the adoration and praise of the crowd. In that scenario, he would transform into the foremost feng shui master of Suzhou and Hangzhou, earning the Qin family's utmost admiration and capturing Qin Kursen's heart. Yet now, all of that had crumbled into mere illusions. He stood there like a solitary jester, occasionally receiving disdainful glances from a few onlookers. His heart burned with fury, wishing to eradicate everyone present, especially Tang Yu, who had repeatedly humiliated him. Just as he was about to explode in anger, Qin Kursen suddenly dashed toward the Buddhist statue displayed on the altar. Grasping the statue, she hurled it violently to the ground. With a resounding crash, the statue shattered, capturing everyone's attention. As it broke, a crimson light surged forth, darting toward Ye Chen. Upon entering his body, the color drained from his face, and blood oozed from his nostrils. The jade Buddha had been crafted from the blood of his infant self and his stillborn child. Now destroyed, he, as the owner, would suffer the repercussions. Having learned much about such esoteric practices from his elder since childhood, he did not regard it with any trepidation. Great achievers do not concern themselves with trivial matters. Countless bones may lie in the wake of success. As a Dragon King, one must possess such fortitude to accomplish great feats. However, all present were feng shui masters. In terms of strength, they may not match Ye Chen, yet their vision is hardly inferior. Upon witnessing the crimson light and Ye Chen's reaction, Zhao Shizhu was the first to respond. He pointed his Tiansher sword at Ye Chen and declared, "You shameless scoundrel, this malevolent aura was orchestrated by you all along. I have also discerned the malicious intent behind this young man's schemes. After all this time, it turns out this was all a self-directed performance. Truly a person of unbridled audacity." The other masters quickly joined in, vociferously denouncing Ye Chen. Observing their reactions, Qin Kursen finally confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, The sentiments she had overheard aligned perfectly. After being exposed and subjected to a barrage of insults, Ye Chen's expression morphed into one of deep resentment. As the esteemed Dragon King, how could he endure such indignity from these lesser beings? How could this happen? I tried to flaunt my prowess, but ended up in a pitiful state. This petty-minded dragon is undoubtedly infuriated. Do not unleash indiscriminate violence. Remember, you are the Dragon King and must exercise restraint. Noticing his grim countenance, Tang Yu sensed trouble. He had merely intended to endure the situation and later warn the Qin family of the traps set by this young man. However, the situation had escalated unexpectedly. Once Qin Kursin regained her composure, she rushed to her father, exclaiming, "Father, this person harbors malicious intentions. Our Qin family must not let him escape unpunished." Qin Pengqi glared at Ye Chen, his face darkened with fury. "Mr. Yi, do you not owe our Qin family an explanation?" His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Recently, the Qin family had indeed suffered greatly due to this young man. What explanation? I am unaware of what you speak. What purpose would I have in self-directing a performance? Do you think I could foresee that the Qin family would offer a reward of 10 billion? Ye Chen coldly refuted. Of course, you were unaware of the Qin family's 10 billion offer. You were clearly targeting Qin Kursin, attempting to play the hero and save her. Capture her heart, and the Qin family would be yours. What a disgraceful individual. Despite the evidence laid bare, you still stubbornly refuse to admit it. Tang Yu internally scoffed at this notion. Qin Kursin's eyes blazed with fury as she coldly addressed Ye Chen. "Stop feigning innocence. I know this was your design. You were the one who released that snake into my villa, were you not? I have already reviewed the surveillance footage." Ye Chen's face momentarily flickered with embarrassment. How could she possibly know about the incident with the snake? Why had she not exposed him? Enough of this banter, sister. We should strike him down immediately. Qin Ming seethed, his teeth clenched, for he was the first to be ensnared. That jade Buddha! He had been deceived into purchasing it. At that moment, he had believed he was acquiring a treasure, only to bring disaster upon his family. With a shout, Qin Ming prompted a dozen or more bodyguards to surge forward. Yet, Ye Chen showed no inclination to flee. As the Dragon King, he would rather stand and face death than retreat in cowardice. Confronted by the onslaught of bodyguards, he let out a cold snort and counterattacked. When the foremost bodyguard swung a punch, Ye Chen effortlessly dodged and retaliated with a swift kick, sending the man flying. Immediately, he took the initiative, striking out with both fists and sending two bodyguards flying, one to the left and one to the right. These bodyguards were undoubtedly trained professionals. Against ordinary individuals, they could easily take on 10 opponents unarmed. However, before Ye Chen, they appeared as inexperienced novices. Qin Ming, seizing a vase as a weapon, charged forward, intending to assist his bodyguards in subduing this impudent youth. Before Tang Yu could call out to stop him, he was already seized by the throat by Ye Chen. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. The remaining bodyguards, now cautious, hesitated to take action. "Release my brother," Qin Kursin exclaimed, her fury igniting instantly. "If you dare to act recklessly, I will ensure you do not leave Suong." Qin Pengqi was equally enraged. How dare an outsider behave so audaciously on their home turf? In the face of Qin Kursin's wrath, Ye Chen felt a pang of sorrow within. Even with his charm, it seemed impossible to salvage the situation now. He looked coldly at the Qin family and declared, "Does the insignificant Qin family dare to threaten me? Ye Chen, today could have unfolded peacefully, but you may blame that scoundrel of the Tang family." With that, his gaze fixed upon Tang Yu, filled with resentment. From the Tang family to the Wang family, and now the Qin family, this scoundrel had incessantly thwarted his endeavors. He resolved to no longer endure this indignity. Today, he would show them the true meaning of the Dragon King's wrath. Chapter 53. Who the hell is the villain? Under his intense gaze, Tang Yu felt a mixture of anger and amusement. What a useless thing you are. Why should I care about your failures? You had the chance but squandered it. Can you blame Lin Bei for that? I don't want to play the part of a hero. I simply wish to be a quiet and charming man. With that, Ye Chen fixed his glare on Tang Yu, his voice filled with fury. Today, you face a choice. Either the lad surnamed Qin dies, or you suffer instead. That deceitful scoundrel. He had stabbed me in the back countless times. If I did not reclaim some interest today, it would be far too lenient on him. As he spoke, he exerted a slight pressure, causing Qin Ming's face to flush, struggling to breathe. Do not act recklessly. Just leave. We, the Qin family, can overlook today's events, Qin Pengqi said, his expression betraying his anxiety as he noticed his son's distress. This decision should belong to him, Ye Chen indicated Tang Yu. Though Qin Ming was gasping for air, he still managed to gesture weakly towards Tang Yu. He was a martial artist with years of training and understood that his elder brother's skills would barely suffice against Ye Chen. Let my brother handle this, he thought. That would only equate to sending him to his death. He had already saved him once and saw no need for a second rescue. If he were to perish at the hands of this scoundrel Ye Chen, they could always be brothers in the next life. What is the matter? Are you going to sit idly by while your brother dies in my hands? Ye Chen's chilling tone pierced through the tension. You enjoy playing your little games. So let us play. Are you truly willing to watch your brother perish before your eyes? Ye Chen pressed, his voice laced with malice. Have you no shame? Release him. I will come with you. Tang Yu grit his teeth, his frustration boiling over. This bastard has truly lost his mind. While he longed to remain inconspicuous, there was a limit to his tolerance. Upon Tang Yu's agreement, the Qin family members grew increasingly anxious. They were reluctant to witness any harm come to Qin Ming. Yet they could not bear to see Tang Yu suffer in his place either. Qin Kursin watched Tang Yu with tear-filled eyes. Their past disagreements had left a bitter taste, and Tang Yu's 3 years of unrequited devotion had only deepened her disdain. What kind of man lacks self-respect? Yet today, her perception of him shifted dramatically. What woman could possibly despise a man of integrity and loyalty? You truly dare to agree? Ye Chen was taken aback by Tang Yu's willingness, loosening his grip just enough for Qin Ming to breathe. He had never intended to kill Qin Ming, but sought to humiliate Tang Yu instead. Yet now that he had consented, Ye Chen would not hold back. Release him, and let us settle this honorably outside. Each of us striking one blow to determine the victor. Tang Yu pointed towards the open space beyond the hall. Though he wished to remain inconspicuous, he was no coward. He had his principles. For the sake of his brother. Very well, Ye Chen replied, though he kept a tight grip on Qin Ming's neck as the 3 of them stepped outside. Upon witnessing the departure of the 3 individuals, the crowd promptly followed suit. The assembly of geomancy masters regarded Tang Yu with newfound admiration. What defines a true master? It is profound strength, an unassuming demeanor, and an unwavering loyalty to one's principles. What a predicament this presents. Qin Pengqi's mind was in disarray. He could not bear to watch his son perish. Yet he could not allow his nephew to sacrifice himself in his stead. This individual had effortlessly dispatched over a dozen bodyguards, his power seemingly unfathomable. Even if he were to call for help, it would be too late. Had he foreseen this, he would have invested in hiring skilled fighters to safeguard his household. Trusting him was all that remained. Qin Kursin bit her lip, realizing that there was no alternative at this juncture. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Ye Chen, the scoundrel. If given the chance, she would ensure his demise with her own hands. After stepping outside, Tang Yu took a deep breath and declared, "You may release him now. At last, you've mustered the courage to present yourself as a man. What use is it to play underhanded games?" Ye Chen scoffed, releasing Qin Ming with a careless toss. Several bodyguards rushed forward to catch their young master. Ye Chen stood with his arms crossed, regarding Tang Yu with disdain. Do not accuse me of bullying a mere waste. I would allow you 3 strikes first. Should I so much as furrow my brow, I shall never set foot in Suzhou or Hangzhou again. As a martial arts expert, he discerned that this man was a feeble wretch. Not only could he withstand a single punch, but even 100 strikes would not inflict harm upon him. You may go first. I would not want to soil my fists engaging with you, Tang Yu retorted, mirroring Ye Chen's posture in a provocative stance. To initiate an attack? He must be out of his mind. The abominable system had not bestowed upon him any offensive ancient martial skills. Charging forward to merely graze this scoundrel would be absurd. His only available techniques were the immovable king technique and the yin-yang limitless technique. Both could be employed just once, and the wretched system had him firmly ensnared. Within him flowed 2 energies, those of the aforementioned techniques. Though limited to a single use, both were at the pinnacle of mastery. The former could absorb one attack, while the latter could return inflicted damage with double the force. Truly, young Master Tang embodied the essence of a genuine master. Indeed, why should one deign to strike against such a lowly adversary? With young Master Tang's extraordinary abilities, vanquishing this individual would be as effortless as squashing a maggot. The assembly of geomancy masters had become fervent admirers of Tang Yu. They were convinced that this young Master Tang was undoubtedly a true master of unparalleled prowess. Seeking death, Ye Chen loathed being treated with such contempt. He was the exalted Dragon King. In Africa and the Middle East, his presence was nothing short of commanding. In that moment, the myriad resentments he had harbored surged forth. With a thunderous shout, he lunged at Tang Yu, throwing a punch. Yet, this strike was not executed with his full strength, for he could not afford to kill this man. He aimed to see this young man languish in a sickbed, helplessly witnessing the downfall of the Tang family. The two adversaries stood merely 3 meters apart. With the prowess of Ye Chen, he swiftly closed the distance and unleashed a punch aimed at Tang Yu's chest. Simultaneously, two streams of energy within Tang Yu began to circulate at the behest of his will. When Ye Chen's fist struck Tang Yu, it was as if it had collided with cotton. Standing motionless, Tang Yu absorbed the terrifying force of the blow with the immovable king technique, which was subsequently transformed by the yin-yang infinite technique. Tang Yu sensed a tremendous power coalescing in his right hand. Clenching his fist, he retaliated with a strike. While Ye Chen was still in shock, wondering why his punch had failed to inflict any harm, Tang Yu's fist had already found its mark. This seemingly leisurely punch concealed an immense force. Caught off guard, Ye Chen was struck and sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. He flew several meters before crashing into a statue in the courtyard, a depiction of a green bull with a shepherd boy riding atop. Ye Chen collided precisely with the bull's horn, impacting the most vulnerable part of his backside. Soon, the horn was stained crimson with blood. A jolt of pain shot from his lower back throughout his entire body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Had it not been for his extraordinary willpower, he would have already cried out. Feeling a metallic taste in his throat, he opened his mouth and expelled a mist of blood. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Indeed, young Master Tang proved to be an extraordinary individual. This man, capable of effortlessly handling over a dozen bodyguards, was easily sent flying by a single punch from young Master Tang. The disparity in their strengths was nothing short of astronomical. Chapter 54. Fortunately, he had cleaned up well. Zhao Gao was left dumbfounded. Could it be that young Master Tang had hidden his prowess so deeply? Damn, brother, you are truly remarkable. On the ground, Qin Ming clutched his throat and coughed violently, his eyes nearly bulging out. With that one punch, that scoundrel Yi not only spat blood on the spot, but also suffered severe injuries in a most sensitive area. In summary, everyone present was consumed by 4 words. Young Master Tang is formidable. Tang Yu stood still, gazing at his fist and the profusely bleeding backside of Ye Chen. He felt a twinge of panic. Damn, has he truly caused trouble for the Dragon King? Fortunately, the Dragon King had taken care of business in the restroom today. Otherwise, if waste had been expelled, the Dragon King might genuinely seek vengeance. What a concealed talent Tang Yu was. After descending from the statue, Ye Chen's gait was noticeably affected. Each step sent sharp pain coursing through him. He inhaled sharply, his eyes directed at Tang Yu, filled with both hatred and newfound fear. Even with his strength not fully unleashed, he should not have been rendered incapable of inflicting any harm. As for the punch thrown by that young man, though it was somewhat slow, its destructive power was beyond his own. Had it not been for his extraordinary physique, that blow might have claimed his life. He was now suffering from both internal and external injuries. Don't let him escape. Go after him. I'll reward 1 million for a broken arm and 1 billion for a dead body. Suddenly, Qin Curson shouted. After enduring for so long, she finally had a chance for revenge. How could she let slip away? The bodyguards of the Qin family, still seething from their recent defeat, surged forward at the sight of a fallen foe. Ye Chen, his face ashen, dared not confront the mob. The mere presence of the concealed Tang Yu instilled in him a profound sense of dread. A true man knows when to endure and when to act. He silently reassured himself, suppressing the pain as he swiftly made his way out of the Qin family estate. With a leap, he vaulted over the wall, only to be left astounded upon landing. Outside the estate, a dozen vehicles were parked, and Wang Yue stood with a frosty expression. Accompanying her were no fewer than 30 individuals, all donned in black suits, resembling a battalion of bodyguards. After dealing with the traitor Wang Rulong, the Wang family mobilized forces to track down Ye Chen. Revenge was imperative. Upon learning that Ye Chen was at the Qin residence, she brought with her the elite forces of her family. Just as she stepped out of the vehicle, she spotted Ye Chen scaling the wall. Noticing the blood staining his attire, she wasted no time in pointing at him. "Kill this scoundrel!" The Wang family's bodyguards surged forward. Ye Chen, his eyes wide with fury, thought to himself that he, the Dragon King, had traversed the world, commanding respect and dominance. It had always been he who dealt merciless blows to others. When had it ever been his turn to endure such humiliation? Facing this group of over 30, Ye Chen roared with all his might and engaged them in a fierce battle. Yet, after suffering that punch from Tang Yu, he was already gravely injured. After sustaining injuries, his performance was severely compromised. Each step he took was excruciating, as if he bore a 5-pound hemorrhoid. With his abilities significantly diminished, he found himself besieged by a multitude of elite bodyguards. This time, Lady Luck had decidedly favored the bodyguards. After incapacitating about 10 of them, Ye Chen could no longer withstand the onslaught and was brutally subdued on the ground by the throng. Tang Yu and his companions had pursued him, and, upon witnessing Ye Chen being mercilessly beaten, Tang Yu was taken aback. This had nothing to do with him. He was innocent, having merely struck one of them. Observing the ferocity of the attackers, Tang Yu was compelled to ponder a critical question. What would happen to the storyline if the Dragon King were to be killed? As Qin Kursin raised her hand, poised to signal her bodyguards to intervene, Ye Chen, nearly beaten to a pulp, managed to retrieve a small vial from his pocket with great difficulty. He shattered the vial on the ground, releasing a plume of red smoke that instantly enveloped the assailants. The bodyguards, inhaling the crimson mist, were overtaken by an insatiable itch. Forgetting their assault on Ye Chen, they began scratching themselves furiously. With the entire group thus incapacitated, Ye Chen seized the opportunity to escape. Remaining would surely result in his demise at the hands of these ruffians. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he clambered to his feet, intent on commandeering a vehicle and fleeing. He had suffered this humiliation today. He would repay it 100-fold in the future. Just as he was about to make his escape, one bodyguard, gritting his teeth, firmly grasped his pants. The young lady had instructed them to eliminate this wretch, promising a 10-fold year-end bonus. If he could personally ensure the boy's capture, a reward of 20 million awaited him. 20 million. Such a sum could afford him 1,000 nights of indulgence in a luxury club. Thus, he bore the unbearable itch, resolute in his determination not to let this brat escape. "You're not getting away," the bodyguard bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. The other bodyguards, unwilling to let the year-end bonus slip away, struggled against their own torment, striving to apprehend Ye Chen. Ye Chen, overwhelmed by despair, was astonished to witness someone who had been struck by his itching powder still able to rise. At the end of his rope, he resorted to his final tactic, the golden cicada shedding its shell. He unleashed the last vestiges of his true energy, and his pants disintegrated in an instant. Through this method, he successfully evaded the bodyguards. However, at that moment, his bloodied backside was laid bare before the crowd, resembling a wild monkey. Holy crap! The onlookers gasped in unison, their eyes stinging from the sight. Even if he managed to escape alive, he would be socially dead. Yet Ye Chen could not concern himself with such matters. He dashed toward a Mercedes, intent on fleeing. At this moment, who could afford to be cautious? "Quick! Lock the cars!" a bodyguard shouted, coming to his senses. They hastily produced their keys, locking the doors of over 10 vehicles. Ye Chen reached for the car door with all his might, but it refused to budge. Filled with anger and humiliation, he had no choice but to turn and dash towards the roadside. At that moment, a taxi was conveniently parked nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the front passenger seat, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed at the driver. "Start the car immediately." "Who are you?" The young driver, visibly frightened. "Scrutinizit, Ye Chen. Why aren't you wearing any pants? Just drive, and spare me your nonsense." Ye Chen retorted, his urgency mounting as the pursuers closed in. "It's not that I won't drive. I want to know where the hell you're getting the money." The driver replied, his face twisted in irritation. In a fit of fury, Ye Chen swung his fist, striking the driver on the back of the head. The impact sent the driver crashing against the glass, instantly rendering him unconscious. Ye Chen skillfully ejected the driver from the vehicle, slammed the accelerator, and tore onto the road, fleeing for his life. When a group of bodyguards arrived and noticed the driverless car, they were left in a state of frustration. "Damn it, there goes our bonus." Upon learning of Ye Chen's escape, Wang Yue and Qin Kursen were both infuriated. How could that bastard slip away? Tang Yu, however, was unfazed. What does it mean to be a child of fortune? It means encountering serendipity wherever one goes, navigating even the gravest of crises with ease. That's why he seeks to survive. He avoids confrontation with such formidable foes as much as possible. Yet it seems the entire world is compelling him to engage. Chapter 55. Come, enter the house, and let my sister examine you. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's escape, the feng shui master present expressed profound regret. Such a menace had managed to elude capture. "Esteemed colleagues, from this day forth, we of the Xianmen shall expunge Ye Chen from our ranks. Anyone associated with him shall be regarded as an adversary." Zhao Shizhu from Longhushan shouted to the assembly. His complexion remained pale, for although the malevolent energy within him had been dispelled, it would take him at least 10 days to recuperate. Indeed, such a villain must not be permitted to continue masquerading under the banner of Xianmen. "Humph, should I encounter this person in the north, he shall not escape unscathed." Others echoed his sentiments. Those of the Xianmen adhere to the code of the martial world. Ye Chen's actions today are utterly contemptible. Once a consensus was reached, Zhao Shizhu turned to Tang Yu. "Young Master Tang, I shall forever remember your kindness today. Should you require assistance from Longhushan in the future, do not hesitate to ask." "So does Song." "Young Master Tang, at such a tender age and possessing such profound skills, I deem you the foremost feng shui master of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Do any of you dissent?" It would not be an exaggeration to proclaim young Master Tang the preeminent master of Huaxia. Ha ha ha. The group began to extol him once more. Tang Yu, feeling awkward, wished he could conjure a grand palace akin to the Ming Dynasty or the Summer Palace. Perhaps even the Prince Gong Mansion. Enough with the flattery. Truly enough. To claim the title of Huaxia's finest is excessive. Esteemed seniors, your praise is unwarranted. I have merely performed a trifling task. Let's not dwell on it. Please go rest. With a forced smile, Tang Yu spoke. Such talent at a young age, coupled with humility. Young Master Tang is indeed a true dragon among men. One ought to bear children like young Master Tang. The flattery resumed before everyone retired to rest. Are you all right? Once the sycophants departed, Qin Kursen approached Tang Yu with concern. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Having known Tang Yu for many years, she understood that he likely possessed little strength. His calm demeanor suggested he was merely putting on a brave face, unwilling to reveal his injuries to those around him. "I am fine," Tang Yu replied, his expression untroubled. "What are you doing here? Wait, weren't you rather averse to me?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursen responded with a gentle smile. "Thank you so much for today." Having known each other for many years, their relationship could not be described as cordial. It was more akin to strangers. Their discord stemmed from an incident over a decade ago when Qin Kursen, accustomed to sleeping without clothes, was caught off guard when Tang Yu visited her home to see Qin Ming and inadvertently opened her door. As a young girl in her teenage years, how could she endure such an encounter? Enraged, she had not even bothered to dress, rising to confront the astonished Tang Yu. For a boy of merely a few years past his adolescence, such a shocking revelation could cause significant turmoil. From that moment on, the relationship between the two became unequivocal. Politeness aside, Qin Ming is my brother, and it is only right. Tang Yu shook her head, yet her gaze unconsciously fell upon a certain well-developed aspect of Qin Kursen. It was not that he was lewd. Rather, A man's gaze is instinctively drawn to certain things. This is a natural appreciation for beauty. Certainly not a sordid or base act. Every man is an artist. It has been quite a while since I last saw her. How has she developed so splendidly? When I first met her, she was just beginning to bloom. This is all Qin Ming's fault for putting me in this situation. That rascal deliberately made me help him carry something, tricking me into this silly girl-ass room. If he wishes me to be a brother-in-law, he ought to be more considerate, don't you think? That slap was for naught. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Qin Kursin felt a wave of embarrassment and guilt, casting a murderous glare at her brother. So was this brat who had deceived her back then? This fellow shares a close bond with Tang Yu, akin to that of blood brothers. Hence, he often comes to her, extolling Tang Yu, hoping to matchmake between them. Given his rather dim-witted nature, it is not surprising that he would act in such a way. Wang Yue, who approached, also caught wind of Tang Yu's thoughts. She too directed a gaze filled with lethal intent at Qin Ming. This lad has some audacity, thinking of helping her sister snatch a man from her? Such a fellow cannot be allowed to remain. Qin Ming, while sipping from a bottle of mineral water, had just been choked by Ye Chen, leaving him quite shaken. Goodness, he had one foot in the underworld. Suddenly, feeling two icy stares upon him, Qin Ming involuntarily shivered. What had he done? He rushed over and inquired, touching Tang Yu's chest. Wow, brother, are you truly unscathed after taking a punch from that guy? It's nothing serious, Tang Yu replied, shaking her head. Though the system can sometimes be a nuisance, the rewards it offers are undeniably valuable. Brother, you are impressive. I never expected you to be so concealed in your abilities. Qin Ming's admiration grew ever more profound. Truly, he is a good brother. Step aside, Wang Yue approached, urging Qin Ming to move aside. She looked at Tang Yu, frowning. Were you really struck by Ye Chen? I witnessed his skills just now. Having sustained such a severe injury and still managing to escape from the bodyguards. His prowess is indeed remarkable. I took a punch, but it's not a big deal, Tang Yu replied with a wry smile, pointing at the group of bodyguards. What compelled you to bring so many people here? It's one thing for the Qin family's affairs to be amiss. Why did you bring people to trouble Ye Chen? Wang Yue then recounted the situation at home in brief. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu could only respond with a look of disbelief. Wang Rulong, that fool, had actually been discovered? In that case, Ye Chen had undoubtedly offended both the Qin and Wang families gravely. And considering her own circumstances, 3 of the 4 great families had now turned against him. Let us go inside first to check if you're injured, she said. Wang Yue grasped Tang Yu's arm and pulled him into the room. Indeed, it is imperative to ascertain the situation. Qin Kursin was also quite concerned. I truly am fine. Please do not worry. Let me return to rest, Tang Yu protested, unwilling to allow these 2 women to examine his health. What on earth is happening? Please, sisters, I assure you, I am in good health. Return? We must ensure there are no issues. What if something goes awry on the way? Wang Yue remained resolute. Cough. I genuinely only worry for your well-being. There are no ulterior motives. Then let a doctor examine me. If that suffices, Tang Yu replied with a grimace. Something feels off. This is definitely not right. Is this a health check, or merely a guise for something else? My family doctor resigned just days ago. We shall proceed with an examination regardless. Although Qin Ming could not hear Tang Yu's thoughts, as a good brother, he understood women well. Tang Yu felt a surge of frustration towards this rascal. Had he known, he would never have intervened to save him. Come on, just go inside. Don't make me force you, Wang Yue insisted, waving her phone. Tang Yu could only submit in resignation, feeling akin to the frail female protagonists in certain films, caught in the grasp of another's control. Chapter 56. The 3 families unite against Ye Chen as the 2 entered a guest room. Wang Yue was about to close the door when Qin Kursin swiftly followed her in. I need to examine him. What are you doing here? Wang Yue furrowed her brow. In her eyes, this woman was already a threat. Furthermore, that fellow praised her development. It was nothing extraordinary. She hardly surpassed herself. And when it came to legs, hers were far more appealing. This is my home. Is it not permissible for me to express concern for my brother's benefactor? Qin Kursin replied with an air of arrogance. Sensing that further discussion on this topic would be futile, Wang Yue ceased her retorts. She approached Tang Yu and stated, "Take off your shirt. I want to see if you're injured." "Seriously, I'm not hurt. Why would I deceive you?" Tang Yu replied, on the verge of tears, trembling slightly. How could she be even more of a lecher than he was? "Let me have a look." Wang Yue removed her glasses and reached to pull at Tang Yu's shirt. Realizing that escape was futile, Tang Yu complied and swiftly removed his upper garment, revealing his well-toned physique. Although he lacked combat prowess, he maintained his figure through regular exercise. As his shirt fell away, exposing his chiseled abs, both Qin Kursin and Wang Yue found their gazes irresistibly drawn to him. Women, it seems, possess a greater penchant for desire than men. Moreover, Tang Yu was undeniably handsome. The sight of him blushing only enhanced their amusement. Women delight in a man's shyness and vulnerability, evoking their maternal instincts and protective inclinations. "See, nothing's wrong," he protested, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under their unabashed scrutiny. Wang Yue chuckled softly, her fingers lightly tracing Tang Yu's chest. "Does it hurt?" "No." He quickly shook his head, hastily pulling on his shirt. "Look at you. We're not going to devour you." Wang Yue scoffed, playfully slapping his backside. "What the hell, you little vixen? Do you really think I'm easy prey? If it weren't for Qin Kursin being here, I'd give you a taste of your own medicine." As these thoughts echoed in his mind, both women exchanged peculiar glances. This guy certainly had a knack for internal banter. Wang Yue chuckled to herself. "Dare you strike me in private? If you do, I would let you." "Then I shall take my leave," Tang Yu remarked, feeling akin to a hired escort, ready to collect his payment and depart. "Wait, there's an important matter we need to discuss." Qin Kursin called after him. "What is it? Shouldn't the three of us join forces?" she inquired. "Though my understanding of Ye Chen is limited, he must possess significant influence, right?" Qin Kursin spoke up. Indeed, her knowledge of Ye Chen was scant, yet his capabilities and skills were formidable. Allowing him to escape today would mean the conflict was far from over. It was imperative to eliminate him swiftly. "We, the Wang family, shall ensure his demise," Wang Yue declared, her expression icy. "Dare he conspire against us? To lay a hand on our precious one?" This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Upon noticing the two women gazing at him, Tang Yu felt a sharp pang of frustration. He genuinely wished to remain inconspicuous and bide his time for rewards. Yet today, it felt as though he was on the verge of confronting the Dragon King. Given the current predicament, merely seeking to lay low was no longer an option. The Tang family was equally implicated. Tang Yu sighed in resignation. Who would have thought that I, a mere antagonist, would join forces with the heroines to confront the Dragon King? The absurdity of the situation was bewildering. However, it may not necessarily be a misfortune. Since hiding is no longer viable, we might as well take action. From this day forth, we ought to invest in bolstering our security. The three families decided to unite in their efforts to suppress the Longshan Group, a company owned by Ye Chen. Wang Yue began to make the necessary arrangements. The security forces of their respective families were, at present, rather weak. The rationale was simple. Suang was their domain, and everyone was aware of the four prominent families. Those with a sound mind would not dare to provoke them, while those lacking sense were not worthy of such confrontations. However, the situation had changed, and it was imperative to enlist some skilled individuals to ensure that Ye Chen would not escape again. The combined strength of the three families was immensely formidable, far beyond what the Longshan Group could withstand. After fleeing for over 20 kilometers in a taxi, Ye Chen finally arrived at the He family estate. He did not head to the Longshan Group, for it was merely a company devoid of the protective resources he desperately needed in his current vulnerable state. Therefore, he chose to seek refuge with the He family. Upon arriving at their doorstep, he was suddenly struck by a realization. Although he was dressed, he was, quite embarrassingly, without trousers. Seeing himself in such a disheveled state, he cursed Tang Yu internally. As for Qin Kursin and Wang Yue, he was determined to win them over. He would not let go of what he had set his sights on. After a moment of contemplation, he removed his jacket and tied it around his waist, then proceeded into the He residence. The He family members were quite familiar with him. Upon witnessing his pitiful appearance, they promptly escorted him to their private hospital for treatment. After receiving care, he was placed in a hospital room to recuperate. It was evident that he would not recover in less than half a month. Lying on the hospital bed, Ye Chen came to a profound understanding of the reasons behind his failure to conquer the four prominent families, primarily due to Tang Yu. This useless rich heir was far more cunning than he appeared. Each time his plans were thwarted, it was somehow linked to him. If he wished to seize control of Suong, Tang Yu must be eliminated. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the hallway, and He Huyen entered accompanied by an elderly woman with silver hair. The elderly lady was He Lianhua, the current matriarch of the He family. The He family was a peculiar clan, traditionally led by women. The women of the family never married outside, but instead welcomed sons-in-law into their home. Given the He family's influence, it was likely that many sought to become their sons-in-law. Upon entering, the two individuals beheld Ye Chen, who lay in a state of disarray upon the hospital bed. Grandmother He approached with a gentle smile, expressing her concern. "Little Yi, I heard you were injured. Is it serious?" "It's nothing grave, just a minor injury," Ye Chen replied, his expression somewhat awkward. "As long as it's not serious. You should take this time to rest and recuperate here. If you need anything, just inform the staff," Grandmother He said cheerfully. After exchanging pleasantries in the ward, Grandmother He departed with her granddaughter, He Huyen. Once outside the hospital room, a flicker of disdain crossed He Huyen's face. She was already aware of the situation regarding the Qin family. As for Ye Chen's methods, she held no particular regard, as long as one achieved their objectives. That was a testament to their capability. Yet, he had failed to accomplish anything and had been reduced to a pitiful state, even losing his trousers. "Grandmother, do you still believe he possesses the potential to be a true dragon among men?" He Huyen could not restrain herself from asking. Grandmother He sighed. "Indeed, I am somewhat disappointed. He does not even possess half the charisma of his master in his youth. His master was an extraordinary talent. How could he have produced a disciple who is beaten to such a state?" Upon hearing her grandmother's words, He Huyen chose to remain silent. Previously, when her grandmother learned of his arrival in Suzhou and Hangzhou, she had contemplated placing her bets on him. Now, however, such a possibility was utterly eliminated. Chapter 57. The Antarctic Man Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, who was recuperating alone in the hospital room. The He family held a particular perception of him. After resting for 2 hours, 4 men clad in black suits entered the room, each adorned with a skull ring, an emblem of the death squad of the Dragon Soul organization. This insignia represented both prowess and honor. Within the Dragon Soul organization, only those with sufficient strength and experience were deemed worthy of joining the death squad, which constituted one of Ye Chen's most elite forces, second only to the 8 great generals. Originally dispatched to Yanjing to gather intelligence, they had been recalled due to the events of the day. Dragon King. Upon entering, the 4 men knelt on one knee in salute. Their expressions turned grave upon seeing Ye Chen injured and lying on the hospital bed. Who were the audacious individuals that dared to conspire against the Dragon King? What news from the intelligence gathering in Yanjing? Ye Chen inwitted. "We have investigated 3 prominent families and uncovered some leads." One of them produced a dossier and handed it to Ye Chen. After perusing its contents, Ye Chen's countenance darkened. "Understood. Once I recover, I shall personally visit Yanjing." Taking a deep breath, he realized he preferred not to make an appearance in Suong for the time being. He looked at the 4 men and commanded, "You 4 shall remain in Suong and eliminate the young master of the Tang family, Tang Yu." Lying on the hospital bed, he sensed something was amiss. He was perplexed as to why his punch had not harmed Tang Yu, yet the counterattack he received was infused with the unique Xianyang True Qi. The Xianyang True Qi could only be cultivated by possessing the rare Xianyang body. Apart from himself, there was assuredly no one else in the entirety of Huaxia. Thus, he speculated that Tang Yu's strength might be beyond his initial assumptions. Deploying the death squad to probe further was indeed the most prudent course of action. Even when united, they would pose a significant challenge. Understood, they responded in unison before departing to execute their mission. After leaving the Qin family, Tang Yu departed in a vehicle alongside Zhao Gaosheng. "Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with today's events?" Zhao Gaosheng inquired, a smile illuminating his face. Today, young Master Tang truly exuded an air of authority. The renowned feng shui masters of the Xianmen bowed to him in submission. The Qin family expressed immense gratitude towards young Master Tang, further solidifying the friendship between the two families. Once young Master Tang assumed control of the Tang family, their status would undoubtedly continue to ascend. Satisfied, exceedingly satisfied, Tang Yu felt a twinge of irritation towards the sycophantic Zhao Gaosheng, suspecting that perhaps their feng shui was indeed flawed. Why was everyone conspiring against him? The meticulous planning against him was particularly disconcerting. He mused that even if they were to assume the role of Dragon King, they would likely perform better than Ye Chen. Zhao Gaosheng, with a twinkle in his eye, felt a surge of anticipation. Having aided young Master Tang in achieving such a significant accomplishment, surely a grand reward awaited him. Tang Yu pulled a billion-yuan check from his pocket and placed it into Zhao Gaosheng's hands. He initially had no desire for this money, yet the Qin family insisted that he accept it, arguing that refusing would be a breach of trust. Upon receiving the 10 billion check, Zhao Gaosheng was overjoyed. Young Master Tang, you truly are generous to us loyal subjects. He continued, by the way, Uncle Zhao, isn't our family planning to develop a tourism project in Antarctica? I would like you to take on the role of project leader. Given the challenges of traveling there, to avoid disrupting your family, I suggest your entire family go together tonight. Your salary and bonuses will be calculated at 3 times the current rate, and I will trouble you for the next few years. Tang Yu Institute, those who betray brother are to be exiled. He initially contemplated sending them to Syria, but reconsidered, deeming it too close. Antarctica would provide a tranquil environment. Should there be further traitors in the future, he might have to consider sending them to a space station for exploration of the cosmos. Thank you, young Master Tang. I, Zhao, shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the Tang family. Zhao Gaosheng was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears welling in his eyes. Young Master Tang was exceedingly considerate, even allowing him to bring his family along. Once he exited the vehicle, he took a photo of the check and sent it to the management group. Oh dear, today I inadvertently assisted young Master Tang, and his generosity has rewarded me with 10 billion. Young Master Tang has arranged for me to lead the new project in Antarctica. When I return, I shall bring back penguins as souvenirs for my brothers. Everyone should strive harder, for young Master Tang never neglects those who contribute. After sharing the check image in the group, Zhao Gaosheng boasted a little. Soon, the group erupted in excitement. Jin, what the hell 10 billion? I made a mistake. I should have stayed beside young Master Tang to continue achieving merit. Wang Defa, old he, you're mistaken. Although we are not beside young Master Tang, that does not prevent us from continuing to earn merit, does it? We must all work diligently. Does young Master Tang have any plans recently? If anyone knows, please let me know, and I will share 1/10 of the reward with you. Whoever knows first can tell me. I will share 1/5. I will take 1/3. You're ridiculous. Get lost, you overzealous competitor. While the group was bustling with chatter, Tang Yu felt an inexplicable chill. It seemed as if he sensed some malice, though he could not identify its source. Could it be that the foolish Ye Chen was cursing him? Tang Yu grimaced, parked the car in the garage, and hurried back to his room. Once inside and the door closed, he silently pondered, System, what is this reward? Ding! Host has successfully navigated the plot. Reward is mastery of a complete ancient martial art. You may choose between Indestructible King Technique and Yin Yang Ultimate Technique, or randomly select an ancient martial art. Upon hearing the system's voice, Tang Yu was momentarily stunned. Damn it, this time my progress in the plot had nothing to do with luck. This dog of a system was unexpectedly generous, not offering a one-time reward. Was it possible that being stubborn yielded better rewards? He was moved to tears. Finally, this ungrateful system had come around. Father, I have chosen the immovable king technique. Tang Yu swiftly made his decision. Fearing pain, he allocated all his points to defense. This technique can withstand the punches of Dragon King Ye Chen. Not choosing it would be sheer folly. Soon, he felt a boundless energy surging within him. This energy coursed through his entire being, ready to protect him at any moment. After practicing this technique, Tang Yu attempted to strike himself. To his surprise, it did not hurt. However, he realized he needed someone else to test it out. He felt that he had been too gentle with himself. He needed someone who could be a bit more ruthless. Yet, given his esteemed status, The only person in the Tang family who dared to be tough with him was that particular man. Thus, he left his room and wandered upstairs, eventually arriving at his father's study. Upon entering, he found his father engrossed in stock trading on the computer. His father's business acumen was lacking, so he seldom managed the Tang group. Instead, he indulged in trading stocks with a few billion in spare cash. Noticing Tang Yu's arrival, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Aren't you supposed to be at work? Coming here to keep me company, are you?" Tang Yu chuckled and approached, patting his father's shoulder. "So, how's your stock trading going lately? Have you made any profits?" In an instant, Tang Yu's father's expression darkened. "Old Tang, this boy must be courting disaster," he thought. Chapter 58. A kind father and his 7 wolves. Tang's father extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray with a sardonic smile and remarked, "You can see for yourself whether you've made a profit." After saying this, he rose and made his way toward the door. The sound of the lock clicking shut echoed in the room. Slowly, he withdrew his belt and approached Tang Yu, a kind father amidst a pack of wolves. Striking at the wayward son, Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at his father, his face brimming with longing. When the belt fell, he no longer howled as he had in the past. The composed and serene smile on his face caused Tang's father to question his own existence. Was there something amiss with this belt? Or was it that he had grown too old to discipline this boy? "Dad, have you eaten lunch?" Tang Yu inquired with concern. The immovable king technique was indeed remarkably effective. With this, his father could no longer strike him. Faced with Tang Yu's provocation, Tang's father suddenly sensed something was amiss with his son. He fastened his belt once more, anxiously pulling out his phone to call Tang's mother. "Ying, could you please find a psychiatrist? It seems something is wrong with our son." Upon hearing his father's words, Tang Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. He hastily jumped up and ran outside, shouting, "I'm not sick, Dad. I was just joking." He merely wanted to test if the immovable king technique truly worked. Being able to withstand a strike from his father without feeling it was undeniably impressive. It seemed that the system had indeed delivered this time. With this ability, his capacity for self-preservation was significantly enhanced. From this moment on, he would fear neither poison nor blows. As Tang Yu whistled and skipped along, the servants of the Tang family cast anxious glances in his direction. "Young master, have you taken the wrong medicine?" Just as he was about to retreat to his room to enjoy a moment of leisure, he spotted a beautiful maid in a maid outfit at the door. She wore glasses, which added a touch of aloof elegance to her exquisite and enchanting features. What caught Tang Yu's attention even more was her alluring figure. Perfectly suited to the maid attire, her proportions were only slightly inferior to that of Xiao Yu. "Hello, young master." The maid greeted Tang Yu with a slight smile and a bow. "Hello, Tang Yu zet ponde chefelin." Finally, there was a beautiful maid in the house. This was truly the life that a wealthy and handsome man should lead. "Ah, this girl is indeed remarkable. I wonder if she gets tired walking around." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ling Han's lips twitched slightly. She looked up at Tang Yu and gently said, "It seems young master has forgotten me?" Tang Yu paused for a moment, scrutinizing her closely before recognition dawned. Wasn't this the Ling Han he had encountered at the Xinghe Club last time? He had not recognized her immediately today, primarily because she had applied light makeup, transforming into a pure and innocent beauty. This was her specialty, makeup in disguise. In simple terms, she could embody any appearance one desired. According to the original narrative, she was supposed to be seducing Qin Ming and another young noble, inciting discord between the two. Subsequently, she cautioned Qin Ming to steer clear of her, and thereafter, she vanished from his life. How did she end up in my home? Damn it, Ye Chen, are you hastily seeking revenge against me? Is it really necessary to harbor such resentment over a mere incident involving a little blood? I could hear Tang Yu mumbling to herself. Ling Han was momentarily taken aback. She indeed received word that the Dragon King was ambushed and injured by several skilled fighters while protecting a young girl. But what on earth does a little bloodshed entail? Miss Ling has come to work in my household, which is quite fortunate. Have you ever served as a maid before? Tang Yu inquired with a cheerful smile. This formidable woman is not to be trifled with. Ranked 3rd among the 8 war generals, is she targeting my brother? No worries, just lay low. That's your forte. Unfortunately for you, encountering me means you might not last a day. Today, you shall learn how I earn my nickname, the Scoundrel Yu. I have experience with laundry, Cooking and cleaning. I specifically attended maid training, Ling Han replied with a sweet smile. As a top assassin of the Dragon Soul organization, she frequently undertook such tasks. Being a maid was her most commonly employed identity. However, our Tang family is quite different. As you can see, we are the foremost among the 4 great families of Su and Hang, and working as a maid here is no simple feat after speaking. Tang Yu gestured towards her room. First, tidy up my room, and let us see how capable you are. Understood, young Master Tang, Ling Han replied obediently, entering the room to start cleaning. Tang Yu casually closed the door. In the past, I might have feared you, considering you are one of the 8 war generals. But now, times have changed. I am no longer intimidated. If I don't manage to outdo you today, I shall relinquish my title of Scoundrel Yu to Ye Chen. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he gazed directly at Ling Han as she worked. This maid outfit is quite nice, though it is a tad too conservative. A heart-shaped cutout at the chest would enhance it further. The skirt's length is just right. But why is it paired with safety shorts? While tidying up, Ling Han couldn't help but feel an urge to strike this guy. Am I to wear a thong instead of safety shorts? Thankfully, her professional training allowed her to tolerate such comments. After swiftly finishing the room, she gently asked, Young Master Tang, are you satisfied? It's acceptable, passable, Tang Yu nodded. This woman is indeed quite versatile. One might mistake her for a professional maid. He patted the carpet beside him and said, In our household, a maid must also know how to give massages. Come, let us see your skills. Ling Han suppressed her impulse to hit him and flashed a sweet smile. How would young master like the massage? I haven't been sleeping well lately. Please relieve some tension in my head. Tang Yu indicated he was ready, lying at the edge of the bed. Ling Han approached with a stool, sitting at the bedside, gently placing her hands on either side of Tang Yu's temples as she began to massage. Is this strength sufficient? Yes, indeed. However, I have a question to pose to you. Please do go ahead. When I play football, I find myself utterly exhausted even while carrying the ball. Do you not tire at all throughout the day? Even if I do feel fatigued, it is of little consequence. Just inform the young master. It is but a trifling effort. In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, Tang Xiao. Ling Han endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, yet her fists had unconsciously clenched. Chapter 59. Is the double-crossing traitor up to mischief again? Never mind, never mind. It is unwise to harbor anger, for it brings forth ailments that none shall remedy. Gathering her thoughts, Ling Han inhaled deeply and placed her cool, jade-like hand gently upon Tang Yu's head, applying a soft pressure. Ah, how delightful! This technique possesses a certain finesse. Tang Yu beamed with pleasure. Now, this is what one might call a celestial existence. Her technique is remarkably adept. Alas, what a beautiful girl she is. What folly to be a killer. If only she could remain in my household as a maid, working merely 2 hours a day, and then spend the rest of her time joyfully playing. That would be the life indeed. How perilous is the world of assassins. Engaged in incessant violence and lurking in the shadows, it must be exhausting for a girl. Upon hearing Tang use internal musings, Ling Han could not help but feel a twinge of surprise, even a hint of emotion. Despite knowing she was an adversary, Tang Yu was still willing to consider her plight. Yet deep within, Ling Han harbored similar thoughts. Why should she not live a life akin to other girls? A life of simplicity, attending school, working, playing games, shopping with friends, perhaps even finding a boy to love. In her world, it was either slaughter or missions, interacting with a myriad of individuals, constantly skirting the edges of death. The life of dancing on the knife's edge was truly exhausting. She yearned to be an ordinary girl, collecting protection fees and enjoying a lavish meal at a dessert shop. Do you have any siblings, Tang Xiao? Ling Han inquired suddenly. No, I am an only child, although I do have a few cousins, Tang Yu replied with a smile. Speaking of cousins, it brings to mind that traitorous scoundrel, Tang Yu. This fool has now become the vice president at Miley Foods, though I have yet to see any significant actions from him. I wonder where Ye Chen has disappeared to. Without his directives, Tang Yu should refrain from any reckless maneuvers. Any small movements will be most welcome, as he is under constant surveillance. Ling Han had to concede that this man was rather cunning. No wonder the Dragon King had suffered losses at his hands. Even the pivotal piece, Tang Yu, had been firmly ensnared by him. I should inform the Dragon King shortly. She mused, growing increasingly curious about Tang Yu. This man certainly possesses an abundance of knowledge. Fortuitously, I can hear his thoughts. She began to massage Tang Yu's shoulders, softly inquiring, "Tang Xiao, is this pressure acceptable?" Indeed, Tang Yu replied, giving her a thumbs up. "This is truly delightful. After being here for so long, I finally get to savor the treatment of a genuine high and mighty antagonist. So, Tang Xiao, does this imply that I've passed your test and may remain as your maid?" Ling Han asked delicately. Tang Yu pondered for a moment. It seemed unreasonable to dismiss her outright. That would be too conspicuous and might raise alarms. "As long as you can adapt to this role, that suffices. Should you find it unsuitable, do not hesitate to inform me. You may resign at any time, and your salary shall not be diminished," he declared, seizing the opportunity to pat her leg. "Hee, if you choose to stay, don't blame me for being shameless. If you can't stand it, just leave quickly. Don't force yourself. However, honestly speaking, if it weren't for your family being harmed by Master Ye Chen, your status as a young lady is hardly inferior to mine. Losing your parents and brother at a young age, only to be taken by enemies and trained as an assassin, is indeed pitiable." Sigh. Tang Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy as she reflected on Ling Han's background. In the original plot, Ling Han's parents were targets of Master Ye Chen. After eliminating them, Master Ye Chen initially planned to take the two siblings, who were only 3 years old, to train them. At that tender age, children have little memory, and since Master Ye Chen did not kill in front of them, he had no fear of vengeance. Unfortunately, the brother was killed on the spot due to his noncompliance. Unaware of the truth, Ling Han was taken away and trained from a young age, ultimately becoming an exceptionally skilled assassin. The Dragon Soul organization is formidable precisely because it prefers to cultivate carefree orphans into ruthless killing machines from an early age. Out of hundreds within the organization, hardly a dozen can claim to have parents. Later, upon discovering this secret, Ling Han only harbored hatred for Master Ye Chen, remaining steadfastly loyal to Ye Chen himself. After all, it's a story meant to entertain. Even if the Dragon King kills the heroine's entire family, she will still fall in love with him, for he must have his reasons that warrant forgiveness. Just as Ling Han was massaging Tang Yu's shoulders, she suddenly halted her actions, her face a mask of disbelief at what she had just heard. The reason she sought Tang Yu was to gather information about her brother. An elder in the organization had explicitly told her that her parents were eliminated by a certain assassin organization, and he had only managed to save her. As for her brother, the elder merely mentioned that his whereabouts were unknown. In her quest for vengeance, she had obliterated that assassin organization, but had still been unable to uncover any news about her brother. The mastermind behind all this was the elder she held in the highest regard. Her eyes reddened, a surge of murderous intent bubbling within her. "Why have you stopped?" Tang Yu, who was relishing the moment, inquired. I need to use the restroom," Ling Han replied, her voice subdued. "Go ahead," Tang Yu said, comfortably rolling onto the carpet, eagerly awaiting her return to continue the massage. Indeed, if Ling Han chose to remain, she would indulge herself with 2 or 3 hours of pampering daily. After all, her current goal was herself, and she had no fear of her own flesh. Ling Han returned to the restroom and splashed her face with water to regain her composure. Her inner voice was never misleading. Yet, she yearned to continue her investigation, to ascertain the truth behind this matter. If that elder truly was her enemy, she would henceforth stand against the Dragon Soul organization. Slowly now, no need to rush. She took a deep breath to adjust her mindset. After all these years, a moment's delay was inconsequential. As for the information she had just gleaned from Tang Yu regarding Tang Yu, she would absolutely not disclose it to Ye Chen. When she returned, however, she found a young man had already entered the room. It was Tang Yu, bearing gifts, who came to visit Tang Yu. "Brother, weren't you engaged to Miss Su not long ago? I have come to present you both with a token of my congratulations." He smiled as he handed a delicate box to Tang Yu. Upon opening it, Tang Yu discovered 2 exquisite Van Cleef Arpels diamond rings inside. "Thank you. That is very thoughtful of you," Tang Yu replied with a chuckle. This sycophant's flattery was likely laced with ulterior motives. He casually inquired, "How has your work at the company been lately?" There is still much to learn. I feel rather inadequate. If only I possessed half of your talent. Tang Yu humbly remarked. Indeed, if you had even a fraction of my ability, you wouldn't have scored merely 250 on your college entrance exam. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. Tang Yu was taken aback, surprised by his brother's unexpected response. Though somewhat irritated, he maintained a respectful demeanor. By the way, brother, after spending some time at the company, I've come across a troubling issue. What issue? Tang Yu asked. The company's accounts seem off, and I suspect some members of management may be cooking the books. I would like to invite you to investigate, Tang Yu replied. Cooking the books? Tang Yu glanced at the young man and nodded. Sure, shall we go now? Let us postpone it for a couple of days. I need to gather some evidence first. I wanted to give you a heads up, Tang Yu said, his eyes reflecting a flicker of delight upon receiving Tang Yu's agreement. An hour earlier, 4 individuals had approached him, claiming to be sent by young Master Yi. They insisted on finding a way to lure Tang Yu away, making it easier for them to carry out their sinister intentions. If this young man were to perish, no one from the Tang family would be left to contest his grasp on power. Chapter 60. Do you think you deserve to take advantage of me? Fine. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Tang Yu smiled broadly, eagerly anticipating this young man to take the bait. Now that Ye Chen was in hiding, these traitors would undoubtedly emerge one by one to stir up trouble. One by one, he would deal with them. He then turned to Ling Han and gestured. You should also go and rest. We'll continue with the knee pillow massage tomorrow. An dai, dang sao. Ling Han nodded, her emotions complex, desiring solitude. The events of today had profoundly impacted her. Upon seeing Ling Han, Tang Yu was momentarily stunned. When did such a stunning beauty enter their household? Her beauty rivaled even the most renowned beauties like Mu Yue. And a knee pillow massage? How enticing. He swallowed hard and quickly followed Ling Han after exiting Tang Yu's room. You're the new maid. What should I call you? Ling Han, what is the matter? Ling Han frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. I'm Tang Yu, Tang Yu's cousin. It's understandable that you don't recognize me since I don't usually stay here. How about we go out for dinner tonight to get to know each other? Tang Yu chuckled, reaching out to embrace Ling Han's waist. What a pity for such a beauty to be a maid. He certainly had the means to support her. Ling Han's expression turned icy. Noticing no one was around, she swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Tang Yu's face. Afterward, as Tang Yu widened his eyes and prepared to shout, Ling Han had already grasped his neck with her hand. Tang Yu's complexion shifted drastically. In that moment, he no longer saw a breathtaking beauty before him, but rather a venomous vixen. With a frosty demeanor, Ling Han declared, Don't push your luck. I was sent by Ye Chen. She was seething with anger, having no outlet for her frustration. A fool, merely a pawn in Ye Chen's game. Dare to take advantage of her? I'm sorry, Tang Yu stammered, his legs trembling in fear. This was the first time he had ever felt terror emanating from a woman. Only then did Ling Han release her grip, pulling out a wet tissue to wipe her hands, her face reflecting disdain as she walked away. Once Ling Han departed, Tang Yu was consumed with humiliation and indignation. He had been struck by a woman. A glimmer of resentment flickered in his eyes. Once he secured the Tang family's fortune, he would ensure this woman was captured. However, he was pleasantly surprised that Ye Xiao had managed to place a pawn here. Ye Xiao truly had connections everywhere. Collaborating with him, his plans would surely succeed. After leaving the Tang residence and getting into his car, he quickly took out his phone to report the situation. This time, Tang Yu was undoubtedly doomed. Yet, unbeknownst to Tang Yu, just as he finished his call, Tang Yu had already obtained the recording. After listening to it, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow. The Grim Reaper squad? He held a vivid impression of this team. They were undoubtedly the elite within the Dragon Soul organization, having accomplished numerous tasks on behalf of the Dragon King, Ye Chen. Each member possessed formidable strength, embodying the essence of ancient martial artists. In the setting of this narrative, martial arts masters who reach the pinnacle of their craft become ancient warriors, classified into 4 realms: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. A mere yellow realm ancient warrior could easily serve as a leading bodyguard within one of the 4 prominent families. The members of the Death God Squad are all at the peak of the yellow realm, merely 4 insipid younger brothers. Tang Yu chuckled to himself, feeling a slight swell of confidence. Even the esteemed Dragon King Ye Chen a master of the profound realm, could not breach the defenses of the immovable King-S technique. They conspired to join forces with Tang Yu to eliminate him, but he would deftly turn the tables and ensnare them instead. In summary, these traitorous pawns and potential threats must be dealt with individually. If he could not find peace in hiding, he would eliminate the factors that disrupted his tranquility. One by one, after lounging idly for 2 days at home, Tang Yu had yet to receive any word from Tang Yu. During this time, he frequently summoned Ling Han to his room, relishing the comfort of her soft, fragrant lap pillow. To his surprise, her patience exceeded his expectations. In the original narrative, she did not exhibit such demeanor. Given the tropes of the genre, how could the Dragon King's woman allow another man to encroach upon her? This was not a tale of beastly conquests. She must be biding her time. Tang Yu pondered internally, contemplating whether he could intensify his approach, perhaps by requesting her assistance with a back rub. As he continued to await Tang Yu's message, Tang Yu found it increasingly difficult to remain idle. For today marked the annual meeting of the Suang Chamber of Commerce. Major corporations from Suang would participate, and he, as the representative of the Tang Group, was obliged to attend. Before leaving, Qin Ming had already sent him a message, indicating that their family intended to openly suppress the Longshan Group at the meeting. The Tang and Wang families were certainly poised to respond, having formed an alliance to collectively undermine Longshan Group. Despite its substantial market value of 500 billion, Longshan Group appeared diminished in the face of the three families' concerted efforts. During this period, their various business sectors had suffered significant losses, with stocks plummeting for 3 consecutive days. After preparing himself, Tang Yu made his way to the garage, where he found his father already seated in the Rolls-Royce. Ready to depart, he quickly opened the door, beaming as he slid into the vehicle. "Dad, why didn't you call me before leaving? How was I to know you had gone?" Tang Gangcheng replied tersely, his irritation evident. The sight of Tang Yu evoked frustration in him. The last time they had an altercation, Tang Yu had brazenly inquired if he had missed a meal after being struck with a belt. Now, seeing his son, he felt a sense of bewilderment akin to drawing a sword and gazing around aimlessly. "Last time I had a bit too much of that counterfeit liquor, so please don't hold it against me," Tang Yu said, noticing his father's unfriendly gaze, and he quickly forced a grin. Tang Gangcheng scoffed, uninterested in engaging with his son. In previous years, the Chamber of Commerce gatherings were held at the Minghua Hotel. However, due to a recent high-profile investigation, the hotel had been shut down, necessitating a switch to a slightly less prestigious 6-star establishment. Upon arriving at the hotel, the father and son duo had barely stepped out of the car when numerous prominent figures from Suang approached to extend their greetings. Although Tang Gangcheng seldom intervenes in the operations of the group, he possesses a remarkable ability to navigate social relationships. He is greeted by acquaintances everywhere, and several charming ladies even approach him for an embrace. He discreetly shoots a glance at Tang Yu, silently warning him not to speak indiscreetly to his mother. Tang Yu merely chuckles, pretending not to notice. After all, what is there to discuss? "Ah, big brother, you're here." Qin Ming suddenly emerged from a corner, accompanied by a few delicate beauties. "Hello, Dang Xiao." These young ladies hail from prestigious families in Su and Hang, though they cannot quite compare to the Tang clan. "I have some matters to discuss with my brother. I'll catch up with you all later." Qin Ming cautiously ensures that these affluent young ladies do not engage too much with Tang Yu. He then pulls Tang Yu aside, saying, "Come, I want to introduce you to someone. Who are we meeting that is so mysterious?" Tang Yu inquires, puzzled, but he is soon led to a suite. Upon entering, he discovers Qin Kursin sitting by the window, engrossed in her artwork. "Sister, I brought someone for you," Qin Ming cheerfully announces before turning to leave, remembering to close the door behind him. Chapter 61. A beautiful misunderstanding, alas. It seems I have been caught off guard. Tang Yu had not anticipated that this young man would deceive him and launch a surprise attack, leading him here. Upon seeing Qin Kursin gazing at him with a gentle smile, he instinctively recalled a scene from over a decade ago. A stunningly beautiful girl had approached him, leaving him utterly astounded. Qin Kursin set down her paintbrush and, after taking a seat on the sofa, inquired, "Would you like some tea? I can brew it for you." "Water suffices," Tang Yu replied dismissively, opening a bottle of mineral water. Qin Kursen continued to watch him intently. What are you staring at? Tang Yu felt an odd sense of discomfort under her gaze. Over the years, Qin Kursen had never been particularly amiable towards him. Ever since the incident involving the Qin family, her attitude had inexplicably turned ambiguous. She had even added him on WeChat and engaged in awkward conversations a few times. Could you help me open a bottle? Qin Kursen asked with a playful smile. Tang Yu grew increasingly convinced that something was amiss with her today. It's not as though you can't open it yourself. If you were angry, you could easily take the cap off my head, he thought. Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Qin Kursen couldn't help but chuckle. That incident from years ago had left a significant psychological imprint on him. I wanted to apologize for that misunderstanding. I didn't realize it was Qin Ming who deceived you, she confessed, her gaze momentarily wavering. Reflecting on the past, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Since she became aware of her surroundings, she had never allowed a male to look at her in such a manner. What incident? I've completely forgotten, Tang Yu feigned ignorance. Forgetfulness is fine, Qin Kursen said softly, biting her lip. With her beauty, every smile and frown was captivating, compelling Tang Yu to steal glances at her. After taking a sip from her bottle, she pointed to the easel and asked, "Do you still paint?" Tang Yu glanced at the easel, where a butterfly with vividly colored wings seemed almost ready to take flight. I haven't painted in quite some time, he admitted, shaking his head with a shrug. When you used to come over to my house to play, the three of us often painted together, Qin Kursen reminisced, her expression tinged with nostalgia. She had always been sensitive and somewhat aloof, and her status as the daughter of the Qin family made her school life rather awkward. Her classmates, aware of their inferior status, feigned friendliness while subtly ostracizing her. School resembled a miniature society. The more unique a person, the harder it was to fit in. She had no desire to wear a mask while interacting with them, leading to a gradual descent into depression. During that time, her only companions had been her brother, Qin Ming, and Tang Yu. The three of them would often sit together, painting. Tang Yu also felt a sense of nostalgia as he approached Qin Kursen's artwork and said, "Your painting has greatly improved since then. This vividly colored butterfly appears so lifelike. One can't achieve such brilliance without a solid foundation. Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude. Do you remember when you helped me paint a colorful butterfly?" Qin Kursen's expression softened with warmth and appreciation. At that time, she was grappling with severe depression, even resorting to secretly cutting her wrists. Due to the profound silence engulfing her heart, her artistic expressions were predominantly shrouded in darkness, particularly favoring the depiction of black butterflies. One fateful day, while she was immersed in her painting, an unexpected occurrence distracted her momentarily. Upon her return, she discovered that the black butterfly she had meticulously crafted had transformed into vibrant colors. The once pitch-black background blossomed into a resplendent sea of flowers. She recognized that such exquisite artistry could not have been the work of her younger brother, Qin Ming, leaving only Tang Yu as the possible artist. This infusion of color stirred something deep within her soul. From that moment onward, she gradually emerged from the depths of her despair. She felt an undeniable gratitude towards Tang Yu, who had unknowingly extended a hand to rescue her from the abyss of hopelessness. However, everything became awkward following the misunderstanding that transpired between them. Oh, that incident. I recall it vividly. I have been enduring your painting for quite some time. The butterfly you painted was so hideous that I simply could not bear it any longer. Hence I sought to teach you a thing or two. Qin Kursen's lips twitched in response. It seemed that he had deemed her artwork too unsightly back then. Yet, she soon found solace in a smile. Regardless of the miscommunication that had transpired, it marked a significant turning point in her life, for which she remained grateful to Tang Yu. She appreciated his inadvertent kindness, which had salvaged both her family and her brother. Shall we paint together again? It has been ages since we last did, she asked with a hopeful gaze directed at Tang Yu. You go ahead. I'll just take a stroll, Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. Remaining in this space felt somewhat off-kilter. Do you truly dislike me this much? Qin Kursen inquired, her expression tinged with a sense of grievance as she observed Tang Yu preparing to leave. She could not fathom why his cool demeanor affected her so deeply. A sensation she had never encountered with other men. It wasn't outright dislike. Rather, Tang Yu contemplated a suitable excuse, but noticed that her eyes were beginning to glisten with unshed tears. His heart softened. I merely need to use the restroom. Then you can use it here. Qin Kursin indicated towards the bathroom within the suite. All right, I'll go. Just don't cry, or others might think I'm bullying you. He quickly reassured her, entering to relieve himself. In a situation where a man and a woman are alone together, if she were to emerge in tears, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. If Qin Ming were to find out, that scoundrel would undoubtedly spread the news far and wide. After washing his hands and returning, Tang Yu settled beside Qin Kursin, joining her in painting. The sight of him staying to keep her company filled her with joy, as if she had rediscovered something lost for a long time. Just as she was about to rise and fetch some paintbrushes for him, she inadvertently tripped over the easel, tumbling to the floor. Hearing the commotion and her cry, Tang Yu rushed to assist her, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. There's a carpet," she reassured him. Qin Kursin shook her head. The soft carpet beneath her spared her from injury. However, as she attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to involuntarily gasp. It seemed she had twisted her foot. With a pitiful gaze, she looked at Tang Yu, expressing her distress. "Allow me to assist you to the sofa." Tang Yu replied with a wry smile, feeling an odd sense of familiarity in this situation. As Qin Kursin placed her hand on his shoulder, Tang Yu gently wrapped his arm around her, guiding her to the sofa. Seated on the sofa, Qin Kursin lowered her head to inspect her foot. Yet clad in stockings, she found it necessary to remove them for a clearer view. "Oh my, is she really doing that in front of me? I can't handle this. I'm still a child. How can I be subjected to such sights?" Beside her, Tang Yu struggled to avert his gaze, but his concern for Qin Kursin's well-being rendered his eyes somewhat uncontrollable. Alas, such is the nature of a man, kind-hearted and inclined to care for women. Upon hearing Tang Yu's unspoken thoughts, Qin Kursin felt a slight blush creep across her cheeks. It was merely the act of removing stockings, after all. Meanwhile, the instigator of this entire scenario, Qin Ming, found himself in a predicament as 3 women had come to seek him out: Mu Yue, Wang Yishue, and Jiang Xiaoyu. "Where has Tang Yu gone?" Wang Yishue inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Ming. They had arrived a tad later that day, and, after greeting Tang Gangcheng, learned that Tang Yu was present, only to find her elusive after a brief search. Thus, they directed their attention to Qin Ming. "My brother mentioned he had matters to attend to. He might not return for a while," Qin Ming replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. It was rare for his brother and sister to have a moment alone, and he dared not transform their suite into a battlefield. The 3 women scrutinized him, an inexplicable pressure mounting that made Qin Ming feel increasingly uneasy. After a brief standoff, he finally relented, weakly gesturing upstairs. "My brother seems to be chatting with my sister." The 3 women immediately ascended the stairs with fervor, intent on finding Tang Yu. Upon reaching the door, they exchanged glances, none daring to knock first. "Let us listen in," Wang Yishue suggested quietly. Mu Yue and Jiang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, and the trio pressed their faces against the door. They soon began to hear muffled sounds from within. With puzzled expressions, the 3 women wasted no time in turning the doorknob and entering the room together. Chapter 62. The more women, the more trouble. As they entered, Qin Kursin was applying medicinal alcohol to her ankle. Moments earlier, the 3 women outside had heard her muffled sounds while tending to her injury. Tang Yu was taken aback, gazing at the trio in astonishment. "What brings you 3 here? Are we here for a game of mahjong?" Upon realizing the misunderstanding, the women felt a twinge of embarrassment, having initially thought something inappropriate was occurring inside. Thank goodness that was not the case. Otherwise, it would have been utterly infuriating. Noticing the expressions of the 3 women, Qin Kursin couldn't help but smile slightly. Being a woman herself, she understood their thoughts all too well. "What brings you here?" Tang Yu asked, feeling awkward. "Is it just me? Or does it feel like we've been caught in a compromising situation?" "Qin Ming mentioned your presence, so we came to find you," Wang Yishue replied candidly, as was her usual demeanor. "Miss Qin, what happened? Are you injured?" Jiang Xiaoya rushed over to sit beside Qin Kursin, intentionally obstructing Tang Yu's view. "Oomph. So what if she has long legs?" "I'm blocking the view." If I were to grow another 20 centimeters, I would have long legs too. Besides, I'm much older than her. I twisted it, but Tang Yu helped me massage it for a while, and it's much better now, Qin Kursin said with a smile. Her tone tinged with a hint of provocation. The three women turned their gazes toward Tang Yu, who appeared utterly bewildered, sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat off. What are you all staring at me for? You believe her absurd claims? I haven't done anything. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, the three women realized that Qin Kursin had cleverly misled them, heightening their wariness. Women are inherently sensitive. Her deliberate trickery was clearly an attempt to provoke them. Allow me to handle this. I'm a professional. Jiang Xiaoya grasped Qin Kursin's ankle and applied gentle pressure, alleviating her pain. It truly feels better. Thank you. Qin Kursin expressed her gratitude with a smile as she reached for her stockings to put them back on. Wang Yue rolled her eyes in response. These are just old tricks I've mastered. She linked arms with Tang Yu and said, Let us go. The meeting is about to start. And Uncle asked me to summon you. Why are you linking arms with him? Mu Yue interjected disapprovingly, walking over to take Tang Yu's other arm. Miss Wang, please show some restraint and stop coveting someone else's fiancé. Among the women present, she kept the closest watch on Wang Yue. This woman had an audacious demeanor. Clearly a former girlfriend, yet she continued to cling on. How tiresome. Yes, your fiancé? Then why don't you have him declare his feelings for you? What era are we living in, still clinging to arranged marriages? Wang Yue scoffed, turning to Jiang Xiaoya. ISNT that right, Xiaoya? Jiang Xiaoya. Already aware that Wang Yue shared her ability to hear Tang Yu's thoughts, decided to side with her, nodding in agreement. Indeed, times have changed, and the notion of free love has emerged. Qin Kursin, however, seemed disinclined to voice her thoughts. She shared a cordial relationship with Wang Yue, often leaning toward her side. Yet, the matter of this arranged marriage weighed heavily on her mind. Previously indifferent, she now undoubtedly harbored reservations within, having finally resolved a misunderstanding. She was reluctant to let a potential romance slip away. The intricacies of female relationships are undeniably complex. A dormitory of 4 can easily spawn 8 WeChat groups. Mu Yue, vexed and gnashing her teeth in frustration, stubbornly refused to relent. I still have 2 legs. Why not carry me down instead? She remarked, observing the brewing tension among them. Tang Yu suggested with exasperation, for the sake of fairness, let each of us take one. What a fanciful notion. The 4 women chorused in unison. Surrounded by 4 stunning beauties, one would assume it to be a joyous circumstance. Yet Tang Yu felt quite the opposite. As he descended the stairs, he sensed all eyes gravitating toward him. The attendees of this annual gathering were prominent figures from Su and Hang, including local government officials. Even amidst such a crowd, Wang Yue and her companions remained the center of attention. They huddled together, trailing Tang Yu closely, prompting observant onlookers to speculate. What is going on? Why are these ladies accompanying young Master Tang? Exclaimed one. Isn't he a bit greedy? 3 young ladies from the 4 great families are all with him? Jiang Shini was also present, adding to the intrigue. Who informed me that young Master Tang is the most devoted admirer in Su and Hang? Is this the treatment of a sycophant? The crowd began to murmur. Tang Gangcheng was engaged in conversation with 2 elegant women in their 40s. In his youth, he was exceedingly handsome and renowned as a dashing young gentleman in Su and Hang. Many young ladies admired him, including the 2 before him. Although they never became romantically involved, they maintained a friendly rapport. Mr. Tang, your young scion certainly embodies your spirit, one of the ladies remarked, gesturing toward Tang Yu. What? Tang Gangcheng turned to glance, nearly succumbing to a faint. What on earth is this? The daughters of the 3 other families are all gathered around him, and the atmosphere feels distinctly off. Did he not realize the implications of his behavior in front of such an audience? During his youth, he never exhibited such audacity. Is this a ploy to secure several daughters-in-law for the Tang family? Tang Gangcheng felt an urge to discipline him, yet the thought of his belt, now ineffective against the young man, only fueled his frustration further. This event had thoroughly tarnished the reputation of the Tang family. Meanwhile, the recently recovered elder Mr. Tang observed the scene with rising blood pressure. His granddaughter, who typically dismissed other men, was now entangled in such a situation. What on earth was happening? The scent of vinegar permeated the upper echelons of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Old Wang, your granddaughter exhibits remarkable courage. Another elderly man standing nearby, reveling in the misfortune, was none other than the venerable Qin Wenwen. The relationship between the Qin and Wang families was far from harmonious, as both families possessed comparable strength, frequently vying for the position of the second family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In recent years, both families' young ladies had showcased astonishing business acumen. Wang Yishue's commercial talent slightly surpassed that of Qin Kursin. Consequently, the Wang family had fared better than the Qin family over the past few years, much to the latter's chagrin. Today, however, Qin Leoi finally had an opportunity to vent his frustrations. Yet, scarcely a minute had passed when Qin Kursin suddenly seized Tang Yu's arm. She pointed towards a piano positioned in the center of the hall, and under her insistence, they made their way toward it. Wang Hanfeng scoffed derisively. Not at all. She pales in comparison to your granddaughter. I've long heard that Kursin is quite bold, and it seems to be true. Qin Wenwen nearly spat blood in exasperation, having assumed his granddaughter merely followed along for the spectacle. To his surprise, she too was there to vie for attention. With a grim expression, he declared, "Indeed, my granddaughter is as audacious as I am. In my youth, I dared to compete for women, and she is no different. Old Qin and old Wang, I understand your rivalry, but isn't Tang Yu my future son-in-law?" At that moment, Su Chongshan, standing in the back, could no longer contain himself. He felt utterly frustrated, watching his future son-in-law being contested by the daughters of others. What if he were truly taken away? The two old men turned to glance at him, both scoffing, their spirits lifted considerably. Such is human nature. If one encounters a dead fly in their meal, it brings immense distress. Yet, when one witnesses another fall into a cesspit, their own troubles seem negligible in comparison. Chapter 63. Alas, how could I lose so utterly? When Tang Yu descended, surrounded by four exquisitely alluring women, Qin Ming, my good brother, immediately captured a short video on his phone. He was accustomed to a life of indulgence, as long as his elder sister could be with his brother. The number of sisters-in-law was of no concern. My brother is so exceptional. It is only natural to have multiple sisters-in-law. After recording the video, he promptly uploaded it to his short video account. He had thought himself the most charming in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but he was leagued behind my brother. Once the video was released, a flurry of comments ensued. In this age, to gain popularity, a video must feature handsome men and beautiful women. This particular video, showcasing four stunning beauties alongside a strikingly handsome man, was bound to be a hit. Goodness, is this man a beast? One person courting four? What a creature. We can hardly get one each, and he isn't even worried about his vitality? Brother is so handsome, and the sister is quite impressive. Comments filled with envy and admiration flooded the screen. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, lying in a private hospital bed of the He family, was idly scrolling through his phone. His internal injuries had nearly healed, for the body of a Dragon King is no trifling matter. However, the external wounds on his rear would require at least another week to mend. As a Dragon King, he had little interest in gaming. His primary pastime was browsing short videos, especially in this place teeming with beauties, allowing him to scout for suitable targets. As he scrolled, he suddenly encountered this particular video. Upon recognizing the key figures within, veins bulged on his forehead, and he leapt from the bed, roaring in fury. I finally felt moved, and you let me lose so completely. With that, he hurled his phone to the ground. The device shattered, producing a crisp sound as it disintegrated into countless fragments. Despite the destruction of his phone, the fury within him remained undiminished. The woman he had set his sights on had not yet been won over, and this fellow had already taken the initiative to form a harem. Moreover, Wang Yishuo and Mu Yue had the audacity to cling to his arm in front of so many people. This was a privilege that rightfully belonged to him. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his rear, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He sensed something trickling out and, upon inspection, realized it was blood. The sudden excitement had caused his newly healed wound to reopen. "Tang Yu, I shall make you pay." Ye Chen gritted his teeth against the pain, intending to contact the Grim Reaper squad to urge them into action. But then he tragically discovered that his phone was now in ruins. The overwhelming sense of frustration nearly compelled him to strike himself. As a Dragon King, when had he ever felt so humiliated? Meanwhile, Qin Ming remained oblivious to the immense distress his short video had inadvertently caused someone, nor was he aware of the animosity he had stirred up for his brother. He noted that within 10 minutes, the video had garnered over 10,000 likes, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. Excellent, everyone is aware. His elder sister is now a member of his brother's harem. From this day forth, my elder brother shall be my brother-in-law. He affectionately refers to me as little brother-in-law, while I call him big brother. We shall each address the other in our own way. In a moment of exuberance, he spontaneously initiated a $1 million lottery. When one possesses wealth, it is only fitting to share joy with others. At this juncture, Tang Yu was resolutely seated at the grand piano in the center of the hall, playing alongside Qin Kursin. Their four-handed performance filled the air with lively melodies, causing the entire audience to fall silent, their gazes fixed upon the two. In comparison to the other ladies, Qin Kursin's artistic talents were remarkably refined. She was well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Tang Yu, too, was quite proficient, embodying the archetype of the affluent and charming antagonist, having honed all the skills necessary to play his role effectively. Without such prowess, one could hardly serve as a suitable stepping stone. Seizing this golden opportunity, Qin Ming hastily recorded a short video to share. What epitome of beauty and grace do we witness? My elder brother and sister personify it perfectly. Fortunately, Ye Chen had already smashed his phone, sparing him further distress. Wang Yue and her companions observed from a distance, their expressions turning sour. The piano, an instrument they had once studied, had long been neglected in favor of university pursuits, rendering them unable to compete with Qin Kursin's prowess. Your fiancé is performing a duet. Shouldn't Miss Su join in? Wang Yue slyly incited discord. The enemy's enemy is not necessarily a friend. Let them clash. It would be amusing. Why don't you play alongside your ex-boyfriend? Mu Yue shot Wang Yue a cold glare. Though she was capable of playing the piano, her skills paled in comparison to those of Qin Kursin and Tang Yu. To take the stage would only highlight her inadequacies and invite unfavorable comparisons. What beauty would willingly concede to another? I excel in dance. Next time, let him play while I perform a pole dance. Wang Yue provocatively declared. Mu Yue nearly choked on her words. She was not as audacious as Wang Yue. Jiang Xiaoye remained silent, her expression one of quiet lament. Brother Tang Yu is simply too popular. It's quite troublesome. Perhaps I should invite him to join me in providing free medical consultations for patients next time. Surrounded by the elder sisters, I feel as though I am not their equal. As Tang Yu and Qin Kursin concluded their harmonious performance, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Noticing the admiration in their gazes, Tang Yu realized that from this day forward, he would be known as Su Hang's Maritime, King of the Sea Pianist. Upon witnessing this, old Master Qin couldn't help but think that the young man from the Tang family was indeed quite well matched with his granddaughter. They both shone brightly. In Suang, it seemed difficult to find anyone more exceptional than the young man from the Tang family. He chuckled amiably at Su Zhongshan and remarked, Zhongshan, I hear your daughter has ignored young Tang for 3 years. Is this union not a bit forced? Su Zhongshan's lips twitched as he discerned the old fox's intent. Quickly responding, 3 years of perseverance culminating in success. Now, that is a tale worth telling. Do not force yourself. The happiness of your daughter is of paramount importance. Do not cause distress to the young lady, Mu Yue. If you find it inappropriate, simply inform the old man, and he shall assist you in resolving the matter. The Qin family has several major projects that could be entrusted to the Su family. The elder of the Qin family chuckled, suggesting that exchanging a project yielding hundreds of billions in profit for a suitable grandson-in-law would be a worthwhile trade. Do not be greedy. Why not just marry off your daughter entirely? Mr. Wang interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Fortunately, at that moment, the time for the meeting arrived, putting an end to the verbal sparring among the three. The hotel had transformed a banquet hall into a spacious conference room. Once everyone was seated, the members of the 4 prominent families and a few other influential families occupied the front rows. However, it was noteworthy that one seat in the front row remained vacant. In previous years, this position was reserved for the Blackstone Group. Following its acquisition, the Blackstone Group has been rebranded as the Longshan Group. Surprisingly, they did not send a representative to this annual meeting. This absence led many to speculate, especially since, just days prior, 3 of the 4 prominent families had announced their intent to wage war against the Longshan Group. It is indeed a rare privilege for any company in Suong to be simultaneously suppressed by 3 families. Chapter 64. The team lacks output as per tradition. The annual meeting commenced with a speech delivered by the city leaders. They outlined the key projects for the upcoming year, followed by remarks from prominent families and major corporations. The focal point for development in Suzhou and Hangzhou next year would be environmental protection, emphasizing the need to reduce carbon emissions. The leaders spoke for no less than half an hour. After their discourse, Wang Yue, representing the Wang family, stood to propose that the Tongwang Group would actively respond to the call and contribute modestly to the environmental efforts of Suzhou and Hangzhou. She then raised a pressing concern regarding the Longshan Group, a significant corporation in Suzhou and Hangzhou, which, in its pursuit of profit, had been detrimental to the environment. Their chemical plant, located in the southern part of the city, was discharging substantial amounts of wastewater, causing severe repercussions. Wang Yishua's intentions were unmistakably aimed at publicly confronting the Longshan Group. Following her lead, the Tang and Qin families also voiced additional grievances against the Longshan Group. The 3 families united in their critique before the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, prompting a collective reflection among the audience. Should they take a stand? Should the Longshan Group falter, it would represent a significant opportunity. Many began to ponder this notion internally, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. It was time to act. Once this charged annual meeting concluded, the enemies of Longshan Group had transformed into a substantial portion of the business community in Suzhou and Hangzhou. After leaving the hotel, old Master Tang appeared unfazed by the criticisms aimed at Longshan Group. However, once back in the car with his cherished granddaughter, he hesitated before speaking. After a brief contemplation, he finally inquired, "Curson, what was going on between you and that lad from the Tang family today?" When they sat together playing the piano, her face radiated happiness, a clear indication to anyone observing that something was amiss. Before Curson could respond, Qin Ming interjected, "Oh, Grandpa, why ask? My sister has feelings for my elder brother. They make a splendid pair, talented and well-suited." His words earned him a swift reprimand from old Master Tang, who glared at him. "Your sister is a splendid match, while you, young man, seem to be a source of trouble. If you bring any more women home causing chaos, I will have you expelled from the Qin family." Qin Ming grimaced in pain, forcing a smile as he played the fool. Feeling her grandfather's gaze upon her, Qin Curson bit her lip and confessed, "Grandpa, I have a bit of an interest in Tang Yu." "Ah, you should have mentioned it sooner. I would have secured the matter before the Su family." Old Master Tang cherished his granddaughter dearly. With a sigh, he said, "As you can see, that lad from the Tang family is already betrothed to Mu Yue. It may not be the most appropriate time. There's nothing inappropriate about it. They're not yet married," Qin Curson asserted firmly. Once she had set her sights on something, she would not relinquish it easily. Old Master Wang shared a similar sentiment. Indeed, the lad from the Tang family was quite commendable, yet he was already bound by a marriage contract. "All right, Grandpa, focus on your recovery and don't concern yourself with these matters. Your granddaughter will certainly achieve what she desires." In response to her grandfather's earnest advice, Wang Yishuo merely tossed her hair and smiled mischievously. Tomorrow, I shall don a bunny girl outfit to visit him." Wang Leiazizi was at a loss for words. The younger generation was far more liberated than in his day. "Mu Yue, you must seize the opportunity and not remain as aloof as before. Do you understand? Good men are in high demand. When I was young, I was even more popular than that lad from the Tang family. Do you know why your mother chose me? She got me drunk and took advantage of me, then a few days later claimed she was pregnant with you. So you." Su Chongshan was in the car, advising his daughter. The driver, overhearing this gossip, nearly swerved off the road. "Sir, when did you become so brazen?" Su Mu Yue blushed fiercely at her father's words. She shot him a glare and retorted, "Can't you teach me something else?" "Ah, only men understand men. Dad is doing this for your own good." You should go out for drinks with him tonight, all right? Suchon Sun insisted. Mu Yue pondered, considering that perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea after all. Upon returning to the Tang residence, Tang Yu rushed to her room and called for Ling Han. He looked at Ling Han with a knowing gaze. Ling Han forced a smile and adeptly sat down on the floor to massage his head. During her time at the Tang household, she had felt quite comfortable. The family treated the servants with kindness, and she enjoyed her little life there. However, this rascal was becoming increasingly audacious, frequently wondering in her mind why she hadn't been dismissed yet, which amused her greatly. How could I ever leave? Ah, this is bliss. Being at home feels so safe, while the outside world is far too perilous. Tang Yu lay on her soft, fragrant lap. What danger lurks outside? Ling Han asked, slightly alarmed. Had Ye Chen sent someone to deal with Tang Yu? She seemed to have heard no commotion. Complicated matters abound. The world is treacherous, Tang Yu sighed. These women are far too dangerous. Each one covets my attention. In front of so many people, they rush to embrace me. Now the entire Su and Hang region calls me a scoundrel. How will I ever court young ladies again? Ling Han couldn't help but roll her eyes at his thoughts. Just as Tang Yu was relishing his comfort, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He casually pulled it out to find it was a call from Tang Yu. What is up? Brother, do you have a moment? It's about that matter we discussed last time. Tang Yu's deep voice resonated through the line. Tang Yu perked up instantly. This fellow was finally ready to take action. Wasn't he? All right, wait for me at the company. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Tang Yu chuckled and stood up, finally catching the bait from this rascal. So they want to send the death squad after me, do they? Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Ling Han's eyes flickered with concern. She was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Grim Reaper squad. Even if they joined forces, she would not stand a chance. Was young Master Tang truly willing to take such risks? She hoped he wouldn't fall into their clutches. After witnessing Tang Yu hastily leave the room, Ling Han pondered briefly before deciding to follow him. She could not allow anything to happen to young Master Tang. Tang Yu, however, was not in a rush to seek out Tang Yu. With his mastery of the unmoved king technique, he believed the Grim Reaper squad would pose no threat to him. Yet, the dilemma remained. He lacked combat power. Thus, he needed to bring along some assistance. With the flesh prepared, he still required the means to deliver a decisive blow. Chapter 65. The Grim Reaper squad during this period, the three prominent families, seeking retribution against Ye Chen, began to invest lavishly in recruiting skilled fighters. The Tang family had already enlisted the services of two ancient martial arts masters, both possessing the strength of the yellow rank. Although the yellow rank is considered the lowest tier within the realms of heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, the existence of ancient martial artists is exceedingly rare. It is akin to a mediocre student from a prestigious university. When placed in a different context, they become exceptional scholars. These two martial artists were a father and son duo. The father, Huang Tianrui, was in his 60s, while the son, Huang Juanxia, was in his early 40s. Upon encountering Tang Yu, they offered a slight nod in greeting, saying, "Greetings, young Master Tang." Their demeanor was somewhat aloof, a reaction Tang Yu found unremarkable. According to the narrative conventions, it is quite disheartening for skilled individuals to serve as henchmen for a wealthy heir. Even during a confrontation with the protagonist, they might exchange pleasantries, citing their lack of choice in the matter. For martial artists of their caliber, dispatching 10 professional bodyguards would be a trivial task. It is only natural for them to carry an air of superiority. I shall be stepping out shortly, and a few skilled fighters may seek to trouble me along the way. However, there is no need for you to rush into action. I will first engage them. Once the moment is right, I will signal for you to intervene, he instructed the duo. This father and son pair were certainly no match for the Grim Reaper squad, who were masters at the pinnacle of the yellow rank, renowned for their invincibility among their peers. Anyone dispatched by the Dragon Soul organization, regardless of their status, would be a formidable presence. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, a flicker of derision crossed the eyes of the father and son. Masters? Nonsense. Those who can trade blows with someone like you are nothing but low-ranked fighters. Huang Juanxia could not help but retort. Young Master Tang, we were informed that we were to deal with a formidable opponent. If it is merely bullying, perhaps it would be better left to other bodyguards. As ancient martial artists, it seemed beneath their dignity to accompany a young heir in such endeavors. Strike swiftly, Tang Yu rolled his eyes and waved his hand, finalizing the matter. Huang Juanxiao was exceedingly displeased. Had he known the nature of the task, he would have preferred to abstain from coming altogether. Huang Tianrui placed a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder, signaling him to endure for the time being. Under Tang Yu's direction, the father and son boarded a relatively unassuming Audi, while he took the wheel of a strikingly flamboyant vehicle. Once on the road, Huang Juanxia could no longer contain his frustration. "Father, what is the Tang family thinking? Were we not invited to deal with a skilled opponent? To act as a lackey for a wealthy heir is a grave humiliation to the Huang family's reputation." Their family was considered a somewhat prestigious lineage of ancient martial artists in Su and Hang. They had been lured by the Tang family's generous offer, believing they would confront a formidable enemy. Yet, the first assignment was to accompany young Master Tang in dealing with adversaries he could easily overpower. Was this not a disgrace? Huang Tianrui sighed. "Let us accompany him this once. If it truly unfolds as you say, we shall resign by nightfall. As masters, we must uphold certain principles. After years of arduous training in martial arts, to become a mere lackey aiding in the bullying of others is a disgrace they cannot bear." Huang Juanxian nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case. Upon arriving at the entrance of Miley Food Products, Tang Yu was already waiting outside. As he spotted Tang Yu alighting from the car, a broad smile illuminated his face as he exclaimed, "Brother, you've arrived. It must have been a tiring journey. How did the investigation into the false accounts turn out?" A knowing smile graced Tang Yu's face, hinting at deeper implications. He was already aware that this fellow had contacted the Grim Reaper squad, yet the whereabouts of those individuals remained unclear to him. "The investigation is complete. We have both witnesses and evidence, and the suspect have just been apprehended," Tang Yu cheerfully replied. "How about we brothers find a place to dine together?" The inquiry regarding the false accounts served merely as a ruse. His true mission today was to lure the snake from its den. "Indeed, it has been a while since we last dined together. Where shall we go?" Tang Yu willingly relinquished the initiative to him. "I know a delightful farmhouse eatery. Shall we head there? Should I take your car?" Tang Yu glanced at Tang Yu's Lamborghini Veneno, a flicker of jealousy and resentment crossing his eyes. Being distanced from the power center meant their family's share of wealth was meager, and such a supercar was not something he could acquire at will. "This fellow must perish. The wealth of the Tang family is rightfully ours. Let us take your car. I reserve the front seat for women only." Tang Yu laughed heartily as he followed Tang Yu into his Bentley. Once inside, Tang Yu glanced at the rearview mirror. The vehicle of the Huang father and son was trailing behind at a distance. Today, he had intentionally brought them along to assist in the conclusion of matters. All 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad had to remain behind. Meanwhile, on a hillside along a certain road, 4 men clad in black sat in the grass, smoking. "How much longer until the target arrives?" inquired one of the gaunt men, his 12 fingers leaving a lasting impression upon first glance. "Approximately 20 minutes. We can begin our preparations," a companion responded. "No rush. Let us toy with him a bit." The gaunt man lit a cigarette and remarked, "Have you heard about Long Lao Ba?" "Indeed, he is serving time in prison." The other 3 chuckled, the Grim Reaper squad filled with a buoyant spirit. The once renowned 8th General of the Dragon Soul Organization had returned to Huaxia and found himself imprisoned within half a month, an utter disgrace to the Dragon Soul. He was a mere waste, without clutching on to Ye Chen's coattails. What right had he to be one of the 8 great generals? The gaunt man expressed his disdain. The others nodded in agreement, as the Grim Reaper squad, being the elite force of the Dragon Soul Organization, aspired to ascend further and attain the status of the 8 great generals. Being overshadowed by a failure like Long Lao Ba was a bitter pill to swallow. Ye Chen isn't faring much better. How long has it been since his return? He squandered over 1,000 billion, wasting the hard-earned money of his brothers. The gaunt man resumed his tirade against Ye Chen. The other 3 exchanged knowing smiles, cautious not to overly agree. After all, that was the Dragon King. The gaunt-faced man spoke again, asserting, "Today we must accomplish our mission, not for Ye Chen, but for young Master Lu." The young Master Lu he referred to as none other than Lu Junzuo, the second among the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul Organization. He and Ye Chen shared a brotherly bond, yet in terms of talent and skills, he far surpassed Ye Chen. Many believe that had it not been for Ye Chen's blood relation to the old Dragon King, the throne of the Dragon King would rightfully belong to Lu Junzuo. The 4 members of the Death God Squad could be regarded as Lu Junzuo's elite team. Today, after we eliminate our target, we shall present his head to young Master Lu. To have the one who stands above Ye Chen easily slain by Lu Junzuo would be a monumental achievement. This accomplishment would undeniably demonstrate young Master Lu's prowess far exceeds that of Ye Chen. By rendering such a great service to young Master Lu, when he ascends to the throne as Dragon King, the 4 of us shall be among the 8 great generals. The gaunt-faced man's expression grew increasingly fervent. Brothers, we have endured alongside young Master Lu for so long. Today is the day we establish our legacy. The other 3 were similarly ignited with passion. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Chapter 66. Is that it? Haven't you eaten? The 4 individuals suddenly ignited with fervor, nearly setting the grass on the hillside ablaze. Amid their overwhelming excitement, their target finally came into view. With the vehicle still 20 meters away, they surged forward like cheetahs. A gaunt man raised his hand, and a dagger flew forth, piercing the windshield and startling Tang Yu, who was behind the wheel. Damn it, if this goes awry, I might be in deep trouble. He hastily slammed on the brakes and turned to Tang Yu, exclaiming, "Brother, someone else looking for trouble. I'll go down and have a word with them." The car was equipped with a dash cam, and he needed to stage this scene to prove his innocence. "Go ahead," Tang Yu replied, a wry smile playing on his lips. Bemused by his brother's theatrics, Tang Yu felt a surge of joy, flinging open the car door and rushing toward the quartet of the Reaper Squad. Despite his abysmal combat prowess, however, as he charged in, one of the assailants effortlessly struck him down with a swift chop to the neck, rendering him unconscious. Tang Yu had unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze sweeping over the 4 figures before him. With an impassive countenance, he inquired, "Ye Chen sent you, did he? Why bother, knowing so much if you're destined to perish?" One of the shorter men scoffed and lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Tang Yu. As a peak practitioner of ancient martial arts in the Huang realm, he perceived this so-called rich second-generation heir as an easy target, capable of being dispatched with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, Tang Yu stood there, calm and unyielding, allowing the punch to connect with his face. Following the impact, he remained motionless, leaving the diminutive assailant momentarily stunned. His fist, which should have easily incapacitated any opponent, seemed to have met a wall. "Is this it? Have you not eaten?" Seeing the astonishment in the man's eyes, Tang Yu remarked with disdain. The contemptuous gaze he directed at the shorter man deeply wounded his pride. Who was he? An elite member of the Reaper Squad, renowned throughout the mercenary world, when had a mere rich heir dared to mock him. "Taste my tiger fist," he bellowed, channeling all his might into a powerful strike. This punch, infused with tremendous force, could have felled a bull with ease. However, when it collided with Tang Yu's chest, he remained unfazed. The short man stood there, dazed, struggling to comprehend that his full-force attack had failed to inflict any harm. "Why you re-pretending? Aren't you?" His lips trembled, unwilling to accept the surreal scene before him. How could his fist, as large as a cooking pot, fail to affect the target? Pretending? Tang Yu smiled nonchalantly, his disdain growing more pronounced. "The immovable king technique I painstakingly acquired from the system is not something you can easily break. Eagle, lend me your strength. Use the Dragon Tiger Fist." The short man's composure began to shift subtly as he called out to a teammate. At this moment, the other 3 members of the Grim Reaper Squad were equally bewildered. The 4 of them possessed comparable strength. Witnessing their comrades' 2 punches fail to inflict any damage left them in disbelief. One of them, with a hooked nose, shouted angrily and charged forward, appearing almost like a phantom, and delivered a punch to Tang Yu's left cheek. Simultaneously, a shorter man leapt up and struck Tang Yu's right cheek. Yet, after both punches landed, Tang Yu remained utterly unmoved. This time, the hook-nosed man was at a loss for words. They had just executed a combined attack, and still, they could not shake this individual. Observing the dazed expressions on their faces, Tang Yu took a deep breath and retaliated with 2 resounding slaps across their faces. "Assisting, are we? Assassins, are we? Dragon Fist, is it? Tiger fist, perhaps? After delivering these slaps, the burning pain on their faces was palpable. The damage might not have been severe, but the humiliation was profoundly intense. The two quickly retreated a couple of steps, their faces ashen as they glared at Tang Yu. As seasoned fighters, why did he not engage them directly, but instead chose to humiliate them in such a manner? They were the illustrious Grim Reaper Squad, boasting a 98 success rate in missions. When had they ever endured such disgrace? Let us attack together, the hooked-nosed man shouted. Individually, they were formidable, and their combined technique was unrivaled. The other two, filled with rage, charged forward, joining their comrades in a frenzied assault on Tang Yu. As peak experts in the Yellow Realm, their power was indeed terrifying. Surrounding Tang Yu, the four unleashed their full might, their movements so swift that to an outsider, they appeared as mere shadows. Meanwhile, Huang Tianrui and his son were concealed several dozen meters away. Witnessing Tang Yu being besieged by the four, both were filled with trepidation. Dad, these four must be peak experts in the Yellow Realm, Huang Junxia remarked, observing their speed and strength, causing cold sweat to trickle down his brow. He had only just become a true ancient warrior this year. As a fellow Yellow Realm practitioner, he estimated that he wouldn't even be a match for any one of them. They were undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the Yellow Realm. Huang Tianrui clenched his fists. He had been in the Yellow Realm for 15 years, yet he still felt far from the apex. However, more than being intimidated by these four, he was astounded by the fact that Tang Xiao stood there completely unperturbed amidst their assault. He resembled a towering tree, with the 4's attacks akin to a light drizzle falling upon it. What level of strength was required to withstand the assault of four peak Yellow Realm experts without sustaining a scratch? The Xian Realm? Surely, it must be more than that. Did the Realm? That too seemed unlikely. Could it be the legendary Tian Realm? At this moment, Huang Junxiao was also speculating about Tang Yu's realm, his voice trembling. Dad, do you think Tang Xiao possesses the strength of the D Realm? At the very least, Huang Tianrui replied, his excitement palpable as he trembled. For him, the Xian Realm experts were still realms beyond reach. A D Realm expert of such youth will be virtually invincible, to be able to stand alongside such a formidable force. He casually pointed out that wouldn't it result in significant progress for both father and son? Listen carefully from today onward. We must obey young Master Tang without question. Even if he orders us to go to the electric pole, we must not hesitate, understood? Huang Tianrui commanded, gazing sternly at his son. Understood. Huang Junxia nodded solemnly. He recognized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But why did young Master Tang not retaliate? Why did he allow a few insignificant insects to act so brazenly? He turned to his father and inquired. Huang Tianrui pondered for a moment before responding gravely, Fool, can't you see the profound intention behind young Master Tang's actions? A master of his caliber despises engaging with such insignificant beings. He is deliberately allowing us to observe and learn. Now enlightened, Huang Junxia felt an overwhelming sense of regret for his earlier misgivings regarding young Master Tang. Given his own poor attitude, how gracious of Tang to instruct him with such generosity. This kindness weighed heavily upon him, like a mountain. Chapter 67. Vanished memories. As the quartet unleashed a tempest of attacks, Tang Yu remained utterly unfazed. The unparalleled immovability of the perfected realm's Ming Wang technique proved remarkably effective. An invisible aura enveloped him, rendering the onslaught of these individuals akin to a gentle breeze. Not even a wrinkle graced his garments. Observing the increasingly terror-stricken expressions of the four, Tang Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After 5 minutes of relentless assault, the members of the Death God Squad were on the brink of bewilderment. Human endurance has its limits. They were ancient martial artists, not superhumans, and their vital energy and stamina were bound to deplete. The sharp-nosed man, harboring a devious mind, realized their combined attacks were futile. Abruptly, he abandoned his offensive and produced a military dagger, aiming it menacingly at Tang Yu. Even the strongest of men possess vulnerabilities. However, this time he miscalculated. The razor-sharp dagger struck, but failed to penetrate even an inch. Immediately following, he received a resounding slap across the face. Do you dare underestimate my resilience? Do you think I am as feeble as that waste, Ye Chen? After delivering the slap, Tang Yu was about to take action when the four retreated at lightning speed, creating distance between them. Their faces were pale with fear, breathless, incredulous at the scene before them. They had unleashed their full power for a solid 5 minutes. Even the most insidious of ambushes had failed to harm this man. Was he a monster? As Tang Yu's hand slipped into his pocket, the four tensed, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Was this man finally going to strike? With their combined strength, could they even hope to escape? Then, they watched as Tang Yu leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Exhaling a ring of smoke, he remarked nonchalantly, "You are all too weak. I have no interest in wasting my energy on the worthless. I fear that should I strike, it might not be enough to end your lives." "What do you mean by that?" stammered the gaunt man, his teeth quivering slightly. The pressure emanating from Tang Yu was overwhelming. Apart from the elder in their organization, he had never felt such an intensity from anyone else. If the Dragon King were to stand before them and endure even 2 minutes of their attacks, he would surely perish on the spot. At this moment, the thoughts of the four aligned closely. If this man chose to engage, they would have been corpses long ago. I mean to say, all of you present are nothing but trash. Observing the weakening resolve of his adversaries, Tang Yu felt immense satisfaction. His strength was a product of their imagination. He raised a hand high, causing the four to instinctively recoil in terror. Simultaneously, the long-ambushed Huang Tianrui and his son sprang into action. "Charge! Young Master Tang has instructed us to eliminate the trash," Huang Tianrui signaled, and the father and son duo dashed towards the members of the Death God Squad. In terms of prowess, any one of them surpassed the duo. Yet, the fierce battle had already exhausted their vital energy and stamina. With their spirits utterly shattered, the four individuals bore no distinction from ordinary people at that moment. Soon, they were effortlessly subdued by the spirited duo of Huang Tianrui and his son. Once the four were bound, the father and son gazed at Tang Yu with a mixture of admiration and respect. "Young Master Tang, what shall we do now?" Tang Yu was about to instruct them to transport the captives to the police station when his gaze suddenly fixed upon one of the men's hands. This man had 12 fingers? A realization struck him. During the plot's 400 chapters, the ancient martial arts factions began to emerge. One of the bodyguard from a prominent family possessed 12 fingers, described in a manner strikingly similar to this man before him. This bodyguard belonged to the villainous faction, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Ye Chen. After intently observing the man for a while, Tang Yu inquired, "What is your name?" I am Deng He," the man responded in a hushed voice, having lost all will to fight in the presence of such a formidable opponent. A dull blade is not worth wielding. What could he possibly use to contend against him? Tang Yu couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that the narrative had truly converged here? Characters yet to appear had arrived prematurely? Moreover, this one had become part of the Dragon Soul organization. With a head full of questions, Tang Yu took a deep breath and waved his hand, saying, "Take him to the police station. Lock him up for now. We will investigate thoroughly later." "Understood, young Master Tang," Huang Tianrui and his son replied, their eyes filled with growing reverence. Truly, young Master Tang was remarkable, a genuine master, not only concealing his prowess, but also adhering to the law. Faced with these disrespectful individuals, he was disinclined to resort to extrajudicial measures. After Huang Tianrui and his son escorted the four away, Tang Yu glanced back at Tang Yu, still lying on the ground. The Reaper team had knocked him out to clear his name, and their actions had been rather heavy-handed. What a splendid opportunity. Tang Yu chuckled, rushing toward the traitor and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. After all, he was already unconscious. Why bother with pleasantries? He thrived on intimidation. As for the thought of killing this young man, Tang Yu dismissed it. Why eliminate a pig teammate? After several minutes of vigorous exertion, Tang Yu felt invigorated. The unconscious Tang Yu lay bloodied and battered, a sight too ghastly to bear. With a whistle, Tang Yu tossed the young man into the car and drove him to the hospital. Shortly after Tang Yu departed, a figure descended from a nearby tree, Ling Han, who had been stealthily tracking him. She had been observing the scene all along, her expression now one of utter shock. She was acutely aware of the Reaper team's strength. Even after a combined assault, they had failed to inflict any harm upon Tang Yu. The notion that he lacked the strength of the Earth realm was truly laughable. She finally comprehended why young Master Tang, fully aware of her identity, had kept her by his side. It was precisely because he possessed formidable power. With Tang Yu's capabilities, eliminating her would have been effortlessly simple, yet he showed no intention of doing so. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Ling Han muttered to herself, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. How could Tang Xiao possess such intimate knowledge of her life, if not for this reason? It was only a man of Tang Xiao's formidable stature who could deem it appropriate for her to be an ordinary girl. Only he had the privilege to think so. If he were to ask her to rub his back again, she would comply. After escorting Tang Yu to the hospital, that old rascal was whisked away to the emergency room for urgent care. Tang Yu contacted his uncle's family to update them on the situation, then returned to his car and lit a cigarette. This absurd plot was becoming increasingly unsettling. Damn system, what is the current status? Why are characters who are not supposed to appear yet already on the scene? A notification chimed in. Warning, the narrative has deteriorated. Please exercise caution. Host. A narrative breakdown? How would the story proceed? Tang Yu furrowed his brow. When the plot slips from one's grasp, true peril begins. The system fell silent, offering no further response. At that moment, a series of bizarre images flashed through Tang Yu's mind, each depicting a different demise at the hands of various individuals. This sudden influx of memories brought an expression of anguish to his face. A crimson numeral materialized before his eyes, 299. Just as he intended to delve deeper into these memories, his expression shifted to one of confusion. His recollections reverted to mere minutes prior, and the mysterious memory vanished once more. Damn system, where's my reward? Tang Yu cursed, oblivious to the unfolding events. Reward has been dispatched, the system replied, though its tone seemed tinged with frailty. What? Tang Yu found no new skills manifesting in his mind, nor any items surrounding him. Dispatched? To where? To whom? Damn system. Are you playing me for a fool? Tang Yu unleashed a torrent of curses for several minutes, but the system remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, a package sent in Tang Yu's name was already en route on a flight to Africa. Chapter 68. The Loyal Ye Chen Africa, Burkina Faso, translated into the language of Huaxia, signifies the land of virtuous gentlemen. Upon being entrusted with significant responsibilities by young Master Tang, Ye Chen found himself quite content with his work. With abundant resources, minimal duties, and no supervision, his days were filled with ease, culminating in leisurely tea breaks by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. However, a few days ago, he received disconcerting news. The Tang family had abruptly begun to expend considerable wealth to recruit formidable warriors, specifically ancient martial artists. This revelation struck him profoundly, as he realized his own capabilities were woefully inadequate. He was not even a martial artist himself. How could he possibly safeguard young Master Tang under such circumstances? In a bid to motivate himself towards improvement, he committed to rigorous training, performing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run each day. Today, upon returning from his workout, a subordinate approached him with a package in hand. General He, there is a package for you from young Master Tang. From young Master Tang? Ye Chen's spirits soared as he swiftly took the package, carefully unwrapping it. Inside lay a finely crafted box made of rare enamel wood. Upon opening it, he discovered a book imbued with an ancient charm. The Dragon Elephant Technique? He gingerly flipped through its pages, tears streaming down his face. Young Master Tang must have been watching over him constantly, knowing of his diligent training, and had procured this ancient martial arts manual for him. As a martial artist, he understood the immense value of this tome. It was a treasure that money could not buy. Moreover, the requirements for mastering the Dragon Elephant Technique were not overly demanding. With perseverance, he could one day become an ancient martial artist. In gratitude for young Master Tang's kindness, Ye Chen vowed only to repay with his life. Choked with emotion, he wiped the tears from his face and turned to his subordinate, exclaiming, "Starting tomorrow, find me 100 young individuals with martial arts potential from the local area. I shall train an elite force for young Master Tang." At the He family private hospital, Ye Chen lay on the hospital bed, his countenance marked by anxiety, feeling inexplicably uneasy. The Reaper squad had commenced their operation 5 hours ago, yet he had yet to receive any word. This left him in a state of confusion and dismay. The Reaper squad, though not as powerful as himself individually, possessed formidable combined attack techniques. Even if they faced insurmountable odds, they should have been able to retreat unscathed. Yet, until now, not a single one had reached out to him. With each passing minute, his anxiety deepened. Young Master Tang, I refuse to believe you possess the capability to thwart the Reaper squad. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. However, the surge of his emotions triggered a sharp pain from his wound. He gasped, quickly relaxing his body, cautious not to let his feelings spiral out of control. The wound had already torn once. A second rupture would spell trouble. After much contemplation and mounting worry, he decided to summon the nurse to locate Ye Chen, requesting assistance from a He family to gather intelligence on the situation. Approximately 15 minutes later, Ye Chen entered, carrying a bag. She looked at Ye Chen, her voice light and melodic. Mr. Yi, is there something you require of me? Miss He, I would like your assistance in investigating a matter. I have dispatched 4 subordinates who have gone silent. Ye Chen forced a bitter smile, just as he was about to clarify the situation. A man's voice echoed from outside the door. No need to search. They have already landed themselves in prison. Soon after, a strikingly handsome young man, exuding a hint of roguish charm, sauntered into the room. Upon entering, he regarded Ye Chen with keen interest, his gaze laced with amusement. The illustrious Dragon King, reduced to fleeing in disgrace. How utterly laughable! Upon seeing the young man, Ye Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, Junior brother, weren't you on a mission in France? When did you return? Today, Lu Junzuo replied with a slight smile. The master is already aware of the mishap involving the Grim Reaper squad, and he has sent me to assist you. Ye Chen's heart sank at once. The Grim Reaper squad, truly, was in trouble, and to make matters worse, the old man had sent him? What could this possibly mean? His countenance flickered through a myriad of emotions, rendering him deeply conflicted. The master instructed me to advise you to focus on your recovery. Once you are well, you are to head to Yanjing. I will manage the affairs in Suong, Lu Junzhou said with a smirk, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Upon confirming this unsettling news, Ye Chen's complexion paled. What was the old man implying? After scrutinizing Lu Junzhuo for a moment, his pupils constricted as he asked, You have broken through? Lu Junzhuo flashed a charming grin and nodded. His current strength had reached the pinnacle of the Xian realm. He was but a step away from the D realm. Meanwhile, Ye Chen remained entrenched in the mid-stage of the Xian realm. How could someone who had repeatedly failed and was inferior in strength still claim the title of Dragon King? Thus, the master had dispatched his own disciple. This was a splendid opportunity to showcase his prowess. The position of Dragon King would undoubtedly become his. Ye Chen remained silent, a storm brewing in his eyes as a glimmer of murderous intent flickered within. So, Lu Junzhou dared to covet his position as Dragon King? Once he achieved his breakthrough, the young man could prepare for his demise. Take your time to recuperate, senior brother. I shall take my leave now, Lu Junzhuo said with a smile, bidding farewell as he exited the ward. Ye Chen followed suit, offering her own farewell to Lu Junzhou. Therefore, Mr. Lu will be responsible for matters in Suong from now on? Ye Chen inquired, her gaze fixed on Lu Junzhuo. Indeed, Lu Junzhuo replied, a devilish smile gracing his lips. As brothers in arms, he too possessed the art of a beguiling smile. The difference lay in execution. Ye Chen raised the left corner of his mouth, whereas Lu Junzhuo favored the right. That will not be an easy task, Ye Chen remarked, shaking her head slightly. Turning a losing game around is no simple feat. The plight of the Longshan group can only be described as dire. My family will not intervene, as there is no need to invite trouble. What Ye Chen can achieve, I can achieve. What he cannot, I, Lu Junzhuo, can also accomplish. Lu Junzhuo declared with pride, caressing a piece of dragon-patterned jade that hung around his neck. This jade had fortuitously come into his possession when he was merely 7 years old. Once, he experienced a nosebleed and inadvertently let a drop of blood fall upon the jade. This act inadvertently awakened the ancient artifact, granting him a legacy of ancient martial arts. Based on his discernment, it was likely that this legacy was left behind by a legendary master of the celestial realm in ancient martial arts. Thus, he felt an unwavering confidence that he would inevitably ascend to such heights in the future. The position of the Dragon King was within his grasp. Upon his arrival in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he intended to take the reins of this precarious game, stepping in for Ye Chen, whom he deemed a failure. Everything he desired, including both treasures and women, he would seize for himself. Chapter 69. Are you playing games again? In the office of the Tang Group, Qi was engrossed in a shooting game. Beside her lay a freshly delivered bucket of KFC and a sugary drink. When Tang Yu entered and patted her shoulder, he remarked, Qi, are you playing games again? Why not take a break? Ugh, I died. This is all because of you, Tang Xiao, Qi exclaimed, her small face etched with sorrow as the screen turned black. Whether you died or not, you've been playing all day. It's high time you rested. Dan Yi Usai. Does this silly girl really need to be this serious about her gaming? Hearing Tang Yu's silent thoughts, Qi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hey, have I been too absorbed in my work lately? To mask her discomfort, she clutched the bucket of fried chicken and asked, Tang Xiao, would you like some? No. Thanks. Tang Yu rolled his eyes and inquired, do you know what date it is today? Is it Crazy Thursday at KFC? Tang Yu placed a hand on his forehead. Goodness, I hope she doesn't become completely daft from playing games all the time. I remember she never seemed particularly bright. With her lack of intelligence and an affinity for games, this child is doomed. Eh? Am I really not that bright? Qi-en's expression darkened. She was quite intelligent. Thank you very much. It took others at least 3 months to complete these games, yet she managed it in about a month, even breaking several records. Today is your birthday, Tang Yu reminded her with a sigh. All right. Qi finally snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. Thank you for your concern, Tang Xiao. I've been so engrossed in work that I almost forgot it was my birthday. However, as an assassin, such celebrations don't hold much significance for me. Tang Yu's sudden mention of her birthday warmed her heart slightly. This kind of attention felt like a distant luxury. Company policy mandates that employees celebrate their birthdays. Since I happen to have some free time today, I shall celebrate yours, Tang Yu said with a grin. This silly girl has been around long enough. She must have stolen almost all the necessary information by now. Once this data reaches Ye Chen, it won't be long before it is put to good use. In that case, I should find a way to win this silly girl over to my side. I'll gradually build rapport with her, and once I have gathered sufficient evidence, I will confront her. Qi looked at Tang Yu, utterly bewildered. Tang Xiao, are you saying you want to win me over to your side? Is there such a good opportunity? Ever since she eavesdropped on Tang Yu's thoughts during their first meeting, she had begun to investigate the Tang family. Through her inquiries, she uncovered information about her father, who was named Qi Hong. More than 30 years ago, he had incurred the wrath of a powerful figure and was subsequently hunted down. In a moment of desperation, he was rescued by the elder Tang, becoming the head of the Tang family's bodyguard team. He remained fiercely loyal to the Tang family and had saved the elder Tang's life on 2 occasions. The Tang family held him in high regard. Tang Yu shared a brotherly bond with his father, and after dedicating over a decade to the Tang family, he suddenly vanished without a trace. Despite their efforts over several years, the Tang family could not uncover his whereabouts. Years later, a pregnant woman arrived at the Tang household, claiming to be Qi Hong's wife. Naturally, the Tang family welcomed her with open arms and treated her with utmost kindness. However, less than 6 months after giving birth to a daughter, she too disappeared with her child. From that point onward, Qi found herself at a loss, as the Tang family's records were limited. This led her to conclude that Tang Xiao and the Tang family were certainly not her adversaries. They had shown immense kindness to her family. How could she repay their kindness with malice? Tang Xiao is celebrating my birthday? Would that be inappropriate? Upon regaining her composure, Qi hurriedly responded. What could possibly be inappropriate? You have been with the company for quite some time now, diligently working and significantly contributing to our endeavors. Thanks to you, the advancement of our gaming projects is akin to a rocket's pace. You are indeed the foremost contributor to the Tang Group. Today, I must personally arrange your birthday celebration, Tang Yu asserted confidently. Indeed, my brother shall let you experience what it means to have a commendable boss. Unlike Ye Chen, that miser, who has you tackle dangerous tasks while offering a meager salary each month. He speaks of hardships as a means to sharpen one's mind. To hell with that notion. Capitalists would weep at the sight of you. With Tang Xiao, you shall feast 9 times a day. Thank you, Tang Xiao. Qi felt a warmth spread through her heart. Tang Xiao was indeed concerned for her well-being. She had contemplated revealing her true intentions to him, but, having eavesdropped on Tang Yu's thoughts daily, she felt it unwise to speak directly. Tang Xiao had quite the imaginative mind, and if she confessed her loyalty, he might suspect her sincerity. Thus, all she could do was assist him discreetly, such as delivering fabricated documents. Regarding the Long Hun organization, her heart was filled with questions and resentment. Knowing the Tang family had been gracious to her, why was she compelled to repay that kindness with hatred? All right, let's take a moment to rest before we head out. First, we shall select a birthday gift for you, and then enjoy a grand meal. Tang Yu said with a smile. What would be an appropriate gift? Perhaps a year's supply of papaya milk? Though I've heard its benefits might be limited. There are similar remedies in the Qing Nong Tianjing, but in her case, she needs to first clear her meridians. Yet if I were to attempt such a technique, she might just sever my hand. Alas, I am too kind-hearted, unable to bear the thought of a girl being ordinary. What a pity it is to possess medical skills with no opportunity to apply them. Qi trembled slightly. Tang Xiao, do you truly care for me? Yet, she had privately attempted numerous methods in the past. When she was a killer, it was of little consequence, and she even found it convenient. Now that she had embraced a more ordinary life, she felt she ought to possess some semblance of talent. Thus, she had tried drinking papaya milk and found it to be of little effect. Could Tang Xiao's suggestion of clearing her meridians truly be beneficial? Her cheeks flushed as she internally scolded herself for her thoughts. What am I thinking? After leaving the office, Tang Yu took Qi for a ride in his sports car, heading towards a large shopping mall. First, I will buy you a birthday gift. Then we shall pick up some clothes. As a young lady, you ought to occasionally learn to adorn yourself. Tang Yu teased with a smile as he drove. Alas, this foolish girl is commendable as an assassin, yet somewhat unconventional as a young woman. Her fashion sense is rather outdated. I have yet to see her in a short skirt. With such beauty, failing to enhance her appearance is nothing short of crime. Thank you, Tang Xiao, Qi said shyly, her cheeks flushed, feeling a touch of warmth in her heart. Throughout her life, Tang Xiao was the first to wish for her to be like an ordinary girl, rather than aspiring solely to be an exceptional assassin. Chapter 70. You should strum the strings, not his heart fear not, for your boss possesses an impeccable taste. Today, you shall transform into the most enchanting maiden of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Tang Yu chuckled with delight. Be bold and open. Shatter the confines of your former self. It seems quite fitting for her to don a cosplay outfit. Considering her A-cup figure, that outfit from Aki should suit her perfectly. And with a pair of delicate black stockings, it would be utterly captivating. Qi listened, utterly bewildered, her heart heavy with confusion. She had no comprehension of such matters. The realm of anime and cosplay was foreign to her. Her world revolved solely around missions and mortality. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, Tang Yu parked the car and led Qi inside. This mall was a property of the Tang family, catering to an upscale clientele, home exclusively to luxury brands. Once inside, they ascended to the 3rd floor in the elevator, where Tang Yu navigated with ease. He guided Qi into a music store named Qinweda. Upon their arrival, a female sales associate promptly approached, bowing and greeting them with enthusiasm. Welcome, esteemed guests. What may I assist you with today? I would like to see some guitars, please, Tang Yu replied with a smile. Certainly. The sales associate nodded eagerly. Momentarily captivated by Tang Yu's striking visage, she led them to the guitar section and inquired, what type of guitar are you looking for? Classical, folk, or electric? What would you prefer? Tang Yu asked Qi with a grin. Deep within the narrative, Qi yearned for a semblance of normalcy in her life. Surviving amidst blades and blood, few would relish such an existence. Her passion lay in music, particularly the guitar, yet this instrument seemed distant from her reality. Thus, gifting her a guitar for her birthday felt utterly appropriate. Qi joyfully began to select her instrument. After some deliberation, she finally chose a light yellow, handcrafted classical guitar. "This one," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she cradled the guitar as if it were an extraordinary treasure. Her radiant, unblemished smile resembled an iris blooming quietly in a secluded valley. Tang Yu, momentarily entranced, felt his heart quicken. Why does this silly girl look so enchanting when she smiles? Upon hearing Tang Yu's unspoken thoughts, a hint of shyness crossed Qi Yin's face. Such sincere admiration touched her deeply, filling her with unexpected joy. "Miss, you have excellent taste. This is our last Smorman classical guitar. As it is custom-made, each one takes nearly 2 years to obtain," the sales associate chimed in, equally delighted. This guitar was the most expensive in the store, promising a substantial commission upon sale. "May I try it?" Qi Yin inquired, looking up with hopeful eyes. "Of course. It's already tuned. Feel free to try it out," the sales associate replied, her demeanor exceedingly courteous. With a beaming smile, Qi Yin found her footing and began to play, lost in the moment. Soon, a lively melody filled the air. Tang Yu sat quietly beside, silently admiring, his gaze resting upon Qi Yin's face. When she played the guitar, her expression was one of pure concentration and joy, transforming from that of a deadly assassin to that of an adorable neighbor girl. Upon finishing a piece, she looked at Tang Yu with delight and inquired, "How was it?" "Tang Xiao, quite impressive," Tang Yu praised, giving a thumbs up. "Your technique is flawless, though you made a minor misstep. You ought to pluck the guitar strings instead of my heartstrings." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qi Yin blushed slightly. How can he always come up with such remarks? Can't he tone down the flattery a bit? "How much is it?" Tang Yu asked, pulling out his wallet and presenting a credit card. "Hello, esteemed guest. The total is 370,000. The saleswoman promptly retrieved a card machine to process the payment. After completing the transaction, she handed the receipt to Tang Yu just as a beautiful woman with a designer bag entered through the door. Her hair was dyed a deep wine red, and her beauty was striking. As she walked, her ample curves drew considerable attention. "Hello, esteemed guest. How may I assist you?" Upon the woman's arrival, the saleswoman quickly bowed in greeting. The woman brandished a black membership card, saying, "I'm a black gold member of your store. I've heard you have a Smorman guitar. Please bring it to me." The saleswoman glanced at the membership card, confirming its authenticity and the name inscribed upon it. However, her expression turned somewhat troubled. Sorry, Miss Xiao, but that Smorman has just been sold." "Sold?" Xiao Meiyun's brows furrowed, her expression darkening instantly. Spotting Qi Yin cradling a Smorman guitar, she commanded the saleswoman, "Refund their money. I want that guitar." She had visited 2 other stores in search of a Smorman for an upcoming live stream. The saleswoman, caught off guard by the demand, awkwardly replied, "I apologize, but such a request does not comply with our store policies." Before she could finish, Xiao Meiyun slapped her across the face, scolding, "As a black gold member, you think I care for your rules? Do you have any idea how much I've spent in your establishment? A sum you could only dream of earning in your lifetime." The saleswoman, suddenly struck, felt her face swell with humiliation and fear, retreating a couple of steps as she mumbled a meek apology. Her workplace was a high-end chain store, and to achieve black gold status, one must spend over 5 million. Such a client was beyond the reproach of a mere employee. Tang Yu frowned, sensing the tension in the air. This scenario seemed rather intense. He recalled the woman's identity. She was the mistress of a certain antagonist, who should have been the one to offend Ye Chen here. Subsequently, in a fit of rage, the Dragon King Ye Chen would retaliate, escalating the conflict with the antagonist. Thus, a familiar sequence of ostentation, humiliation, and enmity would unfold. As fate would have it, an opportunity to ensnare Ye Chen presented itself. Tang Yu inwali, devising a mischievous plan, and deliberately chose to remain seated, awaiting the unfolding of events. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit approached, inquiring, "Esteemed guests, I am the manager, Chen Zhizhuan. What seems to be the trouble?" Xiao Meiyun cast a disapproving glance at him, retorting, "How do you train your employees?" "She is attempting to instruct me on your store's policies." Upon noticing Xiao Meiyun's black gold membership card, Chen Zhizhuan's expression shifted subtly. He directed a reprimand at the sales associate, Lu Xiuqin, saying, "Have you lost your senses? Who granted you the authority to speak to a customer in such a manner? Apologize to this esteemed guest immediately." But these two guests have already paid for their guitar. Miss Xiao here is demanding a refund to sell the guitar to her. Lu Xiuqin protested, her face buried in her hands, tears streaming down in distress. Before she could finish her explanation, Chen Zhizhuan, visibly irritated, interrupted. "Are you incapable of comprehending simple words? Apologize to this young lady at once, or be prepared to leave. If you compel her to apologize from this day forth, your establishment shall no longer operate in Suzhou and Hangzhou." Tang Yu interjected unexpectedly. Chen Zhizhuan shot Tang Yu a scornful glance, scoffing. "Who do you think you are? Do you believe you possess the power to dictate our business in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Are you even aware of who our boss is?" Xiao Meiyun joined in with her biting remarks. "What are you? A mere pauper to speak here? You think you can threaten our store's operations? Do you even have the right? And you, release my smorman. Dressed like a country bumpkin. Do you really think you can handle such a fine instrument? If it gets damaged and affects my live stream, I will expose you online and ruin your reputation." After her tirade, she reached for the guitar, nestled in Qi Yin's embrace. Qi Yin's eyes narrowed with coldness. Just as Xiao Meiyun attempted to seize it, Tang Yu swiftly rose and delivered a decisive blow. Chapter 71 in my lifetime. Why should I explain my actions to you? After receiving a slap, Xiao Meiyun staggered back, her face reflecting shock. She then let out a piercing scream and lunged at Tang Yu, attempting to claw at her face. However, before her hand could reach, Tang Yu had already delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. Knocked to the ground, Xiao Meiyun clutched her belly and cried out in agony. Realizing the disparity in their combat abilities, she glared at Tang Yu and shouted, "How dare you strike a woman? Are you even a man?" Tang Yu pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before responding, "My apologies, but I believe in gender equality. I will strike anyone who provokes me." She coughed lightly, adding, "Though we are both antagonists, your level of irritation is indeed quite remarkable." Beside her, Qi Yin nearly burst into laughter. What a ridiculous claim to gender equality. At that moment, a young man entered, accompanied by an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Chinese attire. Upon seeing Xiao Meiyun sprawled on the floor, the young man's expression darkened, and he rushed over. "Han Xiao, please help me avenge my humiliation. This vile man struck me." Recognizing the young man, Xiao Meiyun quickly scrambled to her feet, tears streaming down her face, appealing to him. He was her benefactor, the source of her audacity. After becoming his woman, she had stirred up her fair share of trouble. Yet, no matter the magnitude of her predicaments, Han Xiao could resolve them with a mere phone call. The young man, known as Han Mingxian, had prominent ears and a rather simple demeanor. Upon witnessing half of Xiao Meiyun's face swollen, he felt a pang of anguish and quickly reassured her. There, I will help you seek revenge, my dear. Please do not cry." His expression then darkened as he glared at Tang Yu, coldly stating, "You possess quite the audacity. How dare you lay a hand on my woman?" Han Ming Suon. Upon hearing his name, Tang Yu's heart leapt with joy. The main character had finally arrived. This individual was not from Suong, but rather the second son of the Han family from Yanjing, a prestigious lineage of elite standing that dwarfed any prominent family in Suong. He had come to Suong to attend an auction, but before it had even commenced, he had already made an enemy of Ye Chen. During the auction, he had deliberately contended with Dragon King Ye Chen for treasures, which led to a conflict between them. Afterward, he sought to discreetly undermine Ye Chen, who harbored similar intentions, ultimately resulting in Han Mingxuan's demise. Moreover, the Han family had connections to the tragic annihilation of the Yi family, making them natural adversaries. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. Thus, he resolved to make a decision that contradicted his ancestral teachings, pretending to be Ye Chen's subordinate while declaring war against the Han family. With a cold smile, he addressed Han Mingxian, "In my lifetime, I have no need to justify my actions to you. It seems you possess some courage." Zhou Lao proceeded to break both of his hands. Han Mingxian scoffed, raising his hand to signal the elderly gentleman behind him to take action. He had encountered many individuals who overestimated their backgrounds, and engaging in dialogue with them was futile. Only through imparting suffering would they learn to respect those who truly warranted reverence. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire nodded and approached Tang Yu. Upon the arrival of the elderly man, the expression of Qi Yin, who stood behind, shifted noticeably. She discerned that this old man was a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Although his strength was not formidable, he nonetheless belonged to the Huang realm. How could an ordinary individual like Tang Xiao possibly contend with this elder? Just as she prepared to intervene, a middle-aged man entered from outside. It was Huang Juanxia, the newly hired martial arts bodyguard of the Tang family. After witnessing Tang Xiao's unfathomable strength last time, he willingly assumed the role of Tang Xiao's personal protector. Rather, a follower, fully aware that his own abilities were insufficient to safeguard Tang Xiao. What he could do was to clear away some minor nuisances. After all, a master of the D realm like Tang Xiao would not easily engage in combat. As he strode in, he coldly fixed his gaze on the old man, scoffing. "Do you think you are worthy of confronting our Tang Xiao?" "Oh." The old man's expression turned icy as he retorted with a sneer. "Why wouldn't I be worthy to take action against your family's worthless young master?" With that, he unleashed a rapid series of strikes, akin to a lightning-fast whip, aimed at Tang Yu. Qi Yin realized too late that she could not intervene, for they were simply too close. Just as she was filled with murderous intent, preparing to avenge Tang Xiao, she was taken aback to see him standing still, utterly unperturbed. He regarded the old man with an air of calm, remarking, "Is that all?" The old man staggered back 2 steps, his expression now wary as he assessed Tang Yu. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he understood that his previous assault had the potential to render the opponent crippled for life. Yet, why had the other party not moved at all? Not even a wrinkle appeared on his attire, as if his strikes had not landed. "Continue. Tang Beixian, do not bully the weak. I shall grant you 3 more opportunities to strike." Tang Yu spoke nonchalant. "Old Zhou, what are you doing? Do not hold back. If you kill him, I will handle the aftermath," Han Mingxian shouted from behind, visibly dissatisfied. The elderly man, referred to as Old Zhou, found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed held back in his previous attack, yet to inflict no damage at all. This was utterly inconceivable. Taking a deep breath, he lunged forward, delivering a kick to Tang Yu's temple, imbued with immense power. Even a stone could be shattered by such a blow. Yet, Tang Yu remained unyielding. "There are still 2 opportunities remaining," Tang Yu indicated with 2 fingers. At that moment, the old man was genuinely stunned. He had exerted 11 parts of his strength in that last strike. Qi Yin too was astonished. Her own strength lay within the Xian realm, far surpassing that of the old man. If she had not defended herself, she would have suffered severe injury from such an attack. "Tang Xiao, what is going on? Could it be that he is the truly concealed expert? Not long ago, there were rumors that Ye Chen's injury was related to him. Could it indeed be true?" However, Huang Juanxia remained unfazed. He had personally witnessed Tang Xiao withstand the combined attacks of 4 masters for several minutes without sustaining any harm. How could a mere old man of the Huang realm ever hope to injure Tang Xiao, given his prowess? Even in the most humble of circumstances, he could effortlessly withstand the onslaught and emerge unscathed. "Do not test me further. Even 100 attempts would prove futile. Tang Xiao, a master of the Earth realm, is not someone of your insignificant stature who could inflict harm upon him with ease." He glared at the old man, his voice laced with authority. "The Earth realm." Zhou Lao quivered at the mention, a cold sweat dampening his back. After his previous futile attempt to assail Tang Yu, he had already begun to entertain this unsettling possibility. He swallowed hard. Is it possible for one so young to possess mastery of the Earth realm? No wonder he could not inflict injury upon him. No wonder he deemed it unnecessary to retaliate immediately. Would a normal person feel compelled to respond violently when confronted by a child at play? Certainly not. Masters possess a certain pride. He comprehended this state of mind. In that moment, he found himself devoid of the courage to strike again, his gaze towards Tang Yu filled with fear and reverence. To witness such a prodigious talent at such a tender age is a rare privilege indeed. I consider my life fulfilled. Han Xiao, what is the Earth realm? Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Xiao Meiyun inquired softly. Silence. Han Mingxuan's face turned ashen as he struck her several times across the face. Though her cheeks were swollen from the blows, Xiao Meiyun dared not even whimper, trembling in fear as she gazed at Han Xiao. What has caused him to be so enraged? Chapter 72. Assisting Ye Chen in harboring hatred at this moment. Han Mingxian was not only contemplating harming Xiao Meiyun, but was also filled with murderous intent towards that wretched woman. As a direct descendant of the Han family, he was well acquainted with the nuances of power and the significance of a master at the Earth character level. Such a formidable expert would command respect even from his grandfather. In the realm of ancient martial arts, a master at this level was undeniably a significant figure. To offend such a person over a mere harlot was tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, the individual before him, who claimed to be Tang Beixian, was astonishingly youthful. The sheer terror of it all was simply overwhelming. Noticing that Elder Zhou's back was drenched in cold sweat, Han Mingxian understood that he had to intervene. Otherwise, if the other party were to unleash their wrath, his demise was certain. He approached Tang Yu, his voice trembling slightly. "Mr. Tang, it is I, Han Mingxian, who has been blind to your significance. I am from the Han family of Yanjing." And if Mr. Tang, before he could finish, Tang Yu's gaze sharpened, and he coldly interrupted. "You are from the Han family of Yanjing?" "Yes. Does Mr. Tang happen to know my family elders?" Han Mingxuan's heart leaped with hope. If that were the case, perhaps this matter could be resolved amicably. "What a fine Han family," Tang Yu scoffed. "Do you still remember the Yi family of Yanjing?" "The Yi family?" Han Mingxian pondered for a moment before swiftly recalling the once mighty Yi family that had dominated Yanjing. In that city, only they held the right to be called the Yi family. However, the Yi family had met a tragic end over 20 years ago. Was it possible that their bloodline had not been extinguished and were now seeking vengeance? "It seems you have recollected," Tang Yu stated coldly, fixing him with a piercing stare. "Today, I shall spare your life, but you must sever your own hands and return to inform your Han family. My elder brother, Ye Chen, shall return like a bolt of lightning to exact revenge upon those families involved in the Yi family's tragedy. The first to fall shall be your Han family." Han Mingxuan's face turned ashen with fear. Was the Yi family truly returning for vengeance? Who was Ye Chen? A figure so formidable that even a young master at the Earth character level referred to him as elder brother. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and grimaced at Elder Zhou. "Elder Zhou, please proceed." Hearing that he might escape this calamity, Elder Zhou felt immense relief in his heart. He promptly moved beside his young master and delivered 2 decisive punches, shattering his arms. Better the young master than the old man. The excruciating pain caused Han Mingxian to faint on the spot. Elder Zhou quickly supported him, turning to Tang Yu with a humble smile. "Mr. Tang, may I take my leave now?" "You must also part with both your hands," Tang Yu replied indifferently. Elder Zhou, who had just felt a sense of relief, was now left speechless. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and used his right hand to punch through his own left arm. Then, with a glimmer of hope, he looked at Tang Yu, pleadingly. "Mr. Tang, I am left with only one arm. I cannot break it myself. I shall assist you." Huang Juanxia, ever the warm-hearted one, stepped forward and delivered a merciless punch, shattering Elder Zhou's arm with a sickening crunch. Old Zhou nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, cursing inwardly with fervor. "You wretched soul, a well-meaning person, depart, and remember to have the Han family prepare their necks for death." Tang Yu spoke coldly. Old Zhou could only slink away with his young master in tow. Having lost the use of his hands, resorting to clasping his young master's collar with his teeth, much like a cat carrying its kitten, his mood exceedingly sour. This trip was initially meant to accompany his young master to the auction in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but given the current predicament, they would have to retreat to Yanjing. It seemed that peace would be elusive in Yanjing as well. Witnessing his benefactor in such a state of disarray, the bruised Xiao Meiyun hastily covered her face and fled alongside them. Tang Yu paid her no mind, casting a benevolent glance at Huang Juanxia. This lad, ever since witnessing the confrontation with the Grim Reaper team, had transformed into an exceptional double agent, firmly believing himself to be a master of the earthly realm. Tang Yu found great satisfaction in his delusions. This was precisely the effect he desired. Keeping him close would also serve to enhance his own image. Henceforth, Ye Chen's endeavors in Yanjing would not be as smooth. According to the original narrative, he had initially feigned innocence upon arriving in Yanjing, gradually developing his prowess. Now that the news had spread, should he return to Yinjing to play the fool, it would be quite the spectacle. As for the Han family's attempts to trouble him, he was indifferent. If they sought out Tang Beixian, what connection did that have to him, Tang Yu? Beside him, Qi Yin was filled with a sense of dread. Finally regaining her composure. Young Master Tang, not only are you a top-tier expert, but your methods are quite ruthless. At this moment, she had yet to fully investigate the truth of the past, but she had already begun to perceive herself as part of the Tang family. Thus, she found great pleasure in Ye Chen's predicament. After all, he had crossed paths with young Master Tang. Just then, several security personnel in uniforms hurried over. The commotion in the store had caught the attention of neighboring businesses, prompting someone to alert security. Upon their arrival, the lead security officer immediately recognized Tang Yu. He hastily bowed respectfully. Young Master Tang, what brings you here? I received reports of a disturbance. I am the one causing the disturbance. Tang Yu indicated the store manager. Chen Zhizhuan, contact their boss. Either expel this individual from the store and appoint this young lady as the manager, or they shall cease operations in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Understood. Young Master Tang, the security chief promptly replied. Just 2 minutes after Tang Yu and his companion departed, Chen Zhizhuan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his expression shifted slightly. Hello, Mr. Wang. This is Chen Zhizhuan. Chen, you scoundrel. Get out of the store within 5 minutes, or your salary for this month is gone. A torrent of curses erupted from the other end of the line. Chen Zhizhuan's face turned ashen. He wished to plead, but the call had already been disconnected. Meanwhile, Lu Xiuqin, a sales associate, received a WeChat message notifying her of her promotion to store manager. After confirming its authenticity multiple times, tears of joy streamed down her face. Regrettably, the charming gentleman has vanished without a trace, leaving her unable to express her gratitude. After departing from the music store with Qi Yin, Tang Yu took her shopping for clothes, dining, and a delightful excursion to the arcade. For Qi Yin, this experience etched itself as an unforgettable and beautiful memory. In previous years, each of her birthdays had been spent amidst the rigors of missions, yet this year was markedly different. She donned a new JK uniform, and Tang Yu had even requested the staff to style her hair into playful twin tails. In this moment, she resembled a sweet, na-ve school beauty, her demeanor a stark contrast to before. The only slight dissatisfaction she harbored was that the skirt seemed a tad too short. Nevertheless, her joy was palpable. Observing Qi Yin's radiant happiness, Tang Yu could discern that it was no mere act. She was genuinely elated. Oh, foolish girl, what kind of days have you endured in the past, that such simple pleasures of dining and shopping bring you such joy? He mused inwardly. Is there anything else you wish to eat or do? Tang Yu inquired with a smile. That's enough. Let us head home, Qi Yin replied, her face aglow with satisfaction. The joy of the day had filled her heart. Very well, I shall escort you back, Tang Yu nodded, and the two made their way to the sports car. Laden with bags, Qi Yin resided in an upscale apartment building near the company. Upon arriving at the building, they entered, carrying their parcels. Reaching her door, Qi Yin unlocked it with her fingerprint lock and welcomed Tang Yu inside. The interior exuded an air of stark emptiness, apart from the furniture. The space was devoid of any decorative embellishments, starkly unlike a young woman's room. Your room is rather monochromatic. I shall arrange for some decorative items to be sent over, Tang Yu remarked with a chuckle after taking a glance around. Oh, there's no need to go to such trouble. Thank you, Mr. Tang, but I am quite satisfied as is. Qi Yin quickly shook her head, accustomed to her surroundings. Why be so polite with your boss? Dan Yu Dz, gently flicking her forehead before bidding her farewell. Once Tang Yu departed, Qi Yin felt a twinge of melancholy as she surveyed the barren room. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she retrieved her phone, locating a photograph. It was a snapshot of her and Tang Yu taken during their shopping trip that day. After a brief hesitation, she smiled and set the photo as her phone's wallpaper. Chapter 73. Cultivating new traders. Upon leaving the apartment, Tang Yu returned to his car and retrieved a cigarette, lighting it with a sense of calm. He was not particularly concerned that Qi Yin would inform Ye Chen about the events at the music store. Whether or not he found out, the situation was already untenable. Tang Yu planned to swiftly gather information on Qi Yin's parents in the coming days, aiming to liberate her from her plight. As for Ling Han, he had yet to devise a strategy regarding her. He had some recollections of her family circumstances, but uncovering evidence would be quite troublesome after all these years. He decided to take his time, methodically subverting one individual at a time. Exhaling a smoke ring leisurely, he pondered inwardly, system, what the reward for the music store plot? Ding, the Soul Eye reward has been issued. Please check, host. The system's voice resonated with an unhurried tone. Oh, Tang Yu had anticipated a lackluster reward, yet this announcement piqued his interest. He hastily inquired about the function of this item. It could be activated during moments of psychological instability in the target, allowing for brainwashing and control. Upon reading this, he gasped. This system was truly unpredictable, oscillating between the realms of the mundane and the extraordinary. He felt a temporary easing of the tense father-son dynamic with the system. Brainwashing? He chuckled softly. Was this not a factory for creating traitors? Finally, he could fabricate some disloyalty on the opposing side. A splendid opportunity, indeed, one that he felt compelled to share. Thus, he pulled out his phone and dialed Bai Wani's number. As the call connected, her voice came through. What do you want? Didn't T.I. send 4 people over last time? What happened to them? They're in detention, right? Didn't T.U. say they had criminal records? I couldn't find anything, Bai Wani replied, her tone tinged with frustration. Not long ago, Tang Yu had unexpectedly sent 4 individuals her way, and despite her inquiries, she had turned up nothing. However, her instincts told her these 4 were likely affiliated with Longya. Frustratingly, they had concealed their identities well, leaving her at a loss. Isn't that just intuition? Can I go see them? Tang Yu laughed slyly. Come on, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Bai Wani readily agreed, feeling indebted to Tang Yu. After finalizing the details, he drove towards the detention center. Upon arrival, he found Bai Wani waiting at the entrance. She had changed into a fitted black riding outfit, showcasing her alluring figure, exuding an aura reminiscent of an investigator. A formidable Harley motorcycle was parked beside her, her chosen mode of transport. For Bai Wani, her life diverged significantly from that of other girls. While many aspired to be princesses, some even working as hostesses in KTV, she yearned to be a fearless knight, resolutely tackling injustice and advancing boldly. Hey there, gorgeous. Spotting her in that attire, Tang Yu let out a whistle, grinning. Do you believe I can detain you? Bai Wani shot him a glare, her annoyance evident. Praising your beauty even leads to detention. Is there no law left? Tang Yu chuckled softly and entered the detention center. The necessary procedures had already been completed, and Bai Wani, following closely behind Tang Yu, was eager to eavesdrop. After her last experience of overhearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, her curiosity had been piqued. What other secrets could this person possibly hold? Why are you following me? Tang Yu inquired upon noticing Bai Wani trailing behind her. Go away. Don't follow me. I still need to brainwash those 4 individuals, Tang Yu added. If you don't arrange them, how will you deceive Ye Chen later? Fine. Bai Wani nodded, her expression peculiar. If you insist, I won't follow. Instead, I'll go observe the surveillance. She hurried off to the monitoring room, eager to discover how Tang Yu conducted his brainwashing. Once inside the meeting room, Tang Yu found 4 members of the Reaper squad already awaiting him. Surprisingly, after being detained, they felt no remorse. Instead, they were immensely relieved. Surviving an encounter with such a formidable opponent felt like a stroke of luck. However, upon seeing Tang Yu walk in, their expressions turned grave, and a flicker of fear crossed their eyes. Hadn't this formidable figure already spared them? Why had he come to seek them again? Collectively swallowing hard, they felt a strong urge to flee. This was a master from the earthly realm, even more powerful than Long Wang and Lu Xiao. Tang Yu remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon them. Under such scrutiny, the pressure became overwhelming, as if facing not a man but a ravenous beast. What did this powerful figure intend to do? The atmosphere thickened, and their fear grew palpable. They sensed an aura of impending danger, almost suffocating in its intensity. At that moment of heightened tension, a flash of purple light flickered in Tang Yu's eyes. Instantly, the 4 felt dizzy, their consciousness beginning to wane. Are you satisfied with your work? Tang Yu's deep voice suddenly resonated. The bewildered four shook their heads in unison. Are you pleased with your income? They shook their heads again. Do you desire a stable and prosperous life? They began to nod. Would you prefer to indulge in leisure during the day and earn a monthly salary of $1 million while enjoying lavish meals at night? They nodded vigorously. What are you hesitating for? Join the Tang group, rescue the oppressed villains of the world, eliminate all forms of inequality, and from this day forth, we shall be Davarishi. With Tang Yu's commanding shout, the clarity in their eyes gradually returned. The old society, the Dragon Soul organization, turned people into ghosts. The Tang group transforms ghosts into loyal subordinates. Now do you understand what you ought to do? Observing their transformation, Tang Yu realized that his soul-entrapping gaze had taken effect. Leisure. Visit the club. Go to the club for lavish meals. Tang Yu pondered whether his brainwashing had not been entirely successful. Incorrect. You must correct your ways. First, become a good person before indulging in the club. Do you understand? He gazed at the four individuals and remarked softly, what a bunch of scoundrels. Calling themselves the Grim Reaper Squad. They might as well be named the Club Squad. All right, we shall heed young Master Tang's words. The four responded in unison. Good. The youth is indeed teachable, Tang Yu thought, feeling quite pleased with their attitude. After pulling over a chair to sit, he said, now, please share with me everything you know. The four immediately began relaying the information they possessed to Tang Yu. Meanwhile, Bai Wani, who was monitoring the surveillance, wore a look of exasperation. What is this nonsense? She thought. After listening for a while, all she heard was a few individuals shouting about heading to the club. Rolling her eyes, she left the monitoring room, losing interest in continuing to listen. After approximately 5 minutes, Tang Yu managed to grasp the gist of their plan. He was taken aback to learn that Ye Chen was actually heading to Yinjing. The individual responsible for receiving Su Heng was none other than Lu Junzuo. According to the original plot, this character was introduced in the middle of the novel. He was Ye Chen's junior, possessing terrifying strength and talent, and had long sought to usurp Ye Chen's position as the Dragon King. In the later stages, he repeatedly plotted against Ye Chen, causing him significant setbacks, yet ultimately, Ye Chen's superior skills led to his downfall. Due to the disruption of the plot, this character has made an early appearance. Chapter 74. Where shall your hands rest? Is this an attempt to usurp the Dragon King's position? Tang Yu clicked his tongue, recognizing that the unfolding plot naturally favored him. It was akin to dogs biting each other. However, upon realizing that this individual intended to seize control of Suzhou and Hangzhou, Tang Yu's spirits dampened. If he sought to take over those regions, he would undoubtedly become Tang Yu's foremost target. Furthermore, this person operated similarly to Ye Chen, both having been trained under the same master. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu addressed the four individuals before him. From this moment forth, you four shall focus intently on infiltrating his inner circle. Report any developments to me without delay. Understood, young Master Tang. They chorused in unison. Additionally, you may discreetly hinder his efforts. Once he encounters obstacles, suggest that he consider allying with me against Ye Chen. Is that clear? Comprehended. Very well. We shall reconnect later. With satisfaction, Tang Yu exited the meeting room. Assigning 4 lackeys to the other party would surely secure his advantage. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It is preferable to win over allies rather than face 2 Dragon Kings alone. Once Tang Yu departed, the 4 members of the Death Squad exchanged glances. The eldest among them, Deng He, spoke up. From today onward, we shall renew our commitment to work diligently for young Master Tang. But what manner of person is he? Does Lu Junzuo even merit an alliance with young Master Tang? We 4 brothers must unite, regardless of whether it is Lu Junzuo or Ye Chen. We shall clear the path for young Master Tang. Otherwise, how can we show our faces alongside him at the club? Brothers, do you agree? Agreed. As Tang Yu stepped out of the detention center, an unsettling chill crept up his spine. Come, allow me to treat you to a late-night snack. Bai Wani approached, holding out a motorcycle helmet. I have my own vehicle. Let us just grab some barbecue by the roadside. What need is there for you to flaunt your luxury car? I'll take you back after we eat. I still have work to finish. Bai Wani rolled her eyes. She had grown accustomed to a low-key lifestyle, and the thought of being seen in a multi-million-dollar supercar while eating street food was absurd. All right then. Tang Yu donned the helmet and climbed onto the motorcycle behind her. Hold on tight. As soon as Tang Yu settled in, Baiwani pressed the throttle, only to feel his arms wrap around her waist from behind. The positioning was rather intimate. If they were standing at the bow of a ship, it would resemble a scene from Titanic. Where do you think your hands are going? She quickly released the throttle, her teeth clenched in irritation. Didn't they say a woman's waist should not be touched casually? Tang Yu feigen innocent. I was concerned you might accuse me of taking advantage. So I positioned my hands a little higher. I haven't fully placed my hands there, merely in the middle. What is the fuss about? Are you deliberately provoking me? Baiwani tightened her fists, glaring at Tang Yu. If I can't touch your waist, are you suggesting I touch something else instead? Very well if I hold your waist. Don't claim I'm taking advantage of you. Tang Yu mumbled as he lowered his hand slightly. Well, there's some substance to it. Your waist is quite slender. Aside from a somewhat fiery temper, everything else seems rather commendable. Baiwani suddenly regretted allowing this fellow to enter her vehicle. Fortunately, the barbecue stall she intended to visit was merely 3 streets away, and they arrived in just a few minutes. After parking the car in front of the stall, she instinctively executed a sweeping kick as she exited. Tang Yu, seated in the back, was just about to alight when she was inadvertently knocked down by that very kick, landing unceremoniously on the ground. With a dark expression, Tang Yu exclaimed, "Was that intentional?" "No, not at all. I'm used to riding solo. This is my first time with company," Baiwani replied, amusement dancing in her eyes as she helped Tang Yu to her feet. Rubbing her backside and grimacing, Tang Yu had no choice but to concede. Once they entered the establishment, Baiwani handed Tang Yu a plastic basket for selecting their food. "Choose whatever you like. I frequent this place often. Their grilled sweet potato chips and dumplings are delightful. You should give them a try. I want something extravagant. I'll make you broke," she teased. "All right, considering your exhausted appearance, you should grab a few skewers of grilled kidneys." After ordering an array of barbecued delights, they requested several bottles of beer. Soon, steaming hot dishes were presented to them. Baiwani raised her beer bottle to clink with Tang Yu's before diving into her meal with gusto. Across the street, a black car was parked by the roadside. The man in the driver's seat was intently observing Baiwani and Tang Yu through the window. After a moment, he snapped a photograph of the two and sent it off via his phone. Meanwhile, in a clandestine casino, Lu Junzuo sat in a private room, gambling against 2 dealers. They were engaged in a game of poker, and both dealers were renowned cheats. Yet, they were now sweating profusely, having lost 15 consecutive rounds. Young Master Lu truly possesses remarkable skill, praised a middle-aged man seated nearby. Notably, this man had only one arm, the other sleeve hanging emptily, making him quite conspicuous. He was Zhu Xiaohui, the owner of the casino, and a significant figure in the underground world of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Given his stature, he should not have been so deferential toward the youth. However, the man before him was undeniably formidable. When this young man approached him, requesting to be treated like a dog, Zhu had declined, only to witness over 40 of his subordinates effortlessly subdued by him. This man was nothing short of invincible. He had even promised that should Zhu serve him, he would become his representative in the underworld of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Merely a trivial skill. Cheating is nothing more than quick hands and a few tricks. Lu Junzuo remarked disinterestedly as he tossed his 3 cards onto the table. To everyone's astonishment, all 3 cards embedded themselves into the surface. Witnesses looked on in awe and reverence for Lu Junzuo. At that moment, Lu Junzuo's phone vibrated twice. Glancing at it, he saw a picture sent by one of his subordinates. Upon recognizing the man in the photo, his brow furrowed slightly. Wasn't this the wealthy heir from the Tang family? Rumor had it that Ye Chen had never succeeded in competing for a woman against this individual. How could he be with Baiwani? Upon arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the first woman who caught his eye was Baiwani. Her identity was rather unique. Conquering her early on would prove to be a significant advantage. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Junzuo let out a cold chuckle. Just right, he could ensnare her entirely. He sent a text message from his phone. Meanwhile, Baiwani was deeply engrossed in her meal when her phone on the table suddenly chimed. She glanced at it and realized it was a text message. The message indicated an underground casino located in the basement of the Huangshui Hotel. As she read the address, her expression altered. Recently, she had been investigating 2 cases of usury and had traced the leads to an underground casino yet she had not uncovered the exact location. Upon seeing this address, her appetite vanished entirely, and she called out to the owner, "How much for this?" "Just 120, the owner replied. "All right." Baiwani promptly took out her phone to make the payment. "Aren't you going to finish eating?" Tang Yu, who was handling grilled kidneys, looked up at Baiwani, noticing her hurried demeanor. "I need to investigate a casino. You enjoy your meal. I must be off," Baiwani declared, turning to leave. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, recalling the events of the original storyline. In the narrative, Baiwani received a text during dinner, alerting her to an underground casino. Coincidentally, she was already investigating it, and upon receiving the address, she intended to infiltrate it for a covert visit. This covert operation led to significant trouble, and after her identity was exposed, she was captured by the individuals at the casino. Had it not been for the intervention of Ye Chen, she would likely have faced dire consequences. Following this incident, her feelings for Ye Chen had significantly deepened, and she had been largely swayed by him. However, the crucial point was that Ye Chen was no longer present. If she neglected this matter, wouldn't her efforts be in vain? Or would the plot diverge and unfold differently? System, what is the situation with the storyline? Tang Yu ponde internali. The system offered no response, leaving Tang Yu somewhat dissatisfied. When the plot collapses, one often must rely on personal discernment. Reluctantly, he stood up and followed her, stating, "I'll accompany you." "You're coming with me?" Baiwani regarded Tang Yu with a peculiar expression. "Indeed, I shall assist you in the investigation. I am more familiar with these matters than you are." Tang Yu affirmed with a nod. "Of course, if I don't accompany you, it would be a wasted opportunity. The casino is a treacherous pit. The one who sent you the message was likely Ye Chen. He intended to lure you into the casino where you would encounter trouble, allowing him to rescue you and enhance his favorability. But now that Ye Chen is gone, who orchestrated this trap?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Baiwani was profoundly shaken. This fellow, how does he know? Recalling the clues she had previously gathered from Tang Yu, she hesitated briefly, but ultimately resolved to go. "Just be careful. After the covert investigation, return immediately to set up a net to apprehend them." With that, she nodded. "Very well. Let us go together." Tang Yu quickly hopped onto the motorcycle with her, filled with curiosity. He realized that even in Ye Chen's absence, certain plot lines would continue to unfold as expected. But who sent this message? This scheme was originally supposed to be orchestrated by Ye Chen. Since he is not here, has someone else taken over the operation? In an instant, Tang Yu thought of Lu Junzuo, who had replaced Ye Chen in taking charge of Su Hang. "Let us go and see first. We must ensure that Baiwani remains unharmed. Once we arrive at the casino, the mastermind will undoubtedly reveal themselves. Whether it is Ye Chen or Lu Junzuo, we shall soon find out." Baiwani, driving the car, silently listened to Tang Yu's thoughts, feeling a sense of gratitude. This fellow seems to genuinely care about her. As for the name Lu Junzuo, she etched it firmly in her mind. If someone is plotting against her, they better not let her find out, or they shall face dire consequences. The ride from here to the Huangshui Hotel takes merely 20 minutes. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, she instinctively executed a sweeping kick as she exited the vehicle. Tang Yu, knocked to the ground, looked at her in exasperation. This time, it truly was not intentional. Was the last time deliberate then? Baiwani chuckled awkwardly and expertly helped Tang Yu to his feet. The two then proceeded into the hotel and took the elevator down to the basement level. Chapter 75. The Indomitable Man in an effort to conceal her identity. Baiwani discreetly donned a black mask. Tang Yu observed her from various angles, feeling that she bore a resemblance to a certain older sister. "What are you looking at?" Baiwani inquired, noticing the gaze of Tang Yu. "Nothing," Tang Yu chuckled in response. Upon reaching the second basement level, before the elevator doors had even opened, Baiwani took the initiative to link her arm with Tang Yu's. They presented themselves as a couple, and as they exited, they encountered a billiard hall bustling with several robust men. One of these imposing figures approached Tang Yu, grinning as he asked, "Are you here to play billiards?" "I was introduced here by a friend," Tang Yu replied. "All right, you know the rules, right?" The man extended his hand. Tang Yu promptly retrieved her phone, switched it off, and handed it over. The man then turned his attention to Baiwani, who followed suit, surrendering her phone as well. After they had relinquished their devices, the duo passed through a security checkpoint. They were then led through a concealed door into the casino. As they entered, a pungent cloud of smoke assailed Baiwani, prompting her to cough a couple of times. Inside the casino, over 20 tables were filled with gamblers engaged in various games, including the popular dice game. In addition, numerous slot machines and fishing games attracted a throng of players. The cacophony of noise and heated exchanges rendered the atmosphere even more raucous than that of a bar. Scantily clad waitresses scurried about, catering to the extravagant clientele. "Let us exchange for chips," Tang Yu suggested, leading Baiwani to convert 200,000 into chips, half of which she handed to her companion. However, Baiwani found little interest in playing. As she surveyed the sea of gamblers, a frown creased her brow. How many lives have been ruined in a single day here? While the two wandered through the casino, several cameras silently locked onto Baiwani. In a monitoring room on the first basement level, Lu Junzuo stood proudly before the screens, his eyes glued to the images of Baiwani and Tang Yu meandering about the casino. A flicker of delight sparkled in Lu Junzuo's eyes upon confirming that Tang Yu had indeed followed. Since this fool has taken the bait, today shall yield a bountiful harvest. He mused, plotting to orchestrate a scenario where he could play the hero and garner favor. "Lu Xiao, what is the plan?" Zhu Xiaowei inquired with a smile. Already privy to the knight's scheme. "Proceed with the operation, but do not harm her. Dispose of this worthless fool," Lu Junzuo commanded. He was unaware of Tang Yu's true capabilities, as Ye Chen had not disclosed the details of Tang Yu's previous altercation. The Grim Reaper squad had been apprehended before they could report back. His intention was to have the casino's henchmen eliminate Tang Yu, allowing him to swoop in as the gallant savior, all while remaining a nameless specter in her life, evoking her intrigue and gratitude. "Prepare to act," Zhu Xiaowei signaled, prompting his subordinates to spring into action. After wandering around the casino for a while, Baiwani had gathered sufficient information. She linked her arm with Tang Yu and asked, "Shall we leave now?" "Let's go." Tang Yu nodded in agreement, puzzled by the unfolding situation. Suddenly, a group of over 30 people charged towards them with fierce intensity. "It's them," shouted the leader at the front, pointing at Tang Yu and Baiwani. The patrons of the casino halted their activities and turned to observe the commotion. "What on earth is happening?" "Run," Tang Yu exclaimed, seizing Baiwani's hand as they sprinted backward. In this underground casino, the only escape was through the elevator. Racing towards it was futile. It would be akin to a death sentence. Remaining in the open would only amplify their adversary's numerical advantage. Thus, Tang Yu decisively led Baiwani into the restroom. "Quick, contact someone. I'll hold them off," he urged, knowing that Baiwani's watch possessed an emergency contact feature. According to the original storyline, she had been captured before she could even use it. Nodding in understanding, Baiwani swiftly pressed a few buttons to activate the emergency function. This was a precaution her father had taken, fearing she might face dangers during her mission. Once activated, help would arrive within 15 minutes at most. Tang Yu grabbed a hammer from the sink as a makeshift weapon. With his high defense and low offensive capability, he had no choice but to resort to using an object. Just as he secured his weapon, the oncoming horde had already surged forward. Leading the charge was a young man with long hair wielding a machete. They had received instructions that this man was to be dealt with, provided the woman remained unharmed. Seeing Tang Yu blocking the doorway, the assailant lunged forward with a wild scream, swinging his blade at Tang Yu's shoulder. The strike landed with a sound reminiscent of metal striking stone. "You dare to strike me." Tang Yu retaliated with a swift hammer blow to the young man's head, causing blood to splatter. With a pain scream, the young man dropped his weapon to the ground, much like a defeated minion in a game. "Are you all right?" Baiwani shouted, having completed her emergency contact. "I'm fine," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. Baiwani quickly picked up the machete, ready to fight alongside him. Her sudden emergence made their pursuers hesitate, as their boss had ordered them not to harm her. "Two of you, restrain her. The rest, focus on taking him down," one of the more cunning men commanded. Immediately, two men armed with steel pipes charged at Baiwani, attempting to subdue her first, while the others surged toward Tang Yu to attack. Then, they quickly realized that this man was like a stone giant. Neither the machete nor the steel pipes seemed to affect him in the slightest. Chapter 76. Lu Junzuo personally takes action after enduring the blows. Tang Yu refrained from idle chatter and retaliated with a swift strike aimed directly at the head. Unlike Tang Yu, his assailants lacked any defensive capabilities. A single blow to the head would incapacitate them entirely. The narrow corridor of a restroom hindered their ability to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers. It resembled a scene from Plants vs. Zombies, where the zombies lined up futilely like the gored babies rescuing their grandfather. Meanwhile, the two attempting to delay Baiwani fared no better. They dared not lay a finger on her, for Baiwani was merciless against such scum, being a formidable fighter herself. Within mere minutes, both assailants lay on the ground, having sustained multiple injuries. The situation grew increasingly awkward. One side was immobilized, while the other refrained from engaging. In a matter of minutes, out of over 30 individuals, 12 or 13 were already down. What the hell is happening? How could I possibly know? One man exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of nonsense is this? Why can't we land a hit? As they fought, their exclamations of disbelief echoed through the air. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. They were meant to overwhelm this pretty boy easily and then bind the woman. As comrades fell one after another, the group of thugs was left utterly bewildered. What do you do when you encounter a cheat? They wondered. From this moment forth, this establishment would be known as the Tang Yu Casino. Tang Yu had discovered the thrill of dominating his opponents. I have invincibility, he thought triumphantly, seeing that the thugs dared not approach Baiwani. He boldly brandished 2 knives and charged at them. Today, I shall teach you how to be a villain. As several more thugs fell, their morale shattered completely. Let us get out of here. To hell with this. That man is insane. They cried as they fled in disarray. The patrons of the casino were left in stunned silence. Just moments ago, a group of thugs had aggressively pursued this individual, and now he emerged, bloodied yet triumphant, chasing after them with blades drawn. Just as Tang Yu was about to strike down another opponent, Baiwani rushed forward to restrain him. Don't be reckless. You're bleeding, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with a hint of panic. Having witnessed Tang Yu endure numerous attacks, and now covered in blood, she regretted her decision to bring him along. If not to protect herself, he wouldn't have been injured. I'm fine, Tang Yu reassured her, though he noted the fear in her reddened eyes. You're fine? You've taken so many hits. Let me check your injuries. Baiwani insisted, tugging at his shirt to examine his wounds. She felt around him but found no injuries, then attempted to pull down his pants. Wait, I'm really fine. Please, not here. Everyone is watching, Tang Yu exclaimed, hastily grasping her hand to halt her frantic actions. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving the casino plot. Reward. Words become actions. Usable 5 times. Upon hearing the notification, Tang Yu's expression darkened as he silently cursed, Damn system. Not this again. He had recently perceived that the system was becoming increasingly erratic. Not only had the storyline collapsed, but the rewards had also turned dubious, giving him the impression that it was eagerly anticipating his demise. The previous 2 one-time ancient martial arts rewards, had he not utilized them wisely, would have likely resulted in his untimely end at the hands of that insufferable Ye Chen. This time, the reward of words become actions wasn't even ancient martial arts. According to the system's description, the power of his punches would depend on the incantations he uttered. What nonsense was this? An unsettling intuition informed him that this cursed system might not be on his side after all. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Lu Junzuo's face was as dark as ink. What the hell is going on? Over 30 individuals, and they couldn't handle a rich second-generation heir? Even if he were merely a Huang-tier ancient martial artist, facing such a multitude armed with weapons should have posed some challenge. Are these subordinates of yours completely useless? Feeling frustrated, he glared at Zhu Xiaohui. He had meticulously orchestrated this scenario for a hero to save the damsel, and to eliminate that brat in one fell swoop. And now, it had devolved into this. I don't know. Zhu Xiaohui was equally bewildered. What on earth is happening? Is this guy truly a monster of the same caliber as young Master Lu? I'll handle this myself. With a scowling face, Lu Junzuo stepped outside. Once he exited, he twisted his body, producing a sound reminiscent of popping beans. Almost instantly, he seemed to shrink, transforming into a hunchbacked, middle-aged man. After altering his physique, he retrieved a human skin mask from his pocket and donned it. In doing so, he instantaneously assumed an entirely different identity. First, he would eliminate the young man named Tang, and then let the remaining individuals deal with Baiwani. Once Baiwani was captured, he could revert to his original identity and play the hero. As he hurried down the elevator to the casino floor, he happened to witness one of his henchmen stealthily attacking Tang Yu from behind, taking advantage of his momentary distraction to strike a blade against his back. The attack landed without even tearing his clothing. Being a peak practitioner at the Xian tier, Lu Junzuo quickly discerned that an invisible aura was shielding Tang Yu. Is this immovable king technique? Lu Junzuo squinted. Having received the ancient martial arts inheritance from the dragon pattern Jade, he was privy to many secrets. For instance, the immovable king technique was a long-lost ancient martial art renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. It was said that once perfected, no one below the Xian tier could breach its defenses. But I am at the pinnacle of the Xian tier, even with the immovable king technique protecting him. Killing him should not be a daunting task. Taking a deep breath, his internal energy surged, and he lunged forward like a leopard, a blur racing towards Tang Yu. In an instant, a shadow darted before Tang Yu, and by the time he regained his senses, Lu Junzuo's foot had already struck his chest. After the kick, Tang Yu staggered back several steps, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. This pain took him by surprise. Could it be that his immovable king technique was on the verge of being disrupted? He sensed a significant depletion of the energy flowing within him. Once this energy dissipated entirely, it would mean the loss of the protection afforded by the immovable king technique. He glanced at the man who had attacked him, a middle-aged, hunchbacked individual. What if you perfected the immovable king technique? You worthless fool. Lu Junzuo sneered at Tang Yu, deliberately lowering his voice to render it both deep and grating. At that moment, Baiwani regained her composure. Armed with a watermelon knife, she aimed to strike at Lu Junzuo's back, attempting a surprise attack. However, Lu Junzuo did not even glance back, as if his nape possessed a pair of eyes. And with 2 fingers, he pinched the descending blade. He then exerted a slight pressure, and the watermelon knife shattered instantly. Witnessing this, Tang Yu immediately confirmed the identity of this man. Damn it, it really is Lu Junzuo. This man delights in theatrics. He employed a similar tactic upon his entrance. His mastery of body shrinking and disguise is indeed remarkable. As expected, in Ye Chen's absence, he has arrived. At this point, Baiwani had no time to heed Tang Yu's thoughts, observing that he had effortlessly caught the knife with 2 fingers and shattered it. She launched a swift kick aimed at Lu Junzuo's groin. Just as her foot was about to connect, Lu Junzuo vanished from sight. Before she could react, a swift strike from his hand landed on her neck, rendering her unconscious. After neutralizing Baiwani, Lu Junzuo's gaze turned toward Tang Yu. Today, this man was destined to die, without question. Chapter 77. This punch, 30 years of mastery as Lu Junzuo advanced step by step towards him. Tang Yu's expression darkened. Relying on the immovable king technique to withstand the blows had become futile. The system had just granted him the words manifest as fist skill, but it could only be used 5 times, and he was uncertain of its lethality. It would be far better to switch to the Yin-Yang Wujigong. Damn it. He felt a genuine sense of panic. Having survived this long, he couldn't afford to falter now. For the first time, suddenly, strange images flickered through Tang Yu's mind. Scenes of himself being killed by various individuals. It was as if he had once lingered longer in certain novels. Yet, he could not recall when that had transpired. In an instant, those memories vanished once more. Panicking at the brink of death, observing the dazed expression on Tang Yu's face, Lu Junzuo scoffed. Was this useless rich heir really someone Ye Chen could not handle? He charged at Tang Yu with a flurry of relentless attacks. The henchmen who had previously been chased by Tang Yu cheered from the sidelines, their anger boiling over after being pursued for so long. Seeing a powerful opponent confront this brat, they eagerly armed themselves, ready to strike while the iron was hot. After enduring another assault, the confusion on Tang Yu's face dissipated. Feeling the energy of the immovable king technique dwindling within him, He knew he could not remain passive. He still had 5 opportunities left. After bracing against Lu Junzuo's punch, Tang Yu began to channel the words manifest as fists. "Ula!" he shouted as he struck, pouring his entire essence into the yell. When his fist connected with Lu Junzuo, the latter staggered back 2 steps, frowning slightly. He realized that this fellow was somewhat intriguing. Despite lacking true energy and not being an ancient martial artist, Tang Yu had nonetheless perfected the immovable king technique. The sudden counterattack he had just unleashed displayed an impressive strength, perhaps at the pinnacle of the Huang stage. But that was where it ended. Lu Junzuo charged again, launching an even more ferocious onslaught against Tang Yu. He understood that this man's immovable king technique could barely hold out for another minute. After that minute had passed, he would surely perish. When his punch failed to inflict damage, Tang Yu inwardly conveyed warm and sincere greetings to the ancestors of the system. As he sensed the immovable king technique on the verge of collapse, he unleashed 3 consecutive punches, attempting to shout different phrases. Yet it was all in vain. Lu Junzuo bellowed, delivering a kick squarely to Tang Yu's chest. Upon impact, the energy within Tang Yu dissipated completely, at the brink of life and death. A flash of insight struck him. He finally grasped the true essence of words manifest as fists. The damage was dictated by the phrases used. What kind of phrase could unleash a critical hit? Was it even a question? Setting aside the facts, could a man ever be entirely blameless? After delivering that punch, Lu Junzuo stood his ground, merely sneering as he allowed Tang Yu to strike him. "Little waste, what if I were to strike you?" With that, he was sent flying nearly 10 meters, crashing through 2 gambling tables before Lu Junzuo opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was filled with terror, and a searing pain gripped his chest. What kind of martial art is this? Why is its power so terrifying? It even rendered his internal energy motionless. This punch must possess at least 30 years of mastery. Had it not been for the inner armor he wore, this blow would have claimed his life. The bouncers at the casino were left dumbfounded. To incapacitate someone with a single punch, was this man a monster? Just moments ago, they had contemplated retaliating against Tang Yu, but now they were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. Such a man was beyond their capacity to confront. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. A fully armed SWAT team stormed in, instructing everyone to drop to the ground and raise their hands. As they entered, the casino patrons complied and crouched down, for there was but one exit, and escape was impossible. Leading the team was Chief Wang from the West City Precinct. Upon seeing the unconscious Bai Wani on the ground, his face paled in shock. "Wani, are you all right?" he exclaimed as he rushed over to his sister. Fortunately, she had not lost consciousness severely. Lu Junzuo had struck lightly. Upon regaining her senses, she immediately opened her eyes and called out, "Where is Tang Yu?" Chief Wang and his colleagues exchanged incredulous glances. What was this girl thinking? Why did she wake up shouting the name of the Tang family heir? Previously at the police station, 2 beautiful women had already been vying for his attention. Could it be that this fellow had once again ensnared Bai Wani? Seizing the opportunity, while everyone was distracted, Lu Junzuo hurried towards the restroom. He was indeed grievously injured. Upon reaching the restroom, he quickly discarded his human skin mask into the toilet and flushed it away. Subsequently, he released his body's transformation, reverting to his original form. After coughing up a significant amount of blood, he hastily retrieved a healing pill and swallowed it. Gradually, he began to feel better. At this moment, he regarded Tang Yu with growing trepidation. That punch, even he doubted he could deliver such destructive force. What level of mastery did this individual possess? Soon, SWAT officers entered the restroom to apprehend the gamblers and staff who had sought refuge. Lu Junzuo was handcuffed and escorted into a police vehicle. After launching Lu Junzuo with a single punch, Tang Yu was also taken aback. In that critical moment, an inspiration struck him. He had not anticipated such lethal power. That punch was truly celestial, a supreme strike. Rubbing his aching chest, Tang Yu hurried off to find Bai Wani. Upon his arrival, he found her already awake. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine," she replied. The two exchanged simultaneous questions and answers. Seeing Tang Yu, drenched in blood, Chief Wang was alarmed and quickly asked, "Young Master Tang, what happened? Are you truly uninjured?" Was about to deny it when suddenly a wave of dizziness washed over him. The moment that was disrupted, that last punch had drained an excessive amount of his strength. Coupled with the minor injuries inflicted by Lu Junzuo, he swayed unsteadily before collapsing. Bai Wani, quick as lightning, managed to catch him just in time. However, due to the distance between them, when he fell, his head struck her chest, causing his face to bury itself into a soft, bouncy peak. It was akin to an unexpected cleansing experience. His expression softened, and he gradually closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Ah, how delightful! In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, his inner voice suddenly echoed. Bai Wani twitched her lips, lifting Tang Yu into a princess carry. "Director Wang, I shall take him to the hospital. I leave this matter in your capable hands. If you uncover an individual named Lu Junzuo, please ensure to thoroughly investigate his identity." Understood. Chapter 78. Bear with it. After being taken to the police station, Lu Junzuo initially believed there was nothing to worry about. He had deliberately mastered the art of shrinking his presence, ensuring no one would recognize him as the man who had clashed with Tang Yu. Being detained would only result in a minor gambling charge, a trifling matter. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself subjected to an entire night of interrogations and statements. They wouldn't even allow him a glass of water. Fortunately, after enduring this torment for a full night with no substantial evidence uncovered, he was ultimately sent to the detention center under the pretext of participating in illegal gambling. Upon entering, he was greeted by 4 familiar faces, the members of the Grim Reaper squad. Amidst the sea of humanity, the chance encounter filled Lu Junzuo with profound emotion. Goodness, this place was rapidly transforming into a club for the Dragon Soul organization. "Lu Xiao, what brings you here?" Deng He, who sported 12 fingers, hastily inquired upon seeing Lu Junzuo's arrival. "I came to see you all, and, incidentally, to take you out," Lu Junzuo replied nonchalantly, with his hands clasped behind his back. "Then why does your face look a bit pale, Lu Xiao?" The 4 asked in unison. "Just a bit car sick." Lu Junzuo twitched his lips. "And why is there blood on you?" They pressed. "I injured someone," Lu Junzuo swiftly responded, not wishing to give them further opportunity to pry. "You all should rest for now. We will leave together tomorrow. I need your assistance and so on." For some reason, after not seeing them for a while, he felt that the 4 members seemed somewhat off, a bit foolish even. After exchanging glances, they all pledged, with Lu Xiao's unwavering trust, "We shall repay it with our lives." Pleased with their loyalty, Lu Junzuo nodded in satisfaction. Truly, they were his meticulously trained warriors. Their loyalty was as steadfast as the heavens themselves. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned the 4 and quietly shared his forthcoming plans. They listened intently, though their expressions bore a hint of peculiarity. Once he finished, Lu Junzuo reclined on the bed to tend his injuries. Today's confrontation had indeed left him somewhat battered. It would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks for him to fully recover. At that very moment, Tang Yu was also admitted to the hospital, drawing the astonished gazes of everyone present. White Wani carried Tang Yu into the ward with a princess embrace, initiating a series of checks. Fortunately, after a thorough examination, the doctor handed the report to White Wani, stating, "Miss Bai, your partner is fine. He merely suffered from extreme exhaustion and will recover with adequate rest." "He is not my partner," White Wani replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The doctor merely chuckled, refraining from comment, but the implication was clear. Wasn't he a bit too intimate for mere acquaintances? Gazing at the unconscious Tang Yu on the hospital bed, White Wani felt an overwhelming sense of unease. After enduring such a beating, how could he possibly be unscathed? After some contemplation, she decided to remove Tang Yu's clothing for a more thorough examination, lest any unnoticed wounds lead to complications later on. Swiftly, she pulled off his shirt. She gently wiped the bloodstains from Tang Yu's body with a damp towel. Upon noticing his well-defined 8-pack abs, she felt a slight flush on her cheeks. As a female police officer, she had a strong aversion to effeminate men. She firmly believed that her future partner must exude masculinity and possess formidable skills. As for abs, they were an absolute necessity. Ahem, she wondered if his abs were injured. She cleared her throat and placed her hand on his abdomen, gently feeling it a few times. Quite an impressive physique, indeed, very solid. After a brief exploration, she hesitated to proceed further, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt and her heart racing rapidly. She then turned Tang Yu over to examine his back, finding no wounds whatsoever. However, she still needed to check below. The memory of their encounter at the casino resurfaced. Tang Yu had stubbornly clutched his pants, refusing her inspection. Reflecting on it now, she couldn't help but wonder if he had sustained an injury that he was reluctant to disclose. Although a doctor had already examined him, she felt it prudent to confirm once more. Thus, she resolved to pull down Tang Yu's trousers. As she began to do so, Tang Yu suddenly awakened. "What the hell?" he exclaimed upon realizing his pants were being tugged. However, upon seeing Bai Wani, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness it's not a man, damn it. This world is too chaotic. I heard someone got drunk and passed out on the roadside last time. Not only did a man steal his phone, but he was also, well, sigh. This world is truly messed up. Being such a handsome guy like me is perilous. What are you doing?" he quickly inquired, attempting to pull his pants up. Yet, due to his exhaustion, he had no strength left. Bai Wani was startled by Tang Yu's exclamation. She huffed, "Just checking to see if you're injured." Tang Yu felt that these women were acting strangely. "Is this truly an examination? You're clearly lusting after my body. If I hadn't woken up, you might have taken advantage of me." Seeing that Tang Yu was awake, Bai Wani felt too embarrassed to continue with her actions. Cough. It felt somewhat inappropriate to her regarding her two close friends. However, was he overthinking it? The notion of her taking advantage of him was laughable. "Then help me get dressed. I have no strength right now," Tang Yu said helplessly, feeling quite uncomfortable in his current state. Bai Wani rolled her eyes and assisted him in getting dressed, adding, "Stop overthinking. I'm genuinely just checking your body. How did you endure so many blows and remain unscathed?" "Tough as nails." Tang Yu chuckled, and after a brief period of rest, the energy from his immovable King-S technique began to recover gradually. Nonetheless, the events at the casino had indeed startled him. Lu Junzuo was considerably more formidable than Ye Chen. If he intended to collaborate with this individual to contend against Ye Chen, it would surely be a daunting challenge. One was a maggot, and the other a cockroach. Neither were to be underestimated. What is even more troublesome is that this fellow has genuinely threatened himself. At that moment, an urgent need to relieve himself surged forth. Having accompanied Bai Wani to a barbecue and consumed several bottles, he had yet to relieve himself since arriving at the casino. He wished to rise from the bed to address this pressing physiological concern. However, in his weakened state, it appeared somewhat challenging for him to accomplish. "What's wrong?" Bai Wani inquired, noticing Tang Yu's suddenly bashful demeanor. "I need to use the restroom." Tang Yu cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Then go." Bai Wani was reminded that he was indeed in a weakened state. A flush crept onto her cheeks. Did this mean she had to assist him to the restroom? Having cared for children before, she was familiar with how to help with such matters. Observing his desperate expression, she bit her lip and said, "All right, I'll help you." For her, merely touching a few abdominal muscles had already pushed her boundaries. This situation, however, felt like it was crossing a significant psychological line. Yet, considering that he had acted thus to save her, she felt compelled to lower her standards a little. After placing Tang Yu's hand on her shoulder, Bai Wani supported him toward the restroom in the hospital. The restroom was rather small, making it somewhat cramped for the two standing within. "Thank you for this. Next time, I'll treat you." Tang Yu coughed again. "Don't worry, I'm a reasonable person. I never take advantage of others," he added. 3 parts borrowed, 7 parts returned. If you need my help in the future, just speak up. Not helping would be disgraceful. Bai Wani felt a surge of irritation. Thankfully, her decisive nature prevented her from lingering on the matter. Resolving herself, she proceeded to assist Tang Yu, following the steps she would use for her nephew. However, halfway through, she hesitated. "Don't hesitate. Hurry up, I really need to go. It's quite substantial. Bear with me for a moment." Chapter 79 should have arrived earlier in the hospital corridor. Mu Yue hurriedly made her way to Tang Yu's ward. Due to her exceptional beauty, many passers-by instinctively turned their gazes toward her. Among them was a middle-aged man in his 40s who, having injured his neck while playing basketball, wore a cervical collar. "Mr. Wang, please ensure you rest your neck and avoid any sudden movements," a nearby nurse advised him. Before she could finish her sentence, he fixated his wide eyes on Mu Yue's figure, turning his head to follow her. Suddenly, a cry of distress echoed through the corridor. Mu Yue invoked briskly. Having just received news that Tang Yu had encountered an incident at an underground casino and had been rushed to the hospital. Upon finding Tang Yu's room, she saw Bai Wan Yi, her face flushed, assisting Tang Yu as he emerged from the restroom. Their eyes met, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Why were they coming out of the restroom together? "Mu Yue, you're here. Just in time to help him." "He is exhausted," Bai Wan Yi exclaimed, seizing the moment. "All right," Mu Yue replied hastily, moving to support Tang Yu as she helped him to the bed. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If he was so weak that he struggled to walk, what had transpired between them in the restroom? Seeing Bai Wan Yi rush to wash her hands, Mu Yue's expression turned peculiar. Had she known earlier, she should have come sooner. Turning to Tang Yu, she inquired, "Are you all right?" "Nothing serious," Tang Yu chuckled softly. "Why did she arrive so quickly? Does she genuinely care for me? It feels like this woman has changed so much compared to before." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Mu Yue was momentarily taken aback. A bittersweet smile crossed her face. Indeed, she had changed. The former version of herself would never have been so concerned for him. "Feel free to chat. I'll take a nap. I'm utterly exhausted after a long night," Bai Wan Yi announced, yawning as she returned from washing her hands. She then laid down on another bed, quickly succumbing to sleep. "I'll rest a bit and then return to handle today as casino matters." Within minutes, her gentle snores filled the room, audible to both Tang Yu and Mu Yue. Once Bai Wan Yi was asleep, Tang Yu and Mu Yue exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for words. "Could you fetch me a glass of water? I'm quite thirsty." Tang Yu finally broke the silence after 2 minutes of staring blankly. "Of course. Would you like it warm?" "Cold will suffice." Nodding, Mu Yue took a disposable cup and hurried to the water dispenser to fill it. Tang Yu attempted to sit up to drink, but his body had yet to fully recuperate, making even sitting up a struggle. So, Mu Yue placed the water aside, grabbed a pillow, and propped him up against the headboard. "It's inconvenient for you to drink. Let me feed you," she said, holding the cup, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Thank you," Tang Yu replied, slightly parting his lips. Mu Yue brought the cup to Tang Yu's lips, gently helping him finish a glass of water before inquiring, "Would you like more?" "No, I think I shall lie down and rest for a while," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. "It would be wise to limit your intake until you fully recover. Otherwise, you may find yourself needing to relieve yourself again, and I cannot possibly assist you in that endeavor. Can I? Yet, if one were to consider the silver lining, at least there is no need for assistance with other matters." Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Mu Yue's lips twitched. What on earth does this fellow ponder daily? However, from what he implied, Bai Wan Yi truly helped him in a restroom. She bit her lip, casting a somewhat resentful glance at her carefree friend. "What possessed you to engage in such activities? A simple call could have summoned me for assistance. What is the matter with you today?" she gently inquired, gazing at Tang Yu. "Oh, it's merely that I had a late-night snack with her and encountered some trouble while covertly visiting a casino. Nothing much," Tang Yu replied with a smile. After speaking, he found himself at a loss for words. Being with Mu Yue, he struggled to find common ground, largely due to the memories of previous years when he had been a mere sycophant, constantly met with indifference. They had scarcely exchanged more than 3 minutes of normal dialogue. After a brief silence, Mu Yue suggested, "If you are weary, you should rest." "Very well," Tang Yu said, lying down and quickly drifting into slumber. Mu Yue, seated beside him, felt a wave of contentment wash over her. Being in his presence, listening to his musings was indeed quite pleasant. After half an hour of quietude, after a brief moment of squinting, she felt much improved and turned to Mu Yue, asking, "Is this fellow asleep?" Mu Yue nodded and gestured for silence. With a sigh, Bai Wan Yi rose, slipping on her shoes quietly. "I shall return to the police station now." Upon seeing her friend preparing to leave, Mu Yue hesitated momentarily before following her. Bai Wan smiled. Aren't you going to stay with Tang Yu? Let him sleep. Mu Yue repeated, shaking head. Merely having the opportunity to meet, exchange a few words, and hear his thoughts was sufficiently fulfilling for her. You're just indulging in idle pursuits. Previously, he would have taken you for granted, and now you're in the throes of chasing him. Bai Wan remarked with a shrug, unable to comprehend the whims of the younger generation. Mu Yue could only offer a wry smile. She herself was at a loss for understanding. Not long after the two departed, Tang Yu awakened. After some rest, he felt his strength gradually returning. System, where's my reward? He muttered inwardly, irritated. The reward system has been upgraded, activating the plot hint function, ensuring that any narrative disruptions will not impede the host's foresight into the storyline. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Surprised by this reward, Tang Yu had anticipated a different kind of benefit, such as a martial arts technique. Instead, he received the ability to access plot hints. This would allow him to navigate future developments, even in the event of narrative collapse. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu inquired, will the auction proceed as planned? Since Lu Junzuo has taken over Ye Chen's position, the forthcoming auction holds considerable significance. In the original narrative, Ye Chen acquired an ancient artifact at a remarkably low price during the auction. This artifact concealed a medicinal elixir and a martial arts technique, which significantly augmented his prowess. Previously, Han Mingxian from Yanjing met his demise while attempting to seize this very item from Ye Chen. The system has grown increasingly insidious, persistently withholding effective ancient martial arts from him. If that is the case, he shall strive to seize the opportunity that rightfully belongs to the Dragon King. Ding! The auction will proceed as normal. The narrative has been fully indicated. The system swiftly unveiled the auction's storyline in Tang Yu's mind. As anticipated, the protagonist of the tale has shifted. The individual who will acquire this opportunity has transitioned from Ye Chen to Lu Junzuo. After familiarizing herself with this segment of the narrative, Tang Yu devised a plan in her heart. The system is unreliable. Therefore, she must rely on herself. Chapter 80. The Perils of Greed. Once Tang Yu had sufficiently recuperated, he departed from the hospital and drove home to rest. The auction was scheduled for a week later, so he felt no urgency. Upon his return, he discovered Ling Han seated in his room. Surprised to see her still awake at this hour, Tang Yu inquired, "Why are you still up? Do you intend to sleep here tonight?" "I was out during the day and came back to tidy up," Ling Han explained, sticking out her tongue. She had indeed not neglected her chores earlier. Rather, she had grown somewhat anxious waiting for Tang Yu's return at such a late hour. She was already aware of Lu Junzuo's arrival in Suong, a figure who operated covertly within the Dragon Soul organization and posed a greater threat than Ye Chen. Although she recognized Tang Yu's profound capabilities, a tinge of worry lingered in her heart. The Dragon Soul organization was shrouded in secrecy, presenting their 8 elite generals as the pinnacle of combat prowess, while the true extent of the formidable old man's creations remained unknown. However, there was a silver lining. She belonged to Ye Chen's faction within the Dragon Soul organization, allowing her to remain uninvolved in any of Lu Junzuo's endeavors in Suong. Yet, this also meant she could not acquire intelligence regarding Lu Junzuo, thus offering no assistance to Tang Yu. "Ah, working so diligently, perhaps I should reward you," Tang Yu remarked with a mischievous grin, rubbing his hands together. "How about I arrange a photo shoot for you tomorrow, in cosplay?" Ling Han's face flushed with embarrassment as she vigorously shook her head. The last time she had lost a bet while gaming with Tang Yu, he had insisted on a photo shoot, during which she donned a rather revealing Ollie cosplay. The experience had been quite overwhelming. Alas, young ladies must capture their beauty while they can, Tang Yu lamented, feeling a sense of regret at her reluctance. "I had hoped to arrange a few more sets." Never mind. I don't wish to appear as a perverse bully of innocent maidens," he added, shifting his focus. "I must hasten to gather evidence from your parents and find an opportunity to inform you." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ling Han felt a surge of emotion. "Tang Xiao is still considering my affairs," she mused. "Then, Tang Xiao, you should rest early. I shall take my leave now." With that, she bid him farewell and returned to her room, her heart lightened. Meanwhile, at the Tang Wang group, Wang Yixue was perched at her desk, beaming as she gazed at a picture frame. Inside was a youthful image of herself and Tang Yu, reminiscent of their college romance. As she admired the photograph, she suddenly looked up at her secretary and asked, "Zhou, why do you think Tang Yu and I are such a perfect match? Destined by the heavens." The secretary replied earnestly, "Excellent answer. 100 points for you. Your salary is raised by 10,000. Wang Yixue praised, giving a thumbs up. "Just speaking a truth. I hardly deserve such a reward," the secretary replied modestly. "Make it 20,000 then," Wang Yixue joked, before her secretary quickly shifted back to business. "By the way, Miss, General Li from Mingzhu April Group wishes to invite you to discuss a collaboration." Wang Yixue's secretary suddenly interjected, reminding her of the rather rotund lady. Wang Yixue recalled that this individual was a well-known wealthy woman, reputed to have a multitude of admirers. She operated an e-commerce platform and sought to merge it with one under the Tang Yu Group, aiming to secure a position among the top 3 in the industry. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded and inquired if the lady had mentioned a specific time. Mr. Li responded that any time would be suitable. "Then let us arrange for this afternoon," Wang Yixue declared, snapping her fingers and swiftly retrieving her phone to call Tang Yu. Once the call connected, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Darling, come to my office. We shall head to Mingzhu to discuss business this afternoon." "What business?" Tang Yu inquired. "The e-commerce platform." Wang Yixue elaborated on the situation. The Tang Yu Group's platform pursued a high-end strategy, focusing on luxury and imported goods, and the second largest shareholder of this platform was the Tang family's conglomerate. Thus, a merger necessitated a discussion with Tang Yu. After confirming details over the phone, they agreed to meet at the airport. After hanging up, Tang Yu drove towards the airport, mentally reciting the storyline. He recalled that the original narrative features a scene where Wang Yixue went to negotiate a deal, only to be drugged by a partner. Just as she was about to face a dire fate, the formidable Wang Ye Chen emerged and vanquished the antagonist. Subsequently, the plot evolved into a typical resolution scenario. Ding! The system promptly informed Tang Yu of the altered storyline. Upon reviewing the changes, he narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Ye Chen's role had been supplanted by Lu Junzhou. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a text to the Reaper squad. At this juncture, the importance of the informants became evident. By the time Tang Yu arrived at the airport, Wang Yixue had already made her entrance. A stunning beauty stood at the airport entrance, capturing the attention of many who risked the ire of their girlfriends for just a glimpse. Notably, a CEO from a publicly listed company was particularly taken aback by Wang Yixue's presence. To his astonishment, he thought, while on a business trip to Suzhou and Hangzhou to sign a contract, he encountered such a captivating woman. He approached her with a smile, extending his hand. "May I introduce myself? I am Lu, the owner of Zhu Group." "Scram, you look like a toad and are older than my father. What makes you think I would want to know you?" Wang Yixue retorted sharply, chastising the middle-aged man so thoroughly that he trembled. After her tirade, she turned with a bright smile and waved at Tang Yu, calling out, "Darling, I'm over here." Tang Yu, who was jogging towards her, nearly stumbled. Her affectionate address drew envious glances from several men in the airport. The chastised middle-aged man, upon seeing Tang Yu, suddenly recognized him. "Isn't that Mr. Tang from the Tang Group? His visit to Suzhou and Hangzhou is undoubtedly to finalize contracts and secure orders for the Tang Group." Consequently, he hastily turned away, concealing his face with his briefcase and leaving in a flurry. "Who is your husband?" "Do not speak nonsense," Tang Yu exclaimed as he approached Wang Yixue. "You are indeed. Last night, you bullied me." Wang Yixue feigned shyness, wrapping her arm around Tang Yu's. "But I was at home last night," he protested. "Indeed, yet I dreamt of you. So you must take responsibility," she retorted. Tang Yu widened his eyes. "Can one really exploit dreams in such a manner? Oh dear, I have far too many responsibilities now. I shouldn't have been so greedy last time. I dreamt of 4 people at once." Wang Yixue shot him a fierce glare. "Greedy? No one shall dare compete with me." Chapter 81. Shaking hand with you is a disrespect in a suite at the April Hotel. Lu Junzhou gently swirled a glass of red wine. His complexion bore a hint of pallor, yet his health had considerably improved. The injury from a punch sustained a few days prior had indeed been severe, leaving him with lingering trepidation. Junzuo, I hear your medical skills are exceptional. Could you assist me with my shoulder discomfort? A woman seated across from him cooed. She was not a vision of beauty, but at least she had taken on a semblance of form. Her body was layered with excess flesh, resembling a Michelin man. She was none other than Li Shuefei, the owner of April Group. Her name suggested allure, yet the disparity between her name and reality was stark. Very well, Lu Junzuo replied, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes, though he masked it skillfully. He moved behind Li Shuefei and gently kneaded her shoulders, feeling as though he were squeezing a breathing mass of fat. The greasy sensation transmitted through his fingertips was nauseating. Had it not been for his need to exploit this woman, he would have never approached her. His primary distinction from Ye Chen was that he did not carry an air of superiority. For the sake of utility, he would even flirt with a 70-year-old woman bearing tumors on her face. Oh, that feels delightful. Apply a bit more pressure, Li Shuefei exclaimed with a blissful expression. Suppressing his urge to retch, Lu Junzuo inquired, have today's arrangements been finalized? All set, Junzuo, rest assured. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, Li Shuefei replied, caressing his hand tenderly. Lu Junzuo nodded, his mood brightening slightly. His previous attempt to garner favor from Baiwani had unexpectedly backfired. This time, he had adjusted his target to Wang Yixue. Her close ties with the Tang family could prove advantageous should she become his woman. Meanwhile, Tang Yu and Wang Yixue had already disembarked from their flight. Upon exiting, Wang Yixue, beaming with joy, clung to Tang Yu's arm. Being close to him filled her with delight. Why do you resemble a koala? Tang Yu teased, observing Wang Yixue's cheerful demeanor. Koalas hang from trees. I haven't quite hung on to you yet, Wang Yixue whispered playfully in Tang Yu's ear. However, I could treat you as a pole and perform a bunny girl dance, which would indeed allow me to hang on to you. Tang Yu imagined the scenario. Wow, that does sound a bit exhilarating. No, that's still inappropriate. If we continue this conversation, we'll soon have to rise and pay our respects. Wang Yixue chuckled silently at Tang Yu's inner musings, amused by his coyness. Nonetheless, she had indeed brought along a bunny girl outfit for this trip. It was a rare occasion for the two of them to travel together on business, which was, in essence, a disguised holiday. Once they left the airport, they took a car towards the hotel. Regarding the merger project, how do you propose we divide the shares? Their side suggests they want 30% post-merger, which I find rather unreasonable. Upon settling into the vehicle, Wang Yixue passed the documents in her hand to Tang Yu. After glancing through them with a smile, Tang Yu suggested, let us discuss it further when we meet. There's really nothing much to talk about. This business partnership is unlikely to materialize anyway. Ultimately, it's all a scheme orchestrated by that scoundrel, Lu Junzuo. He aims to deceitfully lure you into a trap, administer a drug, and then play the hero, reaping all the benefits. So compared to him, Ye Chen at least resembles a somewhat pure-hearted warrior. Startled by Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yixue pondered, Lu Junzuo, who might he be? He seems to be aligned with Ye Chen. Is he plotting against me? Narrowing her eyes, she swiftly sent a message via her phone. Following the incident involving Ye Chen, the Wang family had begun recruiting skilled martial artists, bringing several back for protection. At this moment, she had 2 guards discreetly watching over her. After messaging her bodyguards, a flicker of cold resolve appeared in her eyes. If he dares to play tricks on me, he shall not escape unscathed. Yet, the thought of Tang Yu's concern for her brought her immense joy. Leaning against Tang Yu, she cheerfully suggested, once this matter is resolved, let us enjoy a few days of leisure here. A few days? I have to return in a couple of days, due to obligations. Perhaps next time, Tang Yu replied with a wry smile. He was still keeping an eye on the auction, determined to seize this opportunity no matter what. This insidious system of his was bound to backfire eventually if he continued to pin his hopes on this unreliable fellow. Well then, how about a kiss as compensation? Wang Yixue playfully pointed her cheek with a grin. Tang Yu hesitated, clearing his throat as he regarded her face. This bold woman is at it again. Hurry up. Otherwise, you'll be breaking the law, you know? Wang Yixue urged, patting his leg. Breaking the law? How so? By disregarding a woman's wishes, of course. Isn't that a crime? After she spoke, laughter erupted between them in the car. As their laughter subsided, Wang Yixue suddenly wrapped her arms around Tang Yu's neck and planted a bold kiss on his cheek, leaving behind a lipstick mark. "No wiping it off," she declared with a mischievous smile. "How can I face others like this?" Tang Yu replied with a rueful smile, attempting to wipe it away. The driver in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror, inwardly lamenting his own youth. In my younger days, I was quite handsome too. Why didn't such beautiful women ever throw themselves at me? Upon arriving at the hotel, the two exited the vehicle to find Li Shuefei waiting at the entrance. Spotting her considerable figure from a distance, Tang Yu couldn't help but think, this Miss Qianjin is truly astonishing in her appearance. I recall she is known for her many suitors. Alas, this soft life is certainly unpalatable. Given her stature, if she enjoys playing with steel wool, a monthly salary of $1 million for being her pretty boy is certainly deserved. Wang Yishue, overhearing Tang Yu's internal monologue, struggled to suppress her laughter. "Mr. Wang, thank you for your hard work on the journey. May I ask who this is?" Li Shuefei extended her hand to shake Wang Yishue's. Her pair of mischievous little eyes darted around Tang Yu, as if possessing an uncanny ability to see through him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. She even swallowed hard. This handsome gentleman surpassed Lu Junzuo by a considerable margin. "This is my boyfriend, Tang Yu, who also oversees the Tang Group. He holds a 45% stake in our e-commerce platform." Noticing Li Shuefei's gaze, Wang Yishue felt a surge of anger rising within her. This woman, her family and company are bound to meet misfortune. So this is the young master of the Su Hang Tang family. I've heard he is quite handsome, and indeed, seeing is believing. Li Shuefei promptly extended her hand to shake Tang Yu's. However, Tang Yu hesitated to reciprocate, awkwardly chuckling, "I apologize, Ms. Li. I just came from the restroom and haven't washed my hands. Shaking hands will be disrespectful to you." A flicker of resentment flashed in Li Shuefei's eyes. Is this merely an excuse? Does he look down upon her? She despised it when men held her in contempt. Thus, her male companions would face her wrath at the slightest misstep as she wielded her wealth like a tool of discipline. Even those who were not her lovers would find themselves subjected to her manipulations should they dare to regard her with disdain. Tang Yu had already become her target. This man, she vowed to conquer him today. Chapter 82. I've arrived very well then. Let's shake hands after you've washed your hands, Li Shuefei said with a radiant smile, gesturing invitingly. Shall we enter and converse while we dine? She was eagerly anticipating assisting Lu Junzuo in advancing his scheme. According to Lu Junzuo's plan, he would arrange for someone to tamper with the drinks. Just a sip of the beverage would suffice to render his target utterly uncontrollable. His prey was Wang Yishue. Thus, he would seamlessly follow the plan and turn Tang Yu into his own quarry. Upon entering the hotel, Lu Junzuo, who was imbibing in the suite, was taken aback by the news. He had not expected that the young man, surnamed Tang, would return. The mere thought of Tang Yu made him wary. This individual's prowess was inscrutable, seemingly ordinary, yet his strength was comparable to that of a practitioner at the ground level. Lu Junzuo was an exceedingly cautious individual. Having suffered a setback once, he was determined to avoid engaging Tang Yu unless absolutely necessary. The day he achieved ground-level mastery would mark the end for him. After a moment's contemplation, he snapped his fingers. The 4 members of the Reaper squad, who were on standby in the room, promptly rushed over. "Young Master Lu," they chorused in unison. "Prepare yourselves for the task ahead. Ensure the drugging is executed flawlessly, and once Wang Yishue is taken away, perform your act. But under no circumstances are they to lay a finger on her, understood?" Lu Junzuo instructed. Much like Ye Chen, he could not abide anyone touching his woman. Thus, even in pretense, they must not overstep. Intimidation would suffice. "Understood, young Master Lu," they replied in unison. Furthermore, this young man, surnamed Tang, has also arrived. Should he fall into our trap, arrange for him to be entertained by a few unattractive women and capture a series of photographs to disseminate online. Once he is exhausted from his indulgences, you may dispose of him, Lu Junzuo continued commanding. Since this young man had wandered into their midst, he would not hold back. Not only would he ensure his demise, but he would also orchestrate his public disgrace. As for himself, he preferred not to get personally involved. This individual reeked of peculiarity. Such danger was better borne by his 4 loyal subordinates. To die for him would be their utmost honor. Understood, young Master Lu, they echoed once more. Off you go. Lu Junzuo waved his hand, and the 4 departed the suite. Once outside, the leader, Deng He, immediately sent a text message to Tang Yu. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Deng He spoke in a low voice. Lu Junzuo, that treacherous scoundrel, intends to scheme against young Master Tang from behind the scenes. We must not grant him this opportunity. Soon, we shall. He whispered a few arrangements, and the other 3 displayed expressions of satisfaction. Truly, their elder brother was astute. With this plan, they would undoubtedly achieve great merit for young Master Tang. After their success, they would enjoy a lavish time at the club. As soon as he entered the private room, Tang Yu received Deng He's text. After glancing at the message, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Ah, that scoundrel Lu Junzuo still dares to plot against me. Not only to drug me, but to arrange a few unattractive women for me? And take photos? What a despicable person. Fortunately, I have kept a backup plan. Wang Yue, who sat beside them, had been listening to the conversation, piecing together the puzzle regarding Lu Junzuo. She had already initiated an investigation into him in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Once the investigation is complete, it would be time to act. What would you 2 like to eat? Li Xuefei inquired, handing the menu to Tang Yu while her gaze lingered on him, unable to suppress a swallow. No dish, no matter how delectable, could compare to the allure of a man. Wang Yue casually ordered a few dishes from the menu, each of them harboring their own motives, with little thought for the meal itself. Once the dishes, rich in flavor and aroma, were served, Li Xuefei refrained from mentioning business and instead engaged in light conversation with Tang Yu. When all the dishes were presented, she smiled and remarked, "It is a rare occasion for both of you to visit Mingzhu. We must celebrate properly today. Let us indulge in a few drinks before discussing business." With a clap of her hands, a servant promptly brought a bottle of red wine. Li Xuefei, eager with anticipation, prepared to pour wine for Tang Yu and Wang Yue, longing to see the handsome man succumb to her charm. "Apologies, Ms. Li, but I do not drink," Wang Yue interjected suddenly. "Excuse me?" Li Xuefei was taken aback. "She does not drink? What sort of situation is this?" She then laughed. "In business, how can one not drink? Miss Wang Yue, let's share a small toast. Shall we? I'm allergic to alcohol." Wang Yue had no intention of consuming the wine, fully aware of its dubious nature. Li Xuefei's expression faltered, feigning displeasure as she replied, "Ms. Wang, I know you can handle your drink. There is no need for such excuses. Are you really unwilling to grant me this small favor? What do you mean by not granting you face? We are all partners. Respect should be reciprocal. A simple inquiry would reveal my allergy to alcohol, yet you still insist I drink? What is your true intention?" Wang Yue slammed her hand on the table, her voice cold. Her sudden outburst imposed an undeniable pressure on Li Xuefei, leaving her visibly unsettled. With a forced smile, Li Xuefei recognized the futility of her approach and hastily apologized. "My apologies, Ms. Wang. I misjudged the situation." She then turned to Tang Yu, suggesting, "Then how about you and I share a drink, Mr. Tang?" Not having the opportunity to undermine Wang Yue, she reasoned that as long as she could engage with this charming man, the loss was minimal. "Regrettably, I too have an allergy," Tang Yu replied with a smile. "I'm allergic to fools. Please refrain from speaking to me." Li Xuefei's expression darkened slightly. She had not anticipated such a significant hiccup at the outset of her plan. Had she known, she would have ensured the food was tampered with. "Let us proceed with the meal. We can take a break afterward and resume our discussion later." Seeing that things were not going as planned, she had no choice but to settle for a compromise. "You don't drink alcohol, but surely you indulge in coffee or tea. If all else fails, there's always mineral water. I will certainly find a way to accommodate you later." After the meal, she would discuss with Lu Junzuo. At that moment, Lu Junzuo was still resting in the suite, awaiting good news. Since returning to Huaxia, he had yet to release his pent-up energy. The thought of the imminent pleasures filled him with anticipation, but soon, a creeping sensation began to invade his rationality, and he felt something was amiss in his body. How could this be? Just as he retained the last vestiges of his reason, he suddenly glanced at the red wine beside him. Could it be that someone had laced his drink? At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door. Junzuo, I'm coming in. Li Shuifei, entering the room, was unaware that a predator awaited her. Chapter 83. Disguised as Tang Yu to endure beatings soon, the sound of agonizing screams reverberated from a suite, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This was a 6-star hotel, renowned for its impeccable soundproofing. However, it could not contain the cacophony, which penetrated doors and walls, disturbing the entire building's guests. The first to react were the occupants of adjacent rooms. Having lived their lives, they had never encountered such a tumultuous uproar. It was truly reminiscent of the cries of a pig being butchered. Within mere minutes, the corridor became crowded with curious onlookers. Upon receiving word, the hotel manager hurried to the scene. Faced with the uproar, he reluctantly knocked on the door and called out, "Excuse me, could you please keep it down?" Inside, the pig-like cries persisted, intermittently accompanied by a muffled shout of "Get lost." Upon hearing that, the manager dared not speak further. After all, the guests in such opulent accommodations were not individuals he could afford to offend. Outside the door stood the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad. The leader, Deng He, flashed a grin. "Want to ensnare young Master Tang? Today, let us see how this plump pig fares in a fiery confrontation." "Brother, what is our next move?" one of them whispered, seeing their plan had succeeded. "Fear not. When Lu Junzuo inquires later, we shall assert that this woman orchestrated it all," Deng He replied confidently. This woman had been casting flirtatious glances at Lu Junzuo daily. Her intentions were evident to anyone. Shifting the blame onto her was undoubtedly a sound strategy. "Brother, you're brilliant." The others gave him a thumbs up in admiration. "Brothers, stay strong." Deng He reciprocated the gesture. "Young Master Tang is both tall and formidable," they exclaimed in unison. At that moment, Tang Yu, ascending from the lower floors, unexpectedly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he stepped out of the elevator and was met with the ghastly screams. During dinner, the Grim Reaper squad had sought Tang Yu's counsel. He pondered for a moment, deciding that a taste of one's own medicine was in order. Thus, he instructed the 4 to administer a dose of medicine to Lu Junzuo. It must be said, the use of such a contrivance, the 2/5 traitor, indeed proved to be a great relief. Hearing the pig-like wails, Tang Yu couldn't help but reflect on his act of benevolence in repaying grievances. As for eliminating this individual, he found it somewhat implausible. This person's identity, in a sense, was that of a child of fortune, possessing a jade pendant that granted him legacies. A child of fortune, after all, is not easily dispatched. Coupled with his peak combat prowess, it would be no simple task to detain him. "What is happening?" Wang Yishue, who had accompanied Tang Yu, feigned ignorance, already privy to the truth. "Oh, nothing. Those who love fiercely should not dwell on the past," Tang Yu remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Laughing to death, "It seems the effects of this medicine last for 3 hours. Even if one were to rub sticks together to create fire, 3 hours would be ample time. Still wishing to target your father? Once he is drained, will you send someone to ambush and kill me? Spare me your nonsense." Upon hearing Tang Yu's musings, a faint smile graced Wang Yishue's lips. To toy with them before striking? Indeed, a splendid idea. She swiftly sent a text message to the 2 ancient martial arts bodyguards, instructing them to prepare for a thorough beating of the fallen adversary. If they could be ruthless, they ought to spare no mercy. After dispatching the message, she turned to Tang Yu and said, "We should return to rest, as Mr. Li seems to have vanished." "Very well," Tang Yu replied, her spirits lifted by the success of their objective. Due to the excessive commotion, after 3 hours, the hotel staff found themselves at their wits' end. Nearly half of the guests were aware of the situation and had reported it. Reluctantly, the hotel management sent several security personnel to knock on the doors in an attempt to quell the disturbance. Should it continue, the hotel would be rendered unmanageable. By the time the security team arrived, several internet celebrities had already rushed over, drawn by the ruckus. In this era, being a streamer necessitates being in the spotlight. The incident at the hotel had already been captured and disseminated as a short video online, garnering significant attention. "Please make way," several security guards shouted as they pushed through the streamers and approached the door, knocking heavily as they called out, "Dear guest, could you please step outside?" As they knocked, the noise inside the room gradually subsided. Finally coming to his senses, Lu Junzuo's face turned ashen. Faced with the grotesque sight before him, he could not help but retch. Once, during a mission, he had submerged himself in a cesspool for a full 3 minutes to evade detection. Emerging from that ordeal, he had even choked on the foul water. Yet compared to now, the revolting stench of the cesspool seemed trivial. What was it but excrement? It was merely the contents of his own belly. What filth could surpass that of this bloated sow? The more pressing concern was that, after 3 hours, he had lost count of how many times he had exerted himself. His body, which had yet to fully recuperate, had suffered another severe drain of energy. "Dear guest, could you kindly open the door?" The security personnel continued. "Everyone has waited for 2 hours. You will soon be reunited with your butcher brother. Gentlemen, could you please show some support to Xiaomei with gifts? She has been tirelessly streaming for nearly 3 hours." Hearing the cacophony outside, Lu Junzuo felt despair wash over him. There were indeed streamers broadcasting live outside. He had long heard that the domestic streaming industry was thriving, but he never anticipated such depravity. If they broadcast this online, how could he ever show his face again in this country? He might even earn a humiliating nickname, like Mr. Lu the Prolonged. Thankfully, he was always quick-witted, recognizing that this group could not easily breach the door. Therefore, he dashed to the window, contemplating an unconventional escape. Upon opening the window, he recalled that he was on the 40-something floor. Even in his prime, a jump from such a height would surely be fatal. Hearing the increasingly urgent knocks, he realized he could not remain in the room any longer. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and retrieved a human skin mask. He had painstakingly crafted a replica of Tang Yu's face not long ago, though it was not yet flawless. Each individual's facial structure is unique, making it impossible for a mask to be an exact match. Once donned, the mask bore only a resemblance of about 70%, but that would suffice. He clenched his teeth with determination. Since he could not evade the situation today, he resolved to let this young man embarrass himself. Before leaving, he extracted a black pill and tossed it into the unconscious mouth of Li Shuefei, compelling her to swallow it. This pill was a slow-acting poison. It would not cause immediate death. Rather, it would lead to sudden heart failure about a week later. He could not permit such a disgrace to persist in this world. Having accomplished this, he stormed out, his face contorted with resentment. Upon encountering a crowd that regarded him with a gaze reserved for a clown, his fury ignited. "Get lost," he bellowed, swatting away the phones of several streamers, and swiftly making his way toward the emergency exit. All he desired was to escape this loathsome hotel that made him feel nauseous. He longed to find a place to cleanse himself thoroughly. It was utterly revolting. As he reached the 20th floor in a single breath, he discovered the 4 members of the Reaper squad guarding the emergency exit. Upon seeing them, he halted, ready to issue commands. However, the leader, Deng He, charged forward and landed a punch squarely on Lu Junzuo's face. Caught off guard, he staggered back a few steps and collapsed onto the ground. "What are you doing?" Lu Junzuo erupted with rage. How dare his subordinates strike him? "Tang Yu, today marks your demise." Deng He shouted furiously, and the 4 of them advanced together, launching an assault. At that moment, Lu Junzuo was in a severely weakened state. Despite his attempts to counterattack, he was struck multiple times by their combined techniques. Suddenly, he recalled that he was still wearing a human skin mask. Quickly, he distanced himself, tore off the mask, and shouted at Deng He and the others, "Fools, it's me." Chapter 84. Yet again, a beating. Deng He and his 3 companions finally ceased their onslaught, their faces painted with shock as they exclaimed, "Damn it, we thought it was Tang Yu coming down." Lu Junzuo was nearly consumed by rage. He had indeed orchestrated for the 4 to lie in wait for Tang Yu. Yet who could have anticipated such a drastic turn of events? Tang Yu and Wang Yue were unharmed, while he himself had fallen prey. In a bid to ensnare Tang Yu, he had donned a mask disguising himself as her. Ironically, this very disguise led to an ambush by his own men. He felt akin to a jester. "Blast it!" Lu Junzuo pointed at the members of the Reaper squad, struggling to suppress his fury. "This is not your fault." The plan encountered a minor hiccup. "You have shown great loyalty." They were, after all, dutifully executing their orders. It would be unjust to punish them for this misstep. "It's only natural," The four replied in unison, half kneeling before him. I'm feeling somewhat unwell and must step aside for a moment. Continue to remain at the hotel and see if you can find an opportunity to poison Tang Yu and her companions. If successful, inform me. Despite the circumstances, Lu Junzuo remained resolute in his ambitions. After instructing the four to stay at the hotel in search of an opportunity, he dashed away, eager to find a place to cleanse himself. The stench of oil clung to him, making him utterly uncomfortable. No sooner had he exited through the back door of the hotel than two figures surged forth from the roadside. Just as he realized what was happening, they struck him, one with a punch, the other with a kick. These were the two ancient martial arts bodyguards accompanying Wang Yue. Their prowess was formidable. Both reaching the pinnacle of the Huang realm, they had been lying in wait, and seizing the moment of Lu Junzuo's disarray, they launched a relentless assault. Under their continuous barrage, Lu Junzuo was consumed by fury, his heart aflame with indignation. He was a distinguished master at the pinnacle of the Xian realm. Within the Dragon Soul organization, he was regarded as a prodigy. Compared to him, Ye Chen would seem dim and pale. When had he ever endured such a profound humiliation? Being bullied by two mere weaklings who had yet to reach the Xian realm? Normally, he could dispatch them with a single hand. Yet now, his condition was dire. He had not fully recovered from prior injuries, and today had drained his energy significantly. He had not rested for 3 hours and had just endured a brutal beating from the Reaper squad. At this moment, his limbs felt as limp as noodles. Faced with the two pinnacle Huang realm attackers, he could only watch as they gained the upper hand. To make matters worse, their strikes were exceedingly vicious, clearly intent on taking his life. After sustaining further injuries, Lu Junzuo spat out a copious amount of blood, sensing the peril of his condition escalating. He could no longer maintain his pride and resolved to call for help. Drawing upon his energy, he bellowed, "Help!" This was, after all, a high-end hotel, and the security personnel were numerous. Upon his cry for help, patrolling security quickly arrived. "What are you doing? Who allowed you to fight here? Take your brawl to the dance studio," one of the guards shouted. Upon seeing the security arrive, the Huang family bodyguards exchanged glances filled with resignation. In the presence of so many onlookers, it was indeed impossible to proceed with an assault on the individual. The two could only relinquish their offensive and swiftly retreat. Once they departed, Lu Junzuo sank to the ground, his face etched with humiliation. How could Lu Junzuo, of all people, be reduced to pleading for mercy from two practitioners of the yellow character realm? How long had it been since he arrived in Huaxia? He had already endured 3 beatings. "Are you all right? Should we call the police for you?" One of the security guards approached with concern. "Get lost. I don't need your interference. If you dare to speak of today's events, don't blame me for being unkind." Lu Junzuo glared at the guards with a menacing threat. If word of this incident got out, how could he ever hold his head high within the Dragon Soul organization? The guards' faces darkened instantly, muttering curses as they turned away. Had they known such imbecility was involved, they would have refrained from intervening. Once the guards departed, Lu Junzuo hastily drove to the hospital. His injuries would take considerable time to heal completely. Upon returning to his hotel room, Tang Yu reclined on the sofa, mentally chanting, "System, where's my reward?" Ding. Reward. Physical enhancement, significantly bolstering the frail host's capabilities, the system's cold voice echoed. Instantly, Tang Yu felt a transformation within his body. A viscous, foul-smelling black liquid seeped from his pores. What kind of absurd author conceived this marrow-cleansing concept? The odor was so repugnant that Tang Yu felt somewhat nauseated, as though he had been thrown into a cesspool and had to swim for his life. He hurried to the bathroom to shower. The suite's bathroom featured an indoor hot spring. After washing away the filth, Tang Yu luxuriated in the warm water. According to the system's assertions, once this cleansing process was complete, he would possess a first-rate martial arts physique, and his strength would soar to the yellow character realm, transforming him from an ordinary individual into an ancient martial artist. Although this newfound strength was still somewhat lacking and could not easily dispatch the likes of Ye Chen, it significantly raised Tang Xiao's threshold for bullying the weak. In the future, should he encounter any foolish adversaries, one punch would suffice to deal with them. Finally, the system had generously bestowed a valuable reward, though something felt amiss. Tang Yu stroked his chin in contemplation. Hadn't he gone easy on Lu Junzuo today? What warranted such a high reward? At that moment, his phone, which lay nearby, chimed. Tang Yu picked it up to find a message from the Grim Reaper squad. They reported the situation, revealing that they had given Lu Junzuo a thorough beating. Tang Yu was taken aback. Was this really a feasible strategy, disguising oneself to absorb blows? Indeed, the lackeys were diligently fulfilling their roles. To express his gratitude for their efforts in boosting his achievements, Tang Yu enhanced the system rewards. He gifted each of them a premium membership card to an upscale establishment, each preloaded with 1 million, enough for a year's indulgence. Moreover, as this was a nationwide chain, they would be able to utilize it wherever they went. Upon acquiring their membership cards, the 4 individuals were filled with exuberance. The club was vibrant, a sanctuary for those truly exceptional. Subsequently, they collectively departed the hotel to indulge in revelry. As for Lu Junzuo's arrangements, regrettably, they were merely tasks assigned by Tang Xiao. After concluding communication with the Grim Reaper squad, Tang Yu luxuriated in the warm embrace of the hot spring for a while, preparing to retreat to bed for some rest. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Tang Yu, open the door. I need to speak with you, came the voice of Wang Yue from outside. Looking for me? Tang Yu felt an odd sensation. What could possibly warrant a visit at such a late hour? Hastily, he rushed to open the door. Standing outside, Wang Yue appeared somewhat distressed. Upon entering the room, she clutched her stomach and collapsed onto Tang Yu's bed. Tang Yu, my stomach hurts. Are you here for a bathroom emergency? Chapter 85. The one family. Wang Yue let out a huff and gave Tang Yu an adorable roll of her eyes. Tang Yu chuckled softly. He had just glanced at this fellow's abdomen. Finding no issues, she appeared to be in excellent health. All right, I shall be frank. I am here seeking your massage skills, he confessed. Wang Yue patted her shoulders and replied, Please help me knead my shoulders. They are incredibly sore. What happened to your shoulders? Did you not sleep well? He inquired. Not quite. It is primarily because of my splendid physique, which places a heavier burden on my shoulders. Wang Yue lamented. Tang Yu instinctively glanced over. Indeed, they are rather substantial, though still a tad smaller compared to Xiaoye. Given their size, it is only natural for them to feel sore. Very well, I shall assist you, Tang Yu said, moving closer and placing his hand upon Wang Yue's shoulders. Applying a gentle yet firm pressure, the perfectly calibrated force elicited soft sounds of comfort from her. After a few moments of her soft humming, Tang Yu paused and said helplessly, Could you possibly quiet down a bit? But I simply cannot help it. I shall keep it down, but please do not stop, continue. After roughly 10 minutes, Tang Yu could no longer endure. Goodness, you seem to be enjoying yourself. If this continues, my blood may very well congregate in an inappropriate area. That should suffice, he declared, releasing Wang Yue's shoulders. With a contented stretch, Wang Yue felt significantly more relaxed. She looked at Tang Yu with a mischievous smile and said, You are being particularly kind to me today. Are you hoping for some form of reward? What kind of reward? Tang Yu inquired, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Come on, you beast, she teased. Do not think of me as a delicate flower deserving of your pity. Wang Yue found herself both amused and exasperated by his thoughts. After appraising Tang Yu for a moment, she giggled, Wait until I check my phone. With that, she skipped out of Tang Yu's room. Puzzled, Tang Yu withdrew his phone and sat on the bed, awaiting her return. A few minutes later, a message from Wang Yue arrived. Are you unable to sleep tonight? Hee. I can assist you, provided you beg me. Tang Yu gasped in indignation. Did she truly underestimate a man's dignity? Did she dare to make him plead for such a trivial matter? I beg you, he replied in frustration, typing those 3 words. Moments later, the dialog box indicated she was typing. After several seconds, a photograph appeared. It was of her seated on a hotel bed, clad in a bunny costume. Enjoy, but take care of yourself, she added thoughtfully before putting her phone away, feeling both amused and a bit shy. Her intention in bringing the bunny costume had been to show it to him, but upon wearing it, she felt a sudden wave of bashfulness. Being a girl, she sometimes found it difficult to be too forward. Thus, she resorted to sending it via phone. After sending the photo, she occasionally glanced at the door, anticipation mingling with her shyness. After waiting for more than 10 minutes without a knock on the door, A hint of discontent flickered across her exquisitely beautiful face, prompting a slight huff of dissatisfaction. The following morning, as the two of them descended to the hotel lobby for breakfast, Tang Yu appeared noticeably fatigued, sporting dark circles under her eyes and yawning intermittently. "Ah, someone didn't sleep well last night," Wang Yue remarked, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing her lips. "Serves you right. Who told you not to grasp my hints? Don't expect me to massage your shoulders next time." With a cold snort, Tang Yu lifted a glass of milk to her lips. "Indeed," Wang Yue teased, sticking out her tongue playfully. After their meal, she inquired with a smile, "I need to attend to some matters at the branch office. Are you staying here for a few days, or—" "I'll be heading back today. I have some affairs to handle as well," Tang Yu replied, shaking her head. "All right then, I shall visit you in Suang later," Wang Yue said, pinching Tang Yu's face and playfully stretching it. After bidding farewell to Wang Yue, Tang Yu boarded a vehicle to Mingzhu Airport, preparing to return to Suang. In just a couple of days, the auction event would unfold. According to the original narrative, an antique jade lion would make an appearance at the auction, which would catch the eye of the Dragon King, Ye Chen, prompting the Han family from Yinjing to compete with him. Following a fierce struggle, Ye Chen would ultimately acquire the jade lion, unlocking its mechanism to reveal a 9-revolution pill and an ancient martial arts manual titled 8 Extremes Collapse Fist. However, with the plot now altered, Ye Chen was no longer involved. Instead, Lu Junzhou would seize this opportunity. The 9-revolution pill holds the potential to significantly enhance the cultivation of an ancient martial artist. Tang Yu's sole purpose in returning to Suang was to demand fairness. Fairness. It's utterly ridiculous that the best treasures are always reserved for the protagonist. She planned to snatch them for herself. After completing her check-in, Tang Yu settled in the waiting area to rest until her flight. At that moment, a young woman wheeling a chair approached. Seated in the chair was a middle-aged man with a square face, exuding an imposing presence even in his seated position, reminiscent of an aging lion. The young woman pushing the wheelchair drew considerable attention from the men around. She was strikingly beautiful, her short hair framing her face elegantly, exuding a vibrant energy with her sun-kissed skin. What was even more astonishing was the perfect muscle definition on her arms. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that every visible part of her body showcased just the right amount of muscle. The feminine grace and strength coexisted harmoniously within her, embodying a rare and captivating allure. "Dad, the flight is still half an hour away. Should I get you a bottle of water?" the girl inquired, gazing down at her father. "No need, I'm not thirsty. Drinking too much will only complicate things with frequent restroom visits. Just sit and rest for a while." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "All right then." The young girl nodded slightly, choosing not to say much more. They were seated right beside Tang Yu. Upon noticing him, the father and daughter exchanged polite smiles and nods as a greeting. Tang Yu returned the gesture with a smile and a nod. He recognized this pair. They belonged to the esteemed Wenren family, the foremost martial arts lineage in Su and Hang. Seated in a wheelchair was Wenren Yuanshan, the current head of the family, who at 30 was renowned as the invincible champion of Su and Hang. By the age of 40, he had advanced to the Earth realm, boasting unparalleled strength and talent. Regrettably, 3 years prior, after traveling extensively throughout Huaxia, he returned in a state of paralysis, his power severely diminished. He spoke not a word about the incident, leaving no one privy to the details. Families like theirs, steeped in martial tradition, carried an air of arrogance that looked down upon nobility. Thus, even upon recognizing Tang Yu, the foremost figure of Su and Hang, they merely offered a casual greeting. In the realm of martial arts, only the strong are revered. Tang Yu's gaze soon shifted to the young girl. She was Wenren Ye, the eldest daughter of the Wenren family, possessing talents that surpassed those of her father. At merely 20 years of age, she had already reached the Xian realm. In terms of aptitude, she was indeed a prodigy beyond her father's capabilities. Such an exceptional daughter of destiny could not escape the clutches of the Dragon King. Alas, to be honest, a girl practicing martial arts should heed the right direction. It would be far better to cultivate her true energy and delve into internal cultivation. There's no need to be all muscle-bound. After all, Qi Yinling is not like that. She's soft and fragrant. Tang Yu silently critiqued in his heart. Suddenly, upon hearing his inner thoughts, Wenren Ye's expression darkened. She noticed that Tang Yu's lips had not moved, leading her to glance around at others. The last man who dared to comment on her in such a manner had spent 3 months hospitalized due to her wrath. Frustrated, she scanned the area but found no target. Was it possible that she had misheard? Chapter 86. Is he worthy? Noticing the unusual expression on his daughter's face, Wenren Yuanshan inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing." Wenren Ye felt too embarrassed to confess to her father that she had overheard some nonsensical remarks. Wenren Yuanshan reached out to gently stroke his daughter's hair, offering her comfort. "Dad understands what you're worried about. Rest assured." The young man named Lu Junzuo possesses remarkable medical skills. After his treatment, one of my toes can already move. It won't be long before I can stand up again, and then we can spar just like we used to. He had long since lost hope for his legs, preparing himself for a life of helplessness. However, not long ago, a young man named Lu Junzuo unexpectedly approached him. Through his mysterious acupuncture technique, Wenren Yuanshan began to feel pain in his legs again, and even managed to move a toe. This ignited a glimmer of hope within him. He felt immense gratitude towards the exceptional young man named Lu Junzuo. "Dad, I have faith in Brother Lu's medical prowess. He truly is impressive." Wenren Ye's admiration for Lu Junzuo was unmistakable on her face. Though he was only a few years her senior, his strength far surpassed her own. She held a deep appreciation for the formidable, and thus sincerely acknowledged and cherished him. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, who was sipping water nearby, nearly choked upon overhearing their conversation. He instantly recalled the original storyline. In the narrative, it was Ye Chen who should have been treating Wenren Yuanshan. To conquer Su Hang, he needed not only to secure the 4 prominent families to establish a commercial empire, but also to seize the ancient martial forces of Su Hang, ensuring their complete subservience to him, and serving as a foundation for his revenge. The Wenren family, being the foremost ancient martial lineage in Su Hang, served as a crucial stronghold for him in this endeavor. Indeed, Lu Junzuo's medical skills are commendable. Even treating paralysis is within his capabilities. However, curing ailments comes at cost. This kind of treatment, which deliberately depletes one's vitality, may only extend life for a year at most after the procedure. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts once more, Wenren Ye's gaze finally fixed upon him. The individual who had been seated beside her had already departed, leaving no one else within a 10-meter radius. She could hear this fellow's thoughts. "What is this foolish girl staring at me for? Hiss, is she leering at me with her eyes? How absurd. Can these women not have a bit of self-respect? It's only the first day of my vow to abstain." Noticing Wenren Ye's gaze, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Wenren Ye nearly restrained herself from throwing a punch. Yet, more than Tang Yu's frivolous remarks, she was far more concerned about his earlier words. How could he know about Lu Junzuo? What did he mean by depleting vitality in treatment? Having revered her father since childhood, her admiration for him had fostered a profound respect for strength, drawing her to men who surpassed her in prowess. If anyone dared to threaten her father's life, regardless of who it might be, she would not let them escape unscathed. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at Tang Yu and directly inquired, "Young Master Tang, my father." Just as she intended to unfold her question, she found the words stuck in her throat, as if an invisible hand had clamped down on her mouth. Witnessing the woman's stutter in her speech, Tang Yu looked puzzled and asked, "Miss Wenren, what troubles you? What's with her stammering? How amusing. There's no need to be so anxious. I am, in fact, quite an approachable gentleman. Are you all right, Yage?" Wenren Yuanshan, noticing his daughter's sudden change in demeanor, furrowed his brow. He certainly did not believe that his daughter was anxious in the presence of such a useless rich heir. "I'm fine." After a brief pause, Wenren Yage finally realized that the heartfelt words she had just heard were impossible to articulate. However, as an exceptionally gifted martial artist, her intellect was equally sharp. Thus, she attempted to redirect her inquiry, "Young Master Tang, your family must be acquainted with many renowned physicians. Could you recommend a few? I wish to have them examine my father's leg." "Yage, there is no need to trouble young Master Tang. Lu Junzuo is more than capable of assisting me." Wenren Yuanshan's brow furrowed slightly. He was not one to impose on others or accrue debts of gratitude, particularly regarding a wealthy heir like Tang Yu. He had little inclination to spare a second glance. Tang Yu noticed a trace of disdain in his eyes and couldn't help but roll his own in exasperation. This was a standard trope of the narrative. Any antagonist was destined to be unlikable, inherently despised by the supporting cast that surrounded the protagonist. Brother, why the arrogance? I don't owe you anything. And relying on Lu Junzuo, after 3 more treatments, your leg will be healed. Then you can count the days until you're lying in bed, wailing for help. Despite feeling quite vexed, Tang Yu found himself unable to retort. He finally spoke. I have a good relationship with the esteemed Dr. Jiang. Uncle Wenren might consider consulting him. Dr. Jiang? We've already visited him, but it seemed of little benefit. Wenren Ye replied with a bitter smile, yet her heart was increasingly astounded. For Lu Junzuo had indeed told her that after 3 more treatments, her father's leg would recover. Let us have Dr. Jiang examine him again. Perhaps he may have a solution, as his skills far surpass those of those unknown practitioners. If I have to spell it out this clearly, can't you all be a bit more perceptive? Quickly have the esteemed Elder Jiang take a look. You should be able to diagnose this issue. Otherwise, when the time comes to celebrate, don't blame me for not contributing. Wenren Ye's expression darkened slightly. Having Dr. Jiang assist with the examination? That seemed like a wise idea. However, Wenren Yuanshan was already growing displeased. He held Lu Junzuo in high regard, believing him to be exceptionally talented. Thus, he cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yu and scoffed, Young Master Tang, there are countless hidden talents in this world. Venturing out and seeing more will only enhance one's perspective. Remaining cooped up will only lead to folly. Tang Yu forced a laugh, though it lacked sincerity. Enough. I truly have no intention of involving myself in your matters. If it weren't for my disdain in watching you, a mere pawn of Lu Junzuo, causing trouble for my Tang family, I would not waste my breath on you. You are met with demise, your daughter offered up without hesitation, and your family turned over as well. Your plight is even more lamentable than mine as a villain. Upon hearing Tang Yu's scathing remarks, Wenren Ye's countenance turned somewhat awkward. She recognized that Tang Yu's intentions were genuinely benevolent and devoid of malice. Thus, she could only address her father, saying, "All right, father, let it be. Young Master Tang means well." Wenren Yuanshan, however, remained sullen and silent. Could it be that his daughter truly possessed such poor judgment as to be enamored with a worthless pretty boy? If that were indeed the case, he would never acquiesce. What a paragon of excellence his daughter was. Did he truly deem himself worthy? Chapter 87. The Untroubled Month in a Moment of Discord. Tang Yu found it futile to engage further with Wenren Yuanshan, who remained obstinate despite the shifting allegiances towards Lu Junzhua. Nevertheless, Tang Yu resolved to do what he could. If matters grew dire, he could always sit with the ladies at the banquet. Wenren Ye, however, was enveloped in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Yet, she had firmly decided that upon returning to Suhang, she would take her father to seek the counsel of the esteemed Dr. Jiang. Should Lu Junzhua harbor ill intentions, she vowed not to hold back her retribution. An awkward silence loomed over them, persisting even as they boarded the plane, where they were unfortunately not seated together. Once when Renyagu secured her father in his seat and fastened his seatbelt, she announced, "Father, I am heading to the restroom. If you require anything, please call the flight attendant." "Go ahead." When Ren Yuanshan waved his hand dismissively, his mood somewhat sour. He was a man of rigid principles, yet he valued loyalty above all. Lu Junzhua had aided him in restoring his leg, thus earning his gratitude. The recollection of Tang Yu's earlier remarks stirred his discontent. Had it not been for his current disability, he would have ensured Tang Yu faced some hardship. One Ren Yagu, however, did not genuinely intend to visit the restroom. After a brief stroll, she found herself at Tang Yu's seat. "Miss Wen, is there something you require?" Tang Yu inquired casually, engrossed in a novel. "Tang Xiao, my father spoke out of turn earlier. It was inappropriate to address it in his presence, so I wish to apologize on his behalf," when Ren Yagu said, bowing slightly in respect. This unexpected display of humility took Tang Yu aback. The wild spirit of this young woman had momentarily transformed into one of decorum. His earlier irritation dissipated significantly as he gestured dismissively. "It's nothing, just a minor misunderstanding easily resolved." Her demeanor is rather commendable. Initially, I considered exposing Lu Jun's true nature, but, given her attitude, I might just assist her father in regaining his health. There are indeed several remedies in the medical annals for paralysis. Rest assured, once treated, her father will experience a relief that is both profound and enduring, which may also serve to safeguard the Tang family. Wen Renyagu felt a mix of confusion and excitement. Could this man truly offer a remedy for her father's leg? What did he mean by profound relief? A strong urge to challenge him bubbled within her. "Then I shall not intrude further, Tang Xiao. Here is my business card. You may add me on WeChat for any correspondence." She produced a card, presenting it to Tang Yu, which bore her name, phone number, and company affiliation. Many ancient martial families operated security firms, a primary source of their income. Very well. Tang Yu, intrigued by her courteous demeanor, felt a sense of curiosity brewing within him. Once the plane touched down in Suhang, Tang Yu hurried back to his antique shop, as an auction was imminent in just a few days, necessitating his preparations. Meanwhile, Wen Renyagu and her father were greeted by a driver awaiting their arrival to take them to Dr. Zhang's clinic. Wen Renyagu instructed the driver, "What is the purpose of going to see the renowned Dr. Zhang?" "Venre Yuan Shen, vis-a-vis inquired. "Did that young scion of the Tang family say something to you? Why would you believe his nonsense? He harbors a disdain for indebtedness and seeks no trouble from Dr. Zhang. Your ailment can easily be addressed by the young Lu Junjua. A mere examination is prudent. There is nothing to worry about, Father," when Renyagu replied, shaking her head with unwavering conviction. "If there is an issue, a test will reveal it." Observing his daughter's resolute expression, when Ren Yuanshan realized his attempts to dissuade her were futile and reluctantly acquiesced. Upon arriving at the clinic, one Ren Yuanshan opened the car door and exerted himself to ascend into his wheelchair. As Wen Renyagu pushed her father into the clinic, they encountered a long queue snaking outside. The clinic offered free consultations daily, providing treatment for the impoverished who could not afford medical care. This initiative, however, had ruffled a few feathers over the years, leading to occasional troublemakers. Yet, under the protection of the Tang family, those who dared to cause discord mysteriously vanished, deterring others from confrontation. Jiang Xiaoyu was busy taking a patient's pulse when she spotted Wen Renyagu and her father. She recognized them well, remembering their previous visit when they generously donated 10 million for the clinic, which was primarily utilized for free medical services. With a warm smile, she greeted them. "Miss Wenrun, bringing your uncle for a consultation?" "Indeed, I wish to seek out Dr. Jiang. Is he available?" "Wenrun Defe inquired politely. He is in the back, engrossed in his studies. You may proceed," Jiang Xiaoyu replied with a sweet smile, directing them towards the clinic's rear. "Thank you," Wen Renyagu acknowledged, guiding her father to the back courtyard. As they approached, they found the esteemed Dr. Jiang, donned in a long blue robe, engrossed in an ancient medical tome. Upon noticing them, he greeted, "Welcome. What brings you here today?" "Dr. Jiang, some time ago, I encountered a remarkable practitioner who treated my father's leg with notable success. I would like your assistance in evaluating the treatment's efficacy," Wen Renyagu stated respectfully. "Alas, I am troubled by this. I feel quite well, yet she insists I come to you." When Ren Yuanshan sighed, a hint of frustration in his voice. "Your leg has been healed?" Dr. Jiang expressed surprise and excitement upon hearing this news. It was a challenge even his skills could not surmount. Such a remarkable practitioner exists? He promptly began to examine Wen Ren Yuanshan, closing his eyes in concentration. After a moment, his expression darkened, and he exclaimed angrily, "This is utterly outrageous. Who could perpetrate such recklessness? Who is responsible for this? What is the matter?" Both father and daughter were taken aback by Dr. Zhang's sudden outburst. Renowned for his even temperament, his reaction was unexpected. This individual possesses exceptional medical skills, perhaps even surpassing mine, yet their intentions are malicious. I am unaware of the acupuncture techniques he employed in your treatment. Given his medical expertise, if he were to practice patience and perform acupuncture bi-weekly for a year, he could indeed restore your leg to health. However, this individual resorts to unscrupulous methods for expedient results, having applied needles to the Sanhui and Yuanjing points, a practice that severely depletes one's vital energy. Even if he succeeds in healing, one would not survive beyond a year. The esteemed Dr. Zhang's face flushed with anger. A lack of medical skill may render one a mere quack, but a corrupt heart is far worse, akin to being less than a beast. Wen Renye's expression shifted abruptly. Could it be that Tang Yu's insights were indeed accurate? Wen Ren Yuanshan was equally astonished. He had never suspected that the young man he admired harbored such malicious intent. Beyond his indignation, he felt a profound sense of guilt. Fortunately, he encountered that young lad from the Tang family today who provided a timely warning. Otherwise, he might have met an untimely demise. Yet, he had treated him with such disdain, he regrettably struck his own face in remorse. This was not how he ought to behave. Chapter 88. Adding a touch of intrigue, old Master Jiang. Is there still a chance to save my father's health? Wen Renye inquired, her face etched with concern. At this moment, her father's well-being outweighed any thoughts of vengeance. Yes, I shall administer acupuncture shortly and prescribe a remedy. A week's worth of treatment should suffice. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Had that man treated him further, I would have been powerless, old Master Jiang replied, gesturing for the father and daughter to enter his chamber for Wen Ren Yuanshan's treatment. Thank you, old Master Jiang. The Wen Ren family will forever be grateful for your kindness today, Wen Renye said, bowing deeply in gratitude. As her father underwent the acupuncture treatment, Wen Renye stood outside the door, her fists clenched in fury. How audacious of Lu Junzuo to humiliate the Wen Ren family in such a manner. She swore that she would not rest until she avenged this affront. Yet, the realization of her current inadequacy in strength gnawed at her. In recent years, the Wen Ren family had significantly declined, primarily due to her father's misfortune. The other skilled members of her family were now on par with her, all stagnating at the early stages of the Xian realm. Even if they combined their strengths, the odds of overcoming Lu Junzuo seemed bleak. The disparity between the pinnacle of the Xian realm and its early stages was stark. In her mind, she began to devise a plan for revenge. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not allow this man to escape unscathed. At that moment, Lu Junzuo was resting at the Wen Ren residence. After suffering a significant setback a few days prior, he had recuperated in the hospital for 2 days and was finally back on his feet. Upon recovery, he returned to Suhang, seeking refuge at the Wen Ren household to prepare for his conquest. The worthless Ye Chen was far too foolish, fixated on making quick profits from the 4 prominent families. Unlike him, Lu Junzuo placed greater emphasis on power. The Wen Ren family was the stronghold he needed to seize the ancient martial forces of Suhang. Currently, he sat by the artificial lake of the Wen Ren estate, fishing his spirits quite high. The treasure he had set his sights on at the upcoming auction had already been photographed and sent to him. He was certain that the Jade Lion concealed the legendary 9-turning pill, a long-lost elixir, as documented by the Dragon Soul organization. For him, the effects of the 9-turning pill were tremendously significant. With its aid, he could break through to the D realm in one fell swoop. At that point, the boy surnamed Tang would undoubtedly meet his demise. Why should he concern himself with that inexplicable power? Killing him would also afford him the opportunity to toy with his fiancée, Yi. In doing so, he could deliver a humiliating blow to Ye Chen as well. Thus, this item was imperative for him to obtain, regardless of the cost. At the antique shop, when Tang Yu arrived, the new manager was already awaiting his presence. Following Zhao Gaoshan's assignment to Antarctica, a knowledgeable elder had taken over his position. Young Master Tang, he greeted respectfully upon seeing Tang Yu, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. The previous manager, Zhao, had reportedly aided young Master Tang in accomplishing a significant task, earning a reward of 10 billion, and subsequently ascending to a foreign position of authority. To have the opportunity to serve young Master Tang is indeed a fortune cultivated over 8 lifetimes. Old Master Peng, how is the Jade Lion that you were asked to assist with? Tang Yu inquired with a smile. Ah, that matter is nearly complete. Young Master Tang, please take a look, old Master Peng replied, hastily leading the way. A few days prior, he received a notification and a photograph from Tang Yu. He immediately summoned several skilled artisans to carve the jade lion desired by young Master Tang. After days of diligent work, the finished product had been polished, though it still bore some minor imperfections. Upon entering and beholding the jade lion, roughly the size of coconut, Tang Yu felt a considerable sense of satisfaction. Although the cost was rather steep, it was a trivial matter. Moreover, the intricate mechanism beneath, the 9-palace lock, had been perfectly replicated according to Tang Yu's specifications. The original jade lion featured this mechanism, which only the Dragon King Ye Chen could unlock. It seemed as if all the finest treasures in the world were preordained for him. Fortunately, having perused the original narrative, Tang Yu remembered how to operate it. Close enough. He mused, thoroughly pleased with the finished product, and promptly instructed for it to be packaged and sent to the auction house. I won't simply snatch it from you. I'll employ a ruse. Old Master Tang, here is a pouch of medicinal powder. Please assist me in transforming it into pills. These pills can contain something rather distasteful. And once prepared, kindly deliver them to Wanbao Tower, requesting their assistance in prioritizing the auction of this item. After giving his instructions, Tang Yu patted the old gentleman's shoulder and walked away with a chuckle. In the original storyline, the Dragon King Ye Chen had also encountered the 9-turn pill for the first time. Now that it was Lu Junzuo's turn, it would likely be no different. The pouch of medicinal powder had been carefully concocted, and its scent alone would not reveal its nature. Without tasting it, one could never ascertain that it was poison. Just as one can identify excrement by sight and smell, one would not dare assume it to be so without a taste. Old Master Tang stroked his bald head, drawing upon decades of accumulated wisdom to ponder this matter. After a brief moment of contemplation, his gaze shifted toward the restroom. Once he completed the task assigned by young Master Tang, old Master Tang emerged from the restroom, his face flushed. Having engaged in such mischievous acts in his youth, he was surprised to relive the innocence of childhood at his age. He placed the processed pills inside the jade lion and personally delivered it to the Wanbao Tower auction. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The auction was held at the picturesque Sisui Villa, nestled in a serene location beside the mountains and water, frequented by the affluent of the city. Tang Yu was quite familiar with the area. Upon disembarking from his vehicle, he encountered numerous acquaintances. "Good day, young Master Tang." "Oh, young Master Tang has arrived. What treasures do you seek today? It's my first time seeing you here for antiques." Many greeted Tang Yu warmly. After responding to a few, he found the interactions cumbersome and quickened his pace to slip into the villa. As he stepped through the entrance, he immediately spotted Ye Chen. Beside her stood a strikingly handsome young man, his lips adorned with a mischievous smile reminiscent of the Dragon King, Ye Chen. However, while Ye Chen's smile graced the left corner of his mouth, this youth's was situated on the right. If their mouths were to be combined, the resulting juxtaposition would appear utterly ludicrous. Strictly speaking, this marked Lu Junzuo's first encounter with Tang Yu using his own visage. Thus, upon seeing Tang Yu, he continued to smile with an air of nonchalance, unperturbed by the possibility of being recognized. Striking a deadly blow from the shadows was his forte. It was also Tang Yu's inaugural glimpse of Lu Junzuo's face. Upon recognizing him, her gaze involuntarily lingered a moment longer. This scoundrel smiles just like Ye Chen, she thought. If we were to merge their mouths and add a cross-eyed look, it would indeed be quite the spectacle. Ye Chen, upon hearing Tang Yu's musings, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She too found Lu Junzuo's devilish grin to possess a certain foolishness, akin to a facial nerve malfunction. After accompanying her father for treatment by the esteemed Jiang Lao, she had contemplated her next move, deciding against immediate vengeance. Instead, she resolved to proceed cautiously, allowing this individual to lower his guard before delivering a decisive strike. Today, upon hearing Lu Junzuo's intention to attend the auction in hopes of procuring rare medicinal herbs for her father, she followed him alone. The three of them were intentionally avoiding drawing attention to one another, hence no greetings were exchanged. Seated in the front row, Tang Yu retrieved her phone for a glance. The Grim Reaper squad had not accompanied her today, as Lu Junzuo had assigned them other tasks. Following the last encounter, where they were unceremoniously beaten, Lu Junzuo had developed some reservations about them, though he had yet to harbor any suspicions, as the four had dutifully executed his commands. And the altercation was merely a misunderstanding. Chapter 89. Do you dare compete with me? Today's auction has attracted a considerable number of attendees. The items up for bid are not merely antiques. They encompass a plethora of rare treasures, including centuries-old medicinal herbs, which have become a quintessential trope in such narratives. The usual elements of serendipitous finds and antagonists driving up prices are also present, allowing the protagonist, the favored child of destiny, to flaunt their prowess and collect magical artifacts. The thought of playing the role of the price-inflating antagonist today fills Tang Yu with a sense of anticipation. As she cracked open a pistachio and popped it in her mouth, Tang Yu discreetly glanced at Wen Ye, who was seated beside Lu Junzhua, engaged in conversation. It appeared she had not absorbed Tang Yu's earlier remarks. Alas, what a dim-witted ally I have. And here she is, sharing laughter with that fool, Lu Junzhua. If she remains oblivious despite my clear hints, perhaps I should arrange for old Master Jiang to provide a little home service for her father. Tang Yu sighed internally. Wen Ye was less than 3 meters away, and upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, she felt a spark of curiosity. Why could she perceive Tang Xiao's innermost musings? Could it be that they shared a telepathic connection? Yet, when she had attempted to converse silently just moments ago, he had shown no reaction. After nearly half an hour, the guests had mostly gathered. An elderly gentleman clad in a white Tang suit ascended the stage to address the attendees. This man was the local head of Wanbao Lu, the largest auction house in China, which had become a steadfast ally of the Dragon King in the latter stages, providing them with invaluable intelligence. Once his speech concluded, the auction commenced in earnest. The first item presented for bidding was Dong Qicheng's snowy peaks after the rain. The elderly gentleman began to eloquently narrate the history of the painting, setting the opening bid at 30 million. Soon, the audience began to raise their paddles, and ultimately, the painting was sold for 80 million. As a wealthy and handsome individual, Tang Yu found little interest in such extravagance. Art is merely something to observe. It cannot satiate hunger, so why squander such sums on it? True art is that which benefits humanity. For instance, the artistic films I have stored on my cloud drive. Cough, and they come at no cost, simultaneously delivering a subtle blow to the Eastern economy. While Tang Yu silently critiqued the notion of art, Wen Ye could not help but wear a look of exasperation. Was he delivering a comedic monologue in his mind? Noticing her sudden change in demeanor, Lu Junzhua flashed a charming smile and inquired, "What is wrong, Ye? Are you unwell?" Upon catching sight of Lu Junzhua's grin, Wen Ye truly felt unwell. She shook her head, replying, "It's nothing. If you're feeling unwell, do let me know. Seeing you in distress pains me as well," Lu Junzhua remarked, placing a hand over his heart, his gaze imbued with tenderness. Wen Ye felt a surge of nausea. How infuriating! Were it not for her current inability to retaliate, she would gladly deliver a sharp blow to make him feel some discomfort. "Thank you." After receiving a cold response, Wen Ye fell silent. Lu Junzhuo remained indifferent, believing that such a woman, who admired the strong, was destined to be conquered by him. Half an hour after the auction commenced, the Jade Lion was finally presented on the auction block. Upon seeing the exquisite piece, many attendees cast curious glances, as it seemed to be their first encounter with such an antique. Ladies and gentlemen, the white jade lion up for auction is a remarkable work of art. I am unable to ascertain the master behind its creation due to my limited knowledge, but I firmly believe its artistic value is exceedingly high. Thus, the starting bid is set at 5 million. Interested guests might find themselves fortunate enough to acquire it. The elderly auctioneer concluded with a chuckle. Having hosted auctions for many years, they had never witnessed a genuine bargain, for they employed the finest antique appraisers in all of China. Rarely could a counterfeit deceive them. The guests laughed in agreement. However, those attending this auction were all worth no less than 1 billion, and for them, a few million was hardly a significant sum. Consequently, bids began to pour in. I bid 5,500,000. Then I shall bid 6 million. Upon hearing the rising bids, Lu Junzhou, whose heart raced with excitement, chose not to respond immediately. He preferred either to remain silent or to make a decisive bid. Today, he was determined to obtain that jade lion. Once in possession of it, he would promptly consume the elixir. The 9-turn Dan was incredibly effective. Its results would manifest within 3 minutes of ingestion. After reaching the pinnacle of the Xian realm, he felt as though he was on the threshold of a breakthrough, especially after enduring a few recent defeats. Coupled with a 9-turn Dan, his advancement would be inevitable. Upon breaking through, his first course of action would be to disguise himself and assassinate that young man surnamed Tang. As the bidding reached 9 million, no one dared to raise their offers further. The piece, while appealing, was merely intended for collection, and exorbitantly priced collectibles held little allure. Wealthy individuals were not foolish enough to frivolously squander their money. 90 million for the first time, 90 million for the second. Just as the elderly auctioneer raised his gavel for the third call, Lu Junzuo interjected, 9,100,000. He had discerned that this price represented the psychological limit for the other bidders, and thus he was willing to increment by merely 1,000 more. For anything beyond that would be wasteful. At his bid, all eyes in the room turned towards him. Sir, the increment must start at 10,000. Please revise your bid. The elderly auctioneer stated, somewhat embarrassed. With a furrowed brow, Lu Junzuo expressed his displeasure and amended his offer, then 9,110,000. The individual who had previously bid 9 million rolled his eyes, but chose to forego further bidding. 10 million. At that moment, Tang Yu suddenly called out. Lu Junzuo immediately turned his gaze toward Tang Yu, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Was this man inherently opposed to him? His 2 recent setbacks since returning to China had been linked to this very individual. Today, he intends to bid on something, vying against himself. 1 million for the first time. The elderly gentleman on stage appears somewhat astonished, aware that this item has been sent by Tang Yu. Bidding on one's own possessions. What is the intent behind this? However, he remains indifferent, as their commission is based on the transaction amount, as long as they receive payment. It suffices. 1,100,000. Reluctantly, Lu Junzuo must continue to raise his bid. He cannot allow the jade lion to fall into Tang Yu's hands. His gaze brims with trepidation. Could it be that this young man has uncovered the secret within the jade lion? 2 million. 2,100,000. 50 million. When Tang Yu audaciously calls out the price of 50 million, the crowd erupts in astonishment. Young Master Tang, is this not an extravagant expenditure? To part with such a sum for a seemingly useless jade lion? Witnessing Tang Yu's frenzied bidding, Lu Junzuo becomes convinced that Tang Yu has indeed discovered the secret of the jade lion. His eyes blaze with fury. The opportunity one covet. How dare you compete for it? Chapter 90. Clean and feed the beasts, brothers. I offer 1 billion. He proclaimed loudly as he rose to his feet. What about money? Are you afraid of me? The Dragon Soul organization, its depth is far beyond measure. Just a few companies visible on the surface possess assets starting at 500 billion, totaling at least several trillion. The assets hidden away are countless. The two began to wildly bid, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. In a mere 5 minutes, they had madly escalated the price to nearly 100 billion. For them, a billion seemed not a modest target, but rather a casual remark. Some wealthy individuals, who considered themselves affluent, now felt a twinge of embarrassment. They understood Tang Xiao's frenzied behavior. The Tang family was indeed wealthy. But what of the individual competing with Tang Xiao? Was it really worth escalating the price to such an extent just to prove a point? As the price reached 100 billion, Lu Junzuo's eyes reddened. This opportunity was of paramount importance to him. However, 100 billion was undeniably exorbitant. I withdraw my bid. Just as he was consumed by his emotions, Tang Yu unexpectedly relinquished his offer. Congratulations to this gentleman, the elderly auctioneer quickly announced, striking his small wooden hammer with glee. Their auction house would earn a 3% commission. 100 billion translated to a net income of 3 billion. He gazed at Tang Yu with admiration. This young man was truly a commercial genius. He had managed to auction off an item barely worthy of being called art and effortlessly amassed a fortune. Truly, as the eldest son of the Tang family, he accomplished what others could only dream of. Utterly worthless, is this it? Despite successfully acquiring the treasure. Lu Junzuo was seething with rage, glaring at Tang Yu and cursing. This fellow had the audacity to make him squander such a sum. Even his life could not compensate for it. "Excuse me, could the staff please address this uncouth individual who is personally attacking me?" Tang Yu raised his hand, resembling a petulant schoolboy reporting misdeeds. The staff were immediately put in an awkward position, approaching Lu Junzhou. "Sir, please maintain decorum. Personal attacks are not permitted at the auction." With a face ashen with fury, Lu Junzhou let out a cold snort and made a slashing motion across his throat towards Tang Yu. The item had already been auctioned off. This brat had at most one more chapter to live. He could hardly contain his desire for vengeance against Tang Yu. Rising from his seat, he instructed the staff to escort him to make the payment. According to the auction's rules, once the item was bid upon and payment was made, it could be taken away. He was eager to consume the 9-turn pill immediately, to break through on the spot and eliminate this brat. Upon hearing his intent to pay, the staff promptly led this esteemed guest with great satisfaction, directing him to the VIP lounge to await further proceedings. 100 billion had shattered their auction's historical records. Though this distinguished guest was somewhat uncouth, earning 3 billion in commission in a matter of moments left them with little to complain about. Following the staff to the backstage, he produced a card to settle the payment. According to the customary conventions of light novels, even the most substantial transfers were completed in mere minutes. Thus, in no time, a staggering sum of 100 billion was transferred to the auction house's corporate account. "Dear esteemed guest, this is our auction house's platinum membership card. You shall henceforth be a top-tier VIP of Wanbao Tower." Upon receiving the funds, the staff promptly presented an exquisitely crafted membership card to Lu Junzhou. With a scowl, Lu Junzhou accepted the card, feeling no sense of having gained an advantage. "Damn it, what a loss. Hurry up and hand over the item," he urged impatiently. "Certainly, Mr. Lu." The staff immediately arranged for the precious jade lion to be delivered with utmost care. Once the item was in Lu Junzhuo's possession, the staff breathed a sigh of relief. This was a hot commodity valued at billions. Any mishap in their handling could incur grave responsibility. "Well then, Mr. Lu, unless you require our transportation services, we shall take our leave," the staff spoke with utmost respect. "Leave, and do not allow anyone to enter without my permission." Lu Junzhou gestured dismissively toward the door. The staff swiftly exited the VIP lounge, carefully closing the door behind them. Once alone, Lu Junzhou examined the jade lion and, indeed, discovered a concealed mechanism with a 9-palace lock. With a cold smile, he manipulated it and soon unlocked the intricate design. Inside lay a pitch-black pill. Upon seeing the pill, Lu Junzhuo's excitement surged. The 9-turn elixir. This miraculous concoction had been lost to the ages. Even with his medical expertise, he could not reconstruct its formula. Having finally obtained one, his spirits soared. Consuming it would allow him to break through to the earthly realm. At that point, that brat Tang, you would undoubtedly meet his demise. He would seize the position of Dragon King as well. Bringing the elixir to his nose, he inhaled its herbal aroma, tinged with a hint of unpleasantness. As a skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he found nothing amiss. The world of herbal medicine is replete with diverse scents. The ability to possess both fragrant and foul notes was a remarkable feat of alchemy, akin to combining ice and fire. He could not help but admire the craftsmanship of the artisan who produced the 9-turn elixir. Cleansing and nourishing indeed. He mused to himself with a smile before placing the elixir into his mouth and savoring it with delight. It bore a slight bitterness. He understood the adage that good medicine is often hard to swallow. After chewing thoughtfully, the bitter taste began to transform. A foul odor intensified in his mouth, akin to a repressed flatulence. Was it excrement? Lu Junzhuo suddenly recognized the familiar flavor, and his expression shifted imperceptibly. Once during a mission, in an effort to conceal himself, he submerged into a cesspool for 3 minutes. While in the pit, he inadvertently inhaled a mouthful of the foul substance. There was no mistaking it. The scent was all too familiar. Could it be that the composition of the 9-transformation pill included excrement? What sort of filth was this? After swallowing the crushed pill, Lu Junzhuo pondered deeply. In traditional Chinese medicine, there exists a precious herb known as night bright sand, which is, in fact, bat guano. Additionally, there are other forms of animal excrement. Even human feces are considered medicinal, referred to as golden fluid. Just as Lu Junzuo intended to seize this opportunity to deduce the formula for the 9 transformation pill, an excruciating pain suddenly surged within his abdomen. The anticipated scene of enhanced vital energy and breakthrough in cultivation failed to materialize. As a skilled physician, he was acutely aware of the distress signals his body was emitting. Poisoned? This is dire. The excrement. The pill contained toxins. Lu Junzuo's complexion changed dramatically as he opened his mouth and began to vomit profusely. After expelling the remnants of the 9 transformation pill, he felt as though his mouth had transformed into a cesspit, with an indescribable stench emanating from the vomit. Worse still, the toxins were already spreading throughout his body. He hastily consumed an antidote he had concocted, which alleviated his discomfort somewhat. Damn, I've been deceived. At that moment, realization struck him, and with reddened eyes, he bolted out of the VIP room. Chapter 91. Another poison when he finally rushed out. The auction for the Jade Lion had already concluded. Tang Yu was playfully handling the exquisite Jade Lion, a smile gracing his face. Just after Lu Junzuo had departed, the auction for the genuine Jade Lion commenced. The attendees were perplexed upon witnessing 2 identical items presented for bidding. After Tang Yu made the first bid, none dared to follow suit. After all, Tang had already bid several billion. To raise the stakes now would only invite enmity and seem like an exercise in futility. As Tang Yu toyed with the Jade Lion, Lu Junzuo's anger surged within him. This scoundrel dared to mock him. Not only had he stolen his elixir, but he had also concocted a counterfeit to swindle him. To add insult to injury, he intended to poison it. How could such a nefarious person exist in this world? However, upon observing Tang Yu merely playing with the Jade Lion, Lu Junzuo felt a slight relief. It seemed this fellow would not be able to unlock it. There were no more than 5 individuals capable of opening this intricate puzzle lock, and certainly, this young man was not among them. With reddened eyes, he returned to his seat, having resolved that no matter the cost, he would reclaim the Jade Lion from Tang Yu today. This man must die without question. Haha, that fool must have already consumed the elixir within the Jade Lion. The child of destiny truly is the child of destiny. He hasn't succumbed to the poison yet. Tang Yu silently reveled in his good fortune. Upon acquiring the Jade Lion, he swiftly unlocked the intricate mechanism and retrieved its contents. Inside lay a 9-turn pill and an ancient martial arts manual. Without hesitation, Tang Yu consumed the 9-turn pill, knowing it would enhance his cultivation. Recently, he had advanced to the Yellow Realm, and now he effortlessly broke through to the initial stage of the Mysterious Realm. As for the ancient martial arts manual, he would need to study it later. While Tang Yu delighted in his triumph, when Run Ye's expression shifted. Had Lu Junzuo been poisoned? She turned a glance at him and noted his unstable aura. If this man were indeed poisoned, might this not present an opportunity for vengeance? A surge of joy filled her heart at the prospect of revenge arriving so swiftly. Thus, she feigned concern for Lu Junzuo, inquiring, "Mr. Lu, you seem a bit unwell." Feeling her concern, Lu Junzuo found a measure of comfort and replied, "I just ate something slightly off. It's a minor issue." As he spoke, one Ren Yage was met with a wave of foul odor emanating from him, prompting an involuntary gag. The others nearby caught a whiff of the noxious stench and began wrinkling their noses in disgust. Good heavens, what is that smell? Did someone soil themselves? It couldn't be. They were not children. Upon hearing their remarks, Lu Junzuo's face turned an ashen green. The putrid odor was indeed escaping from his own mouth, and he could smell himself. The treacherous Tang Yu, having poisoned, went so far as to mix in filth. Is this truly the act of a human being? He has changed his mind again. This wretch intends to beat him into a state of utter disability and drown him in a cesspool. I shall visit the restroom. Just after Lu Junzuo exchanged pleasantries, when Ren Yage retched once more. Humiliated to the utmost, Lu Junzuo nearly ground his teeth to dust, filled with resentment as he rushed to the restroom to rinse his mouth. The restroom was equipped with disposable mouthwash. He rinsed for nearly 5 minutes. Yet the foul stench lingered, dissipating only slightly. Frustrated by the persistent taste, Lu Junzuo shouted in fury, shattering the restroom mirror with a punch. Tang Yu, I will see you dead. At that moment, feeling the changes within his body, Tang Yu suddenly sneezed. Noticing Lu Junzuo had gone to the restroom, a spark of cunning lit in his eyes. The auction is nearly at an end. It is time to make my escape. Otherwise, this beast, at the pinnacle of the Xuanzi realm, could truly pose a threat when enraged. Alas, this immovable king technique lacks a certain finesse. If its defensive power were higher, it could disregard the Xuanzi realm entirely. Sighing inwardly, Tang Yu clutched the jade lion and made his exit. After sensing Tang Yu's intentions, Wen Renyage pondered briefly before hastily following in his footsteps. From her understanding of Lu Junzuo, he would surely not let Tang Yu slip away. The chance for retribution would soon arise. As the two departed, Lu Junzuo returned, only to find Tang Yu had vanished from his seat, fury igniting within him. His gaze swept the area, landing on Tang Yu's sneaky retreat. Thinking to flee? With bloodshot eyes, he surged forward. Today, he would not allow this brat to escape with a 9 revolutions pill. By the time he burst from the auction hall, Tang Yu was already sprinting towards the parking lot. You cannot escape, Lu Junzuo bellowed, pushing himself to his limits as he charged after Tang Yu. When they were merely 2 meters apart, his vital energy surged violently, transforming his body into a spear that launched into the air. His feet striking Tang Yu's back with ferocity. The impact caused Tang Yu to stagger, nearly losing his footing, causing the jade lion to fly from his grasp. Lu Junzuo's face lit with elation as he seized the jade lion. Fixing his cold gaze upon Tang Yu, he declared, "You, Tang, dare to compete with me for treasures. Today marks your demise." Initially, he had intended to bide his time and resolve this matter through stealth, but he had surpassed his limits. How dare this fool scheme against him in the shadows? With that, he swiftly activated the mechanism of the 9 palace lock beneath the jade lion. To his delight, it contained a precious elixir. He inhaled its fragrant aroma, devoid of any foulness.